The 10-year military coup is indeed fascinating. Anelka openly criticized Domenech for his mismanagement. Reflecting on those matches, Huang Kaiwen lamented that Domenech truly has a charmed life, managing to coach 3 major tournaments. It was not until the players' strike before the South Africa World Cup that he was finally dismissed. Nasri is quite an intriguing character as well. He seems inextricably linked to internal discord. Huang Kaiwen has always wondered how, as a newcomer to the national team in 2008, he dared to question Henry's preferential treatment. It is evident that players from France and the Netherlands cannot be viewed through a conventional lens. They prioritize personal gain above all else. As Huang Kaiwen set down the newspaper, Galliani approached him. "Is there something amiss, Adriano?" Huang Kaiwen felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Galliani, genuinely fearing any potential issues with the Dutch team. Galliani, clearly aware of this, hastened to clarify. "It's about Milan. Paris Saint-Germain is interested in one of our players and hopes to make an offer. We want to entertain their bid unless it's reasonable." Huang Kaiwen remarked, "PSG's offer for Thiago Silva was substantial, but finding a suitable replacement at that price is no easy task. As long as the player is not eager to leave, Milan can maintain the upper hand." "I see." Additionally, Pirlo has decided to join Manchester United, Galliani continued. "That's good news," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "As long as Pirlo does not remain in Italy, he will still be regarded as a Milan legend. Unfortunately, he performed exceptionally well at Juventus. If they are seeking a core player, it won't cause me much distress. However, the Milan legacy that Pirlo carries weighs heavily. It is unsettling to watch him play for Juventus. His move to Manchester United is indeed a form of technical aid. His ability to deliver forward passes is commendable, ensuring they won't solely rely on Carrick's lateral distributions." Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. If Sir Alex's gratitude towards Huang Kaiwen leads to Ten Hag becoming his successor, that burden is one the King of Yellow cannot bear. Even though Milan is currently strong, Manchester United remains one of the clubs with the largest fan base in the world. As the European transfer window had yet to open, it was Russia's Zenit that had already splurged 50 million on Hulk. Furthermore, the news of Alexander Song's transfer to Barcelona had begun to circulate. Barcelona has certainly set its sights on Arsenal in recent years. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen headed to the training ground. Koku quickly approached him with a report. "The players are highly motivated. After defeating Germany, their tactical doubts have vanished." "That is indeed a positive development," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "The King of Yellow has accomplished so much, and with added characteristics. It would be remarkable if he could not resolve the issues within the Dutch national team. Domestic media have already begun discussing that if we were to win the championship, every player could be honored." Koku spoke with a hint of yearning. Unlike Huang Kaiwen, he could not boast a collection of medals that could form a complete deck of cards. The European fascination with nobility and titles is deeply ingrained in their culture. "Keep pushing forward. Everything will fall into place," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "As long as they do not lose against Portugal, they can progress." However, what Huang Kaiwen feared most was precisely this scenario, for he was acutely aware of its inherent dangers. There was a national team that, under similar circumstances, had never failed to disappoint, losing every single match. Moreover, Portugal was now stronger, and he genuinely felt the weight of significant pressure, regardless of the magnitude of the stress. The day of the match inevitably arrived. Once again, it was at the Kharkiv Workers' Stadium. Lily had arrived early, seated in the stands alongside the Dutch WAGs. "Why isn't Robin starting again, Lily?" asked Bacella, Van Persie's wife. "I don't know," Lily replied, glancing at the pitch. "Kevin must have his reasons." "Indeed. Let's refrain from such discussions. The starting lineup is the coach's decision," Andra interjected. She had been listening to Van Bommel talk about various matters concerning the Dutch national team. It was evident that Huang Kaiwen had a stronger grip on the situation than her father, Van Marwijk. Although the old man had returned to the Netherlands, as his only daughter, she was well aware of her father's health condition. That old man would rather feign illness than continue coaching, which spoke volumes about the turmoil within the Dutch locker room. Yet, Huang Kaiwen had successfully united the Dutch players. The families of the Dutch players were relatively stable, and the WAGs were keenly concerned about their husbands' fortunes in the European Cup. However, once the match commenced, the Dutch team fared even worse than in their previous game. Portugal was certainly not like the German team, lacking wingers. At his prime, Nani was formidable, and one need not mention the prowess of Ronaldo. Huang Kaiwen felt somewhat relieved that Williams was not on the field today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. 20 minutes into the match, the Portuguese began to cross the ball in search of Cristiano Ronaldo. Huang Kaiwen even began to wonder if this was Moyes' tactic. Regardless of its origin, this strategy placed immense pressure on the Dutch team. The impact of a peak form Ronaldo was too formidable, with Holland's twinge always a step behind. Had Ronaldo not been unfortunate enough to strike the post repeatedly, the Dutch team would have already found themselves trailing. "Kevin, what do we do?" Cocu asked anxiously. "This defense is untenable. Let us make a substitution," Huang Kaiwen replied after a brief silence. "Choose between Ronaldo and Nani. But it would be wiser to have quit Mark Ronaldo. Substituting in the first half?" Cocu hesitated. Such actions typically incited outrage among players on most teams. The thought of it occurring within the Dutch squad was almost unthinkable. "Should we wait until we concede a goal to make a substitution?" Huang Kaiwen retorted sharply. Cocu quickly nodded, saying, "All right, let us proceed with the change." "Ron," Huang Kaiwen called out. After calling his name twice, Ron Vlaar finally stood up. His standing in the Dutch team was not particularly high, and he hadn't expected to play in such a crucial match. Once he realized what was happening, Vlaar promptly removed his training jacket and rushed to the sidelines. "Boss, I'm ready," he said. "Warm up quickly. Time is of the essence. While you warm up, I'll discuss tactics with you," Huang Kaiwen instructed. Only then did Vlaar believe that Huang Kaiwen truly intended to put him on the field. As he hurriedly jogged along the sidelines, "The situation is rather dire. I must assign Dirk to defend against Ronaldo on the flank, leaving the left side devoid of defenders. Now, we need you to handle Nani." Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Is there a problem?" "I will do my utmost." Vlaar hesitated to make any guarantees. Although he is renowned for his defensive prowess, his physicality renders him less agile than Nani. On the brighter side, his aerial ability is commendable. Just do your best. The team has no other options at this juncture, Huang Kaiwen reassured, patting Vlaar on the shoulder. The primary issue with the Dutch squad is the disparity in talent. Each slightly superior player has substitutes whose quality is markedly inferior. Unlike England, which has other options like Baines from Everton if Cole is unavailable. The current landscape of world football offers a scarcity of exceptional fullbacks, particularly in Europe. Milan's consistent use of Zambrotta stems from this very predicament. Many Dutch defenders remain domestic. Yet Huang Kaiwen surmised that their capabilities likely align with mid to lower tier starters or semi-starters in mainstream leagues. A few minutes later, the Dutch made the first substitution, with Van der Vaart replaced by Vlaar, as Huang Kaiwen aimed to bolster the defense. There was no alternative. Ronaldo's offensive threat on the left was overwhelming. The Dutch team had to enhance their defensive strategies. Van der Vaart was not pleased to exit the pitch. Can you believe it? Van der Vaart dares to show discontent. What accolades does he possess? Huang Kaiwen mused. Mind you, he is the former captain of Ajax. Ajax, what is that worth? How many Champions League titles do they boast? Huang Kaiwen retorted, asserting that he himself is the current captain of AC Milan. Rest assured, with Huang Kaiwen's penchant for holding grudges, Van der Vaart would not be gracing the field again anytime soon. Van der Vaart's substitution was primarily due to injury and positional changes. Had he retained the speed of his Ajax days, he might not have been withdrawn. The Dutch team's offensive strategy heavily relies on Robben, as Huang Kaiwen has effectively transformed the Dutch squad into one reminiscent of Italy's approach. A counterattack would suffice, at least allowing for some offensive maneuvers. Paulo Bento observed the match, initially expecting Quit to advance forward, especially since Huang Kaiwen had substituted an attacking player. However, he was taken aback when Quit positioned himself alongside De Jong in a double pivot role. The liberated Strootman moved slightly forward to play as a central midfielder. Robben and Sneijder found themselves balancing the roles of wingers and an attacking midfielder, enjoying considerable freedom. In summary, the adjustments were made to counter Ronaldo and Nani, increasing the number of defenders. Bento could not suppress a smirk of disdain, cognizant that coaches like Rehagel and Mourinho had instilled a defensive obsession within football. Yet, he understood that defense often proves futile. Otherwise, relegated teams would not finish the season with a meager tally of points. Huang Kaiwen's tactics had been thoroughly dissected by the media. Bento did not believe that the outdated chain defense would pose any challenges for Portugal. Nonetheless, he was impressed by Quit's versatility, transitioning from left-back to a defensive midfield role seamlessly. He even managed to impede Ronaldo's offensive pace. Yet, as the time approached halftime, Bento's face was devoid of a smile. Alas, Huang Kaiwen's defensive coaching prowess exceeded his expectations. The Dutch team's defense appeared disheveled, yet was not genuinely threatened. The versatile midfielder Strootman had been relegated to the role of a sweeper. Indeed, this position has faded into the annals of football history. The sweeper, originating from English football, was essentially a rearguard defender until Beckenbauer transformed it into that of a libero. Strootman lacks the individual brilliance of Beckenbauer. However, his game-reading ability, earning him the moniker Little Cocu, is commendable, often positioning himself in critical areas to thwart danger. Most importantly, his capacity for orchestrating passes is exceptional, enabling swift ball distribution post-defense, thereby denying Portugal opportunities for a second assault. Damn it! In the previous match, Huang Kaiwen had positioned Kijed as a full-back, effectively stifling Germany. In this match, his substitutions turned out to be a stroke of genius. Although Bento was reluctant to admit it, Huang Kaiwen's tactical adjustments during the game were truly formidable. In an astonishing manner, he had these players performing admirably in unfamiliar positions. During the first half stoppage time, Cristiano Ronaldo surged into the penalty area, delivering a diagonal pass to Postiga. Postiga's sweeping shot finally breached the Dutch goal. Bento, exhilarated, raised his arms in triumph, only to be doused with cold water by the referee's whistle. Offside, the goal was disallowed. At that moment, Bento conceded that Huang Kaiwen was indeed formidable. Even if he were to coach the Dutch team, they would not achieve such defensive effectiveness. During halftime, he needed to devise a strategy to shatter the Dutch team's defensive shell. Well done. Huang Kaiwen stood on the sidelines, greeting each returning player warmly. He specifically embraced Strootman. Walking back with him, Strootman, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Coach, did I perform well?" "Of course, you were exceptional," Huang Kaiwen replied enthusiastically. It appeared that the Dutch players were not merely the three-stick heroes and the stick receivers he had imagined. When utilized correctly, they could yield remarkable results. Upon returning to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen immediately brought the tactical board closer, inscribing the names of the players on both sides. He tapped on the board, stating, "Your performances today have pleased me. However, I must address the Portuguese players. I know you are outstanding, but your goals do not match his count, do they?" Huang Kaiwen circled Ronaldo's name with a marker, pointing as he said, "Ronaldo, he is a troublesome individual. Our defensive focus today is on him. You afforded him some opportunities in the first half. Dirk, you need to restrict him further, make him uncomfortable. Your task will be complete." "Understood, boss." Kijed nodded. He preferred playing as a forward, but excelling under Huang Kaiwen's guidance and receiving accolades in the newspapers brought him joy and earned Huang Kaiwen's approval. Ronaldo and Nani's synergy was notable, prompting Huang Kaiwen's remark, which elicited laughter in the locker room. "Why are there so many people in Europe named Kevin? Strootman is also called Kevin. Therefore, Kevin, you must construct a barrier between the defense and the defensive midfield, preventing Ronaldo from passing the ball to Nani when he finds himself unable to break through, while also providing support to assist in marking Ronaldo." Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. "Leave it to me, coach." Strootman exclaimed excitedly. "Excellent. It is reassuring to see your confidence," Huang Kaiwen responded. Heitinga raised his hand and inquired, "What about the forward?" "Postiga," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Do not concern yourself with him. He is utterly useless." The atmosphere in the locker room grew even more fervent. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. Generally, he does not prefer to publicly evaluate others. However, the situation within the Dutch team is different, filled with competition and disdain for the weak. This approach fosters better cohesion among the Dutch players. As the second half commenced, the Dutch defense appeared more composed. The Portuguese commentator, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Is the Dutch all-out attack and defense merely aimed at disrupting the opponent's offense? They show no intention of counterattacking. There was no other option. Ronaldo is rather stubborn." He glanced toward Huang Kaiwen several times. Huang Kaiwen understood precisely what that meant. After suffering a prior defeat, he now wished to demonstrate his prowess to Huang, the king of the pitch. A peak Ronaldo, indeed, was ready to unleash his full potential. The Dutch team, of course, had to focus on a robust defense. When Huang Kaiwen played, other teams faced similar challenges. Everyone was on the offensive, but the attacking players of other teams could not match Huang's efficiency. Therefore, they could only strive to defend and avoid defeat. Now, the Dutch team found themselves in a similar predicament. Their defense could not rival Portugal's, and Huang Kaiwen dared not allow the Dutch to engage in an open attacking game. He understood the rationale behind this. However, the greatest opportunity for scoring lay in the possibility of the Dutch conceding a goal first. Strootman's development was an unexpected delight for Huang Kaiwen. Once Van Bommel completed his suspension due to accumulated yellow cards, Huang Kaiwen found himself contemplating new tactical ideas for the Dutch team. Perhaps he and Quit would prove to be the greatest contributors for the Netherlands in this European Championship. After 70 minutes had elapsed, Portugal's offensive momentum finally waned. In addition to the exceptional performance of the Dutch players, Huang Kaiwen remained vigilant on the sidelines, offering reminders. Observing the Portuguese gradually taking control of the ball, Huang Kaiwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to defend, the players' tension might snap at any moment. Inzaghi approached the sidelines and asked, "Should we launch an attack? Now seems to be a good time. Let us assess the situation. We'll make substitutions first." Huang Kaiwen replied, turning to wave and call out, "Everyone, get warmed up." He summoned the players to prepare for any potential changes in the game. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen need not make adjustments. The players on the field were well aware of their responsibilities. With the pressure from the Portuguese diminishing, the Dutch players began to push forward. It was not merely at one point, but the entire formation advanced. The sustained cooperative defense for 70 minutes had enhanced the level of understanding among the Dutch players. Their movements displayed a remarkable sense of structure and coordination. Strootman's reading of the game is indeed impressive. This time, he advanced with the ball, attracting defenders before delivering it to Robin on the flank. Robin took possession and surged forward, while Coentrão retreated. Although Robin's goals do not match the tally of Cristiano Ronaldo, his ability to support the fullbacks is equally formidable. Coentrão retreated into the penalty area, only to realize too late, attempting a sliding tackle. However, Robin executed a sudden stop, effortlessly evading him, and immediately laid the ball off to Sneijder. "Danger!" Bento exclaimed, suddenly recalling that Sneijder is proficient with both feet. Indeed, confronting an organized Portuguese defense, Sneijder showed no intention of passing. Instead, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. The ball swiftly darted through the defenders and into the Portuguese net. Another world-class strike. It was not merely a chance. Sneijder scored with a long-range effort. The Dutch substitutes and coaching staff erupted in jubilant celebration at the sidelines. The stands were a sea of orange, a testament to the Dutch team's robust support. While the Netherlands did not display particularly captivating football today, many commentators criticized this aspect, with the World Sports Daily even jesting that it resembled Mourinho in a disguise. Yet, under the guidance of Van Gaal, the Dutch team truly embodied the essence of defense. Whether facing Germany or Portugal, the Dutch executed a perfect strategy with a second-rate defense augmented by attacking players. Sneijder's goal was invaluable, nearly securing the Netherlands' passage to the knockout stage. Today, the Dutch did not showcase their technical prowess, but their united defense forged their current lead. Van Gaal has revealed a different Netherlands, one no longer mired in internal strife, but rather modest and pragmatic. Perhaps we can genuinely anticipate the unofficial champions crafting a fairy tale once again this summer. With his hands in his pockets, Van Gaal smiled as he observed the match. This is his approach, personal capability. He is not a magician, but he has managed to ensure that the Dutch focus on defense while simultaneously concocting strategies for beautiful counterattacks. However, one must note that the Dutch players possess formidable individual skills. Robin, Van Persie, and Sneijder may not rival Cristiano Ronaldo, but each was once among the elite contenders for the Ballon d'Or during their prime. While containing Ronaldo, these players could erupt at any moment and score. Previous goals by the Dutch were also world-class efforts born from individual brilliance. Does this raise any concerns? Regardless of how they score, finding the back of the net is what truly matters. Van Gaal, in his club tenure, also relied on individual skill to mount attacks. Who would dare assert that individual talent is ineffectual? Prior to the match, the media speculated that the Dutch team would be carded excessively. Yet they played with remarkable discipline today. What more can they say? Van Gaal did not come to the Netherlands for charity. For those yearning for beautiful football, they need only watch Arsenal. Since he took over from Van Marwijk, his intent has been to achieve results. Even Guardiola, after consecutive Champions League eliminations, has adopted a more pragmatic approach. At this moment, Inzaghi and Nesta rushed to the sidelines, fervently shouting at Huang Kaiwen, "It's equalized! It's equalized! What is equalized?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Nesta shook Huang Kaiwen's shoulders vigorously, exclaiming, "The Danes have leveled the score." Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened as he raised his arms triumphantly. If the score could be maintained, the German team would end up with 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. The Dutch team, at the very least, would secure 1 win and 2 draws, mirroring the situation of Portugal and Germany. This implied that the Netherlands had a chance to advance as group leaders. Securing the top position in the group would certainly be less challenging than finishing second, as it would prevent them from facing the top team from another group. This was indeed a splendid development. Before Huang Kaiwen could take any action, Inzaghi excitedly tugged at him, leading him in a dance along the sidelines. They performed the tarantella, a traditional Italian dance originating from Sicily, characterized by its lively rhythm and simple yet infectious movements. Nesta turned back to wave at Gattuso, although Gattuso appeared somewhat restrained. Thus, Nesta began to dance with Cocu along the sidelines, much to the delight of the spectators. The disappointed Portuguese players trudged towards the halfway line. Ronaldo cast a reluctant glance towards the sidelines, feeling discontented. Even if he had never won against Huang Kaiwen, the thought that Huang Kaiwen, merely a coach, couldn't secure a victory left him feeling quite vexed. Even if it were just a national team match, Huang Kaiwen wished for a win. With a light-hearted tune, Huang Kaiwen hummed to himself, "Oh, how joyful I am." Despite having faced numerous challenges, the prospect of transforming a team destined for elimination into group leaders filled him with pride. The sense of accomplishment he felt far surpassed that of a successful gaming session in Football Manager. It was impossible to articulate such satisfaction. The exhilaration surpassed that of acquiring a rare pet or enhancing a weapon in DNF. No wonder Sir Ferguson was reluctant to retire. And why the professor clung to Arsenal despite the adverse media environment. It was akin to a grand nurturing game, where a single success could garner worldwide adoration, far surpassing the fleeting glory found in online games. "Let us warm up," Huang Kaiwen called to all the players once more. Even the substitute goalkeeper, Krull, bore no complaint, despite knowing he wouldn't have the chance to play. This was the advantage of possessing strong personal charisma. Under Van Marwijk, such a collective warm-up would have never been attempted. Players would often cause trouble if they were merely warming up without the prospect of playing. Instead of returning directly to the technical area, Huang Kaiwen continually raised his arms towards the stands, rallying the fans, who responded with even louder cheers. The sight made Huang Kaiwen dizzy. Seeing so many eager faces made him wish he could perform cupping therapy on them. As the match progressed, the Portuguese became increasingly restless. Quaresma, Almeida, and Oliveira, 3 attacking players, began to warm up along the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the timer, which read 81:00. At this juncture, Bento's decision to make substitutions seems rather belated. He gestured to Luc de Jong, saying, "Get ready to come on, Luc." De Jong's eyes widened in surprise. But within a moment, he dashed to the sidelines to warm up. The 22-year-old forward had not anticipated this opportunity to play. Observing de Jong's enthusiasm, Huang Kaiwen nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Sir Ferguson preferred young talent. The youth are less encumbered by trivial thoughts and simply focus on performing. Today, he intended to withhold opportunities from Van Persie, allowing him to stew on the bench. It is no easy task to coach at a club beyond tactical considerations. One must also tailor their approach to the varying personalities of players. Huang Kaiwen found himself admiring those coaches who have endured for over 2 decades. He suspected he might have grown weary after merely 10 seasons. "What do you need me to do when I get on, boss?" Luc de Jong eagerly inquired. Despite sharing a surname with Nigel de Jong, he was a quintessentially Caucasian figure, bearing subtle Nordic features. "Ignore the others. Let them cross the ball. You and Klaas Jan will bombard the Portuguese penalty area with headers," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, concealing his concerns about Portugal from the players. Influenced by Huang Kaiwen's demeanor, de Jong also smiled and nodded. Just then, Veloso surged through the center and delivered a precise pass. Cristiano Ronaldo sprinted behind Heitinga, receiving the ball and effortlessly sending it into the net. The cheers of Portuguese fans erupted in the stadium. "Am I still coming on, boss?" Luc de Jong asked. "No worries, get on," Huang Kaiwen responded. Initially, he had intended to substitute a midfielder, swapping de Jong for de Jong to allow that meat grinder a respite. However, it now seemed imperative to introduce an attacking player. Huang Kaiwen sent Luc de Jong onto the pitch and immediately shouted, "Defend." With stoppage time, there are only about 7 or 8 minutes left. Hold on to that top spot in the group. If Germany managed to draw, Huang Kaiwen had no such thoughts yet. But if Germany did draw, securing first place would be splendid. They would likely face Greece. Finishing second would be dire, either encountering Spain or England. De Jong entered the field, replacing Robin. Robin walked straight up to Huang Kaiwen, took a swig from the water bottle handed to him by Koku, and asked, "How did I perform today?" "Not bad, but I know you can do better. In the next match, regardless of the opponent, we must play attacking football. I expect you to score at least 2 goals, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. Robin nodded vigorously in agreement. This was the essence of Kevin, a man brimming with pride. Portugal also made substitutions, bringing on 3 players at once, a desperate gamble. There was no choice. It was a do-or-die battle. And if Portugal failed to win, they would be in peril. The Dutch team was evidently content to settle for a draw. If Germany drew, they would secure first place. While even if Germany won, they could still advance as second. Quaresma remained notably active on the field, appearing to be 2 different players, one for his club and another for his national team. Indeed, the most formidable player in football today when it comes to executing a powerful outside foot shot is Huang Kaiwen, with Quaresma being a close second. However, the impact both have during matches is incomparable. If Huang Kaiwen were to play, Portugal would undoubtedly leave in tears. It goes without saying that Huang Kaiwen could easily score 4 goals within a mere 7 minutes. The synergy on the international stage does not match that of club teams, making it significantly more challenging to defend against such a player. I suspect that if he truly had the opportunity to take the field, scoring a goal every minute would not be an exaggeration. Cristiano Ronaldo did not perform particularly well today. You might think so. Did you not see how Bullerau's and Quit defended against him? I noticed Quit had his hands on Ronaldo throughout the game. If a man were to touch me like that, I certainly wouldn't last long. Quit is exceedingly irritating. Huang Kaiwen has gained experience from his time with Liverpool, specifically to frustrate opponents. Remarkably, Quit's significance under Huang Kaiwen is immense. By neutralizing Ronaldo, they effectively dismantled a large portion of Portugal's offensive threat. Yet Ronaldo still managed to score. He truly is exceptional. The primary issue lies with the Dutch defenders, who are lacking in quality. If they had a few reliable defenders, with Huang Kaiwen's tactical prowess today, Ronaldo should not have found the net. This statement holds merit. There were 3 players defending Ronaldo, yet he still found opportunities to score, which entirely reflects a deficiency in player capability. Had Terry and Ashley Cole been present, Portugal would have faced dire consequences. In major tournaments, defense is paramount, and one can certainly trust that backline. The Dutch team found themselves once again in a precarious position. The cohesion and understanding within national teams do not reach the level seen in club football, ironically allowing players like Quaresma, who thrives in isolation, to shine. His performance during this segment surpassed even that of Nani. The Dutch could only endure under the relentless barrage from him and Ronaldo, with Huntelaar retreating to defend. Only the freshly substituted Luc de Jong remained up front for counterattacks. The 4th official raised the sign for added time, indicating just 3 minutes. Huang Kaiwen sighed in relief and shouted, "Hold on, just hold on." Football often becomes a contest of willpower, while merely discussing determination may seem trivial. The case of Greece in 2004 demonstrates that sheer strength is not the sole determinant of success. This underscores the substantial role willpower can play when bolstered by a certain level of skill. Bullerau's was practically sacrificing himself in defense against Ronaldo, disregarding the potential for a card as he employed both hands and feet in his efforts. Ronaldo executed a deft cut-in with his right foot. Even after more than 90 minutes of play, his explosiveness remained terrifying. Strootman quickly moved to cover, but after a sudden stop, Ronaldo took his shot. Heitinga, who had been relatively quiet until now, finally emerged, positioning himself to block Ronaldo's long-range effort. Both teams surged toward the ball's landing spot. Nigel de Jong, realizing he was too slow to reach it, decisively fell to the ground to slide tackle the ball out to the flanks. Bullerau's followed suit with a sliding tackle to keep the ball in play. When Heitinga approached to collect the ball, Ronaldo effectively blocked his path, leaving him no opportunity to turn and control it. During his tenure at Real Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo, despite experiencing a decrease in agility due to muscle gain, showcased an extraordinary ability to withstand physical challenges, rendering defenders nearly powerless against him. As the 2 players grappled, Heitinga lost control of the ball, allowing Ronaldo to surge forward and seize possession. Heitinga could only trail behind as they raced towards the byline, with Ronaldo gaining a significant lead. Just before reaching the edge, Ronaldo executed a deft turn and flicked the ball into the center. Bang! The goalkeeper Stekelenburg made a crucial punch save. However, Postaga's ability to capitalize on the opportunity fell short. Ronaldo's pass was impeccable, and had it been Huntelaar or Van Persie of the Netherlands, the outcome would have been different. Strootman, caught by surprise by this divine intervention, was still assessing the ball's trajectory when Moutinho charged in. Reacting swiftly, he jumped and controlled the ball with his chest. Under pressure from the opposition, he found it difficult to advance. "Give it to me." Upon hearing Quit's call, Strootman decisively sent a direct pass. Quit seized the ball and immediately surged towards the left flank. The Portuguese players frantically pursued him. The outcome of this attack was pivotal, leaving both sets of fans breathless with anticipation. Quit showcased his impressive dribbling skills on the wing, proving himself to be a versatile player with a commendable scoring record as a forward, in addition to his defensive prowess. He appeared to possess no glaring shortcomings. At this moment, Moutinho and Mirallas had tracked back to the defense, limiting Quit's ability to advance. Yet, he quickly halted and executed a delicate left-footed chip. The ball soared gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc as it flew within the Kharkiv Workers' Stadium. All eyes worldwide were drawn to this mesmerizing pass. As players on both sides gazed skyward, with a thud, the ball landed in the penalty area. Luke de Jong, pivoting and extending his foot, executed a volley in front of Carvalho, sending the ball crashing past Patricio and into the net. Beep, beep, beep. The world erupted in jubilation. Goal! Goal, goal, goal. Luke de Jong scored a priceless goal, while the highly favored Quit delivered the assist of his career. With 2 victories and 1 draw, the Netherlands advanced to the quarterfinals as group leaders, an undeniable testament to Kevin's transformative leadership. From internal strife to unified strength, Kevin's extraordinary leadership was evident. It was rumored that following their loss, the French team faced internal discord. Had they sought Kevin earlier, the result might have been significantly different. What a dramatic finish. Huang Kaiwen also revealed his passionate side. As the ball hit the net, he turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, displaying remarkable speed despite wearing dress shoes. In an instant, he reached the corner flag, executing a signature acrobatic flip and raising his arms in triumph. The exuberance of the young coach ignited the orange sea of supporters as one by one, Dutch players joined him at the corner flag, with Huntelaar lifting Huang Kaiwen onto his shoulders. Before the television, Bolt wore a serious expression, gazing at Huang Kaiwen, who raised a finger. "Kaiwen, are you attempting to assert that you are the fastest in the world?" murmured Botel, after finally escaping the exuberance of the players. Huang Kaiwen attended the press conference alongside Quit. Cristiano Ronaldo and Paulo Bento made their appearances almost simultaneously. Ronaldo cast a glance at Huang Kaiwen before swiftly diverting his gaze elsewhere. The reporters, brimming with anticipation, could hardly contain themselves. The encounter between Ronaldo and Huang Kaiwen held significant news value. If there were a more compelling scenario, it would involve Mourinho and Ferguson. Before either party could settle in, the journalists began to pose questions. "Cristiano, do you believe that the Dutch victory was primarily due to their defense?" "Kaiwen, could you share the secret to your success?" "Mr. Bento, what is your assessment of the Dutch tactics?" "Dirk, what role does Kaiwen play in the Dutch dressing room?" The atmosphere resembled a cacophony of 5,000 ducks quacking simultaneously, chaotic and loud. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to speak, Paulo Bento seized the microphone and declared, "Today, we endured an ugly match. The opponent showed no desire to compete. Their approach was entirely utilitarian and repugnant. I cannot comment on such anti-football." Bento's dissatisfaction was palpable. However, Huang Kaiwen was not one to indulge him. "The victors are never to be blamed. I have no intention of listening to the words of the vanquished. Furthermore, I cannot accept everything Mr. Bento has stated. The successes of gentlemen like Mourinho and Capello have already proven that solid defense is fundamental to victory." Bento's remarks had clearly offended Mourinho, who is known for his sensitivity, regardless of national allegiance. With Huang Kaiwen having mentioned Mourinho's name, Bento found himself in deep trouble. How vengeful is Mourinho? He often seeks opportunities to mock opponents even 3 seasons later. Bento's opening remarks insulted Mourinho's football philosophy, and it is likely he will face repercussions for the next decade. Before Bento could respond, Ronaldo interjected, "There is nothing more to say. We simply lost. My teammates and I will reflect on everything from today." Bento had no choice but to hold his tongue. At this moment, Ronaldo had undoubtedly become the elder statesman of the national team, rivaling the stature of the former great, Figo. "Kaiwen, what is the secret to your success?" "Secret?" Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied, "There is no secret. I merely communicate well with the players. Without their performance, I could achieve nothing. And who, in your opinion, performed the best today? Pressed a journalist. Huang Kaiwen responded directly. The best player is sitting right next to me. Dirk is a vital member of the Dutch team. I do not wish to attribute credit to any one individual, as football is a team sport, but Dirk was crucial in today's match. Wouldn't you agree? Quit. Seated beside Huang Kaiwen, could not hide his delight, grinning broadly. He had never anticipated such high praise from Huang Kaiwen. How far do you believe the Netherlands will go? I do not know. I am not a prophet, but we will strive diligently, Huang Kaiwen stated. Today, when Van der Vaart was substituted, he appeared quite discontented. Would this affect his standing in the national team? A reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile, certainly not. I am wholly unconcerned about this matter. Raphael is an extraordinary talent and an integral member of the Dutch squad, and I can empathize with his feelings. Who could forget the magnanimity of the king of yellow balls? The reporter's question seemed to harbor ill intent. Realizing they were unable to elicit further controversy, the journalists shifted their focus. Dirk, could you speak about Kevin? His position in the national team, his coaching style, anything you wish to share, one reporter prompted. The world is curious about the happenings within the Dutch team. Describing a coach is indeed a challenging task, Quit replied earnestly. From the moment he entered the locker room, he became a uniquely special presence. No one can overlook a player who has secured the Champions League title for 8 consecutive years. Every individual in the locker room holds the coach in great esteem. Following Mr. Van Marwijk's hospitalization, we have truly experienced the coach's remarkable influence. Quit raised 3 fingers, stating, 3 matches. His substitutions have produced astonishing effects in all 3. This is what has truly surprised us. More importantly, the coach has united us. Now, the team fights for honor rather than personal positions. We are fearless, and it is the coach who has instilled this in us. Huang Kaiwen silently applauded, surprised by Quit's honesty. And what are your goals moving forward? A reporter asked. Quit responded with a smile. We have a coach who has never known defeat. Everyone awaits the moment we return home with the trophy. That concludes today's press conference, Huang Kaiwen declared with a grin. Quit promptly stood up, and the two returned to the locker room, which erupted with enthusiasm. Inzaghi led the players in exuberantly spraying champagne, one bottle after another. Giannini joined the players in their wild celebration, showing no signs of his age. It felt incredibly satisfying. Previously, every newspaper across Europe and even around the world had reported their negative news, yet after 3 matches, they emerged at the top of their group. Could there be a greater thrill? Some Dutch players contemplated emulating Cassano by celebrating in the nude before the world. Huang Kaiwen clapped and exclaimed, Do you think this is the end? Not even close. Let us return to the hotel. Tomorrow, bring your partners. We shall celebrate splendidly for a day. The locker room atmosphere was electric, nearly lifting the roof off. Most individuals within the team had stable romantic lives, allowing the inclusion of their partners to bring them joy. Huang Kaiwen jokingly scolded a few players, who then lazily began changing clothes. Boss, how shall we handle Van der Vaart? Koku asked quietly once they were back on the bus. It's nothing. I'm not concerned, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Suddenly, he found himself missing Ramos. Although Koku was ambitious, he still fell somewhat short. Should we simply expel him from the national team? Koku tentatively suggested. Truly, it's nothing, Huang Kaiwen reassured him, prompting Koku to relent. Upon returning to the hotel, Huang Kaiwen was summoned by Inzaghi to the bar for a celebration. The players were fatigued, yet the coaching staff remained invigorated. Huang Kaiwen was somewhat impressed by Inzaghi, who, despite a language barrier, managed to connect effortlessly with the Ukrainian women. It was evident that good looks indeed confer advantages. Observing Inzaghi surrounded by admirers, Huang Kaiwen quietly excused himself. I had assumed he was detained by some Dutch beauty. He mused. Upon opening the door, Lily, somewhat irked, remarked, How could that be? If there were, I would have brought her along and not left you behind. Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. Now that sounds more like it. Immediately, Lily wrapped her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck. Just then, they hastily separated as Huang Kaiwen opened the door, revealing a woman clad in a Dutch jersey standing at the threshold. Who are you? He inquired. I am Sylvia Hooks, a Dutch actress, she replied, stepping into the room uninvited. Huang Kaiwen's gaze fell upon her jersey number, and he was startled to see it was 23. That of Van der Vaart. It seems we are not acquainted, he said with a smile. Recently, there had been occasional visits from Dutch celebrities, most of whom were friends of the players. The competition among Dutch players was palpable, akin to the way Koreans flaunt their connections on variety shows by calling celebrity friends. But that's all right. I simply wish to see the Dutch hero, Sylvia Hoeks said, approaching the two and gently caressing Lily's face. Isn't it amusing that I share a name with Van der Vaart's wife, especially if he upset you today? Huang Kaiwen understood and turned to Lily, who remained silent, kicking the door shut with her foot. The following day, as the morning sun graced her face, Sylvia Hoeks languidly awoke. The first thing she did was check herself, relieved to find no wounds on her abdomen. After lying still for a moment, she realized she was alone in the room. A note on the nightstand explained their whereabouts, a collective activity with the Dutch national team, which included family members. Sylvia Hoeks was surprised to see that Lily, who seemed delicate, had risen to participate in the event. Meanwhile, in a modest photography studio, Galliani clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Photo shoot time. Everyone can participate. Today, sponsorship funds will be yours. The Dutch Football Association has agreed, so make sure to take good pictures with your wives and girlfriends. Each of you will receive no less than €1,000,000. Excited cheers erupted from the audience. The inability of the Dutch elite teams to retain players was significantly due to financial constraints. Many members of this Dutch squad still played in the Netherlands, and €1,000,000 was, in fact, higher than the annual salaries of some Dutch internationals. Enthusiastic players pulled their partners close, posing playfully in front of the camera with sodas in hand. For the first time, they felt a sense of gratitude towards their national team sponsors, as previous engagements had been purely voluntary. Huang Kaiwen cast a glance at Sylvia Mays, who stood beside Van der Vaart, and found her entirely unappealing, unable to fathom why this woman enjoyed such popularity in the Netherlands. Subsequently, the Dutch team donned formal attire to engage in a promotional shoot for a suit endorsement. In the end, there was also the eager Blizzard, who approached willingly to partake in the financial harvest. With the entire Dutch team rallying together in a spirited toast to the league, this money-making venture came to a close, all within a mere 3 hours. Thanks in no small part to Galliani's exceptional negotiation skills. Otherwise, those sponsors would have proven far more challenging to manage. Huang, the king of football, and Lily also made an appearance, thus securing the lion's share of the sponsorship for Huang Kaiwen. Clutching the check, Lily squinted with delight. Anyone who dared to claim that football stars earned less than celebrities would find themselves promptly corrected. Which celebrity could earn over €30,000,000 for merely 3 hours of photographs? Soon after, the entire team boarded a bus heading to the Gorky Cultural and Leisure Center Park, regarded as one of Ukraine's finest amusement parks. The players expressed little dissent regarding such activities. Yet Huang Kaiwen harbored some dissatisfaction. However, there truly was not much to entertain in Kharkiv. The theme park offered limited attractions. Despite this, the Dutch players and their companions enjoyed themselves thoroughly, with Robin taking his wife on several roller coaster rides. While on the Ferris wheel, Van Bommel remarked, "We've never had such activities with the national team. That's because the coach isn't Kevin." Van Persie retorted without delay. Their wives chatted amicably with Lily nearby. However, a malignancy had emerged within the national team, as Van Bommel's eyes flickered with concern. "Oomph," Van Persie scoffed, choosing silence afterward. "Let us just ignore him," Huang Kaiwen suggested. It was not the time for internal strife. They had finally shifted the media's focus onto the French team. The French squad did not disappoint Huang Kaiwen's expectations, quickly descending into discord as soon as the group stage concluded, with the key player being Nasri, whom Huang had high hopes for, certainly a character not to be underestimated. Later that day, Huang Kaiwen summoned the Dutch players, who had enjoyed a day of leisure, to the steam room. Although Mao had parted ways with de Mao, they still retained their mutual influence. The renowned Russian writer Kirilovsky once wrote, "The bathhouse is a place every Muscovite must visit. A Moscow without a bathhouse is no Moscow at all." Literary giants such as Pushkin and Tolstoy relished their visits to public baths. Mao's hotel boasted a commendable sauna. In the changing room, the experience was not quite as communal, given the presence of dividers. Everyone wrapped in towels embraced the novelty of a sauna experience, particularly for the Dutch team. Today, you've earned a substantial amount and enjoyed time with your partners. However, you must understand that this is merely the beginning. Huang Kaiwen stood and declared, "If you are able to seize the championship, you will attain not only greater wealth, but also immense honor. Your wives will have the opportunity to visit the palace, mingling with the upper echelons of Philip and Shell at lavish banquets, raising their crystal goblets filled with fine wines worth thousands of euros per bottle. Amidst the admiration of others, They will recount tales of your heroic exploits. Consider, these moments will become a source of lifelong pride for them, and you are the architects of this glory. In just half a month, if you can endure. If you can lift the Delaney Cup, your partners and families will bask in the honor you bestow upon them for all eternity. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur found themselves in a predicament. Prior to the European Cup, they had already resolved to part ways with Van der Vaart. Although Van der Vaart had performed commendably at Spurs, his challenging temperament, coupled with the new manager's disinterest in utilizing the Dutchman, led to the decision to capitalize on his current market value. However, before they could execute their plan, chaos ensued. They were undeterred by the threat of internal strife. For it was uncommon for the Dutch not to engage in discord. Yet, why provoke Huang Kaiwen? Fans were already calling for his demotion to the reserves. In such a scenario, even if they allowed the player to transfer, prospective buyers would seize the opportunity to drive down the price. Damn it. Levy deeply regretted his decision and vowed never to acquire Dutch players again. Scotland was equally engulfed in turmoil. The officers, gazing at the names on the record board, were both amused and exasperated. Since the Netherlands faced Portugal, they had received countless reports from fans regarding Van der Vaart. Allegations ranged from him being the mastermind behind the Irish mob to being the culprit behind the theft at the British Museum, and even accusations of unspeakable acts against the museum's mummies and royal women. Officer McWood felt a headache coming on. Just then, the phone rang, and nearby officers quickly shifted into spectator mode. McWood answered the call, and a few minutes later, he helplessly stated, "A fan has reported that he possesses evidence proving Van der Vaart deliberately prevented a certain individual from being admitted to the Academy of Fine Arts in Austria." The next day, Huang Kaiwen arrived early at the team's base. Having secured first place in the group, they were set to face Greece in the next round. Wasn't there skepticism regarding Huang, the king of defense? Soon, they would engage Greece in an offensive battle. He wasn't boasting. He simply feared Greece might shy away from such a confrontation. Upon reaching his office, he began to peruse the news. According to La Gazzetta dello Sport, Guardiola confirmed that he would not be renewing his contract with Milan and was preparing to accept Bayern's invitation. The coaching position at Milan remained uncertain, yet our investigations revealed a significant number of fans wished for Kevin to remain as both player and coach. Guardiola had made the decision not to renew. There was little Huang Kaiwen could do about it. He hadn't anticipated stepping into a coaching role so soon. Just the night before, amidst fierce competition, Guardiola had called him, lamenting that both of his daughters were ignoring him. Huang merely chuckled. The affections of young girls, after all, should not be taken too seriously. Previously, he had come across a research report suggesting that childhood sweethearts cannot compete with unexpected romances due to a genetic predisposition in humans that inhibits attraction towards those with whom one has grown up. However, upon reflection, it seems that King Huang was not raised alongside those young ladies. Nonetheless, such matters were not a source of concern for him. According to La Gazzetta dello Sport, the Frenchman is returning home. Blanc is unable to reign in the prideful warriors of France. Anelka has once again taken center stage, publicly questioning Blanc's decision to substitute him prematurely. Huang Kaiwen scoffed, surprised by the incompetence of the report. He had heard far more information than what La Gazzetta had reported. It is no wonder they could not compete with the English. Bild also reported vehemently on the internal strife within the French team. Previously, the French had not hesitated to report on internal conflicts within the German team, even leveraging Kroos's position to stir controversy. Now, it seems the tables have turned. As reported by the Times, London fans have begun to boycott Van der Vaart, deeming him unworthy of playing in London. Allegedly, there have been numerous complaints about him at the Scottish venue, forcing several officers to work overtime. His name has become the least favored among the crowd. Huang Kaiwen found amusement in this. Who would have thought that this king of London would possess such notoriety? When he saw the sun, Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened. At that moment, Cocu abruptly burst into his office, agitatedly exclaiming, "Boss, they've started fighting." Huang Kaiwen quickly rose to follow Cocu. In the locker room, Robin confronted Van der Vaart, stating, "You bear the name Raphael Van der Vaart, which is longer than mine. Do you believe you are superior?" Suddenly, he brandished a dark iron rod. Sneijder, pressing the button on an electric baton, licked his lips and remarked, "You have more hair than I do. Are you mocking me?" Huntelaar swung a baseball bat, shouting, "You just married a celebrity. Don't you know to keep her quiet? Can Kevin really judge her?" Van der Vaart found himself fleeing in all directions. Meanwhile, Van Persie sat calmly on the bench, observing the chaos. As he bent down to change his shoes, Van der Vaart lunged at him, pleading, Robin, save me. You have a grudge against them, right? Van Persie pursed his lips and retrieved a pair of nunchaku from his locker. To his surprise, Van der Vaart narrowly dodged a blow to the head, though his shoulder was grazed, leaving a searing pain. Harnessing that pain, he broke through the encirclement and dashed toward the locker room door. With a creak, the door swung open. Luc de Jong's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled something. Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed his companion, Nigel de Jong, had inexplicably produced a half-brick and hurled it. Van der Vaart collapsed to the ground in response. The group stood frozen in shock. What do we do now? The youngest, Luc de Jong, asked. Sneijder timidly raised his hand, suggesting, I heard that some chemical solution can deal with flesh and blood. Van Persie's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. This guy wasn't seriously planning to deal with him this way, was he? Robin kicked twice, and upon seeing Van der Vaart motionless, he felt a twinge of panic and swiftly crouched down to place his fingers before Van der Vaart's nose. He's fine, just fainted, Robin remarked with a smile. Come on, is this really enough to scare you? Van Persie scoffed. Huntelaar's eyes widened in disbelief. You were just shaking like a leaf. And now you're trying to act tough? Yet, how would they explain this to the coach? Sneijder asked with a hint of concern. A sense of fear enveloped the group. Kevin Huang was notoriously formidable when angered. Many players who had fouled him had long since distanced themselves from European football. Given the gravity of the situation they had caused for Huang, it was likely their next match would not fare much better. At that moment, Huang and Cocu pushed open the locker room door. Upon witnessing the scene, Cocu immediately screamed. Huang, however, inquired, is he dead? No, Robin replied, forcing himself to speak. What should we do, Kevin? Van Persie asked anxiously, having forgotten to call the coach. Huang's expression brightened, as long as Van der Vaart was alive. Today the king of Huang would ensure their safety. This was no mere internal strife. It was a matter of justice. After all, when one desires rest, a pillow is often provided. He tossed aside the newspaper he was holding and shouted, Raphael Van der Vaart, your scandal is out. As the players gradually arrived at the locker room, Van der Vaart remained unconscious. Huang turned and declared, throw both him and his belongings out. Gattuso's eyes widened in shock. Huang pointed to the newspaper on the floor. Gattuso picked it up, glanced at it, and promptly grabbed Van der Vaart's legs, dragging him out of the locker room. Just before exiting, Van der Vaart's head collided with the door frame, causing many players to gasp in concern. They had not anticipated such a dramatic scene upon arriving at their lodging. The coach had even stated in an interview that he held no grudges. When Gattuso returned, having thrown out Van der Vaart's personal effects, he finally closed the locker room door. Huang glanced at Bulleraus, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Some had begun to piece together the unfolding drama. Huang handed the newspaper to Inzaghi, instructing, read. Inzaghi perused the paper and began to recite. Van der Vaart's wife, Sylvia, has been unfaithful with multiple partners, including a driver and a flight attendant, indiscriminately engaging with individuals from various walks of life. However, after thorough investigation, we uncovered that this was her retaliation for Van der Vaart's infidelity, as he had secretly been involved with Bulleraus Sabia for years. One day, Sylvia returned home to find the two in bed. That's enough, Bulleraus shouted, while several others were expressions of mockery. Huang kicked the tactical board, exclaiming, wipe those gloating expressions off your faces. This is not about Carrick. It's about that harlot and her mutt. Carrick, do you need a break to handle this? I'm fine. Coach, Bulleraus muttered, his emotions in turmoil. Huang Kaiwen also sighed, astonished by the heightened attention on the Dutch team, as the scandal involving Dutch players and their partners had erupted prematurely. In the presence of British media, no secret could remain hidden. Excellent. This is the manner befitting a man. Huang Kaiwen surveyed the entire locker room and raised a finger, declaring, I shall impart one unyielding rule to you. Regardless of your status in the Dutch national team, you illustrious stars can easily find women, celebrities, attractive neighbors, octogenarian heiresses, and even engage with animals. I shall turn a blind eye. However, under no circumstances must you touch a teammate's partner. Whoever dares to do so will be immediately expelled from the national team, never to be reinstated. Do you hear me? Gattuso inquired. We hear you. The players responded earnestly. It was evident that Huang Kaiwen was not jesting. Let us extend our applause to Robin, Klaas-Jan, Arjen, Wesley, and Nigel, despite the potential consequences. They valiantly assisted Carrick in dealing with that rogue, exemplifying the spirit of our league. As Huang Kaiwen spoke, he led the applause. The players who had engaged in the altercation were left speechless, taken aback by the unexpected resolution. Van Bommel sighed, lamenting that had he arrived a bit earlier, he could have witnessed such a commendable outcome. He pondered whether the national team might face further turmoil, fearing he might miss his chance to shine before the conclusion of the European Championship. Mark, accompany me to the press conference. This matter cannot be concealed. We shall announce it directly, Huang Kaiwen asserted. Van Bommel nodded vigorously. As Huang Kaiwen departed with Van Bommel, Inzaghi interjected, "Remember, do not sympathize with or mock Carrick. This entire situation is entirely the fault of Van der Vaart. He has a tendency to internalize such matters. Previously, his rift with Vieri stemmed from Buffon's current spouse." Van Persie expressed his agreement. "Indeed, I believe the coach has acted correctly. Our national team must not tolerate such scum." "Precisely. Well said." The Dutch national team readily reached a consensus on this issue. Most of them maintain stable relationships, and no one wishes to encounter a teammate encroaching upon their partner. Even if their childhood sweethearts aren't particularly striking, such matters are still a cause for concern. For their own interests, Dutch players generally harbor disdain for individuals like Van der Vaart. In this regard, the Netherlands has no room for criticism. They may indulge in infighting on the pitch, but off the field, they are largely good men. Even after retirement, those prominent figures have not forsaken their childhood sweethearts. Amidst the myriad temptations of the football world, Dutch players have indeed managed commendably in this aspect. At the press conference, some astute journalists were already aware of the situation. If the club could not contain the news, it was even less likely for the complex national team to do so. As soon as the two took their seats, the reporters eagerly began to pose their questions. Huang Kaiwen forcefully struck the microphone, producing an ear-piercing sound. Once the audience quieted, Huang Kaiwen directly stated, "You have likely heard some of the news." Indeed, the reprehensible actions of Raphael van der Vaart have incited considerable outrage within the locker room, culminating in a physical confrontation among players. A brawl erupted within the Dutch dressing room. However, I stand firmly behind the team. Despite Van der Vaart's pivotal role as a key player for the Netherlands, I shall not extend leniency. I hereby announce that Van der Vaart is expelled from the national team and shall never again receive a call-up. The reporters were in a frenzy. The weight of Huang Kaiwen's words was profound, and more importantly, his attitude was unmistakably candid. He did not shy away from expressing his sentiments openly. The journalists clamored with questions. "Kaiwen, is this your stance or that of the Dutch Football Association? It is reported that Van der Vaart was assaulted by multiple players. How do you justify labeling it a mutual brawl? Does Mr. Galliani share this perspective? Mark, what is your view? Were you involved? Will this incident impact the performance of the Dutch national team?" Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile, stating, "I have yet to communicate with Mr. Van Oosteven, but I firmly believe that Dutch football will not tolerate such behavior. As for the notion of a mutual brawl, the evidence is clear. Several national team players have suffered minor concussions as a direct result of Van der Vaart's actions." Van Bommel nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, many teammates are feeling unwell. I arrived late and did not witness the incident, but had I been present, I would have certainly taught that scoundrel Van der Vaart a lesson." "Are you implying that you too wish to confront Van der Vaart?" a reporter pressed. "Absolutely," Van Bommel replied. "The coach is correct. Dutch football will not tolerate such a cad who disrupts the lives of others. Van der Vaart's behavior repulses me. I cannot fathom why he would engage with the wife of a good friend. Such a person will never possess true friends, regardless of the association's decisions. I shall not play alongside him again." "Will this incident affect the Dutch team's performance?" the reporter inquired further. The situation for the Netherlands appeared promising. Yet this scandal erupted unexpectedly. The journalists were elated. Van Bommel shook his head decisively, asserting, "Van der Vaart will not impact us. The current national team is remarkably united. Each of us stands by Cality, confident that he will swiftly emerge from this shadow." Huang Kaiwen added, "Skillful, yet lacking in character. No league will welcome a player of such dubious morals. Mr. Galliani has conveyed to me that Serie A, in a bid to preserve its image, has closed the door on Van der Vaart's transfer." Van Bommel, however, was not taken aback. Although Huang Kaiwen had not yet conferred with Galliani, the matter of Serie A was not merely a matter of Huang Kaiwen's words. A journalist then inquired about the tactics the Dutch team would employ in the upcoming match against Greece. Huang Kaiwen smiled and shook his head, stating, "The tactics of the Dutch team have never changed and will not change in the future. We have always represented a style of football that emphasizes total attack and defense. Another reporter queried, does being pressed by Germany and Portugal count as that? Huang Kaiwen shot a glance at the press officer, who promptly signaled for security to escort the individual out. At this moment, Van Bommel remarked, football is like this, an all-out attack does not equate to constant offense. During defensive phases, the entire team must unite in their efforts. As long as we seize the opportunity to counterattack and secure victory, that embodies total football. This is the essence of Dutch football, a philosophy we have embraced since childhood. Huang Kaiwen silently gave a thumbs up. Although Van Bommel may appear brash, akin to De Jong, he is undoubtedly a person of high intellect. His appointment as Bayern's first foreign captain was not solely due to his prowess on the pitch. Well, that concludes today's press conference, Huang Kaiwen announced decisively. Van Bommel promptly rose to his feet. Upon returning, Huang Kaiwen instructed the players to continue their training as usual. After everyone had departed that evening, he discreetly dialed Bullerau's number, summoning him to the office. Coach, Bullerau said gratefully. Huang Kaiwen had staunchly supported him throughout this ordeal, ensuring that he was neither ridiculed nor seen as a pitiful figure. Please, have a seat. Huang Kaiwen gestured towards the sofa. Bullerau settled onto the couch. Huang Kaiwen inquired, have you pondered your next steps? Not yet, but I am determined to perform well, Bullerau replied anxiously. Having just secured a starting position in place of Van der Wiel, he was reluctant to let anything disrupt his momentum. Once the European Championship concludes, I will introduce you to 2 lawyers, Huang Kaiwen reassured him. Do not compromise your well-being. Your life is long, and you deserve better. I will consider it. Thank you, coach, Bullerau responded, shaking his head. He had not yet decided whether to pursue a divorce. Can you endure this? Huang Kaiwen asked, aware that players can easily be affected during such times. I'm fine, coach. I will certainly perform well, Bullerau insisted hastily. Good. I believe in you. You will continue to start against Greece, Huang Kaiwen affirmed. Bullerau quickly stood and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Huang Kaiwen moved to support Bullerau, placing his arm around his shoulder as they exited the locker room. Rest assured, the entire world will stand by you. Your ability to continue playing during such a time speaks volumes. Everyone knows you are a tough individual, so do not fear ridicule. I understand, coach, Bullerau nodded. After he departed, Galliani appeared and spoke to Huang Kaiwen. I have communicated with the media, primarily condemning that wretched couple, while portraying the Dutch team as united and Bullerau as someone who prioritizes national honor over personal disgrace. Let us not forget the French team, Huang Kaiwen interjected. Their internal strife is far from over. Encourage the sun to fan the flames and uncover some juicy details from their side. Understood. Galliani nodded as he exited Huang Kaiwen's office. Despite the darkness that may loom over Europe and America, the facade remains well-crafted. With Galliani's deliberate guidance, Van der Vaart has become a pariah. The exterior walls of Tottenham Hotspur have been defaced with graffiti by disgruntled fans. The Times selected a graffiti photograph of Fuckvaart for its front page, stating that although this matter pertains to personal life, the Serie A stance serves as a cautionary tale for us. The president of the Italian Football Federation, Abet, has publicly declared his refusal to allow Van der Vaart to play in Serie A. While the Premier League may not regard such issues with concern, and the officials of the FA seem preoccupied with their own scandals, it is crucial to recognize that there exists only one Premier League. Each step forward for Serie A poses a threat to the Premier League. The Sun exposed certain details regarding Van der Vaart and his wife's infidelities, revealing that Sylvia has been unfaithful to numerous individuals, a fact that cannot be concealed. There was no need for investigative efforts, as individuals were eager to disclose information for monetary rewards. At this moment, the world became aware of the heavyweight status of this couple. The husband's affair with a close friend's wife was met with the wife's revenge through multiple indiscretions, spanning various professions. The Sun gleefully remarked that even the milkman delivering in the morning could recount the number of moles on Sylvia's body. The Dutch Telegraph reported that, according to our website survey, over 93% of domestic fans are filled with anticipation for the current Dutch team, believing that Bullerau made the correct choice to remain with the national squad, thus becoming a hero for the Netherlands. It has come to our attention that Sylvia's career has been adversely affected, with many programs preparing to terminate their contracts with her. As reported by Mundo Deportivo, Real Madrid has shown considerable interest in Milan's young player Hazard. However, Milan's president, Barbara Berlusconi, has asserted that not even a virus will be sold to Real Madrid. In Cruyff's column, he expressed his support for the current Dutch team. According to Gazzetta dello Sport, a consortium from the Middle East has approached Moratti, who, since the economic crisis, has faced personal financial difficulties. The devoted president of Inter Milan is now prepared to sell the club. It appears he has found a suitable successor for Inter Milan, and we may witness the emergence of a Serie A equivalent to Manchester City or PSG, as Inter Milan prepares to wield oil money, stirring the transfer market. The Milan municipal government has also indicated its willingness to support this transaction, should Inter Milan's new owner wish to purchase the Piazza or construct a new stadium. They are ready to facilitate the process. On June 20th, the conflict-ridden French team lost 2-0 to Spain. Shortly thereafter, media outlets reported severe discord within the French dressing room, with players engaged in physical altercations. Ben Arfa publicly criticized Blanc for substituting him too early, suggesting that other players performed worse. Such remarks heightened the already tense atmosphere in the locker room. Nasri, a star in the realm of internal strife, did not disappoint, as he clashed with Diarra during a pass, leading to post-match insults directed at journalists using a profanity-laden term. The global media went into a frenzy. The French team certainly did not disappoint them. With just a little digging, an entire month's worth of news could be generated from these events. In contrast, the Dutch team has not erupted with any further scandals. One day later, Huang Kaiwen and the entire Dutch team appeared at the PGE Arena in Gdansk. Today, the Netherlands faces Greece. The starting lineup for the Dutch team has some notable changes. Indeed, the formidable attacking quartet of Huntelaar, Sneijder, Robben, and Van Persie all feature in the starting 11. The ever-popular quit partners with Van Bommel in a dual defensive midfield role. Yet Strootman also finds himself in the starting lineup, seemingly playing a free role. Yes, the Dutch are employing a three-defender formation today. With the embroiled Bouleraus still in the starting lineup, the team's setup exudes an aggressive intent. Goodness, Huang Kaiwen has truly taken the concept of exploiting weaknesses to an extreme. My friend, on the football pitch, targeting the opponent is essential. Would you really engage in an open contest against a superior side? If the Dutch defense were a tad stronger, Huang Kaiwen would need to constantly alter tactics. To be honest, today's match might not be as straightforward. The Greeks performed commendably in the group stages. While I yearn to see Greece triumph, it seems rather unrealistic given the formidable long-range shooting abilities of several Dutch attackers. Are you perhaps too engrossed in Pro Evolution Soccer 8? Long-range shots may not necessarily breach a well-organized defense. Lo and behold, it's Robben. Shortly after the match commenced, Van Persie's deft pass from the left effortlessly pierced through the Greek defense, locating Robben. Robben, with a smooth left-footed strike, directed the ball straight into the Greek net. The stands erupted in exuberance. Many fans had barely settled into their seats when the Dutch took the lead. Huang Kaiwen, hands in pockets, was fervently gesturing on the sidelines. This goal was pivotal. The entire world recognized that the Greeks aimed for a penalty shootout, yet this goal extinguished their hopes of maintaining a resolute defense. Even if they wished to prolong the match to 120 minutes, they would first need to equalize. Fernando Santos kicked a water bottle in frustration. This Portuguese coach, who took over from Rehagel 2 years ago, has had a decent run with the Greek team. However, this goal disrupted his tactical plans for the day. He had initially intended to teach the overconfident Dutch a lesson. The strategy was to replicate how the Greeks had previously triumphed against the Dutch. Nevertheless, the Dutch struck early, complicating his game plan significantly. Fortunately, he had contingency measures in place. Santos shouted to his players, Tactic B, we are changing our strategy. As a coach, one cannot solely rely on the most idealistic tactics. He had contemplated what to do should Greece concede a goal. Regardless of the coach's caliber, the team must push forward to seek an equalizer. However, different coaches possess varying instincts regarding timing. This aspect profoundly tests a coach's ability to adapt during the match. Clearly, Santos is not particularly adept at in-game adjustments. A few minutes later, Robben, cutting in from the right, unleashed a curling shot that struck the post and ricocheted out. But Huntelaar's follow-up was an effortless tap into the empty net. The Dutch supporters in attendance nearly lost their minds. Although they had previously harbored no grievances regarding the team's style of play, the Dutch undeniably favor a more offensive approach. The style of the Eredivisie is quite evident. After scoring, Huntelaar dashed fervently towards the coaching bench, directly approaching Kevin Huang, thumping his chest and proclaiming, "I am a superior striker to Van Persie." capable of enriching our tactical approach. Van Persie, following closely behind, turned ashen. He had not anticipated that at such a moment, Huntelaar was contemplating usurping his position at Milan. It was not as though there had been a lack of suitors during the summer. Both Manchester City and PSG had reached out to his agent. However, Van Persie believed that an exorbitant salary held little merit, as he preferred to remain at Milan and secure additional championships. In time, he aspired to shine as a luminous star in the illustrious history of AC Milan, akin to Van Basten. Kevin Huang chuckled as he patted Huntelaar on the shoulder, remarking, "You are indeed exceptional, Klaas-Jan, but Milan's forward line is already sufficiently robust. Without any strikers departing, Milan simply could not afford to recruit another forward. In truth, the departure of one of the three top scorers would be the optimal choice, allowing for the recruitment of a slightly less formidable substitute to alleviate competition within Milan's attacking ranks." Yet, no one was inclined to leave. With the head coach for the upcoming season still undecided, Galliani would not push any forwards onto the market. Today, the Dutch team played with remarkable flair. Indeed, they had previously focused on a defensive counterattacking style, but now, liberating their play allowed the players to ease their minds. Kevin Huang excelled in this regard, employing varied tactics tailored to different opponents. Robben's performance today was also pivotal. With Affalay benched, Robben was not forced to play on the left flank. His presence on the right elevated his game to a level befitting a world-class winger, while he had always appeared somewhat awkward on the left. This is due to the inherent adjustment time required for left-footed players cutting in from the left. A swift adjustment could allow for a better breakthrough or shot, but it also invites defensive players to close in. Moreover, it is crucial to note that there have been no reports of discord within the Dutch squad. They appear remarkably united. Once again, it was Robben who received the ball, shifting it to the right, where Boularaus advanced with a deft pass, leading Van Persie to control the ball with his chest and score. Within the first 22 minutes, the Netherlands had established a 3-0 lead, thoroughly dismantling Greece. The outcome of the match seemed predetermined, leaving only the identity of their next opponent in question. Advancing to the semifinals would undoubtedly prove challenging. Kevin Huang had instructed the players to temper their play, advising them not to provoke the Greeks into committing fouls. Nevertheless, the match concluded with a score of 6-1. In the latter stages, Greece managed to salvage some pride with a goal from a corner kick. Santos did not attend the post-match press conference. However, Huang was also rather reserved in his comments. It was Robben, the standout performer of the day, who spoke at length. 2 days later, the 4 semi-finalists were finally determined. Spain would face Italy, while the Netherlands would contend against England, led by the charismatic Kane. The forthcoming matches promised to be thrilling spectacles. The Dutch team commenced their final specialized training, and under Van Bommel's leadership, some players even opted to sleep apart from their families. In the final week of maintaining their physical strength, the honor of the Delaunay Cup ignited a newfound ambition within them. Huang Kaiwen observed these transformations keenly. Although he wished to allow the players some respite, time was of the essence. If they reached the finals, it would mean a grueling schedule of back-to-back matches, making training the utmost priority. The Dutch players on the training ground were remarkably earnest, as the national team had declined all media interviews. "Boss, there is someone you must meet," Kaku remarked. "Who is it? The Prime Minister of the Netherlands?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. "No, it's the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, along with 2 princesses," Kaku replied, visibly excited. "Let us go," Huang Kaiwen said as he followed, asking, "I thought they had 4 sons." "I'm not entirely sure," Kaku murmured, "but I suspect that after over a century, the royal family is on the verge of having its first male heir. At this juncture, Prince William surely wants to convey that he does not prioritize male heirs and treats his daughters equally." Huang Kaiwen nodded, finding Kaku's reasoning sound. European organizations tend to scrutinize such matters closely, and the Netherlands, being a relatively open country, might align with Kaku's conjecture. Most European royals do not enjoy an easy life. Often living under a microscope, they frequently tread carefully, even the British royal family, which is particularly sensitive about these issues. However, the British media is exceedingly capable, rendering any mischief nearly impossible to conceal. Soon, Huang Kaiwen found himself in the reception room, where he was approached by a group. Crown Prince Alexander quickly stepped forward, grasping Huang Kaiwen's hand and declaring, "I have always been a fan of yours. When you took over the Dutch team, I knew the Delaunay Cup was calling us. The match hasn't even begun yet. Our upcoming opponents will not be easy, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Crown Princess Maxima greeted Huang Kaiwen warmly. Following her was Princess Amalia, who, despite her plumpness, exhibited a precocious demeanor befitting a future queen. Conversely, the younger Princess Alexia seemed eager to engage with Huang Kaiwen, peppering him with questions. While Huang Kaiwen did not judge by appearances, he found little affinity for this rebellious princess. Compared to her future queen sister, she was a girl fond of smoking, drinking, and tattoos. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's disinterest in conversing with Alexia, Princess Amalia quickly whisked her sister away. Huang Kaiwen nodded gratefully at Amalia. The royal family is prepared for celebrations and hopes you will return to the Netherlands with the trophy, Alexander said, his excitement palpable. These royal members must maintain a positive public image. Winning the Delaunay Cup would indeed be a significant achievement. We will strive to do so, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Suddenly, Crown Princess Maxima said, if you win the championship, you may choose 2 items from the royal treasury as our token of gratitude. Alexander's expression shifted dramatically at this statement. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. The princess likely acted on a whim, without prior consultation with her husband. However, the Dutch royal family indeed possesses numerous treasures, such as the Stuart diamond crown, which belonged to Queen Mary II of England from the Stuart family. Her husband, William, being Dutch, returned the crown to the Netherlands after her passing. The British have long desired its return, yet the Dutch have consistently refused, leaving the matter unresolved. It is presumed that Alexander may also fear that Huang Kaiwen might choose such precious artifacts. Huang Kaiwen, with a smile, remarked, there is no need for gifts. However, if there are items that my girlfriend would cherish, I hope the royal family might be willing to part with them, and I would gladly purchase them at a price exceeding market value. This statement lightened the atmosphere significantly. Huang Kaiwen was unperturbed by the financial aspect. The publicly known assets of the Dutch royal family amount to only $300 million. Behind the scenes, it is uncertain, but likely not much more. This sum pales in comparison to what he earns in a year playing football. Princess Maxima promptly interjected. I shall select 2 pieces from my own jewelry to gift to your girlfriend. Thank you very much for your generosity. Huang Kaiwen replied, it's quite all right. After a casual conversation, the royal photographer captured a few moments with the group. It was evident that their purpose for visiting was to take photographs with the football king. Huang. As the journalists departed, one inquired, Fabio Capello has always been a devoted believer in Eastern mysticism. Will you seek ways to counteract his sorcery? Huang Kaiwen corrected, firstly, that is not sorcery. Secondly, Mr. Capello is a coach I greatly respect. I would never enlist anyone associated with the occult to assist in our matches. I believe facing Mr. Capello's team will indeed be quite intriguing. After addressing the question, the royal entourage took their leave. Inzaghi felt a twinge of regret upon hearing the news, lamenting that he had not met the Dutch royals. He eagerly wished to expand his influence within the European aristocracy. However, aside from the Austrians seeking to create trouble, he had little interaction with royal members. Shortly thereafter, news of the royal visit to the Dutch team's residence was published online. Galliani approached Capello with his tablet in hand, asking, Fabio. Kevin stated it wouldn't be a battle of sorcery. Can we relax a bit? Of course, Kevin would not engage in such practices, Capello replied, adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, but Mauro Tassati might not be so certain. He is that scoundrel Ancelotti's assistant, and we must remain vigilant. Sancho eventually joined a team where he could play, but I believe he will struggle to regain his previous form in the Bundesliga, not due to lack of talent, but because Roy's contributions were significant, along with the pivotal role played by Akrif behind the scenes. The chapter concludes with the anticipation of the match between England and the Netherlands, which has captivated the world's attention. England, as expected, has always been a highly followed national team. Although the departure of the Beckhams might have affected England's visibility, the coach is no ordinary individual. Capello is currently the most watched coach in the world. His distinctive attire and entrance never fail to astonish the world. The presence of the charismatic player in the England national team serves as a guaranteed recipe for media success. As for the Netherlands team, it is notorious for its scandals, and this European championship has not been devoid of incidents. Since Huang Kaiwen has taken charge, the attention on the Dutch team has escalated to unprecedented levels, thanks to their coach, who boasts the largest fan base in the world. Consequently, the support for the Netherlands team is markedly ahead. The British media updates their websites almost every few minutes with developments concerning both teams. England's WAGs and German fans engage in brawls. Colleen proves to be a formidable boxing enthusiast. Lily Collins visits an orphanage alongside the Dutch WAGs. Capello holds a clandestine meeting with a mysterious religious figure. The semi-finals of the European Championship may encounter unforeseen challenges. The Vatican Guard embarks on a journey to escort a treasure. Archbishop James' glimpse of Warsaw and Gniezno may come to the aid of the Dutch team. Capello has always maintained strict disciplinary standards, resulting in a scarcity of news surrounding the England national team. However, the WAGs have consistently remained in the spotlight, primarily expressing their dissatisfaction with the consumer environment in Ukraine and Poland. While Poland is somewhat tolerable, the situation in Ukraine has deteriorated significantly. Naturally, establishments for libations can still be found. These attention-seeking women, apart from indulging in drinks, are often embroiled in altercations. Although Colleen may lack Victoria's sense of fashion, her robust physique makes her a formidable contender in a brawl. She and Rooney hail from less fortunate neighborhoods, and even if they wish to avoid street fights, they have inevitably encountered numerous such situations throughout their lives. The coach has apprehended an English journalist attempting to infiltrate. Koku jogs to the training ground to report this. They are to be detained, Huang Kaiwen declares, under the pretext of suspecting them of poisoning the players. It is essential to teach these Englishmen a lesson. Won't this cause trouble? Koku inquires, somewhat concerned. The English are notorious for their arrogance. Even in decline, the British Empire still wields considerable power. Rest assured, it will be fine, Huang Kaiwen reassures him. Even if the English protest, they might be secretly laughing behind their backs. Politicians and public figures universally disdain Fleet Street. Eager for someone to teach those paparazzi a lesson, Koku departs promptly. Inzaghi, clad in a long-sleeved training shirt, remarks, "Capello knows you well. Shall we give him a surprise?" "What sort of surprise?" Huang Kaiwen asks, intrigued. Gattuso and Nesta also gather around. "Perhaps the WM formation?" Inzaghi suggests playfully. "Let us not," Huang Kaiwen retorts dismissively. A three-defender setup is unsuitable for the Netherlands. Playing against Greece is one thing, but do you really think Heitinga can contain Rooney alone? "What is the matter, boss?" Heitinga, donning a training vest, runs to the sideline to retrieve a ball, overhearing Huang Kaiwen mention his name. "It's nothing. I merely remarked that your defending resembles Stam's." Huang Kaiwen replies nonchalantly. Heitinga smiles as he jogs back onto the field, though he only possesses a turning speed akin to that bald-headed player, Nesta quips. He had never encountered such an inept defender before. While Italy does have its share of less competent defenders, the tactical acumen of Italian players is undeniably commendable. From a young age, they are immersed in tactical lessons, effortlessly adapting to mainstream formations. After all, the principles of positioning and defensive strategies are ingrained in their minds from childhood. However, it is not to say that this is entirely advantageous. The extensive time devoted to tactical instruction often detracts from practical training. Players like Cassano possess extraordinary innate talent. But the lack of technical players in Italy primarily stems from issues in training focus. "Pay attention to teamwork and pass the ball more, Robin," Huang Kaiwen shouted on the field. "I need you to assist Wesley in organizing the attack, not merely to act as a winger." In the Dutch team, only Robin can afford to pass less frequently. Unfortunately, Robin's passing on the right flank is indeed awkward. He consistently brings the ball back to his left foot, circling back before delivering a pass. At this age, altering such ingrained habits proves rather challenging. Otherwise, even with a less proficient right foot, Robin should be capable of passing. One cannot merely rely on the occasional flashes of brilliance from his right foot. It is better to minimize his passing attempts. Conversely, Sneijder presents a different case. Huang Kaiwen had inquired several times, and it is indeed true that Sneijder's dominant foot is his right. Yet, Sneijder can even take free kicks with his left foot. This characteristic is reminiscent of Huang, the football king. In the realm of football, few can execute free kicks with their non-dominant foot. Among left-footed players, Van Persie's balance between his left and right foot is notably superior to Robin's. However, in front of goal, Van Persie's right foot lacks the same ferocity. When shooting, the effectiveness of his right foot is comparable to that of his left, but there is a discernible difference from outside the penalty area. Arranging their roles effectively indeed requires some thoughtful strategizing. That evening, Huang Kaiwen returned to the hotel and found Lily lying on the bed, engrossed in the television. She did not even notice his entrance. "What has captured your attention so thoroughly?" he inquired, giving her a gentle nudge. It's a program by the television network showcasing amusing incidents from the Premier League. Nowadays, it seems every Premier League coach is dabbling in the occult. Lily replied with a suppressed giggle. Even Sir Ferguson's little quirks have been exposed. That's quite normal. When people find themselves unable to alter their circumstances, they often turn to mysticism for hope, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Such behavior is even more prevalent among those battling serious illnesses. With the immense pressures in football, coaches inevitably seek psychological solace. The inclination of Premier League coaches towards mysticism bears little difference from the Italian coach's penchant for tactical studies. As long as they can ensure results, it matters little if the coach runs naked. Carrick serves as a prime example. The FA not only turns a blind eye, but also promotes Carrick's Taoist culture as something devoid of sorcery. Huang Kaiwen believes that possessing a belief system is not inherently negative, provided one does not resemble Domenech, who selects players based on astrology. That night, Lily succumbed first, leaving Huang Kaiwen to watch television alone. Recently, both Dutch and English football legends have been quite active. The trio of Dutch stars all hail from Milan, with Stam having played for both Milan and Manchester United. On the screen, Stam was being interviewed by Lineker. Lineker inquired, "Who do you believe possesses a higher probability of victory, the Netherlands or England?" "I wish for the Netherlands to triumph, yet England is formidable." Stam hesitated slightly and remarked, "Terry and his defensive line will exert considerable pressure on the Netherlands. Robin will be restricted in his performance when faced with Ashley Cole." This statement held merit. Even after a decline, Cole remains a top-tier defender. Otherwise, Chelsea would have long since parted ways with him. What then is the key to this match? Lineker asked. Stam crossed his legs and, with hands clasped around his knees, replied, "Ultimately, it will depend on the tactical arrangements made by both coaches. I perceive this as a contest of equals. While England boasts superior overall strength, the Netherlands possesses a greater number of elite players. Currently, England has only Rooney as a player of world-class offensive caliber. Which goalkeeper do you consider to be superior, Joe Hart or Stekelenburg?" Lineker probed, without a moment's hesitation. Stam responded, "Hart has quicker reflexes, yet he possesses some technical deficiencies. Stekelenburg is an excellent goalkeeper. His towering stature and solid fundamentals are his advantages." Huang Kaiwen then recalled a detail he had overlooked and quickly reached for his phone on the bedside table to open his notes. If heaven has feelings, it too would grow old, he thought, recalling Hart's blunder. There are numerous opinions regarding Hart. However, Huang Kaiwen found the most credible comparison to be that Hart and De Gea share similarities. Joe Hart's athletic prowess is indeed world-class. Yet he is also a goalkeeper whose positioning and technical skills leave something to be desired. Often, he compensates for these technical shortcomings with his athletic ability. Especially when confronted with long-range shots, Hart's positioning is of an entirely different caliber compared to Neuer's. Hart prefers to remain stationary, observing as an opponent strikes the ball before attempting a save. In such scenarios, if he manages to make a save, it is deemed miraculous. Yet, at times, he fails to keep pace with the ball and becomes a mere bystander. Neuer, on the other hand, constantly adjusts his footwork, making judgments based on the player's movements, allowing him to react more swiftly than Hart. The margin of difference in their ability to save is minimal. A quicker start from Neuer enables him to make the save. This aspect certainly warrants further refinement. The following day, as training neared its conclusion, Huang Kaiwen clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, come over for extra practice on long-range shots. It may prove useful against England." Van Persie, who frequently faced Hart, immediately broke into a smile. "Boss, share some insights on long-range shooting," Robin urged. Sneijder rolled his eyes in response, internally cursing the sycophant. Robin's ability for long-range shots is commendable, capable of occasionally striking a world-class goal with his right foot. Did such a matter truly require inquiry? Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Your long-range shooting is commendable. I need not instruct you further. However, remember this. Do not force a shot when opportunities are lacking. If you continually cede possession, the defense will falter. Strong teams may take frequent long-range shots against weaker opponents because they have solid defensive support. However, if you were to face a player like Heskey or Crouch, countering Ferdinand and Vidic, or Terry and Carvalho, the task becomes daunting. In contrast, a combination like Rooney and Ashley Young is more than sufficient to challenge the Dutch defenders. If you were to concede possession too frequently, Rooney might score before you." At that moment, Nesta approached, relishing the opportunity to gloat, remarking, Mourinho has spent 10 minutes in an interview disparaging Santos. Huang Kaiwen nearly burst with laughter. Indeed, it was the familiar Mourinho. His pride was formidable, a testament to his intense self-esteem. His success is undeniably intertwined with his character, yet at times, this very disposition can hinder him. The allure of football lies in the distinct personalities of both coaches and players. Uniformity would render it utterly mundane. On the eve of the match, Huang Kaiwen encountered none other than Cardinal James Glamper. It was an eventuality he had long anticipated. Given the fame of the Cardinal, it would have been unusual for the Vatican to abstain from involvement. This bishop, representing the Warsaw and Gniezno diocese, embodied the quintessential Eastern European visage. Huang Kaiwen approached him with a smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, Your Eminence. You are indeed Saint Kaiwen." Cardinal James Glamper, adopting a humble demeanor, replied, "That is merely a title bestowed by the fans. Even Bernabeu has its Saint Cassius." He then shifted the conversation, stating, "The Pope has entrusted me with the crown of the Holy Thorn." "The crown of the Holy Thorn?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, intrigued, as he had delved into such matters. The crown was reputedly crafted by soldiers mocking Jesus at his crucifixion, woven from thorns. However, it was said to have been lost after the French Revolution. Yet, the British Museum possesses a relic known as the Holy Thorn, containing a thorn from the original crown. "No, it is indeed the crown of the Holy Thorn," Cardinal James Glamper asserted. Huang Kaiwen nearly cursed under his breath. He was almost certain this object was a counterfeit. Yet, he feared that this affable cardinal might create a farcical situation regarding a relic's loss, a predicament for which no one could assume responsibility. What a conundrum this had turned into. After exchanging pleasantries with Glamper, Huang Kaiwen exited the meeting room. Galliani and Tassati approached, inquiring, "What brings the cardinal here?" "Trouble," Huang Kaiwen retorted, exasperated. "What kind of trouble?" Galliani asked. "He claims to have brought the crown of the Holy Thorn," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Impossible." Both Tassati and Galliani exclaimed in unison. The whereabouts of such relics are well known among Christians. Galliani turned to Huang Kaiwen, who nodded in affirmation. "Ensure the safety of our cardinal and his entourage. They are forbidden from leaving the hotel unaccompanied." "Public protection?" Galliani questioned. "Yes, and they must not be permitted to take anything from their rooms. Inform the Dutch that there are English spies entering the tactical room, and that security measures must be heightened," Huang Kaiwen instructed. This matter was of utmost significance. Though ostensibly to support Huang the King, it had undeniably stirred considerable chaos. Finally, match day arrived. The cardinal and his entourage remained compliant, much to Huang Kaiwen's relief. He now possesses a deeper understanding of the sentiments experienced by coaches Ancelotti and Capello. The bus slowly approached the National Stadium in Warsaw, flanked by throngs of fans from around the globe. Clad in orange jerseys, they expressed their unwavering support for Kevin Huang and the Dutch team. Yet, by mere appearance and physique, it was easy to distinguish between the Dutch and foreign fans. Luc de Jong gazed out the window, somewhat astonished, and remarked, "I never anticipated that our leader would be so popular." Sneijder, turning back with a hint of disdain, replied, "When we traveled to Japan with Real Madrid, it was all police escort and helicopters clearing the way. You must have seen it on television. It was akin to the treatment bestowed upon a head of state." "Is that so? That sounds truly impressive," Luc de Jong exclaimed, marveling at the sheer number of fans present. It was not just Kevin Huang. Even Gattuso and Inzaghi had their admirers. Luc de Jong noticed a burly man holding a sign that read, "Gattuso, come and ravage me." He immediately shuddered and turned his gaze away from the window. At the National Stadium in Warsaw, Capello and his coaching staff had arrived early to conduct a thorough inspection. "Are we employing the 8 formation today, which is an ancient Chinese tactic?" asked Galbiati. Capello waved away the dust and replied, "There are many interpretations of the 8 formation. According to Tang Li Wendy, it encompasses the 8 formations of heaven, earth, wind, cloud, dragon, tiger, bird, and snake. However, the water classics attest that the ruins of the 8 formation site extend eastward across ancient fortifications, constructed of fine stones, forming 8 rows spaced 2 zhang apart, indicating that it is not merely 8 formations. Based on my understanding, I have attempted to reverse engineer the tactics of Zhuge Liang." Galbiati was utterly perplexed, yet he recognized that comprehension was unnecessary. If the assistant coach understood everything, what purpose would the head coach serve? Thus, Galbiati followed Capello's directives without question, embodying the essence of a competent assistant coach. This monumental clash garnered immense attention, with over 260 countries and regions broadcasting the match. The National Stadium in Warsaw could only accommodate 50,000 spectators, yet millions globally were invested in the outcome of this contest. The long-standing rivalry between the maritime coachmen and the empire on which the sun never sets was a tale as old as time. The conflicts among European nations were complex and intertwined, particularly with England, a notorious instigator that had managed to provoke nearly every nation. Identifying a country without tensions with them proved to be a daunting task. Even before the match commenced, Dutch fans unfurled banners taunting Gerrard with the phrase, "You have never defeated Kevin." Other banners aimed at Gerrard read, "Be cautious not to make a back pass." This reference to Gerrard's infamous back passes, which had led to critical own goals during pivotal matches, was a recurrent topic. While many players have made similar mistakes as elite athletes, their every move is etched in the memories of rival fans, who relish in resurrecting such moments. Ashley Cole, shaking his hips, remarked, "That guy is being mocked again." "Have you ever triumphed over Kevin?" Terry retorted, somewhat irked. Ashley Cole appeared overly optimistic, finding amusement in his teammates' misfortunes. However, today Kevin is unable to take the field. Ashley Cole nudged the ball towards Terry, saying, "Relax, Kevin can't do anything from the sidelines." Yet, let us not forget that Kevin, as a coach, has never tasted defeat. Terry replied with a hint of concern. Having been teammates with Kevin for 2 years, he is acutely aware of Kevin's remarkable influence. To regard Kevin merely as an ordinary coach would be a grave misjudgment. Joe Hart cast a wistful glance towards the player tunnel. He had always aspired to play for Milan. However, transitioning from a substitute at Manchester City to a starting position, AC Milan had yet to extend an offer to him. Today's match promises to be quite thrilling, as the England national team primarily consists of players from the Premier League, with Kevin possessing an intimate familiarity with them. Indeed, while Capello, as an Italian coach, is well acquainted with the Dutch chain defense, this matchup presents a scenario where both coaches possess profound insights into each other's strategies. As both teams have taken the field, Kevin followed closely behind the players, yet Capello was notably absent. Let us first review the starting lineups. England. In a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Gary Cahill, Glenn Johnson. Midfielders, Gareth Barry, Wilshere, Gerrard. Forwards, Walcott, Rooney, Ashley Young. Netherlands. Also in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Stekelenburg. Defenders, Quit, Vlaar, Heitinga, Bullerhaus. Midfielders, Van Bommel, Sneijder, De Jong. Forwards, Van Persie, Huntelaar, Robben. Both teams are fielding their strongest lineups, and it comes as no surprise that Kevin has opted to position Quit as a fullback. Affalay, in an interview, expressed that although he had lost his place, he was more than willing to make sacrifices for the team's success. Kevin's Netherlands team has indeed transformed. At this moment, a cardinal appeared, holding a tray that immediately captivated the attention of the entire stadium. The items atop the tray caused many to widen their eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, a myriad of colorful flags were raised in the stands, accompanied by various artifacts. At the pinnacle of the stands, Capello stood poised with a sword. Suddenly, the long sword was drawn and flew into the field. Capello, standing atop the stands, abruptly leaped down. Only upon closer inspection could one notice the wire behind him as he landed on the heads of fans, pursuing the sword towards the coach's bench. Such spectacles are rather commonplace in matches involving the England national team, though they rarely reach such extravagant heights. This grand display evokes memories of Capello's tenure at Real Madrid. Reminiscent of the fanfare during the Spanish national derby, the sword descended vertically at the field's edge, plunging directly into the turf. Capello, with his garments billowing, elegantly landed on one foot atop the sword, executing a backflip before standing with his back to the field, hands clasped behind him. Kevin's eyelids twitched in astonishment. Truly, this is a grand production. He cast a glance at the tape recorder beneath the England substitutes bench. The melodious voices of Roman and Jenny emanated from the tape recorder. Is there a peak higher than this mountain, or is there another height surpassing the heavens? Indeed, there exist mountains loftier than this one. Yet love cannot find anyone superior to you. Kevin, Capello has already made his move, Tassadi anxiously remarked. Oh, Huang Kaiwen was still lost in thought. The entrance of the esteemed Capello was indeed most striking. What I mean is, we ought to devise some countermeasures, Tassadi suggested. Oh, very well, Huang Kaiwen nodded. You should find a place in the tunnel. It's too easy for them to spot you on the sidelines. Huang, not wishing to be associated with the mystique of a coach, felt it prudent to keep Tassadi's methods discreet at this moment. Well, you certainly think ahead, Tassadi replied, swiftly retrieving his backpack from the coaching bench and making his way towards the tunnel. Ha, oh ha, Coach Zhang chuckled. Capello has yet to disappoint us. Previously, our messaging platform received comments from fans stating that he is a Beckham fan. However, now they are primarily interested in the England team to witness Capello's tactics. During Capello's interviews, it becomes evident that he possesses a profound understanding of many traditional cultures, and his command of the Chinese language is commendable. Moreover, Capello's familiarity with numerous idioms reveals his vast knowledge. Regrettably, Huang Kaiwen is not Ancelotti. If it were Ancelotti, the match between them would undoubtedly be thrilling. In this regard, Huang Kaiwen pales in comparison. Indeed, Capello exudes charisma. He possesses a genuine depth of understanding regarding Taoist scriptures. If he were truly Taoist, why would he seek the limelight? Following one's heart, adhering to the natural order, do you comprehend? Capello exemplifies a higher realm. In terms of entrance, Capello outshines Huang Kaiwen. During the Champions League final, Huang Kaiwen also made a striking appearance. I have viewed previous footage. The German drivers pursuing Huang Kaiwen were perilously thrilling. His demeanor seemed utterly reckless. Hence his entrance was not surprising. Huang Kaiwen's equestrian skills are undeniably impressive. I suspect he could perform in a period drama without needing safety precautions, delivering a spectacular performance. Indeed, the only concern is whether they can afford his salary. Furthermore, Huang Kaiwen has been blacklisted by insurance companies. His high market value, coupled with frequent mishaps, both in aviation and equestrian pursuits, renders them hesitant to offer him coverage. The match has commenced. Capello's England employs a strategy reminiscent of his time at Real Madrid. Wilshere assumes the role akin to that of Guti. However, the individual capabilities of the Trident do not match the prowess of the legendary Huang. Thus, they will not focus on a singular point of attack. This strategy is founded on defense and counterattacks. Although it may appear rather mundane, the results have been commendable. In the European qualifiers, England triumphed in all matches, advancing to the finals. As for the Netherlands, there is no need for elaboration. England's midfield is not particularly robust, and the Dutch midfield is equally formidable. The comprehensive ability of the Trident surpasses that of England. Yet, defensively, they cannot compare. The Achilles heel of the Netherlands lies within their defense. At the outset, the Dutch team adopted a more subdued posture, focusing on defense. Unlike Spain, England struggled to execute their intricate passing game in front of the penalty area against such low-block defenses. They were often compelled to take shots after only a few moments of pressure. This aspect did not present significant issues. Huang Kaiwen stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the field. In the previous match against Greece, he had considered this tactical approach. Continuous defensive play surely weighed heavily on the players' psyches. Faced with a weaker opponent like Greece, they could exert their dominance, providing a form of psychological release. Regardless of whether they faced England or even Italy, today's tactics would remain unchanged. Only against Spain would Huang Kaiwen contemplate alternative strategies. The tactical style of Spain is reminiscent of Barcelona's. A rigid defense aimed at time-wasting would be futile, necessitating more innovative solutions. The match unfolded in a rather dreary manner, with the broadcast frequently panning to the stands. At the National Stadium in Warsaw, apart from the legends of both nations, the most striking presence was that of the royal families. With the rise of the internet, royal privacy has diminished significantly. Every event is scrutinized under the spotlight. Additionally, there are consistent calls to abolish monarchies, prompting European royals to be particularly mindful of enhancing their influence in such settings. Representing the British royal family was still Prince William, accompanied by the frequently seen football enthusiast, Miss Spencer. William leaned in and asked, "Which side do you believe has a greater chance of victory today?" He had begun to pay attention to this aspect after observing Huang Kaiwen's matches. "Certainly the Netherlands," replied Miss Spencer, "but we should support England." Yet, the opponent was none other than Kaiwen. Even though Huang Kaiwen was not on the pitch as a player, many still believed in his ability to maintain an undefeated legacy. On the field, while England appeared to have a slight upper hand, they posed no real threat to the Dutch goal. During one counterattack, Van Persie received the ball on the left, cut inside, and attempted a wall pass with Huntelaar, but failed to bypass Cahill. He quickly lifted the ball to the opposite side instead. Terry instinctively bent down to clear the ball from the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen shouted instructions, urging them to play on the ground and to minimize aerial plays in the central area today. The defensive duo of Terry and Cahill was undeniably formidable in the air. Their physical stature alone testified to their prowess. Even though Huntelaar possessed commendable physicality, it ultimately depended on the opponent he faced. Terry's broad shoulders were somewhat intimidating. He was a defender with both glaring strengths and weaknesses, yet as a quintessential English traditional defender, he had indeed reached the pinnacle of defensive capability. His shortcomings lay primarily in his passing ability and agility. However, attempting to engage him in aerial duels proved to be quite challenging. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had instructed them to exploit Cahill's blind spots, as Cahill's agility was notably inferior to Terry's. A slight lapse in protection could reveal opportunities at that juncture. Morrow has yet to return. Should I go check on him? Gattuso inquired as he approached the sidelines. Let it be. Do not let it affect him, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Tassadi and Ancelotti had accumulated a wealth of esoteric knowledge. This realm is fraught with complications for those who are unfamiliar. Gattuso recalled how, during Ancelotti's tenure at Milan, the players had been thoroughly tested. Capello turned his gaze towards the Dutch coaching bench. When he had coached Huang Kaiwen, he had noted the latter's exceptional ability to read the game. From that moment, Capello had sensed that Huang Kaiwen would evolve into a commendable coach after retirement. However, he had not anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would create challenges for him from the coaching seat so soon. The chain defense certainly has its drawbacks, which Capello had recognized during his playing days. Yet today, the Dutch team's chain defense was remarkably agile. They were not employing a parallel positioning. Rather, it was Sachai's classical asymmetric chain defense. Asymmetry inevitably places emphasis on one side, and the Dutch were particularly targeting the more skilled Walcott. While Quit focused on the less ambitious Ashley Young and the lurking Gerrard, Huang Kaiwen had nearly replicated the system that led Italy to victory in the 1982 World Cup. Thus, while the tactical framework of the Dutch team appeared unchanged, it was in a constant state of evolution. Each match saw Huang Kaiwen adapting tactics to exploit the characteristics of the opposing players. Capello found himself admiring Huang Kaiwen's adaptability. Among the myriad of coaches he had encountered in his career, Huang excelled in this regard. Fabio, the Poles have informed us of an intriguing discovery, Galliani interjected. What is it? Capello inquired. They found Mauro Tassadi engaging in witchcraft in the restroom. Galliani replied. Huh, what a charlatan, Capello scoffed. Informed the Poles to confiscate his belongings. The FA had already facilitated communication with them before our arrival. I am aware, Galliani responded. By the way, if he fails to return to the field, ensure someone follows him, Capello added. That scheming fatso Ancelotti and his assistant are not to be trusted. The fans of San Miao were particularly fervent today. Huang Kaiwen possessed remarkable vision. Such things are always perilous when compared. When English fans compared their allure, the appeal of the Dutch fans soared. Huang Kaiwen often felt inclined to play in Italy because of the beauty of Italian women. Even without engaging them in conversation, simply gazing upon them was a pleasure. Today's atmosphere was decidedly dull. He could envision the commentators lambasting him, and Capello, the King of Yellow, was employing Sachai's chain defense, while Capello's approach blended elements of English defensive counterattacks. This was a clash of titans, both teams adopting a defensive stance. Caught in this thought, Huang Kaiwen could not help but chuckle. He had never imagined he would one day orchestrate hypnotic football akin to Barcelona's, despite not taking to the pitch himself. The national team's selection limitations remained significant, and transfers were not an option. Had Van Dijk and De Ligt been present, Huang Kaiwen would have dared to step forth and engage in a contest of wills with England. The atmosphere felt rather lackluster, prompting Huang Kaiwen to retreat to the coaching bench. Kevin, have you not perused today's newspapers? Inzaghi inquired, approaching him. What is the matter? Huang Kaiwen responded. Rijkaard has criticized you, and you appear utterly unperturbed. That is quite unusual, Inzaghi remarked with a smirk. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Rijkaard is a venerable figure in coaching and a Milan legend. His words surely come from a place of goodwill, and I harbor no grudges. Inzaghi's eyes widened in disbelief as Huang Kaiwen took the newspaper from his hands. Originally, it was the fourth page of Tuttosport, but such news hardly merits the front page, especially with the ongoing serialized tale of the King of Yellow's tireless efforts to secure investment for Serie A. During an interview, Rijkaard stated, "While Kevin has brought success to the Dutch national team, he must also consider the fans and Dutch football at large. Offense is the essence of Dutch football. Given the presence of players like Sneijder, Van Persie, and Robben, his persistent focus on defense is indeed inappropriate." "See, you are irked," Inzaghi interjected. "Not at all." Huang Kaiwen shook his head, returning the newspaper to Inzaghi. "Is that so?" Inzaghi tilted his head, scrutinizing Huang Kaiwen. "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He reached into his pocket and, without hesitation, sent a message to Galliani. "Find someone to counter Rijkaard's remarks." Questioning whether he aims to disrupt the unity of the Dutch team and incite division over tactics. Emphasize his failure at Barcelona against Milan, which undermines his authority to critique the national team. After sending it, Huang Kaiwen promptly added another note. Ensure the person is a contemporaneous Dutch player, preferably of similar stature in the football world. While the King of Yellow was magnanimous, he would not permit any disruption for the Dutch team during the European Championship. Rijkaard's actions were tantamount to treachery. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Huang Kaiwen planned to review the Dutch laws concerning the definition of espionage. The first half concluded in a dreary stalemate. Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines to greet the players. "Neither side has generated promising opportunities in the first half," he remarked. "Yes. At this juncture, a single error could hand the chance to reach the finals to the opponent. Thus, both England and the Netherlands played cautiously today. Indeed, thus far. It seems the most notable aspect of the match has been England's coach Capello's approach. Let us hope the second half brings us some surprises," he added. Upon returning to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen found himself waiting in vain for Tassadi, which began to stir concern within him. He pulled out his phone only to discover that Tassadi's was turned off. Meanwhile, Tassadi exited the Warsaw Stadium in haste. Despite it being June, the gloomy weather cast an uncomfortable pall. He had not anticipated Capello's cunning, particularly in colluding with the Polish. Even Carlo's notebook had been confiscated under the pretense of a security check. Fortunately, it was merely a copy. The original manuscript was never brought to London. As for the spell-breaking incantation, it has been firmly etched in his memory. He now merely needs to gather a few materials. The halftime intermission has elapsed, and both teams have returned to the field. It appears neither side intends to make substitutions. Indeed, it seems both coaches might be amenable to a draw. However, there is one point to consider. Neither the Dutch nor the English players exhibit reliability when it comes to penalty kicks. This assertion is not unfounded. Take the Dutch team in the 1990s, for instance, where every penalty seemed to lead to defeat. The English side mirrors this sentiment. As Beckham's presence at the penalty spot has historically not yielded success, he became a national pariah after missing a crucial penalty kick. For penalties, one ought to look to Italy and Germany. Should penalties be required today, it would likely be a case of mutual ineptitude. There is still ample time remaining, and it is not certain that penalties will be necessary, especially with Huang Kaiwen's unpredictable strategies. Is Karazin truly jesting with you? Such a formidable sword he wields. England seems to be lacking that final spark. Nonetheless, their performance today has been commendable. As the second half commences, both teams continue to play conservatively. Capello's tactics are inherently Italian, and even if other coaches were at the helm, the situation would not differ significantly. The semi-finals and finals of major tournaments often trend towards tedium. Not everyone possesses Guardiola's flair for the dramatic and critical moments. Wilshere orchestrates play in the attacking third, while Gerrard leans more towards defensive duties. Otherwise, Barry could not possibly shoulder the workload alone. Both teams exhibit their own set of issues. The Dutch defense inhibits their offensive push, while England's midfield lacks harmony. Despite the multitude of strong teams in the Premier League, none can fully integrate England's midfield. Even after Capello's extended tenure with England, he has failed to rectify this matter entirely. The English midfielders, by their very nature, lack compatibility, even stars of Gerrard's caliber. It was during his partnership with Alonso at Liverpool that Gerrard played with the utmost comfort. Wilshere, instinctively seeking to collaborate with Gerrard, unfortunately misplaces his pass. De Jong intercepts the ball and swiftly sends it forward. On the left flank, Van Persie leaps to control the ball with his calf and then charges towards England's penalty area. Cahill maintains his position, leaving Terry to drift on the periphery. Observing Van Persie advancing centrally, Terry swiftly closes the gap. Suddenly, Huntelaar darts towards the left flank. Van Persie deftly flicks the ball with his heel, delivering it directly to Huntelaar's feet. With a swift touch, Huntelaar unleashes a powerful left-footed strike, the ball hurtling into the upper left corner of the net like a cannonball, leaving the notoriously quick Hart with no chance to respond. The substitutes and coaching staff surge towards the sidelines in jubilant celebration, while Huang Kaiwen remains composed on the bench, crossing his legs and jotting down notes on his pad. Inzaghi, curious, returns to his seat and leans in to peek. Huang Kaiwen promptly shifts his notebook aside, denying Inzaghi a glimpse. The notebook reveals, in the past, we were merely a disjointed entity, yet our coach urged us to unite, setting aside personal glory and disgrace, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly to the honor of our nation and the mission of our people. This instilled in us a profound understanding. We are a collective, and together, we possess the power to change the world. This transcends mere growth on the football pitch. It represents a spiritual elevation, transforming me from a self-centered player into a noble man imbued with a sense of purpose. A Dutch national team player, who wishes to remain anonymous, expressed this sentiment. The aroma of wine fears the depth of the alley. King Huang has contributed immensely to the Dutch team, and it is only fitting that we spread the word. We will soar to great heights, together, bidding farewell to all our friends, as Dutch fans sing and dance in the stands. Their most frequently chanted anthem is Go West by the Pet Shop Boys, alongside the Dutch national anthem Wilhelmus van Nassau. Go West has borne different meanings over the years. Today, it has become a staple in stadiums. In the 1990s, it called upon Soviet youth to embrace the advanced civilization of the West, and its resounding echo in Poland was nothing short of ironic. Huang Kaiwen rose and approached the substitutes bench, gesturing to Strootman, who promptly dashed to the sidelines to warm up. Huang Kaiwen was clearly preparing to implement a strategic shift. Indeed, Strootman was assigned the role of a sweeper under Huang Kaiwen's guidance, indicating his intention to maintain the current scoreline. Interestingly, Mourinho and several other coaches expressed considerable agreement with Huang Kaiwen's tactics. Mourinho even remarked that Huang Kaiwen's tactical acumen far surpassed that of Portugal's national coach, Paulo Bento. While we refrain from passing judgment on this assertion, it is undeniable that the Dutch team emerged victorious in their previous encounters. Capello's England now finds itself in a deadlock, having faced criticism from the English media for its overly simplistic tactics. However, the combination of ground play and wing crosses represents the utmost capability of England. Expecting Wilshere to replicate Arsenal's style within the national setup proves challenging given the current configuration. Indeed, the primary dilemma for the national team lies in the divergent tactics employed by players at their respective clubs. Gerrard at Liverpool, Wilshere at Arsenal, and Barry at Manchester City are rivals in their clubs, lacking the necessary synergy and familiarity in positioning, which poses significant challenges. Previously, England relied on defensive prowess to secure narrow victories, but against a more formidable Dutch defense, they seemed to falter. Moments later, a dead ball situation arose on the pitch. Huang Kaiwen swiftly executed a substitution, replacing Huntelaar and shifting Sneijder to the wing. Huntelaar's attributes were not particularly effective against Terry and Cahill, although he scored a goal. It was largely a result of Van Persie and Sneijder's contributions, save for the final execution. Huang Kaiwen's ability to facilitate shots for Van Persie is commendable, yet he lacks the same finesse in maneuvering defenders for effective passing. In the face of teams with diverse characteristics, it is imperative to continually adapt the team's playing style. Today's adversary, Capello, is a notably versatile coach. While he maintains strict disciplinary standards, he does possess a penchant for tactical variations. The 4-2-3-1 formation employed by England today is a testament to this adaptability, as Capello has previously favored formations such as 4-4-2 and 3-5-2, which England occasionally utilizes. These formations share common traits, such as two industrious central midfielders and dynamic wing play, whether it was Cafu and Candela from his days at Roma or Camoranesi at Juventus. The essence remains unchanged with today's England featuring Ashley Young and Walcott. Regardless of the tactical framework, the fundamental strategies remain constant, allowing Huang Kaiwen to make targeted adjustments prior to matches. Beckham's absence from the European Championship was a relief for Huang Kaiwen, as Capello's disinterest in him meant that Beckham's crossing threat on the right flank was significantly greater than that of Ashley Young. If Beckham were to persistently deliver crosses into the penalty area, it would only be a matter of time before one found its mark. Commentary from Sky Sports has begun to criticize Capello, with Andy Gray lamenting, "We have been on the defensive all day, yet we still conceded first." Indeed, Capello has orchestrated some of the most uninspiring football for England, failing to deliver results, leading to suggestions that the national team might consider a domestic coach. Martin Tyler remarked on Huang Kaiwen's tactical adjustments, noting their significant impact as the European Championship reaches the semi-finals. We might as well appoint Kaiwen as coach. Perhaps he could truly bring football home, Tyler mused. Galliani hastily approached the sidelines, exclaiming, "The Polish have been trailing us with Tisati. He seems to have noticed our pursuit and is leading us in circles." Capello responded, "As long as he does not employ sorcery to influence the match, we shall be fine. I possess a lamp. Arrange it according to the diagram and ignite it once. As long as the main light does not extinguish, we still have a glimmer of hope." Galliani, having learned much from Capello, promptly turned and lit the 7-star lantern as instructed. Capello drew forth his sword, adopting a stance reminiscent of the celestial constellations. In an instant, he shifted his posture, embodying a protective formation distinct from the common exorcisms. This was a safeguard for delivering important documents to the heavens. Capello intoned, "All scholars belong to Wenchang. Good and evil shall be rewarded accordingly. I, Fabio of the Capello lineage from Qingqing Mountain, implore the Emperor Wenchang to grant me success, ensuring England's advancement." Upon Strothman's entry onto the pitch, the Dutch team found themselves with two disruptive forces, fracturing England's offensive cohesion. The already tenuous cooperation among the players became utterly disjointed. Upon receiving the ball, Gerrard faced Strothman once again, feeling a sense of exasperation. He had previously reviewed Strothman's profile. This is clearly a versatile midfielder. However, instead of utilizing his full potential, he focuses solely on disrupting the opponent's attacks. Moreover, with Van Bommel in front of him, Gerrard finds it difficult to release the ball. Upon seeing Ashley Cole advancing, he swiftly distributes the ball to the flanks. Ashley attempts to carry the ball forward, but as his speed diminishes, the threat he poses significantly lessens. And Quit closely marks him, preventing him from passing the ball immediately. The two engage in a tussle as they race towards the byline. Ashley Cole, with a keen eye, deliberately nudges the ball forward to accelerate. He seizes the opportunity, turns, and strikes the ball against Quit's shins, causing it to ricochet out of bounds. A corner kick ensues. England's corners have been rather scarce today, and the Dutch team remains vigilant in this regard. Indeed, caution is paramount now, as both of England's central defenders have surged forward. Ashley Young takes the corner, and Terry. The ball finds the net. In the 70th minute of the second half, England's captain Terry equalizes with a header, bringing both teams back to square one. This goal is crucial. England's heading prowess is formidable, and it has indeed borne fruit. The Netherlands must contemplate their next strategy. Capello has summoned Welbeck, seemingly intent on resolving the match within the allotted 90 minutes. Huang Kaiwen, on the other hand, returns to the bench. He anticipated that Capello would adhere to his dual-wing strategy and double pivot, and he has prepared accordingly. Substitutions have been made, yet there is little that can be altered. There are no apparent errors on the field that necessitate reminders for the players. The focus now rests on their individual performances. Amidst these matters, he finds himself increasingly concerned for Tisati. His prolonged absence suggests something may have gone awry. "Gennaro, you and Alessandro should go check on him. Mauro might have encountered trouble," Huang Kaiwen remarks. Gattuso and Nesta rise immediately, sharing a concern for Tisati. "That guy Mauro might have run into a Polish girl on the way and been invited to her home," Inzaghi quips. Huang Kaiwen rolls his eyes. "No wonder you and Cassano get along so well. You can conjure up a woodpecker scenario for anything." When Inzaghi eventually retires in a few years, Huang Kaiwen will surely urge him to pursue a career in entertainment, for it would undoubtedly yield greater success than remaining on the pitch. As the match approaches its conclusion, a gentle rain begins to fall from the sky. This rain quickly intensifies, transforming into a torrential downpour that flows in a continuous line. Huang Kaiwen, seated on the bench, stands at the edge of the field. During inclement weather, a coach's presence on the sidelines can provide reassurance to the players. In front of the England coaching staff, Capello stares blankly, his eyes wide with despair. The 7-star lamp beneath the coaching shelter offers protection from the rain. Yet Galliani informs him that the main light has gone out. Capello, with his sword plunged into the ground, supports himself upon it, murmuring, "Impossible, this should not be." Suddenly, he jolts, glancing towards the stands behind him. At that moment, he spots a familiar, plump face. The eyebrows, one raised and the other lowered, were familiar even in ashes. "Damn it, Ancelotti," You cunning scoundrel, using Tassadi as bait while you employ sorcery against me. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the 90-minute match. The players returned to the locker room once more. On a rainy day, it was only fitting to change into more comfortable jerseys. The players were replenishing their energy when Huang Kaiwen casually sat in a corner and posed a question, a topic for the locker room, which must remain confidential. If you could choose any woman to spend a night with, and she would appear as she did at 20, who would it be? The players were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Huang Kaiwen's audacity. However, they soon engaged in a fervent discussion. Hepburn, Arquette, Monica Bellucci, Eva Green, my wife. Van Persie's answer was met with disdain, as the others deemed him insincere. Huang Kaiwen cast his vote for Vivian Lee. The players were in good spirits today, yet tension lingered after the equalizer, and Huang Kaiwen sought to alleviate their pressure. He felt a twinge of concern for Tassadi, struggling to conjure the usual array of intriguing questions. Yet, in a gathering of men, discussing women was always a safe bet to lighten the mood. Inzaghi remarked, I believe Yekaterina is superior. Curious, Huang Kaiwen inquired. Aren't you a devoted admirer of Monica Bellucci? Inzaghi replied earnestly, my status has changed. Yekaterina would benefit my empire. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Inzaghi on the shoulder. You never forget your mission. Now, Huang Kaiwen harbored some concern for Inzaghi. Could this fellow truly find a wife beneficial to his empire? After the break, both teams returned to the field. However, they had grown increasingly conservative. The fans in the stands were fervently cheering, yet the atmosphere remained dull. Huang Kaiwen noticed Capello seemed somewhat off, perhaps overwhelmed by pressure. At his age, he should be in decent shape, still capable of soaring through the air. The current situation saw the Dutch enjoying a slight midfield advantage, but they were unable to press forward aggressively, failing to breach England's defense. Both teams were hesitant to advance too far, resulting in lackluster attacks. After all, England knew the taste of falling behind. The Dutch, having conceded an equalizer, were awakened to their predicament. In this scenario, any defensive error could lead to elimination. As the first half concluded, both teams prepared to make substitutions. Huang Kaiwen summoned all the players. As the second half commenced, he stood by the sidelines, covering his mouth, and said, What I am about to say is directed at Tim Krul, yet each of you must maintain a serious demeanor. Do not let the English detect my tactical intentions. The Dutch players glanced towards Huang Kaiwen as they warmed up. When it comes time for penalties, Tim, you will take the field. Allow me to elucidate the penalty habits of certain players from England. Both John Terry and Ashley Cole exhibit a preference for shooting towards the right side. While Steven Gerrard does not specifically aim for the left, should he do so, he tends to employ distinctive movements that one can easily discern. Kevin Huang remarked, covering his mouth. Tim Krul's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Huang would divulge such insights. Huang's prowess in saving penalties is well respected among goalkeepers worldwide, and Krul is no exception. However, in moments of great importance, his mind tends to become chaotic. What should be straightforward observations regarding a few individuals and their penalty tendencies seem perplexing to him. Noticing Krul's expression, Huang continued, No worries. I will write it down on your water bottle, and you can glance at it whenever needed. That would be splendid. Krul replied, somewhat exhilarated. Huang shot him a disapproving look, prompting Krul to quickly compose himself. It would be another 2 years before Krul gained notoriety for his penalty-saving abilities at the World Cup. Huang hesitated over whether to substitute the goalkeeper, considering Krul's limited appearances in the European Championship. What if the change proved detrimental? He would bear full responsibility for such a decision. Yet, recalling the incident during the Europa League final with De Gea remaining in goal despite his lackluster penalty-saving skills, Huang resolved firmly, should penalties arise today, a substitution would be imperative. England had already utilized 2 of their substitution opportunities. Huang exhaled in relief. Even if Capello discerned his tactical intentions, it would be futile now. As the first half of extra time drew to a close, Krul stood at the sidelines with the water bottle in hand. Madness. The entire world seemed to be in a frenzy. Huang frequently summoned all substitutes for warm-ups. Yet none anticipated that he was genuinely preparing to replace the goalkeeper at such a critical juncture. Huang is swapping the goalkeeper for the penalty shootout. It was indeed a bold move. While a new goalkeeper might yield miraculous results, there was an equally significant risk that he might not find his rhythm in time. The referee's whistle signaled the end of extra time, and the teams were poised to enter the relentless penalty shootout. Both the Netherlands and England have historically faltered during such decisive moments. This time, we shall witness which team emerges victorious. The players returned to the sidelines, and Huang stated, Alyong will go first, Robin second, Wesley third, Mark fourth, Dirk fifth, Khalidi sixth, and Nigel seventh. Khalidi Boularaouz expressed gratitude, surprised that Huang had placed him in such a prominent position during this critical moment. Huang smiled. If Boularaouz could endure such circumstances and perform commendably, he was willing to trust him once more. Huang instructed, remember this, Hart is a goalkeeper with rapid reflexes. Choose your positions wisely and strike with conviction, understood? Understood. Huang called out again, 1, 2, 3, for the league, just as the coaches on both sides nervously strategized for the impending penalty showdown. The entire world of commentary is captivated by Krul's water bottle, adorned with numbers, names, and penalty habits, drawing remarkable attention. Despite the presence of numerous football superstars on both sides, the broadcast cameras consistently focus on the water bottle in Krul's hands. An excited Krul declared, the Netherlands will prevail. Kevin never misjudges penalties, and today there shall be no surprises for our team. Commentators from other nations echoed similar sentiments. Martin Tyler and Andy Gray, overwhelmed with envy, fervently addressed the English Football Association during the live broadcast. Although Huang Kaiwen had played in the Premier League for 2 years and maintained good relations with the British royal family, the FA had not extended an invitation for him to join the England coaching staff. Had Huang been part of the England coaching team, it would likely have been Joe Hart receiving the notes. The players have now taken to the field, with 50,000 fans holding their breath in anticipation. The atmosphere of the penalty shootout is utterly suffocating. The Dutch coaching staff and substitutes stand at the sidelines, while Huang Kaiwen, with an arm around both Cocu and Inzaghi, exudes enthusiasm. Van Bommel, fortunate enough to draw the first kick, prompts Huang to raise his arms in excitement, a promising omen. The team that shoots first generally enjoys a higher success rate, as it transfers psychological pressure onto the opponent. Upon hearing the whistle, Robin initiated his run and decisively sent the ball into the right side of the goal. The Dutch substitutes erupted in fervent cheers from the sidelines. Next up for England is Rooney, who confidently approaches from the left and scores. The Netherlands' Van Persie follows suit, striking the ball into the net as well. After 2 rounds, the Netherlands leads 2-1, although England has yet to take their second shot. Ashley Cole steps up to the penalty spot, an unexpected choice. Krul hastily tosses the water bottle aside, contemplating Cole's shooting tendencies. With a swift run-up, Cole delicately nudges the ball, prompting Krul to dive toward the right side of the goal. He makes contact. However, before the Dutch fans can rejoice, a collective sigh fills the air. Although Krul touched Cole's penalty, he could not deflect it, and the ball nestled into the side netting. Finally, it is Sneijder's turn. He is neither the first nor the fifth to take a penalty, but the third position holds significant importance. Positioned in the middle of the 5 penalties, he can effectively bridge the gap. A successful shot would place the team over the halfway mark, intensifying the pressure on the opposition. Reflecting on his tumultuous years and the myriad events of the European Championship, Sneijder feels an overwhelming desire to repay Huang Kaiwen's trust, even contemplating delivering a decisive blow to Hart. Yet, at this moment, his body trembles. Sneijder understands that these physical manifestations are the lingering effects of past indulgences. One must always bear the consequences of their actions. Such occurrences tend to surface at critical moments, particularly during set pieces. Sneijder refrains from sharing this vulnerability with others, for revealing his weaknesses to teammates would likely lead to his exclusion by the coach the following day. After taking a deep breath, Sneijder sprinted forward and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! Hart leapt into action, successfully deflecting the ball with his arm. Boom! Joe Hart! Joe Hart! The English fans in the stands erupted in ecstasy, chanting his name fervently. The next to take the penalty, Terry, remained composed and sent the ball into the net with precision. After 3 rounds of penalties, the score stood at Netherlands 2, England 3. Sneijder turned away, unable to contain his tears, and lowered his head as he walked back. "Lift your head," shouted Kevin. Instinctively, Sneijder glanced up but quickly averted his gaze once more. Kevin clapped vigorously, urging, "Wesley, for heaven's sake, hold your head high like a man, look at the goal, and trust your teammates." Hearing Kevin's call, the Dutch players subdued their mocking expressions. Van Bommel stood before the goal, resembling a beast unleashed, glaring fiercely at Hart. Despite having won numerous championships, he was still unsatisfied. The Dutchman in his path seemed destined to be torn apart by him. Beep. The referee's whistle, though muffled by the rain, did not waver Van Bommel's resolve. After a two-step run-up, the Dutch captain struck the ball fiercely with his right foot towards the lower left corner. Hart dove to his right, but misjudged the height. The ball slipped over his fingertips and found the back of the net. 3-3. England had yet to take their fourth penalty. Van Bommel turned, raising his arm in triumph, greeted by the applause of his teammates. Sneijder, caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, appeared both mad and heart-wrenching. Welbeck stood poised in front of the goal, while Krul stared at the water bottle. "Hurry up and prepare," the referee urged. Finally, Krul cast the bottle aside. As Welbeck charged forward, Krul leapt to the left side of the goal. Down below, the world watched the unfolding drama in the penalty area. Welbeck executed a precise shot with the inside of his right foot, directing the ball straight at Krul's arm. Slap. In the rain, the ball was deflected away. The cold night could not extinguish the fiery spirit of the Dutch players. Fans in the stands embraced one another, jumping and kissing in jubilation. The Dutch substitutes shouted the name of the goalkeeper they once scorned with wild enthusiasm. Little did they know that this seemingly unremarkable keeper would emerge as the hero of the day. Krul. Krul saved Welbeck's penalty, bringing both teams back to the starting line. Kevin's substitutions proved once again to be a stroke of genius. This penalty shootout was proving to be even more thrilling than the preceding 120 minutes of play. Indeed, saving a penalty puts immense psychological pressure on the opponent. Now stepping up was Quit, a testament to Kevin's trust in him, taking the final penalty, a position of immense pressure, comparable to that of the first shooter. Quit approached from the right, delivering a powerful shot. Goal. The Netherlands stood on the brink of the finals, poised to return to the grand stage after 2 long years. Today, the Dutch team continues to astound us with unexpected brilliance as we anticipate the upcoming round. Liverpool's captain, Gerrard, stands poised at the penalty spot, while Krul finds himself bereft of his water bottle. He is the sole player who recalls the nuances of the game. And he moves. As Gerrard approaches, Krul hesitates before diving to the right, influenced by Huang Kaiwen's assertion that Gerrard would not aim left. Yet, this is, indeed, the center. Krul's moment of doubt ultimately salvages him and the Dutch team, as Gerrard's penalty strikes his leg and rebounds fiercely. With this kick, the Englishman kneels upon the pitch. Oh! Huang Kaiwen, alongside the substitutes, rushes onto the field, shouting in exuberance, arms raised in wild celebration. The chapter concludes here. In the midst of the chaos of the 8 Princes campaign against Dongzhuo, the invincible fleet encounters internal strife, plunging into utter madness. The thrill of leading the team surpasses that of playing the game itself. The Dutch team's victory has not come easily. Yet Huang Kaiwen's passionate display has invigorated the players' spirits. One might think the Dutch had just conquered Berlin. The fans in the stands are equally electrified. The underdog Dutch team has swiftly made it to the finals, as if by mere chance. This is not to say that their path to advancement has been effortless. Yet it feels less harrowing than one might expect. Observing the pitch, some fans suddenly realize that this newfound confidence stems from Huang Kaiwen. His legendary unbeaten streak continues to flourish even from the coaching bench. Ever since Huang Kaiwen took the helm of the Dutch team, an inexplicable sense of assurance has settled within their hearts. They have never worried about elimination. Sneijder embraces Krul passionately, and an air of philosophy envelopes the night sky of Warsaw. Van Persie shouts Torres's name at the camera, fortunate that such antics are not common in Spain. Huntelaar clutches the ball tightly, marking today as his first goal. The best player award should rightfully go to Krul, yet he is unwilling to relinquish the match ball. Quit applauds the stands, having previously quarreled with Van Marwijk over positioning. However, under Huang Kaiwen's guidance, he roams freely without complaint. The praise he has received from the media during this period far surpasses anything he has heard throughout his career. As for Strootman, the Dutch media has dubbed him the new Beckenbauer. Now, under Huang Kaiwen's instruction to replace Van der Vaart, Strootman promptly heads out to purchase a blender. Having run enough, Huang Kaiwen stands at the front of the stands with hands in pockets. His wild sprint has left his hair somewhat disheveled, and the top button of his shirt has come undone, yet this only incites greater fervor among the spectators. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The English media has thoroughly analyzed Huang Kaiwen's attire from head to toe. Previously, some fans deemed his suit overly extravagant. Now, it seems that the outfit fails to match the stature of the man. Some individuals are simply born to be the center of attention. Even when standing in the technical area, such as Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen, the lighting system of the Warsaw National Stadium cannot diminish his brilliance. Prince Alexander turned to his eldest daughter and quietly advised, "When you are interviewed, speak more about Kevin's past goals and matches." "Understood, father," Princess Amaria nodded in acknowledgement. As the quintessential heir, she fully comprehended her father's intent. While everyone praised Kevin Huang's coaching abilities, her brief remarks would go unnoticed. However, referencing Kevin Huang's previous goals would unmistakably showcase her identity as one of his admirers, garnering her a measure of support from the fans, who are often inclined to extend their affection to those associated with their beloved players. Inzaghi approached Kevin Huang and remarked, "I've learned a great deal from the European Championship. I feel ready to embark on a coaching journey, starting from the youth team. Why can't you let it go?" Kevin Huang responded, attempting not to dishearten Inzaghi. He replied, "Currently, Milan's stature is too elevated. We are among the top teams in Europe. If you truly aspire to be a coach, begin with the youth team. And should you achieve success, I will recommend you for a position at Inter Milan or another team owned by Middle Eastern investors, where you will have the liberty to acquire any players you desire." Inzaghi nodded with a smile, having contemplated coaching the Rossoneri in the future. Yet, Kevin's words held merit. Coaching AC Milan is not a matter of mere desire. Even top-tier managers must wait in line, as struggling clubs seek saviors. While flourishing giants are selective in their choice of coaches, Milan possesses robust resources, both tangible and intangible, and importantly, they have not dismissed a coach in recent years. Despite the historical allure of Milan, it far surpasses that of Chelsea. Owners like Abramovich and Moratti may be devoted, yet few coaches relish the presence of an overarching authority. A changing of the guard is often preferred. The coaching environment at Milan is commendable, with a clear vision for the future. The talents of the young players, such as Hazard, are readily apparent. Furthermore, Milan continues to scout and recruit from other clubs, ensuring they will never face a shortage of talent. Today, Dutch fans were exuberant, primarily due to the prolonged frustration they had endured. European media had been relentless, and upon turning on the television, experts could only shake their heads at the mention of the Dutch team. One might mistakenly believe they were discussing a partnership between Weghorst and Maguire up front. Kevin Huang was also keen to display a personable side to the fans. However, at that moment, Koku approached to remind him, "It's time for the press conference, Kevin. Deck. Let us go." Kevin Huang beckoned, and Quit promptly followed him out. Yet, Kevin felt as though he had forgotten something. In the mixed zone, Krul immediately captured the spotlight, as reporters practically rushed to embrace him upon his arrival. "What was the situation with today's penalty? Did Kevin inform you of the English player's penalty-taking tendencies? Is the inscription on your water bottle written by Kevin? Do you consider yourself the greatest contributor to the Dutch team?" Krul smiled and replied, "I certainly am not the most significant contributor today. That honor belongs to the coach, for he is always right." As for the inscription on the water bottle, he continued. Krul nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, the coach informed me about the penalty habits of the English players, but during that moment, I was somewhat anxious and could not remember." The coach had it inscribed on the water bottle. When asked if Kevin's insights were beneficial, Krul replied, "Absolutely. There was no need for me to assess it. The coach's observations were exceedingly accurate. I wasn't in my best form today. My warm-up was insufficient. Otherwise, I believe I could have saved 3 penalties." In the press room of the National Stadium in Warsaw, Capello and Terry were already seated. Upon seeing Kevin Huang, both nodded in acknowledgement. As Huang and Quit settled down, the journalists immediately commenced their inquiries, eager to pose a multitude of questions. "Kevin, how did you come to know about the penalty habits of the English players? Do you think this espionage incident has benefited England? In the finals, would you prefer to face Italy or Spain? Which team do you believe will advance, Italy or Spain? Where has Tassadi gone after leaving?" A sudden pang of concern struck Huang. He had forgotten about Tassadi. He was unsure if Nesta and the others had managed to locate him. Huang gestured to Capello, indicating for him to speak first. Capello adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, took the microphone, and remarked, "Today's match was fraught with surprises. When I coached Real Madrid, I knew Kevin would one day become a successful coach, and today's match has proven that." "Do you believe you were tactically outmaneuvered by Kevin, Mr. Capello?" pressed a reporter with a London accent. Huang quickly interjected, "Penalties are largely a matter of luck. They are no longer a tactical contest. My strategy has absorbed many elements from Mr. Capello, Mr. Mourinho, Mr. Ancelotti, and Mr. Guardiola, so rather than viewing today as my triumph, it is more aptly described as a victory for Mr. Capello's tactics. In addition to flattering Capello, this statement also tethered Capello to Huang's burgeoning reputation. Paul Bento found himself in a precarious situation. Capello's demeanor brightened considerably. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Kevin is merely being gracious." In reality, Kevin's use of chain defense today has significantly inspired me. Tactics do not become obsolete. They continue to hold relevance in specific contexts. Capello was not oblivious to social nuances. Given Huang's current stature, fostering goodwill was undoubtedly more prudent than harboring hostility. Moreover, their relationship was already amicable, rendering unnecessary any superfluous remarks following a loss. Huang, being a temporary worker, was not in direct competition with him in the same league. Huang continued, "Mr. Capello's stringent requirements for discipline have left a lasting impression on me. My resolve to manage Van der Vaart, an exceptionally talented core player, was learned from Mr. Capello. No matter how skilled a player may be, if they negatively impact the team, they must be removed." "What was the situation regarding today's appearance?" a reporter inquired. Capello responded, "There is nothing to elaborate on. I do not need to explain such matters. If the FA wishes to inquire, they may convene a hearing. However, it appears that they are currently satisfied with my coaching." Terry nodded and remarked, "We all believe the coach can continue his tenure. He has brought about significant changes to the England team. Both Mr. Capello and Mr. Mourinho are championship coaches. They are the bedrock of success. Given time, the championship will not be far off." Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. Terry is indeed loyal to Mourinho. However, such comments are rather inappropriate at this moment. Can't you see that Capello is not particularly pleased? His relationship with Mourinho is not very harmonious. In fact, many coaches do not have a cordial rapport with Mourinho. Huang Kaiwen then interjected, "The tactical contest in today's match was truly remarkable, and I will reflect upon and learn from it when I return. As for the upcoming matches, I hope Italy can meet the Netherlands in the finals, but we must not underestimate Spain. They are formidable opponents." "Where has Mauro Tassati gone?" a reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, "Mauro is unwell and has returned to the hotel to rest." Upon seeing Capello, he felt less anxious about Tassati's whereabouts. Tassati's absence surely had something to do with Capello. The match had concluded, so Tassati would likely be back soon. When asked about Rijkaard's views on the Dutch team, Huang Kaiwen stated, "I have nothing substantial to say, except to suggest that Mr. Rijkaard read more. With greater knowledge comes understanding of many truths." With that, Huang Kaiwen pushed away the microphone, signaling his intent to conclude the interview. Keach then spoke up, "We have reached the finals. And it matters not whether our opponent is Italy or Spain. The entire team is confident that under the coach's guidance, we will bring the Delaunay Cup back to the Netherlands." Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile, appreciating Keach's high awareness and his reminder of the most important figure. This was precisely why he enjoyed bringing Keach to press conferences. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to rise and leave, a British journalist called out, "Kevin, you haven't addressed the question regarding England's penalty habits and the England spy scandal." Huang Kaiwen promptly took the microphone and stated, "Previously, a journalist infiltrated the Netherlands team's base. I believe this was their own initiative and had nothing to do with the England team. As for the penalty habits of the England players, that insight comes from my own judgment based on their tendencies." "You mean you knew where they would shoot before they took the penalty?" the reporter pressed. "How could that be?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "I based my deductions on their preferred foot, having observed their matches, including past errors and subsequent responses, coupled with the pressure of today's significant match. For instance, if you missed an important penalty previously, you might avoid shooting in the same spot again today. These are merely conjectures, and I was fortunate." With that, Huang Kaiwen set down the microphone and departed. Upon returning to the locker room, the players greeted him with applause. The final moment when he provided Krul with a cheat sheet was remarkable. Just as Krul himself stated, he should have saved 3 penalties. Ashley Cole nearly managed to deflect that shot. With just one hand, no Dutch player could contest it. How frustrating. Even without stepping onto the field, one can predict the direction of the opponent's penalty kick. These players have all taken penalties themselves. They are acutely aware of the psychological complexity involved in such moments. Huang Kaiwen possesses an exceptional grasp of human nature and has certainly invested considerable effort into this. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such precise judgments. With a smile, Huang Kaiwen remarked, "Winning is a collective achievement. Tomorrow, let's take another day to rest. and then we shall adequately prepare for the finals. Excessive training at this juncture would not yield significant benefits. A balanced approach is preferable. As the group made their way to the bus, Gattuso and Tassati returned. Huang Kaiwen pulled Tassati aside and inquired, "What is going on?" "Just a minor issue," Tassati replied with a grin. "Capello has colluded with the Poles, so I had to take them on a little detour around Warsaw." As Ancelotti's assistant, his rapport with Capello was far from amicable. Huang Kaiwen patted Tassati's arm and said, "As long as everything is fine, let us head back and celebrate." Upon returning to the hotel, Huang Kaiwen was somewhat displeased to find the Dutch royal family present. He understood the royal family's need for publicity, but this was a moment for the players to revel in their triumph, and their presence hindered the players' ability to celebrate freely. After a light dinner, Huang Kaiwen retreated to his room. Spotting shopping bags in the suite, he quipped, "Did you rob a shopping center in Warsaw?" "Oh, come on." Lily rolled her eyes. "I was a bit anxious before the match, so I bought a few things." "A few?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Just a few." Lily laughed. "By the way, Barbara has prepared a new outfit for you to wear in the finals. It was sent over by Neo." "All right," Huang Kaiwen replied, having no objections. After all, the young lady has a commendable sense of style. Curiously, Lily asked, "Why didn't you celebrate the finals with the players today?" "The royal family arrived, and everyone was a bit restrained, so I came back early," Huang Kaiwen explained. "Well, we could have loosened up a bit," Lily said, pulling out a small piece of fabric from her shopping bag. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively as he headed toward the bathroom. Lily was adept at igniting sparks, but not extinguishing them. After his shower, Huang Kaiwen settled on the sofa to watch television. Lily soon nestled into his embrace. The screen was filled with news about the European Cup. Huang Kaiwen opted for an old film, The Mouse That Roared, to watch with Lily. It was quite amusing. Later that evening, succumbing to Lily's pleas, Huang Kaiwen easily emerged victorious once again. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen rose early and, upon stepping outside, spotted Galliani waiting nearby. "Let us go have breakfast together," Huang Kaiwen called out. Galliani quickly joined him, saying, "Heineken regrets it. They now wish to sponsor the Dutch team again. Let them go." Huang Kaiwen replied curtly. Upon observing the Dutch team's precarious situation, characterized by their erratic behavior, Galliani chuckled and remarked, "I had the same thought." Accompanied by Huang Kaiwen, they entered the elevator. Upon reaching the restaurant, they found it sparsely populated, with only Luc de Jong dining within. Huang Kaiwen took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Good morning, Luc." "Morning, coach." Luc de Jong promptly rose to respond. "No worries, please continue your meal. I have a discussion with Mr. Galliani." Huang Kaiwen gestured dismissively. Galliani placed a newspaper on the table and, following Huang Kaiwen, fetched his breakfast before returning to his seat. A seasoned veteran, Huang Kaiwen noted that Galliani's breakfast was identical to his own, though he was certain their tastes differed. Once seated, Galliani immediately confessed, "I failed to persuade Goulet. I did not handle that well." Yet, Huang Kaiwen discerned Galliani's underlying implication. The mention of Goulet tied to Rijkaard suggested that it was about persuading Van Basten. This sly old fox was not there to apologize, but rather to claim credit. Huang Kaiwen casually picked up the newspaper, his eyes widening in surprise. He knew Galliani was reliable, but he did not anticipate such thoroughness. The front page of Gazzetta dello Sport was filled with comments from Dutch figures. The first was Ajax coach Frank de Boer, who stated, "Rijkaard seems unaware of his actions. He lacks the credentials to critique Kaiwen's coaching abilities, akin to a primary school student attempting to teach Einstein physics." Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he pointed out de Boer's name. "I dismissed his brother, causing Leonard de Boer to bear the brunt. Why would he come to my aid?" Galliani chuckled in response. "Perhaps he holds a deep love for his country and a great admiration for you." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, acknowledging Galliani's cleverness. Continuing to read, he noted 20 coach Michael Jansen's comments. Rijkaard's contradictory remarks at a critical juncture suggest he may not wish for the Dutch team to succeed. Eindhoven coach Dick Advocaat remarked, "Rijkaard's coaching abilities are overstated. It is Cruyff's system and Barcelona's success that should be credited. His performance post-Barcelona has proven he is not a top-tier coach." Arnhem coach Fred Rutten stated, to evaluate Kaiwen, "Rijkaard completely misunderstands. Football is not a realm where early coaching experience equates to greater capability." Heerenveen coach Van Basten concluded, "Frank Rijkaard may not intend harm, but his words could trouble the Dutch team. As a Dutchman, I fervently hope our team secures the European Championship. As for tactics, I find nothing amiss. They play remarkably well, exhibiting resilience and unity, traits previously lacking in the Dutch squad. Kaiwen has instigated monumental change, transforming the team into one of the world's finest. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile. Van Basten was indeed showing him a great deal of respect. Huang Kaiwen remarked, although the nickname the Dutch Three Musketeers represents three individuals, there ought to be a hierarchy, with Marco van Basten being the most illustrious among them. Indeed, I have always felt a sense of regret for Marco. Had it not been for his injuries, he could have continued playing until the age of 40. Galliani fervently nodded in agreement. Upon our return, let us take down the photographs of the Three Musketeers from the honor room at St. Kevin's Stadium for some technical enhancements. Rijkaard will be removed from the list. Let Van Basten be the dual figure instead. Galliani resolved to consider Van Basten for future events, recognizing his keen understanding of matters. Utrecht's head coach, Jan Wouters, expressed, I believe the Dutch team is exceptional. We previously encountered tactical issues, but Kevin has transformed everything. Groningen's coach, Robert Maskant, noted, the current Dutch team boasts the most supporters worldwide, a testament to Kevin leading us down the right path. Nijmegen's coach, Alex Pastoor, alongside Almere City's coach, Peter Bosz, The Hague's coach, Maurice Stein, Roda JC's coach, Ruud Brood, NAC Breda's coach, John Carlson, Vivi Venlo's coach, Erwin Koeman, Zwola's coach, Eden Terzic, and Willem II's coach, Jurgen Streppel, all voiced their support. Huang Kaiwen counted and realized that all 18 coaches in the Eredivisie had expressed their opinions. Rijkaard has become the Dutch equivalent of Dong Zhuo, he thought, increasingly impressed by Galliani's effectiveness. In just one day, he had managed to engage so many people. No wonder he had maintained his position as Berlusconi's right-hand man. His ability to get things done was indeed remarkable. Huang Kaiwen smiled and suggested, let us discuss the broadcasting rights of the Eredivisie with the Fininvest Group. They should expand their football-related business. Furthermore, these coaches had commendable performances during their playing days and now possess great potential. We should have the television network produce a program focused on Eredivisie coaches. Some coaches have a favorable image, making them suitable for endorsing luxury products, while those with a more homely demeanor would be ideal for lifestyle goods. What do you think, Adriano? Ah, indeed, Galliani exclaimed, tapping his forehead. I have always perceived that Dutch coaches have a commendable image. For instance, Van Basten's appealing appearance and our shared heritage should facilitate securing a sponsorship exceeding €1 million in a season. Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile. Fortune favors the bold and the righteous, he mused, considering the king of football. Most of these coaches had no prior connection with him. Yet they made the right choice at a pivotal moment. The king of football must repay his debts. With the support of the Eredivisie coaches, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Coaching the Dutch national team would allow him to cultivate friendships with these legendary figures, ensuring that his circle within football would continue to grow, making it increasingly difficult for others to criticize him. Adriano, have you been in Milan for nearly 30 years? Huang Kaiwen inquired. 26 years, Galliani replied. Huang nodded, contemplating the recent scandal involving Abed, and considering maneuvering Galliani to become the president of the Italian Football Federation. However, he ultimately believed that Paolo Maldini would be the more fitting choice. Galliani's role as a rotating chairman suffices. Maldini possesses ample prestige and is also a Milan native. The crux lies in the irreplaceable efficacy of Galliani's administration. If elevating Galliani to a higher position is unfeasible, then compensations should be made in his familial realm. A later phone call with the young lady regarding this matter would be prudent. He recalls that Adriano Galliani's son, Gianluca Galliani, has his own enterprise. Facilitating his financial success would be effortlessly achievable. Huang Kaiwen cast aside the newspaper, dismissing it as merely sensational gossip and news of internal strife in France. He and Galliani did not delve further into this topic, instead shifting their discourse to Milan's transfer and contract renewal affairs. Nesta has retired, and Zambrotta has aged a year. Indeed, Milan's defense necessitates an infusion of fresh talent. The Ben brothers are earmarked as substitutes, still falling short of securing starting positions at Milan. However, quality left-backs are exceedingly scarce in the current football landscape. What about Manchester United's Fabio? Galliani inquired. No, I prefer not to incur Sir Ferguson's ire in the press. Huang Kaiwen retorted with a chuckle, gesturing dismissively. Primarily, both Fabio and Raphael lack the requisite stability and do not reach Evra's level, making it unworthy to pursue them from Manchester United. Presently, The only player of suitable age and capability from Manchester United to play at Milan is Rooney. Nevertheless, there is no room for him on Milan's attacking front. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen recalled a pair of brothers. It would be prudent to make a decisive move. He suggested that scouts observe Theo and his brother Lucas at Atletico Madrid, as young talents from La Liga are relatively easier to acquire. They could secure both players before they sign professional contracts. Speaking of which, Atletico's youth academy seems impressive. Coke, Saul, and others could also be brought to Milan. Yes, and Jimenez would resolve the succession for Nesta. Huang Kaiwen could not precisely recall when these players joined Atletico, but he believed in acting sooner rather than later. Promptly discussing this matter with Galliani, the next steps would hinge on Galliani's actions, as he would suddenly require half of Simeone's team. Huang Kaiwen felt Beckham ought to show him respect. After dinner, Galliani swiftly returned to make arrangements, demonstrating remarkable initiative. After a considerable wait, Luc de Jong eagerly stood up and asked, "Coach, shall we play some PS games together?" "Ah, let us go," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Inquire if they wish to join. It's far more enjoyable with everyone involved." De Jong excitedly rushed to summon his teammates. Young footballers are nearly universally fond of playing football video games. Before long, De Jong's room was filled with people. Sneijder observed the exuberant Luc de Jong with a smirk of disdain, fully aware of Huang Kaiwen's formidable skills. Yet, the match unfolded in a manner that left him astonished. Huang Kaiwen lost to de Jong by a narrow margin of 34. This was utterly inconsistent with the level he had previously exhibited in Madrid. "I'll take my turn," Sneijder interjected, squeezing in to grab the controller. Once he began playing against de Jong, he became increasingly convinced that Huang Kaiwen had intentionally let him win. De Jong struggles to surpass him. How could he possibly be a match for Huang Kaiwen? Upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's prowess, the Dutch players yearn for the opportunity to triumph over him in the game. A lively atmosphere envelopes the group as they engage in play. At this moment, Sneijder is filled with profound reflections. Huang Kaiwen's character is something he could aspire to learn from for a lifetime. Later, at the hotel where the Spanish national team is residing, the ambience is far from harmonious. Despite having eliminated the Italian team today, the Spanish squad has been plagued by division since the very first day of their assembly. The Barcelona contingent, led by Casillas, forms one faction, while Ramos, Torres, Mata, and Huang Kaiwen's former teammates, alongside Alonso and several Real Madrid players, constitute another. Tensions have consistently simmered between these two groups. Bosch finds himself troubled by this predicament, for both sides are evenly matched, and their discord remains irreconcilable. Observing Huang Kaiwen, suave and composed during an interview on television, Bosch mutters curses under his breath. How is it possible for someone not even present in Spain to instigate such a rift within the national team? Although the Barcelona players dominate the starting lineup, the irreplaceable positions held by Ramos and his companions complicate matters further. Resolution is not a simple task. The Marca newspaper has even labeled Casillas a traitor, highlighting the severity of the current animosity. Bosch can only hope that these players will complete the European Championship without further conflict before the finals. The Dutch team is not as easily managed as the media suggests. Bosch has been meticulously studying Huang Kaiwen's tactics and substitution strategies, particularly in relation to specific players, which has sparked newfound inspiration within the seasoned coach. Naturally, he does not intend to adopt Huang Kaiwen's approach of transforming players. That is a choice made only in the absence of suitable alternatives. However, Spain boasts an unparalleled depth of talent across all positions, eliminating the need for players to assume unfamiliar roles. Bosch retrieves videotapes from the Sachai era and inserts them into the player. He contemplates strategies to counter the Dutch team's chain defense. Spain is distinctly different from other teams. While they may not possess a Messi like the former Barcelona, players like Villa and Torres are formidable in their own right, especially with the robust support of Spain's midfield. Bosch believes that breaking through the Dutch's defensive shell is far from insurmountable. Suddenly, Tony Grande, drenched in sweat, burst through the door of the tactical room. Bosch is taken aback, surprised by the urgency displayed by his assistant, who has accompanied him since their days at Real Madrid. "What is the matter? Why the rush?" he inquires. Having collaborated for many years, Bosch has seldom witnessed Grande in such a state of alarm. "They're fighting. The players are fighting," Grande exclaims. Bosch leaps from the sofa, alarmed. "What is going on? Have they clashed again?" "No, not exactly," Grande gulps. "Ramos is chasing after the Barcelona players on the team. The record stands at 1 victory, 1 draw, and 2 defeats. However, from that solitary win, Huang Kaiwen managed to glean considerable insights. From Wuxishan to Windstorm, Mourinho's teams have consistently demonstrated progress. Yet, after further contemplation, Huang Kaiwen found himself questioning Mourinho's tactics. Primarily, Mourinho's defensive framework is exceedingly intricate. He imposes high demands on the positioning and collaborative defense of his players, leaving the Dutch team with insufficient preparation time. Another concern is the personnel configuration. Di Maria was pivotal during his time at Real Madrid, and the Dutch squad lacks a figure of similar caliber. While Robben poses a greater threat with his inward cuts, his organizational skills fall short of Di Maria's. Moreover, Di Maria often dropped deep under Mourinho, frequently functioning as a wing-back, a role Robben is unable to fulfill. Huang Kaiwen marked a cross in his notebook. As he prepared to turn off the light, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lily and was reminded of another individual, Van Gaal. When Van Gaal led the Dutch team, he executed a passionate strategy that dismantled Spain, and Huang Kaiwen believed this Dutch squad could adopt a similar approach. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang on the bedside table. He hastily picked it up and stepped onto the balcony. "This is Kevin, go ahead." "Spain is experiencing internal strife," Kevin, Galliani said excitedly on the other end of the line. Ramos and other players confronted those from Barcelona. "What is the situation?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with concern. "Not too bad, but someone is injured." "It's not Ramos," Galliani replied. "That's a relief. Please inform the press," Huang Kaiwen instructed. Internal discord necessitates a scapegoat, and that pivotal figure should certainly not be his close friend. "I've wrapped up my analysis, and the situation is better than we anticipated. Madrid has long aimed to target Barcelona, and now they will dredge up old grievances," Galliani elaborated. "Well done. The British media should also be briefed," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Indeed. Xavi is the mastermind behind Spain's internal conflict," Galliani assured. "It was unfortunate that Puyol missed the European Championship due to injury. Otherwise, Galliani would have ensured Puyol understood the consequences of wrongdoing." Huang Kaiwen contemplated this and sent a message to inquire about Ramos's condition. Upon hearing from Ramos that he was uninjured, he felt a wave of relief. Quietly returning to bed, Huang Kaiwen chose not to continue working, turning off the night light and drifting into slumber. When he arose around 8, Lily was still fast asleep, clearly exhausted. Huang Kaiwen decided to first meet with the data analyst before delving into tactical considerations. The role of the data analyst is becoming increasingly vital in football. Their contribution equates to the coach reviewing countless recordings. However, judgment is still required at times. It is during these moments that the true skill of an analyst is revealed. Anyone can tally player statistics. The ability to assess whether a player's previous mistakes might affect their psychological state or predict a change in their penalty-taking approach is what distinguishes an exceptional analyst. Currently, Huang Kaiwen has yet to encounter such a figure, thus he relies solely on his own judgment. During breakfast, he did not come across any players. Aside from the likes of the single young man, Luc de Jong, couples typically prefer to summon room service. The focus has shifted to Kiev for the final match, and the newspapers here have adequately prepared their coverage. The Times reports that the Barcelona contingent has ignited discord within the Spanish national team. Puyol has been sidelined due to injury, while Xavi has emerged as the leader of the Barcelona faction. However, his dissatisfaction with certain Ballon d'Or winners during crucial moments has led to a complete rift within the national team. Huang Kaiwen notes that over the past few years, there have been only 2 Ballon d'Or recipients, himself and Kaká. The Times seems to imply something significant regarding him. The Sun mentions that Mourinho has vowed to unearth the mole within the dressing room, and it appears the culprit has been revealed. Casillas's girlfriend has been divulging insider information about Real Madrid, which is something Mourinho can no longer tolerate. Although Mourinho's pursuit of the mole has been mocked, Huang Kaiwen stands in support of him. Players have known since their youth that matters within the dressing room must remain confidential. Whether or not Casillas acted intentionally, he has committed a grave error. Otherwise, if every player were to disclose trivial disputes within the dressing room, there would be no need for them to play football. They could simply hold meetings in the newspapers daily. Both Sir Ferguson and the Professor have previously sidelined players for such indiscretions. Once one allows even a slight relaxation in confidentiality regarding the dressing room, team management becomes untenable. According to La Gazzetta dello Sport, Marco van Basten was the finest forward in the world during his playing days, netting 80 goals in 147 appearances for Milan. assisting the club in securing 4 Serie A titles, 2 European Super Cups, and 2 Toyota Cups. This illustrious forward was forced to retire at the tender age of 29 due to injury. Yet he is destined to be among the inaugural inductees into the Hall of Fame at St. Kevin's Park. Marca states that Barcelona players have once again become an impediment, being deemed the cancer of the Spanish dressing room. These individuals prefer to communicate in Catalan within the confines of the locker room, which is utterly intolerable. AS reports that multiple Barcelona players engaged in a brawl with Ramos, prompting many Spanish internationals to intervene, resulting in a fierce altercation. The extent of the injuries remains uncertain. According to insiders, some players sustained injuries that may hinder their participation in the final. Is this true? If Spain could choose one player to be injured, Huang Kaiwen would wish it to be either Xavi or Iniesta. Both are pivotal, followed closely by Alonso. In any case, Spain's formidable midfield is indeed overwhelming. Other positions are less affected, primarily due to Spain's abundant talent pool. With Casillas injured, Valdez is also available, whose abilities are commendable. In defense, Puyol's absence renders Ramos's irreplaceability more pronounced. Although Pique is exceptionally talented, he possesses his own shortcomings. However, this can be advantageous on the field. However, these matters did not concern Huang Kaiwen. The fact that Spain could be thoroughly defeated by the Netherlands 2 years later indicated that there were inherent issues within the Spanish team. Even if there were no issues, he could only think this way. Otherwise, the sheer strength of Spain's lineup would be suffocating. Huang Kaiwen had witnessed numerous legendary matches, including the formidable Hungary led by Puskas, Pelé's Brazil, the divine squad of Torino, and the trio of Manchester United, among others. He pondered whether, with modern training, any of these teams could rival the strength of the current Spain. Based solely on their performance in recorded matches, no other team exhibited the prowess of this Spanish side. Initially, Huang Kaiwen intended to rise from his seat, but he was drawn back by Rijkaard's remarks. Rijkaard stated that Kevin's popularity in the Netherlands stemmed from his status in football rather than his tactical acumen. He noted that Kevin's demeanor had become reminiscent of Mourinho's, achieving success while dismissing any dissenting opinions, a path that would inevitably lead to failure. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, somewhat suspicious that Rijkaard's critique was fueled by resentment for being dismissed by the so-called king of the yellow card. Why else would he persistently pursue this line of thought? Indifferent to Rijkaard, Huang Kaiwen recognized that coaching a national team was often a final career endeavor. His decision to coach the Saudi national team was indicative of Rijkaard's capabilities. Later, Huang Kaiwen convened with his coaching staff to align their strategies. With only a few days until the final, tactical adjustments could be made. But the level of understanding among the players would not undergo a significant transformation. In the afternoon, Huang Kaiwen appeared at the training ground. "All young, practice your one-on-one skills," he called out, instructing 2 goalkeepers to confront him. Robin approached the sidelines, and Koku remarked, if anyone else had said that, he would have lost his temper. After all, 2 years prior, Robin's failure to convert a one-on-one chance had nearly sealed the fate of the Netherlands in the championship. Huang Kaiwen smiled. He never engaged in endeavors without certainty. Not only did he have Robin practice one-on-ones, but he also had Sneijder work on penalty kicks. Inzaghi took Van Persie and Huntelaar to practice shooting. At this moment, even a slight improvement in the forward's efficiency could influence the course of the match. "Deck," Huang Kaiwen said. Embracing quit, the outside world may call that young lad the new Beckenbauer, but it is you who will be pivotal in the final. "What do you need me to do, coach?" Quit inquired. Huang Kaiwen smiled and patted Quit's shoulder. He appreciated players who adhered to instructions. "This is a complex tactic," Huang Kaiwen explained. "If all goes as expected, Spain will likely employ a 4-3-3 formation. We need to adopt a 5-4-1 or a 4-5-1 formation. I need you to function both as a third central midfielder and as a fullback. Do you understand my meaning?" "I comprehend," Quit nodded in response. Huang Kaiwen handed over the tactical analysis and the characteristics of the opponent to Quit, who felt overwhelmed by the thick notebook. "I believe in your ability," Huang Kaiwen encouraged. He recalled Mourinho's 3-man midfield and Van Gaal's 5-man defense, while also remembering Guardiola's decision to have Walker play as a midfielder. Each of these coaches possessed their own distinctive tactical philosophies. He has resolved to abandon the chain defense in favor of a zone defense. Spain's midfield possesses an unparalleled ability to control the ball. Even under high pressing, they seldom err. To counter the formidable Spanish midfield, it is imperative to constrict the space on the pitch. By leveraging numerical superiority in specific areas, one can disrupt Spain's traditional style of play. A few agile midfielders ensure that the Dutch team maintains this numerical advantage. Van Bommel is capable in this regard, with a keen ability to read the game. However, Huang Kaiwen harbors concerns regarding Van Bommel's stamina. It is unfeasible to extend the match against the Spaniards to 120 minutes. While one relies on running to gain an advantage, the Spaniards utilize passing to substitute for running. By the end of the 90 minutes, each Dutch player must outpace their Spanish counterparts by a kilometer or two. If the match drags into extra time, the disparity in stamina will be palpable, rendering the outcome inevitable. Hence, Huang Kaiwen is now focused on the efficiency of attacking players. This is a match that must be resolved within 90 minutes. Robin, having just scored a one-on-one goal, immediately glanced toward the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen applauded and exclaimed, "Well done." Significant progress. A smile adorned Robin's face. Nesta, somewhat curiously, inquired, "Has he really improved so quickly?" He could not discern it, but Huang Kaiwen, as one of the world's finest attacking players, likely noticed aspects that others overlooked. "Nonsense," Huang Kaiwen jestingly retorted. "It's merely about instilling confidence in them. Should I claim they are performing poorly, just as in the finals when they failed to convert a one-on-one?" Nesta chuckled in response. The football team's locker room is an exceptionally straightforward environment. He had assumed that remaining in football as a coach would be akin to the past, where one could command anyone at will. However, witnessing Huang Kaiwen's actions over the past few days, Nesta realized that coaching is far more complex than he had imagined. Previously, he had been dismissive of coaches alongside his peers. How could a coach expect to command respect from players? He had some knowledge of Van Marwich's situation. The coach of a World Cup runner-up could barely manage the players. The reality is rarely so simple. During a European Championship, Nesta began to harbor doubts about pursuing a coaching career. That evening, as Huang Kaiwen prepared to return for dinner with Lily, he was promptly intercepted by Van Oosterwijk and Cruyff. The two summoned Huang Kaiwen to the dining area. None of the three were there merely for a meal. "The team's performance has been commendable, and you bear the most credit," Van Oosterwijk stated. "It is the players who have exerted themselves," Huang Kaiwen replied. "The entire nation is awaiting the championship. Do you believe we can triumph?" Van Oosterwijk inquired. As the chairman of the Football Association, the championships he secures during his tenure serve as his political achievements. This holds true worldwide. "I cannot say for certain. Spain is too formidable," Huang Kaiwen replied candidly. "While you may have opportunities against a team averaging 90 points, we have several players hovering around the 80-point mark, and the shortcomings are glaring." His continuous tactical adjustments are aimed at concealing these deficiencies. As Cruyff sensed the atmosphere growing somewhat tense, he promptly remarked, "Spain is indeed formidable. Their midfield control is remarkable." Reaching this stage is already quite an achievement. Huang Kaiwen, engrossed in his meal, found little to add at that moment. Even if a renowned coach were to take charge, there could be no assurance of triumph against Spain. After a few bites, Cruyff set down his knife and fork, his appetite having waned with age. He then voluntarily stated, "I caught an interview with Frank Rijkaard today. His demeanor was rather unbecoming." Huang Kaiwen, sensing the gravity of Cruyff's tone, also laid down his utensils. It was evident that Cruyff had something significant to convey. "I believe he deserves some criticism to realign his perspective," Cruyff asserted. "Is it merely criticism?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile, retrieving a lighter from the table to ignite Cruyff's cigarette. Cruyff regarded him in silence. A smirk flickered in Huang Kaiwen's mind. This old man had lingered in high positions for too long, and despite the complexities of Barcelona, he had not fully grasped the art of political maneuvering. Huang Kaiwen continued, "I've heard that the Glazer family imposes regulations on players regarding how many jerseys they can distribute, along with expenses for away games, etc. Barcelona must have similar stipulations to ensure accountability to its members. I wonder if Mr. Rijkaard ever exceeds his budget when ordering room service during those thrilling moments." The club certainly had numerous regulations, ranging from transfers to various expense reimbursements. Coaches in the football realm seldom adhered to all these rules. With generous owners like Abramovich, such concerns are trivial. However, with owners like the Glazers, presenting a jersey to a fan would promptly lead to a monetary demand. Huang Kaiwen remained unconvinced that Rijkaard was entirely blameless. It simply appeared that the team's performance overshadowed such concerns. Cruyff comprehended Huang Kaiwen's insinuations. He chuckled. Barcelona should indeed conduct an audit to ensure the club's integrity. Moreover, this pertains to the Laporta era, and Mr. Rosell would likely find it quite intriguing. Then I wish you success, Huang Kaiwen declared, raising his glass of red wine and downing its contents in one go. Nodding in acknowledgement, he stood to leave. Once Huang Kaiwen had distanced himself, Van Oosterwijn inquired, "Are you truly going to pursue this? Is Frank not suffering enough? One must bear the consequences of their actions." Cruyff replied, lighting another cigarette. "I am uncertain how many years I have left. My children at home are rather unambitious. Even if I support Frank, he might only offer a few kind words upon my passing. Yet, consider Kaiwen. The fans who sent him to Munich received new cars. And that mounted policeman will enjoy a grand wedding. Who wouldn't wish for a generous friend?" Van Oosterwijn suddenly understood. He had initially thought Rijkaard, as a Dutch legend, was beyond reproach. How naive he had been. There was no issue at hand. Rijkaard had created his own troubles. The crucial point was that Rijkaard had offended those he ought not to have. Damn it. Van Oosterwijn silently muttered an apology to himself. At that moment, he resolved to stand on the side of justice. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen encountered Johan Cruyff's remarks in the pages of the Facts newspaper in Ukraine. This publication holds the distinction of being the most widely circulated in Ukraine and is the only one capable of reaching 9 regions. Cruyff delivered a scathing critique of Frank Rijkaard, asserting that while Rijkaard considers himself a sage, in reality, he merely navigates life through instinct. During their time at Barcelona, the team boasted formidable talent, yet he failed to achieve any notable success on the European stage, often leaving Barcelona vulnerable to significant defeats. His discord with several players further undermined the team's strength. Rijkaard's excessive self-absorption transformed the locker room into a realm of his own. Despite the considerable support he received from the club's hierarchy, he ultimately failed to reciprocate adequately. Barcelona, driven to the brink, had no choice but to part ways with him. Yet, it seems he has yet to grasp that he is neither a top-tier coach nor an exceptional commentator. Having distanced himself from mainstream football, from the Turkish league to the Saudi Arabian national team, his lack of relevance is evident. It is perplexing how he dares to critique the Dutch team that has reached the finals. On the moral front, the entirety of the Netherlands stands united, harboring hopes for team solidarity. However, Rijkaard chooses this moment to voice dissent, which transcends mere advice or opinion. One might even question whether he has been financially incentivized by the Spaniards. Such an act could be deemed treasonous. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback by Cruyff's boldness. Initially, he intended to disregard Rijkaard, but the latter's incessant remarks compelled him to establish some boundaries, urging him to refrain from aimless chatter akin to that of certain Manchester United legends. With Cruyff's words in mind, Rijkaard's prospects in both the Netherlands and Barcelona appear bleak. As the final approaches, Kiev has become the epicenter of global attention, drawing an increasing number of celebrities to Ukraine. The local women, albeit in less than honorable circumstances, have managed to gain prominence. Protests have arisen, urging Ukrainian women to embrace self-respect, especially given the dire state of the nation. However, the response has been inadequate safety measures issued for the European Championship, while rubber manufacturers have seized the opportunity to shine. Numerous football luminaries have also shared their insights regarding the final. Sir Alex Ferguson previously described Spanish football as the glory of sport. Yet this time he cautiously remarked that while Spain remains in its prime, their opponents possess a certain magic. In Kevin's tactics, he perceives wisdom and inspiration, believing that Spain will not find the final an easy contest. Conversely, the professor expressed differing sentiments, stating to a Times reporter that he firmly believes Spain will emerge victorious, as their precise passing defines the strongest team. Kevin has invested considerable effort into strategy, yet Spain's possession play can be suffocating. Italy's national team coach, Prandelli, commented that those who disparage Spanish football as tedious are, in fact, revealing their own fears. Spain's lineup remains world-class. The players' performances far exceed even the most laudatory evaluations. Displaying remarkable intelligence on the pitch, they are perennial victors. I have always held this belief. However, during the finals, I found myself supporting the Netherlands. On the Italian peninsula, everyone hopes that Kevin becomes the champion coach of Europe. Should the Dutch team claim victory, many Italians would rejoice more than if their own team were to win. Given the formidable strength of the Spanish squad, hardly anyone believes that the Netherlands can secure an easy triumph. Even those who support the Dutch team anticipate a grueling match. Raul, who has long departed from the national team, remarked in an interview, "Spain must exercise caution. Kevin is a maestro of miracles. I have never witnessed the impossible in him. During breaks, we often engage in friendly competitions in other games, and it is invariably Kevin who prevails. If he does not win, it is merely an act of deliberate concession. In the presence of such a person, one must tread carefully, lest you become a stepping stone in Kevin's legendary unbeaten saga. Robin and the others nodded in agreement upon hearing this interview. These days, Kevin has been consistently losing to players in their games. Only his former teammates comprehend the extent of his intentional losses. In the past, he aspired to defeat Kevin in tennis, a sport in which he had excelled since childhood through persistent practice. Yet when Kevin took it seriously, he found himself utterly outmatched. Those fools believed it was normal to triumph over a Chinese player in table tennis. Observing the exuberance of his teammates, Robin felt a surge of intellectual superiority. Enough of this, Kevin declared, casting aside his racket as a few younger players cheered him on. With a smile, he retreated to his room. Playing with these athletes was akin to entertaining children, perhaps even easier. These professional sportsmen harbor a fierce competitive spirit, even off the field. Yet Kevin remains indifferent to such matters. If losing to them could lead his team to lift the coveted trophy, he would willingly endure their torment every day. "You're back?" Lily inquired, propped up on her bed, perusing a magazine. "Yes, just played a bit of table tennis with them," Kevin replied, reclining on the sofa. "Ugh," Lily scoffed, well aware of Kevin's antics. Noticing a message, Kevin promptly responded. He was still using a keypad phone, the clicks of his 9-key typing resonating crisply. Lily turned to him, asking, "Are you chatting with some Ukrainian girl?" "No, it's Cruyff's son. I'm offering him some business advice," Kevin chuckled. "Aren't all your business ventures managed by Barbara?" Lily retorted with disdain. "What advice could you possibly give him? All it takes is a single insight." Kevin smiled. "One piece of information can lead to substantial profit. And coincidentally, I possess such lucrative knowledge." This time, Lily refrained from countering his statement. Kevin's vast social network afforded him ample information in this regard. While it may not benefit him directly, sharing it with others could yield immediate financial gain. He could cite examples from those around him. Dining at Kaka's home, I overheard Beatrice discussing the internal strife among the upper echelons, revealing that a core designer had departed with their team. This news reverberated through the stock market, resulting in fluctuations in Valentino's stock price. It begs the question, why do some strive so fervently for ascension? An old film, Pretty Woman, played on the television, where the male protagonist, with a mischievous grin, remarked that to soar like a phoenix, one must first possess certain assets, such as physique and appearance. Huang Kaiwen paid no heed to Lily's provocations, remaining focused on refining the details for the final match. However, this behavior made Lily question her own allure, prompting her to engage in her own amusement, which Huang Kaiwen could not tolerate. On June 30th, the day before the final, Huang Kaiwen opted not to hold a training session. In the morning, Galliani invited Cardinal James Grimp to the Dutch team's residence, conveying the Vatican's support for the Dutch squad. The influence of Catholicism in Europe remains significant, although there are also Protestants within the Dutch team. Van Persie, an atheist, respects his wife's beliefs, highlighting the complexities within Dutch society. After conversing with the players, Cardinal Grimp approached Huang Kaiwen and offered assistance for the final if needed. Huang Kaiwen smiled, indicating that he merely wished for the cleric to inspire the players, not to have them play alongside him in the final. He recalled his concerns during the match against England, particularly regarding the St. Thorn crown, and thought it absurd that Grimp would insinuate involvement. Grimp, with a somewhat strained expression, offered his silent blessings, to which Huang Kaiwen graciously expressed his gratitude. In recent days, numerous inquiries had been made, especially from the Dutch Football Association, regarding whether Huang Kaiwen would continue to coach the national team. He had not declined, merely requesting that his salary be aligned with that of Milan, indicating that a temporary hiatus from playing to coach was acceptable. The Dutch representatives quickly fell silent. As the evening approached, the venue was prepared, and Galliani quietly commended. "Well done, Adriano." Huang Kaiwen responded positively, suggesting the organization of a collective activity prior to the final. The players would not stay with their families, but rather, like during regular away games, two would share a room to minimize external distractions. Noticing the date on his phone, Huang Kaiwen realized it was the last day of June, pondering that perhaps the evening might bring forth some delightful surprises. The unread messages drew his attention, revealing over 30 notifications. Among them was a message stating that Iniesta would be unable to participate in the final, sent not only by Ramos and Torres, but also by several unfamiliar numbers. To his astonishment, one unknown number even shared Spain's starting lineup. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of Spain being riddled with internal informants and mused on how Del Bosque could secure victory amidst such chaos. Feeling slightly under the weather, he decided to write less that day. In the midst of the 80 Years' War, Kevin Huang found a tinge of amusement as he gazed at his phone. It was impossible for the coach to announce the starting lineup prior to the competition. The world of football was rife with espionage. This suggested that a particular player had brazenly sneaked into Del Bosque's office to peruse his notes. Huang couldn't help but shake his head. The current football landscape was excessively competitive. Players seeking transfers were compelled to undertake a plethora of tasks. However, the Spanish starting lineup bore little divergence from his expectations. After all, having participated in the European Championship for an extended period, everyone had a clear understanding of Del Bosque's choices. The only aspect that surprised Huang was the re-emergence of a no-striker formation. This was indeed a fortunate development. Otherwise, Torres' speed would have posed a significant challenge. Villa, while not as swift as Torres, was equally formidable, possessing a shooting range that mirrored Huang's own, capable of striking from virtually any position on the field. In contrast, Fabregas's threat on the front line seemed considerably diminished. Noticing that the hour was still early and feeling no hunger, Huang opted to retreat to his room. Lily was presumably out with Bucola and the others. He retrieved his HP laptop to engage in some gaming and unwind. When he had initially chosen the laptop, he had been quite repulsed. Although he was not one to flaunt his patriotism, the nature of certain manufacturers was hard to ignore. Such matters inevitably influenced his purchasing decisions. Even the most affordable American brands felt somewhat distasteful to him. Dell had distanced itself from China, while MSI, having acquired rights, would arbitrarily delete games, hardly the ideal laptop for gaming. Huang also had an aversion to the Apple operating system. His relationship with the little stick and the Yellow King was somewhat strained. Furthermore, not all brands were readily available in Europe. Thus, HP emerged as the most suitable option. He launched Heroes of Might and Magic 3, selecting the Castle faction to fortify his position. Although the Archangels were costly, their overall prowess was undeniably robust. In this era, the game's difficulty relied heavily on computer-generated cheats. Just when one felt invincible, the game would prompt a retreat after a brief skirmish with a hero, resulting in the loss of hours of hard-earned Archangels as cavalry swept in. Consequently, Huang practiced diligently until he reached advanced levels, equipped with superior gear and a plethora of high-tier creatures before confronting the computer. After capturing the tower and the ramparts, his confidence soared. In his youth, he had been drawn to the more conventional creatures, favoring these specific locales. However, within this generation, the Inferno and Graveyard factions lacked strength, merely serving as the souls vanquished beneath the Archangel's swords. Yet, the proliferation of cities posed a dilemma. Resources and defenses could not keep pace. The computer would incessantly provoke, and without sufficient creatures to defend, cities would soon fall back into its grasp. After a series of struggles, Huang unfortunately failed to retain the tower. Nevertheless, the ramparts had produced unicorns, and with a bit of resource accumulation, he could swiftly summon green dragons, preparing to exact revenge on the computer with 2 types of level 7 creatures. "Kevin, it's time for dinner," Gattuso reminded him. Reluctantly, Huang rose to his feet. Already clad in formidable gear and seeking an opportunity to confront the computer's hero, he made his way to the dining hall. The players had already taken their seats. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, "Why wait for me to eat? Do you wish to toast me like Hawking?" The Dutch players were puzzled by this remark, yet they still joined in the laughter. Huang Kaiwen took a few bites of steak, feeling a lack of appetite. He recognized that he was experiencing anxiety. Spain, the mightiest national team in the universe. While the Brazilian team, with its technical prowess, might hold an advantage, it could not compare tactically. The final was set for tomorrow, and until now, Huang Kaiwen had not determined the demeanor with which to confront Spain. Inzaghi seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, "Are you feeling nervous?" "Impossible," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. At that moment, he could not afford to admit it. Otherwise, the players would become even more anxious. Huang Kaiwen continued, "I merely wish to compose an article to commemorate this summer. Have you thought of anything?" Inzaghi asked curiously. "Of course. Do you recall yesterday? That summer moment when the gentle breeze seemed to overturn everything, leaving only solitude and reflection," Huang Kaiwen stated directly. The coaching staff stared wide-eyed. Huang Kaiwen's translation skills were exceptional, achieving fidelity, expressiveness, and elegance. He managed to convey the original meaning in the most suitable manner, even attending to the tone. The entire table was impressed, likening him to Shakespeare. Huang Kaiwen discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat, relieved that they were unfamiliar with Jinsha SJJ. Old Gua, being a playful character, would have likely connected well with Inzaghi had he been known. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen led the entire team to the hotel bar. The Dutch team had reserved the venue for themselves. On stage was the Dutch jazz singer, Waterhammer. I can't see why, I can't see how, the essence of jazz, with its freedom and laid-back vibe, allowed the players in the bar to unwind. After the song Useless Fraud concluded, Waterhammer suddenly transformed into a Latin prince. As if cramping had struck him, the players, initially relaxed in their seats, sprang up with enthusiasm, swaying to the rhythm of Go Go Go, Yelly Yelly Yelly. Huang Kaiwen joined them on stage, further alleviating their burdens. Karaoke was also a means of relaxation. His intent for the evening was to provide the players an outlet. Too many had spoken to them about nationhood and honor, compounded by their previous World Cup near miss. The entire Dutch team was taut with tension. As if they were organizing a Milan event, they were equally capable of orchestrating a gathering for the Dutch squad. Huang Kaiwen had arranged for the players to unwind. In the Italian team, these seasoned veterans bore a sense of idolization, aware that their singing might not be pleasing and could lead to embarrassment. However, in the Dutch squad, if De Jong dared to take the stage, then Van Persie had to outdo him. If Robin sang a German folk tune, then Sneijder must counter with Italian rock. There was no concern about the activities failing to materialize. Suddenly, someone pressed close behind Huang Kaiwen. He immediately widened his eyes. Something was amiss. The pressure and the height of presence were unmistakably not Lily's. Which player's wife is she? Kevin Huang thought to himself, feeling a sense of unease. Despite the Spanish not causing him to break a sweat, he was genuinely apprehensive at that moment. If this situation were to be mishandled, he might as well forfeit the final match altogether. Slightly tilting his head, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, which brought him a moment of relief. He discreetly pulled Shakira away. After all, the players were all sharing rooms with their teammates, and it would be rather contentious for the coach to engage in flirtation. What brings you here, the guest performer for the final? He inquired. No, I am merely an audience member, Shakira replied, lightly tracing a pipe with her fingers. Certain matches announce their guests in advance, and it is well known that these tickets are complimentary. It seems to be a way to showcase the team's prestige, akin to how South Koreans might call friends on variety shows. Previously, when playing against England, British newspapers had published lengthy articles filled with names, such as Duke William of Cambridge and Mayor Boris of London, yet there were hardly any celebrities from Scotland or Northern Ireland. The situation in the British Isles remains intricate. While it's acceptable to earn a living in England, none of the Scottish legends would ever show up for an English national match. And did you happen to run into Lily and the others? Kevin asked, a smirk playing on his lips. The Latin diva always appeared aloof. Are you not pleased to see me? Shakira did not respond directly. Of course, I am absolutely delighted. Kevin replied sincerely. In recent days, Lily had been giving him quite the headache, and Shakira's timely appearance was a welcome relief. However, it soon dawned on Kevin that these entertainers, much like the players, often lacked a certain level of education. They were unaware of the importance of protein intake. It was already past 2 in the morning, the day of the final. After completing his tasks, Kevin opened the system. Special template. Matadai 1,000,000 fate points. Templates. Juanito 10,000 points. Hierro 10,000 points. Sanchez 10,000 points. Skills. Mastery of 4 playmakers 5,000 points. Match reading mastery 3,000 points. High diving mastery 100 points. Items. 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item. Dortmund Canteen Cookbook, 100 points. Upon seeing a particular figure, Kevin was reminded of the Kaiser's father. He too was remarkably strong, yet it felt as though he was merely a junior version of the Kaiser. Their circumstances were strikingly similar. That scoundrel Nakamoto had indeed failed to allow the most diligent common bloodline to survive until the end. Those who draw comics can be quite insufferable. The upcoming segment dedicated to the Real Madrid captain held little of interest. Among the skills, Kevin was surprised to discover Ancelotti's abilities. Now that he was coaching, he found Ancelotti's 4 playmaker strategy quite impressive. Though balancing such a roster of technical players was no easy feat as for the Dortmund canteen's cookbook, Kevin held no curiosity whatsoever. He spent 120 points to acquire high diving mastery and the immunity card. Skill. Mastery of high diving elevates your diving abilities to a professional standard, enhancing bodily control, oxygen utilization, and maximum oxygen uptake to a certain degree. At last, this skill is truly remarkable, although it pertains to high diving. The improvements are of paramount importance to Huang Kaiwen. Enhanced oxygen utilization will yield a notable increase in endurance. Maximum oxygen uptake is crucial for athletes in track and field. Nevertheless, sprinters can also harness hypoxia to stimulate bodily functions, a facet requiring personal mastery. Feeling somewhat restless, Huang Kaiwen relocated to the sofa in the outer room to avoid disturbing those on the bed. He muted the television. Jim Carrey's films are amusing even without sound. Astonishingly, the inheritance from his father was a penguin. As he watched, he drifted into slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, he discovered something draped over him. A closer examination revealed an unusual sensation. He realized he was being embraced by two individuals. Shakira, petite yet formidable, and Lily, tall and slender, formed a complementary pair. Were they both large and heavy? Huang Kaiwen thought he might first need to visit the hospital to revive his limbs before heading to the Euro Cup final. Awake? Shakira inquired, licking her lips. Huang Kaiwen quickly rose from the sofa, stating, "I have no time to waste." After all, he was still a person. That minuscule amount of protein could hardly suffice for 2 breakfasts. Lily rubbed her eyes, taking a moment to recover, and proudly informed Huang Kaiwen, "I noticed your absence and brought him here to keep you warm." "Thank you indeed," Huang Kaiwen replied, stroking Lily's hair. She promptly swatted his hand away, pouting and extending her arms. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. After washing up, he toweled his hair and began searching for his clothes. Lily quickly retrieved the suit Neo had previously sent. Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Where was this tailored?" This was from a handcrafted suit competition hosted by Reedy 4, where Barbara invited the world's renowned bespoke tailors to participate. Lily replied with a smile. "The award-winning ensemble, I presume." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. The young lady is growing increasingly astute. Previously, she had been investing in custom suits, yet this time, she could obtain one for free. Upon touching the fabric, Huang Kaiwen recognized it as baby alpaca wool, among the most luxurious suit materials available for purchase. Those luxury brands favor such materials. The light gray with stripes appeared less imposing. He opted for a black shirt underneath. As a newcomer on the coaching bench, black exuded a sense of stability. Aside from his watch, Huang Kaiwen wore no accessories, yet he remained strikingly radiant. Power and wealth indeed nurture one's presence. Coincidentally, Huang Kaiwen, the king of the football realm, was both the richest and most influential figure in the Dutch team. Shakira was left awestruck. The usual Huang Kaiwen resembled the boy next door, but donning formal attire transformed his entire demeanor. The stark contrast compelled her to instinctively tighten her legs. Huang Kaiwen hastily exited the room, fearing that standing at the sidelines would cause his body to tremble. After lunch, the entire Dutch team boarded the bus with a commanding presence. Today, there was no retreat in this match. The strength of Spain was indisputable. However, some Dutch players were eager for vengeance. Kaiwen, go for it. Van Persie, you traitor. Gattuso, give me a call." As the bus rolled along, a myriad of fans lined the roadside. The support for the Dutch team had reached an alarming extent. Besides the poignant sentiment surrounding the Netherlands itself, Huang Kaiwen boasted a substantial fan base, and many were disinclined to see a formidable Spain prevail. It felt even more daunting than during the World Cup. As Inzaghi remarked while gazing out the window, the tactical and technical levels of the European Championship inherently surpassed those of the World Cup. Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied that the tactical prowess of European football far exceeded that of any other continent. At this juncture, Asian and African teams mostly served as mere fodder, with Australia occasionally rising to the occasion. However, the tide would soon turn, as even the small nations could qualify. If one were to speak of consistent performance, it would undoubtedly be that national team, as long as they did not reach the final stage. They would not exit in the group phase, for no matter how formidable the world champions, they had never triumphed over them. The global media had already begun to build anticipation for the finals. Some television stations even produced several additional travel programs. Prior to the final, Journalists from around the world conducted random interviews outside the Olympic Stadium in Kiev. "Hello, are you here to support the Netherlands?" inquired a national broadcaster's reporter, extending the microphone. A fan clad in a roll jersey nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, I do not favor Barcelona, nor do I support this Spanish team. I hope the Netherlands wins the final." "What do you think the score will be?" the reporter asked. "I believe it might be 1-0, just like the World Cup final 2 years ago, with Robin scoring a 1-on-1. The fan responded. As the reporter prepared to find someone else to interview, this fan was not ready to conclude the conversation. He made a silly face for the camera and turned to showcase the name Raul on his jersey. The Lord of the Rings may not have been the most technically gifted player at Real Madrid, yet there were hardly any Madrid fans who disliked him. Such loyal players are the cornerstone of any team. Fans watching from home were astonished to find that today, the Dutch jersey was not the predominant choice. Regardless of whether those fans donned Chelsea or Milan jerseys, the name emblazoned on the back was undoubtedly Huang Kaiwen. The reporter intercepted a group of Milan fans and asked in Italian, "Hello, are you AC Milan fans?" "Yes," Chinese reporter. A tall, slender Milan supporter asked, somewhat excited. "Yes." Chinese reporter. "That's wonderful. Come join our Kaiwen worship. Don't you think it's miraculous how Kaiwen has recovered from his injuries? Kaiwen himself is a deity, the one true god of this world." The scene abruptly shifts back to the live broadcast. Coach Zhang chuckles as he remarks, "This Milan supporter is quite enthusiastic, expressing fervent support for Huang Kaiwen. However, the signal ahead is rather poor. We are currently observing the internal conditions of the stadium. Today, the pitch is in commendable shape, with Kiev experiencing a maximum temperature of 23 degrees Celsius and a minimum of 16 degrees, which is quite suitable for a match. Indeed, the humidity is also appropriate. Both teams possess exceptional technical skills and are accustomed to playing a ground-based style, which demands high-quality turf. The Netherlands' recent performances cannot be classified as purely technical, can they? Perhaps they lean towards a more instinctive approach. Nonetheless, their defense has been rather commendable. Yet, as demonstrated by Barcelona, such defenses prove futile against them. That is not the essence of Huang Kaiwen's strategy. He possesses a certain finesse in coaching. However, I remain skeptical of Huang Kaiwen's ability to secure a victory unless fortune favors him with identical lottery numbers. Spain is simply too formidable and should still manage to clinch 1 or 2 championships. It seems there is discord within the Spanish camp, is there not? Upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's struggles, Ramos immediately took action within the national team. Wasn't there talk of Barcelona players ganging up on Ramos? You truly believe that? Just observe the multitude of matches. Ramos has faced 2, 3, even 4 opponents and has never faltered. He is among the most formidable players in football. Ramos certainly excels in confrontations, his movements being swift and decisive, capable of incapacitating his adversaries with a single kick. Considering the slender physiques of the Barcelona players, I doubt their entire team could withstand the might of Ramos alone. In the locker room, the atmosphere grows somewhat grave. With the match approaching, the players exhibit signs of tension. Huang Kaiwen decides to divert their attention, easing their anxiety. He stands and poses a question. There once was a man who kept a fish, and the two depended on each other. One day he found a girlfriend, and as they began cohabiting, the girl noticed the fish and asked why he had not prepared any fish food. The man replied, "It's unnecessary. I've always cared for it this way." However, a few days later, the fish perished. What could be the reason? Robin promptly inquires. Was the fish frightened by the presence of an outsider? Huang Kaiwen shakes his head with a smile. Did that woman harbor a dislike for the fish and secretly poison it? Sneijder posits. Van Persie gazes intently at Sneijder, sensing a peculiar discomfort emanating from him. Huang Kaiwen remains silent. Could it be that the increased number of people altered the temperature and oxygen levels in the room? Gattuso suggests. As someone who often engages with literature, he is inclined to trust in scientific reasoning. Certainly not, Huang Kaiwen counters. The fish actually favored the man. It became despondent upon witnessing their affection. The fish fell ill. It disapproved of his girlfriend. He forgot to change the water. The players eagerly proposed their guesses. Huang Kaiwen still refrains from nodding. At that moment, Inzaghi interjects. The food previously given to the fish was fed to his girlfriend, leading to the fish's starvation. Huang Kaiwen laughs and applauds. The locker room erupts into cheerful commotion. The players relish such topics. Stekelenburg even jestingly comments, "Luke, you could indeed keep a fish. But I have a girlfriend." Luke de Jong retorts, Inzaghi remarked. Then let your girlfriend have a bit less, and share half of the fish. Laughter erupted more boisterously in the locker room. Huang Kaiwen then clapped his hands and said, "All right, don't feel any pressure. Just go out there and play well." The atmosphere in the Spanish locker room, however, was somewhat peculiar. Bosque decided to give the players some time to sort things out on their own. Casillas glanced at Ramos, who disdainfully snorted through his nose. Yet, he suddenly realized there was an issue at hand. Although he was indifferent to conflicts with teammates, Kevin was the Dutch coach, and the media would likely claim that Kevin had instigated him. This involvement of Kevin posed a problem. Ramos sat beside Xavi, whose face was adorned with a bandage, and whispered, "I honestly didn't foresee this. You see, things just happened." Xavi widened his eyes in disbelief and retorted, "You didn't foresee it? Did you expect me to?" Torres and Ramos each gave him a light punch. Had it not been for his robust health, he would have ended up hospitalized like Iniesta. Ramos scratched the back of his head and said, "You see, none of you pursue education. If you had merely attended university, our communication would be far easier. This misunderstanding arises from a disparity in cultural literacy. Although I am pursuing a graduate degree, I harbor no intention of disparaging you. Moreover, enhancing your personal skills will benefit your future. You have never even won a Champions League, so aspiring to be a coach may not attract any teams. However, if you were a university graduate, securing a job would be much easier." Casillas rolled his eyes at this. He believed Ramos would have been better off remaining silent. Meanwhile, Bosque, waiting outside, could no longer tolerate it and quickly entered the locker room. If he did not interrupt Ramos soon, even if Xavi knew he was no match for Ramos, he would be compelled to confront him again. During the players' warm-up, the support levels were glaringly evident. The capacity of the Olympic Stadium in Kiev is 60,000, yet the stands were predominantly filled with red and black striped jerseys, followed by blue, white, and orange jerseys, with the Spanish red jerseys trailing far behind. Before the independence of the Netherlands, it was once part of ancient Rome and had been influenced by the Franks and the Holy Roman Empire. In the 14th century, through matrimonial alliances, the Spaniards incorporated the Netherlands into their domain. The rise of Protestantism in the Netherlands was also part of the resistance against Spain, manifesting in various forms of opposition. The Dutch War of Independence lasted a considerable time before liberating itself from Spanish colonial rule. During such times, the Spaniards would be wise not to mention these matters. However, the past was stirred up by Huang, the king of yellow balls, who had a word with AS to revive old grievances. This match was imbued with deeper significance, historical enmities, the conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism, and the struggle between capitalism and feudal empires. The tactical and technical prowess of national teams pales in comparison to that of clubs. The Champions League stands as the pinnacle of football competition. Yet, concepts such as nation, ethnicity, and faith elevate the sanctity of national matches. Some assert that football is a continuation of modern warfare, a statement that holds a measure of truth. The hand of God not only brought jubilance to the nation of Argentina, but also inspired exuberance among the Scots. Indeed, the very term hand of God was first uttered by the Scots. The royal families and high-ranking politicians of both nations graced the occasion with their presence, while esteemed celebrities and legendary figures attended in full force. The spectators at the event might not have noticed, but those absent would undoubtedly be sought after by the fans. The Dutch team has emerged as the most supported squad on the planet, with stars like Van Persie and Robben recognizing that their supporters exhibit an unparalleled fervor, more intense than even the most devoted fans of their clubs. Every move they make is eagerly captured by the press, with the flashes of cameras never ceasing. On the sidelines, Cassano and Totti sat together, neither donning jerseys. Yet, emotionally and otherwise, they both wished for the Dutch team, under the stewardship of Kevin Huang, to emerge victorious. "What tactical approach do you think Kevin will employ today?" Totti inquired curiously. "I'm not certain, but I feel inspired," Cassano replied with excitement. "What inspiration?" Totti probed. "Have you discovered a strategy to counter Spain?" The strength of the Spanish team is something every player has felt. Cassano, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Imagine a plane carrying the Dutch women's coach Kevin, along with the Dutch and Spanish women's teams, crashes onto a deserted island. Only Kevin survives, living alongside the star players Wesley Sneijder, Robin van Persie, and Casillas. Such a film would undoubtedly become a blockbuster." Totti, despite his initial skepticism, found himself drawn into the idea, pondering the allure of such a life. It was all Cassano's mischievous influence that had led him astray. The artistic performances at the venue were quite simple. Shakira, as anticipated, was not the guest performer. A Ukrainian girl displayed a massive flag of both nations on the field. The players from both sides emerged from the tunnel, aligning themselves alongside the officiating crew. Bosque and Kevin Huang walked at the end of the procession. Upon Kevin's entrance, the atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The coach waved gently to the stands and then stepped into the center of the field, extending his right hand. Bosque remarked with a smile, "I have watched the Dutch team play. Your tactics are exemplary. The might of Spain is overwhelming. I would rather learn from you and employ a single tactical approach." Kevin Huang replied. Bosque patted Kevin's arm. Although he had never coached Kevin, they had crossed paths during Kevin's tenure at Real Madrid. Both coaches returned to their respective benches. Kevin appeared vibrant today, though he seemed to bear dark circles under his eyes, perhaps a sign of restless nights. Coach Zhang chuckled, observing, directing the final may be more nerve-wracking than playing in it. The seasoned Bosque exuded calmness, and it was evident from the starting lineups that the Dutch were seeking transformation. Indeed, Spain stands as the most formidable contender, showcasing the strongest prowess. However, ultimately, it is the players who must take to the field. Let us examine the starting lineups of both teams today. The Netherlands adopts a 4-3-3 formation with three central midfielders, goalkeeper, Stekelenburg, defenders, Bolleraus, Buma, Heitinga, Vlaar, midfielders, Quit, De Jong, Van Bommel, forwards, Sneijder, Van Persie, Robben. Spain, on the other hand, employs a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Alba, Pique, Arbeloa, Ramos, midfielders, Alonso, Busquets, Xavi, forwards, David Silva, Fabregas, Mata. The Dutch team's shift to a 4-3-3 is rather unexpected. It appears that Van Gaal might be contemplating an offensive showdown with Spain. However, Quit is expected to fulfill a defensive midfielder's role. This lineup of the Netherlands, featuring three central midfielders, evokes a sense of familiarity, doesn't it? Indeed. The camera pans to Mourinho. This is precisely the tactical approach previously employed by Mourinho's Real Madrid. Nonetheless, the configuration of the Dutch team differs from that of Real Madrid, leaving us uncertain about how their three midfielders will perform. Spain persists with a false nine formation, a strategy they had utilized even before Fabregas played as a forward. Yet Iniesta's injury has introduced some alterations to Spain's starting 11. At 7:45 p.m., the referee's whistle signals the commencement of the match. The Netherlands takes the first kick. Robben receives the ball and promptly passes it backward. Van Bommel immediately retreats with the ball. The Spanish players refrain from pressing forward. He will not relinquish possession easily. As Van Bommel positions himself, he is supported by teammates in front and behind. The Netherlands consistently ensures numerical superiority in localized areas, whether in offense or defense. Van Gaal stands along the sidelines, and presently, the match reveals little. The tactical arrangements have been set, leaving no time for adjustments. He is merely curious about the source of his starting lineup for Spain, which mirrors today's lineup perfectly. Gaining access to such information is no easy feat. This is precisely why Van Gaal has assigned Quit to defend against Ramos and Mata, while Van Bommel is tasked with countering David Silva. Van Bommel exhibits a certain excitement on the field. The notes handed to him by Van Gaal pertain to Silva's playing characteristics. Remarkable. Today, he faces precisely who Van Gaal anticipated, instilling Van Bommel with additional confidence for victory. Spain is compelled to press forward. Teams that favor possession play will invariably apply pressure. Xavi appears somewhat anxious, his movements becoming exaggerated. De Jong passes the ball back, inadvertently striking Van Bommel's heel. The referee promptly blows the whistle, issuing a warning to Xavi. Van Bommel's eyes widen as he notices Ramos charging forward, nearly landing a kick on Xavi's backside. His two greatest desires in life are to confront Puyol and Xavi. Coupled with Xavi's foul on his teammate Van Bommel, Ramos experiences a sense of temporal dissonance. He suspects that his subconscious desire to confront Xavi may be influencing his actions. Thus, Ramos resolves to exercise some restraint. After all, should he receive a red card for fouling a teammate? The incessant dogs of the press would undoubtedly claim he intentionally paved the way for the Dutch team, thereby implicating Huang Kaiwen. This is a scenario Ramos wishes to avoid. With an increase in local numbers and a shift in movement to create space, Bosque quickly perceives the intentions of the Dutch team. At the moment of Xavi's foul, Van Bommel was surrounded by several supporting players. This indeed heightens the defensive pressure, but if the Dutch rely solely on physical exertion for defense, what will they employ for their offensive endeavors? Having watched Huang Kaiwen's pre-match interview, Bosquet wonders if the Dutch tactical plan was truly undecided prior to the match. The Dutch team, resuming their build-up from the back, prompts Bosquet to widen his eyes in alarm. Their defensive line has advanced significantly higher than before, abandoning the low block. No wonder the Dutch seem to possess an overwhelming local presence. However, breaking from their established defensive structure may lead to complications for the Dutch. The technical proficiency of the Dutch players is commendable. At the very least, their ability to orchestrate attacks is up to par, which aligns with the characteristics of Dutch football. As Spanish players relentlessly press, Van Bommel directs the ball to the left flank. Quit receives it and immediately plays it forward. Although Sneijder occupies the position of winger, he drops deeper to assist. Every Dutch player has received Huang Kaiwen's manual on positioning and strategies against their opponents. Indeed, prior to Huang Kaiwen learning of Spain's starting lineup, he had already surmised the likely roster. There were hardly any variables to consider. Iniesta is consistently deployed as a winger, with the midfield comprising Xavi, Alonso, and the shadowy figure, while the defensive line remains largely unchanged. The only surprise is Fabregas playing as a forward. The framework established by Barcelona is evident, as is Spain's defensive setup. Faced with the pressing of Xavi and his old teammate Ramos, Sneijder dares not linger on the ball. However, Ramos's speed in closing down is swifter than Sneijder anticipated. As Sneijder wins up to strike, Ramos has already positioned himself to intercept the ball. The sphere ricochets into the center. Both sides engage in a fierce contest for possession. The ball bounces high in the air. David Silva, unable to pivot in time, has the ball deflect off his waist and into Robben's path. Robben swiftly controls it and delivers an accurate pass with his left foot. Sneijder, advancing into the center, finds himself in a clear one-on-one situation. Sneijder. The four Spanish defenders are in hot pursuit of Sneijder. Without Puyol, there is no one to cover for Peak. Huang Kaiwen cannot help but nod vigorously in agreement. His assessment is validated. Peak is indeed the most conspicuous flaw in the defensive line. Robben's through ball is executed with remarkable speed, and with Sneijder positioned close to the goal, it appears he might take a shot. Huang Kaiwen holds his breath. It's getting closer. As the ball approached the penalty area, Peak had already sprinted back. Sneijder unleashed a powerful long-range shot, which was deftly parried by Casillas with a single palm. A collective sigh seemed to resonate throughout the stadium, all eyes drawn to Kevin Huang's movements. Alas, it was a pity. Sneijder was not at his peak. Had it been 2 years prior, the quality of that strike would have been considerably superior. With a hint of regret, Sneijder began to retreat. No worries, there will be plenty more opportunities. Huang cheered, clapping his hands and urging his teammates on. Sneijder promptly managed to smile toward the sidelines. Meanwhile, Raul in the stands wore a look of concern. Though his departure from the Spanish national team was far from dignified, nearly being cast out by Del Bosque, the sight of familiar jerseys stirred a sense of camaraderie within him, compelling him to cheer for the players. However, the Dutch team's movements evoked a sense of déjà vu. Van Persie drifted wide while Sneijder moved centrally. It seemed reminiscent of the times when Huang switched positions with him during his tenure at Real Madrid. Del Bosque swiftly recognized the issue at hand. The Dutch were using movement to create space, not with the intent to defend, but rather to prepare for an assault. Their forward line retracted while the defense pressed forward. With increased movement and coordination, the Dutch team was embodying a true all-out attack and defense strategy. Although it was still early in the match, he felt his assessment was becoming increasingly accurate. He was curious how the traditionally time-wasting Dutch would fare if they continued this approach for the full 90 minutes. Xavi, upon receiving the ball, was immediately beset by Quit and De Jong, the former being relentless while the latter exhibited a blend of ferocity and cunning. As a master's degree holder in economics, Nigel De Jong displayed remarkable intelligence in his defensive maneuvers. Quit, on the other hand, seemed an inescapable shadow, no matter how one tried to shake him off. What exacerbated Xavi's predicament was that it appeared Quit was anticipating his every circular movement. At that moment, he dared not attempt a risky maneuver and promptly turned to make a backward pass. As Busquets received the ball, he distributed it to Xabi Alonso. The formations of both teams appeared somewhat imprecise. Spain employed a single defensive midfielder, yet Alonso and Busquets constantly adjusted their positions based on the evolving dynamics of the match. leaving uncertainty as to who would linger at the back. On this occasion, Alonso opted for a deeper position, his long passes capable of reaching the front line directly. Unlike Chelsea's physically imposing side, Spain's forward line lacked robust aerial prowess, necessitating that his passes be executed with pinpoint accuracy. The ball soared into the air, almost instantaneously veering toward the right flank. To the astonishment of both sets of fans, one individual was remarkably chasing after it. It seemed impossible for anyone to catch the ball. After all, no one could run at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, not even Kevin Huang. However, the pursuing quit was soon overtaken by the ball, prompting Bullerau's to hasten toward the landing spot. Yet Mata's ball control was nothing short of extraordinary. Even as Bullerau's collided with him, he effortlessly positioned himself to receive the long pass exceeding 70 meters, the ball scarcely leaving his foot, not even by a centimeter. Mata sprang into action. His burst of speed was nothing short of impressive. However, the feat remained remarkably agile, deftly finding a way behind Bullerau's with a deft touch. De Jong, in pursuit, was unable to catch up, leaving Buma to hastily cover the flank. At that moment, Mata was already assessing the positioning of his teammates. Spain, relatively less proficient in aerial duels, pondered whether to return the ball to an advancing teammate or send in a cross. Caution! Bosque shouted from the sidelines. Before Mata could react, an opponent surged in from an angle and expertly cleared the ball out of play. Quit had made a significant contribution. He had sprinted back over 50 meters, successfully thwarting Spain's counterattack. Such scenes had often been witnessed in matches involving Huang Kaiwen. Indeed, Quit's performance at both ends of the pitch bore a striking resemblance to Huang Kaiwen's style. Spain should revert to their coordinated play, as the Dutch players had retreated to bolster their defense. Huang Kaiwen kept a keen eye on the field, observing the players' performances. During counterattacks, the situation was less perilous, considering that not all Spanish players advanced into the attacking third, resulting in fewer options for support. However, with more bodies in the forward line, they could exploit spaces by threading the ball through the defense. Ramos refrained from launching the ball directly into the penalty area and instead passed to the receptive Mata. Mata commenced a pass, and as Huang Kaiwen had anticipated, they began to shift the defense with their ball movement. Yet, the Spanish players noted a concerning issue. Not only did the Dutch have numerical superiority in certain areas, but their defensive organization was impeccable, with scarcely any lapses. Xavi, feeling the pressure, forced a through ball into the penalty area, only for Buma to easily clear it away. Bosque, witnessing this, felt a twinge of anxiety. Today's Dutch team was no ordinary opponent. Both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, astonishing the global audience. The previously defensive Dutch team had transformed, shedding their resemblance to Italy and Mourinho's disciples, especially in such a crucial final. Huang Kaiwen stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the scene. Quit could function as either a fullback or a defensive midfielder, while the forwards naturally did not remain static in their positions. In earlier matches employing a chain defense, Huang Kaiwen had been attentive to who was directing their defensive organization. Some players excelled in man-marking but tended to chase the ball, lacking in game awareness, necessitating someone to guide them. Moreover, the defensive line required someone to orchestrate their efforts. While today's tactics diverged from Mourinho's, the underlying philosophy remained consistent. The Dutch defense was coordinated by the trio of Van Bommel, Vlaar, and Stekelenburg. Van Bommel, as the captain and commander, directed his teammates during midfield confrontations. Vlaar, known for his vocal presence, was limited in his ability to cover all positions on the flank. However, Stekelenburg, much like his predecessor Van der Sar, took charge of the defense, effectively compensating for Vlaar's shortcomings on the wing. The defensive line was meticulously organized, while the forward movement was fluid and liberated, encapsulating the essence of Mourinho's tactical brilliance. However, today the Dutch defense exhibited a diminished degree of freedom, primarily necessitating at least one player to retreat to their half during defensive phases. It is precisely this system that enables the Netherlands to engage in a fierce contest against Spain. Huang Kaiwen reflected on the previous World Cup final, as well as the subsequent group matches, and realized that while he held Spain in high regard, he somewhat underestimated the Netherlands. Should the Dutch team find their rhythm, they could indeed contend with Spain on equal terms, perhaps at a ratio of 46-54 or even 37-63. Recognizing this potential for victory, it became imperative to leverage tactics and details to augment their chances of winning. With numerous matches of chain defense behind them, The cohesion of the Dutch defense has significantly improved, which emboldens him to face Spain. This situation is akin to leveling up in a game before confronting a boss. Scoring first would be advantageous, as the dynamics of the match would inevitably shift with the player's stamina. These were all considerations that Huang Kaiwen had pondered. Thus, prior to the match, he had conveyed to the players the necessity of playing the full 90 minutes. He is no deity. After 90 minutes, players would have run 12,000 meters or more, making it unreasonable to expect them to perform effectively in extra time. Fortunately, the match appeared to be going well thus far. Moments later, Spain launched another offensive. Haroun shifted to the right flank, and Xavi received the ball, delivering a precise through ball behind Vlar. David Silva found himself in a one-on-one situation. But regrettably, his attempted lob went awry, hitting the side netting instead. Stay vigilant in defense, employ that tactic, Huang Kaiwen shouted from the sidelines. In addition to the tactics displayed during the game, Huang Kaiwen had devised other strategies. Preparing adequately to counter Spain was essential. Bama glanced towards the sidelines, where Huang Kaiwen nodded in affirmation. He had paired the 1.8-meter-tall Bama with the equally tall twinge for this very reason. While Spain's aerial prowess in open play is not formidable, their strength in set pieces, particularly with Pique and Ramos, remains significant. Today, he opted for a defense with a similar average height, slightly less adept at aerial duels, but exhibiting greater agility. Huang Kaiwen intended to create offside traps. Spain often employs direct through balls, and orchestrating offside plays could frequently disrupt their attacks. However, a lack of cohesion could easily lead to the defense being breached. Stekelenburg emerged as the key figure to assist the defense in determining when to implement offside traps. Even with such tactics, it is not feasible to rely on them indefinitely due to the inherent risks. Hence, a player was needed to assess the threat level of the opponent's attacks while coordinating the entire defensive line. Stekelenburg was the individual Huang Kaiwen selected to fulfill this role. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's commands, Martin Stekelenburg felt the weight of responsibility. Training is one thing, but the formidable prowess of the Spanish team is not to be taken lightly. At this moment, the Roma goalkeeper acutely felt the gravity of his responsibilities. When one bears the hopes of an entire team and nation for victory, the burden is immense. Are we truly going to play the offside trap? Koku inquired with some trepidation. The tactical approach is well known among the players. The risk of conceding a goal due to unsuccessful offside traps discourages coaches from employing such extreme strategies. However, a successful offside can disrupt the opponent's offense without the need for fouls or cards, which makes it surprisingly underutilized. Trust in their capabilities, Huang Kaiwen sighed. Initially, he intended for Fabregas to play as a forward, posing less of a threat without resorting to extreme measures. Yet, Spain's offensive prowess remains undeniably penetrating. Just moments ago, David Silva effortlessly tore through the Dutch defense. Without the offside trap, he would have provided a clear chance on goal. Thus, Huang Kaiwen resolved to take the risk. One advantage was that the Eredivisie's attacking style had familiarized these defenders with offside tactics. Koku could only nod in agreement. Huang Kaiwen had undertaken numerous preparations in recent days. Yet the strength of Spain loomed large, compelling action. The primary concern now was whether the Netherlands could score first, leveraging their pace against Spain's slower build-up. Previously, Spain had struggled offensively against Italy without Torres. Even though Italy's defense surpasses that of the Netherlands, Huang Kaiwen believed his strategic arrangements would prevent disappointment today. To be candid, he disliked the feeling of being out of control during matches, yet he had no choice but to trust his players on the field. The absence of Iniesta had indeed affected the Barca system, which underpinned the Spanish national team's midfield framework. While David Silva and Mata possessed commendable skills, they were not products of La Masia. The lack of synergy necessitated that Xavi push forward, with Busquets advancing alongside him, while Alonso remained at the back to cover for his teammates. After receiving the ball in the attacking third, Xavi passed forward, only for Bulma to press suddenly and return the ball. Sneijder, deep in his own half, swiftly turned and passed to Robin, who charged forward from the center line. Oh, look at the Dutch team. They are indeed agile today. Robin has shifted to the left flank, and his pace with the ball is remarkable, with Quit making runs everywhere. Robin lofted a pass, and Quit deftly distributed it to Van Persie. Alas, that shot struck the crossbar. Van Persie's volley was nearly a goal, but it sailed just a tad too high. Huang Kaiwen applauded from the sidelines, encouraging his players. The strength of the Dutch attack was precisely why he had opted against a defensive strategy today. The trio's prowess was not to be underestimated. A mere whiff of opportunity could pose a threat to Spain. Spain quickly organized another offensive foray. Their method of circulating the ball in the back line is something that most teams struggle to replicate. The Netherlands refrained from pressing high, and Spain was in no rush to advance the ball. Van Bommel continually urged his teammates to remain active. Faced with Spain's passive play, their seemingly hypnotic attacks could suddenly accelerate. If they did not maintain proactive positioning and movement, vulnerabilities could easily be exploited. While he no longer worried about club-level accolades, the national team remained an ongoing concern for him. Van Bommel is acutely aware that his form may not endure for another 2 years. Thus, this European Championship is likely to be his final international tournament. Following the defeat to Spain in 2010, he harbored a profound sense of regret, and his yearning for the European Championship title is no less fervent than that of Kevin Huang. Xavi once again passed the ball to Mata, prompting Van Bommel to immediately summon De Jong. Though Quit was in a closer position, his responsibilities did not align with an aggressive advance. Mata attempted to maneuver past his opponent, yet De Jong refrained from hastily intervening. In this scenario, Mata was left with no choice but to play a lateral pass. Xavi, upon receiving the ball, instinctively directed it forward, while the retreating Fabregas took possession, only for Quit to execute a sliding tackle that sent the ball soaring away. Van Bommel lifted his left foot to retain possession, swiftly pivoting to unleash a right-footed strike. The ball rocketed towards the left flank. Yet Ramos was absent from his defensive zone. Busquets hastily surged towards the ball's trajectory. Van Persie, sensing a presence behind him, recalled Huang's earlier admonition. As the ball descended, Van Persie expertly controlled it with his chest, while Busquets made a move from behind, tugging at Van Persie's arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Van Persie collapsed to the ground. Fearing the referee might overlook his plight, he even rolled over theatrically. The referee, Rizzoli, whistled for a foul against Busquets. Lying on the grass, Van Persie shared a knowing smile with his teammates, likely amused by the situation, while Busquets clearly intended to fall but did not anticipate Van Persie's resoluteness. A free kick in the attacking zone presented a promising opportunity, with the foul occurring near the sideline. Sneijder approached to take the set piece. The advantage of being a two-footed player is evident. Even with a challenging angle, one can simply switch feet. Both teams regarded this opportunity with utmost seriousness. Ramos directly sought out Van Persie, who found himself in a rather delicate state of mind, cautious not to appear negligent, lest others suspect him of intentionally underperforming due to Huang's influence. Peak, the tallest player on the pitch, opted to block the central path, while Dutch players congested the penalty area. Despite Huang's insistence on relaxation, the Dutch players could not escape the weight of tension. This match held significant honor and served as a chance for revenge against Spain. The missed World Cup remains a profound regret for many Dutch players. Fans from both sides fixated on the unfolding drama. Sneijder, standing near the sideline, wore a serious expression that heightened the anxiety of viewers at home. From Milan, Amsterdam, London, and across the globe, countless fans fervently prayed for the Netherlands to score first. Sneijder recalled his previous missed penalty and resolved to deliver his utmost performance this time. The whistle blew, and Sneijder exhaled deeply. With his left foot, he stepped forward and then pivoted to curl the ball with his right foot, striking the lower side. The ball soared in a high arc towards the Spanish penalty area. Players from both teams surged toward the goal almost simultaneously, with the front and central zones tightly packed. Casillas, however, sensed impending dread. Almost a second later, he confirmed his assessment. Damn, this ball is headed for the far post. He found himself unable to move, trapped in a position tightly contested by players from both sides. The captain of Spain could only turn his head, watching as the similarly armband-clad Van Bommel surged forward, delivering a powerful header near the post, sending the ball into the net. The roar of Kiev erupted. Fans in the stands and those outside the stadium cheered in unison. Europe was ablaze with excitement. In every nation, individuals rejoiced at the Dutch goal. The world was in a frenzy. The Dutch players, filled with fervor, roared and sprinted with unbridled enthusiasm. Van Bommel was among the first to dash towards the sidelines, while the exhilarated Huang Kaiwen opened his arms and joined him in celebration. A mutual rush of joy. The captains of Milan and the Netherlands embraced fiercely, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Clad in suits and jerseys, with weathered faces and graceful figures, They created a vivid tableau of orange together. Witnessing the teary-eyed Van Bommel, many Dutch fans could empathize with the veteran's poignant emotions. Mark Van Bommel, this seasoned midfielder, who succeeded Pirlo at AC Milan, once again emerged as the pivotal figure in the final. The captain's armband on his arm was not without merit. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on Van Bommel, with the Netherlands breaking the deadlock. The ensuing match would undoubtedly become more favorable. We must also acknowledge Huang Kaiwen's tactical acumen. The Dutch team held their ground effectively today. Huang Kaiwen's tactical proficiency displayed during the European Championship rivaled that of elite coaches. Indeed, when facing Lowe, Santos, Bento, Capello, and today's Del Bosque, Huang Kaiwen's tactical prowess belied his youth. His adaptability and substitutions were executed to perfection. Particularly noteworthy were his timely changes. Each substitution revealed tangible results. His decision to bring on Krul against England for the penalty save was nothing short of genius. It is astonishing. One might think that Director Zhang was referring to Sir Ferguson. I believe Director Zhang's observations are quite valid. Huang Kaiwen's performance in the European Championship has been extraordinary. Undoubtedly. One must acknowledge that Huang Kaiwen possesses an almost terrifying talent for football, not only in playing but also in assessing players and tactics, displaying an understanding akin to that of a seasoned professional with decades of experience. You may not have anticipated another aspect. While we need not speculate on how long Huang Kaiwen can continue to play, it is evident that post-retirement, he will seamlessly transition into a coaching role at AC Milan. This notion is indeed even more daunting. The dynasty of AC Milan may very well endure even after Huang Kaiwen's retirement. I can already envision it. AC Milan, having secured its place as the premier club of the century over 80 years in advance. It is true that Baum proved himself to be less than stellar back in 2004. Yet today, Huang Kaiwen has utilized Baum effectively. Heitinga was another example. While he was the best player in the Eredivisie as a midfielder, he was a ticking time bomb as a defender. Nonetheless, he remained remarkably stable throughout the European Championship. After Huang Kaiwen identified the internal issues, the Dutch team indeed flourished. It is uncertain whether Rafael van der Vaart feels any remorse upon witnessing the Dutch team's victory. Before the television screen, he delicately holds a glass of wine, naturally lending his support to Spain in today's match. At this juncture, it transcends mere reputation. His personal affairs with Bullerau's wife are ultimately private matters, and with Rijkaard diverting attention, this incident has not troubled him excessively. Yet, van der Vaart remains discontented. What if, after being excluded from the national team, the Netherlands triumphs? The embarrassment would be unbearable. Meanwhile, Vicente Del Bosque grows increasingly restless. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the first half, should they enter the break trailing? What if Huang Kaiwen opts for more defensive players? A single counterattack could spell doom for Spain. Today, Sneijder's positioning is notably deeper, evoking thoughts of a Real Madrid player, Di Maria. The young coach has seamlessly integrated various tactics into his strategy, yielding commendable results. Del Bosque recalls reading Urban Elite Young Master Filippo, which amalgamates numerous narratives from various authors. Is it conceivable that such writings are inherently eclectic? As the offensive unfolds, he urges, move more, pass the ball. Shouting from the sidelines, Del Bosque implores, hustle. Let's equalize before halftime. Everyone needs to focus. Iker Casillas claps in agreement with the coach, believing that Puyol's absence is significantly detrimental. Unable to resist glancing toward the sideline, he notices Del Bosque has returned to his seat, his displeasure evident. Yet, his former teammate stands hands in pockets, exuding grace. Casillas never envisioned the 2012 European Championship unfolding in such a manner, yet he concedes that Huang Kaiwen showcased remarkable coaching potential during his time at Real Madrid, frequently making adjustments on the field without consulting Capello, effectively guiding his teammates. Come on, lads. Casillas shouts, but few respond. Arbeloa even hesitates to speak to him, fearing demotion to the reserves upon returning to Madrid due to his close ties with the Barcelona contingent, who do not favor Casillas. Consequently, he becomes the most awkward figure in Spain. Following the restart, the Spanish team visibly exhibits urgency. Most players on this squad are vanquished adversaries of Huang Kaiwen, with some having been personally eliminated by him in the recently concluded season. Under such circumstances, their desire to avoid defeat intensifies. However, their passing lacks the familiar rhythm. Impatience has diminished Spain's threat significantly. After only a few passes, Xavi crosses the halfway line. Previously, this role of advancing play was predominantly undertaken by Iniesta. But with his injury and reluctance to collaborate with others, it now falls to Xavi to maintain possession. As soon as they cross the halfway line, Van Bommel surged forward. Xavi immediately flicked the ball, pivoting to retreat. Despite his impatience, his muscle memory guided his play. Xavi instinctively returned to a secure area to reorganize. Van Bommel, however, was not in a rush to press, for Xavi posed little threat from the back. They sought to launch an offensive with ground combinations, which necessitated advancing into the attacking third. The Spanish formation began to push forward, their defense stepping up to alleviate pressure on their teammates. Spain preferred to outnumber opponents, a tactic reminiscent of the one employed by Huang Kaiwen today. After receiving the ball, Pique opted to advance. Under pressure, he swiftly passed to Busquets, who immediately combined with Xavi before returning the ball to him, opting to withdraw rather than push too far forward. Xavi aimed to deliver the ball to the more dynamic Iniesta, but with the ball at his feet on the right flank, it proved challenging to switch to the left. Suddenly, Xavi's eyes lit up. He feigned a breakthrough, then explosively flicked the ball away. The ball zipped past De Jong, rolling behind the Dutch defense. Perfectly timed for Fabregas' run. However, an abrupt whistle pierced the air. Xavi noticed the assistant referee raising his flag. Offside. Indeed, it was a legitimate call. Vlar had been the last defender, but in that fleeting moment before Xavi's pass, he had stepped forward, ensnaring Fabregas in the offside trap. Xavi and Fabregas approached the referee for clarification, yet the Dutch team quickly signaled to Rizzoli to resume play, forcing the Spanish players to hastily return to defense. Nonetheless, the Spanish players failed to reposition in time. Stekelenburg's goal kick was directed straight to Van Bommel, who turned and sent the ball to the flanks, finding Sneijder. Without hesitation, Sneijder struck the ball with his left foot. The crowd once again gazed skyward as the soaring ball reflected the lights in a dazzling display. The Barca players frantically chased back. At that moment, Van Persie darted past Pique. Huang Kaiwen clenched his fist tightly. Pique's turning issues resurfaced. "Get in there, Robin." Huang Kaiwen shouted almost instantaneously, echoing the sentiments of millions of fans worldwide. "Go on, Robin." Van Persie found himself in a one-on-one situation. However, the ball was higher than he anticipated, making a volley impossible. In that instant, he recalled a prior Spanish derby where Huang Kaiwen had dealt with a similar high ball. With a flash of inspiration, Van Persie resolved how to strike. Huang Kaiwen had left a profound impression on him. In Van Persie's mind, Huang Kaiwen was capable of anything. His blind faith in Huang Kaiwen's shooting technique convinced him that he would score. With determination, Van Persie propelled himself into the air. Leaning forward, his body fully extended, the elongated limbs propelled through the air, reminiscent of a great fish leaping from slumber. The pursuing Pique had come to a halt, gazing upwards at the man soaring into the sky. Van Persie, gliding low, forcefully connected with the ball, his head striking it with precision. The half-hearted attempt by Casillas, who had retreated mid-action, proved futile. He could only watch as the ball sailed over him and nestled into the net. Boom. Robin. 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 Huang Kaiwen, on the sidelines, jubilantly raised his arms. The fans in the stands erupted from their seats, echoing his fervor with shouts of triumph. Above them, Beckenbauer and Cruyff sat side by side, both smiling and applauding. The last time Cruyff witnessed such a goal was when Huang Kaiwen played against Barcelona. Goal. Robin van Persie. The Netherlands has struck again, and this goal is of paramount importance. He is destined to be hailed as the hero of the Dutch team. Engaging in sermons or Bible study is not merely listening to a speech or teaching. It is about absorbing a person's interpretation of God's word and applying it to our lives. It is gathering with God's people, learning how to draw closer to God, and beginning this journey by emulating all that is divine. Van Persie scored a goal reminiscent of a Kevin-style strike, arguably the most spectacular of his career. In this moment, I shall affectionately refer to him as the man closest to God. In fervent celebration, Van Persie's passion radiated. Huang Kaiwen smiled and applauded from the sidelines, feeling fortunate that he had led the Dutch team into an offensive clash. Today, Spain's performance was lackluster. As for the reasons behind this inefficiency, Huang Kaiwen speculated that it stemmed from internal discord fueled by Barcelona, noting that Ramos, who had been quite battered, had provided a rather poor assist today. This serves as evidence. Later, he would need to present this evidence to the Madrid media, exposing the malevolent forces of Catalonia. Although the King of Yellow is no longer in Spain, he cannot bear to witness the national team divided in such a manner. Perhaps someone had offered Xavi 6 million to ensure their defeat today. As Rizzoli blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines with a bundle of towels. The Dutch players looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even Van Persie, fresh from scoring, wore an expression of astonishment, hesitating momentarily before accepting the towel. It was only when Bama, who had lagged behind, returned that Huang Kaiwen patted his arm, and together they made their way toward the tunnel. Leading up to the finals, he had consistently motivated the players, but today he decided to adopt a different approach. The atmosphere in the dressing room was quite pleasant. Holding a 2-0 lead against Spain at halftime is a source of pride for any team. At this juncture, advising the players to remain cautious and vigilant would likely fall on deaf ears. They might even find such reminders irksome. After all, how could a team leading by 3 goals at halftime succumb to a reversal? Thus, Huang Kaiwen refrained from such admonitions. Instead, he pulled out a tactical board, using magnets to represent the players of both teams. With an open and direct apology, Huang Kaiwen stated, "Today is my fault. I did not anticipate the difficulty of Spain's right flank attack. Therefore, Dirk, in the second half, I would like you to switch positions and mark David Silva, while Mark assumes a central role." "Understood, boss," Quit nodded in agreement. The players were immediately captivated by Huang Kaiwen's words, as no one had foreseen such an opening. However, they began to reflect on their shortcomings in the first half, completely forgetting their 2-goal lead over Spain. Cocu quietly played with his fingers on the sidelines. Although he had only been with Huang Kaiwen for less than a month, he had already gained a profound understanding of his capabilities. It was fortunate that he was in the realm of football. Otherwise, he might have orchestrated some grand event. After giving a few more tactical instructions, Huang Kaiwen allowed the players to rest. He was well aware that the mental exertion on the field was as significant as physical fatigue. Fully understanding his role at that moment, the coaching staff followed Huang Kaiwen out of the locker room. Inzaghi remarked, "I recently met a Ukrainian girl. Don't worry. She is a decent person. You better bring some chili sauce," Huang Kaiwen replied. "What do you mean?" Inzaghi asked, intrigued. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Do you remember that time with the pregnant girl? If you bring chili sauce, you might just hear her wailing while you're in the shower." "No, surely not." Inzaghi gulped. Huang Kaiwen remained silent. Clearly, Inzaghi had not faced enough hardships. Huang Kaiwen was also curious. It seemed others often encountered similar predicaments. Yet Inzaghi appeared to have no issues. His luck was indeed remarkable. Nesta chuckled silently, knowing the game well. In the team, there was no room for pure intentions. Inzaghi smirked. "I was thinking of starting a company with only myself and beautiful women, but after hearing you, it feels a bit terrifying. What if they all end up pregnant?" Huang Kaiwen replied, "You probably haven't heard of Twinge network. Thinking they might all get pregnant is naive. Their getting pregnant would be the greatest mercy towards you. Not every girl is so extreme, but some cunning ones who are not extreme will still benefit from the situation. And that is the most frightening part. If the winds shift unfavorably, they will cut ties directly." Meanwhile, in the Dutch locker room, Van Bommel delivered his speech. He stood up and said, "As you all know, the situation today has led our coach to apologize, but he has done nothing wrong. Why is that? I believe it is to protect our pride. We have lost to Spain before, and they have previously overturned other teams in the European Cup. Therefore, we must remain cautious at this moment. We only need to endure for another 45 minutes, and we can secure this match, so let us focus solely on the game." Van Bommel's speech was rather ordinary, yet Van Persie responded promptly to show his support. The locker room was filled with attentive listeners, and Van Bommel was aware of the impact he had made. These players are linked to him, mentioning Huang Kaiwen. Upon further reflection regarding the feigned illness of the old father-in-law, Van Bommel has gained a renewed perspective on the role of a coach. It is not merely the duration of your coaching tenure that defines your prowess. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed their contest. Bosque promptly instructed Torres to begin warming up at the sidelines. This is a commonplace occurrence. The primary issue with Barcelona and Spain's 4-6-0 formation can be traced back to Guardiola's remarks during his tenure at Manchester City, where the need for a forward transformed into the acquisition of one. In a formation devoid of a striker, the midfielders can frequently interchange positions. However, in the absence of Iniesta, the soul of Spain's 4-6-0 has been lost. Fabregas struggled to embody the false nine at Barcelona. Does one truly believe a mere change to the Spanish lineup would yield different results? Spain had previously encountered such dilemmas, believing that substituting a forward would provide a solution. Hence the current warm-up of Torres. Vlar and Bolarouz may not possess the defensive capabilities of Piszczek and Luke Shaw, yet these seasoned players exhibit remarkable resilience, particularly Bolarouz, who delivered a career-best performance following a setback. Although unable to contain David Silva, he nonetheless posed considerable challenges during close encounters, coupled with the Dutch players retreating deeper. Silva and Mata found little opportunity in the central region, leading Spain to once again face the awkward situation of possessing control without shots on goal. "Everyone, get up and warm up," Huang Kaiwen declared. The substitute players hastily removed their jackets. Krul, aware that he had little chance of entering the match, maintained a disciplined stretching routine at the sidelines. This illustrates the advantage of authority. Capello in the stands felt a twitch in his eyelids, his face slightly flushed. During the extra time between England and the Netherlands, Huang Kaiwen executed a similar tactic, utilizing all players to warm up to obscure his true intentions. After executing the substitutions, he realized Huang Kaiwen had switched the goalkeeper for a penalty save. To be honest, his mindset was affected at that moment. Had it not been for his profound expertise, he might have reacted with frustration. Yet, one must concede that Huang Kaiwen's maneuver was indeed masterful. Now, it was Bosquet's turn to grapple with a dilemma. With a dead ball opportunity, Spain promptly made a substitution, bringing Torres on for Fabregas. Huang Kaiwen responded in kind, sending Strootman to the sidelines. Bama exited the field. Vlar moved to the center, and Quit took on the role of a fullback. Bama's performance was commendable today, yet he exhibited a tendency to be a step slow in his turns. His involvement in Silva's clear chance in the first half was indicative of this. Thus, upon witnessing Torres take the field, Huang Kaiwen swiftly decided to substitute Bama. He is always decisive in making substitutions, never waiting for issues to manifest before acting. The impact of both teams' substitutions was immediate, significantly elevating Spain's attacking threats. Replacing Bama does not guarantee the ability to defend against Torres. Torres, unscathed by significant injuries, possesses a speed that can only be described as elite on the front line. His explosive acceleration effortlessly penetrates any defensive line, leaving even the peak Ferdinand and Vidic in a state of despair, while the second-tier Dutch defense is rendered utterly ineffective. The tactical approach of Spain has also undergone a transformation. Previously adhering to a 4-6-0 formation, characterized by a heavy reliance on wing play, they have now shifted their focus towards the central axis of the pitch. The objective is clear: find Torres. When Spanish players advance into the attacking third, their gaze is invariably fixed on him. The newly introduced Strootman emerges as a pivotal figure. Several midfielders, akin to their defenders, struggle to match Torres's rhythm. However, while the defense attempts to orchestrate offside traps, the midfield, under Van Bommel's astute guidance, begins to obstruct Spain's passing lanes. The young and versatile Strootman, having observed Spain's passing tendencies from the bench for 45 minutes, now wreaks havoc on the pitch. Though unable to intercept, he continuously makes expansive runs, thereby preventing Spanish players from executing timely passes. A delay in passing results in missed opportunities. This young prodigy, often likened to a new Beckenbauer, becomes the wall of tulips. Spain may attempt to toy with him through passing, yet lurking behind Strootman is the seasoned Van Bommel, who possesses an intimate understanding of players like Xavi, rendering any clever tricks ineffective. Additionally, there is Quit, exhibiting similar disruptive qualities. In the second half, the Dutch team adopts a strategy of chaos. They may forsake offense, yet they will not allow Spain to play freely. The match enters a stalemate, with Torres having been caught offside twice since his introduction. The pressure mounts on Spain, now trailing by 2 goals. Should they fail to rectify this, they will be left merely to witness the Dutch team lift the trophy. Reluctantly, Spain embarks on an offensive endeavor. Xavi, having traversed the halfway line unchallenged, delivers a direct pass to Torres. Should pressure arise, he can easily lateral the ball for a combination play, then return to find Torres once more. Alonso, from deep, launches a long ball aimed at Torres, who seeks to bulldoze through the Dutch defense with his momentum. This becomes a test of resilience for both sides. Players from both teams grit their teeth in determination, particularly the Dutch defenders. Should one side falter, immediate repercussions will ensue. The Spaniards persist in their attempts. With more opportunities, the Dutch may ultimately slip up. Once again, Xavi advances into the attacking zone. Confronted by Strootman, he swiftly pivots to evade the challenge. Van Bommel seizes the moment to press forward. Xavi, demonstrating his acumen, opts not to execute a full 360-degree turn, but rather plays the ball behind him to the advancing Alba. Alba accelerates forward, while De Jong charges ahead. Alba, with a deft flick, delivers the ball to Silva, then quickly sprints towards the center. David Silva progresses with the ball, but, in motion, delivers a lateral pass. Alba cleverly vacates his position, continuing his forward run. Upon receiving the ball, Torres executes a precise through ball. The Dutch defense falters once more. Heitinga's attempt to create an offside trap fails, allowing Alba to seize possession and surge towards the penalty area. Heitinga executed a direct slide tackle, while Alba abruptly halted as Bullaraus charged towards him. Before any physical contact occurred, Alba fell to the ground. Immediately, tensions flared among the players. Xavi and Busquets rushed forward, gesturing for an explanation. Heitinga, somewhat humbly, clasped his hands and insisted, "I did not touch him. I truly did not touch him." Rizzoli, with a compromised line of sight, turned to the assistant referee, who promptly pointed to the penalty spot. At that moment, Rizzoli finally blew his whistle, directing attention to the 12-yard mark. Van Bommel, frenzied, pointed at Rizzoli and exclaimed, "Are you blind? You award a penalty for a dive? What the hell are you doing?" De Jong quickly embraced his captain, casting a glance towards the sidelines, where Kevin was also vocally expressing his discontent. Van Persie pointed out, "Torres himself said it wasn't a penalty, Mr. Referee." Xavi and his companions immediately looked towards Torres. "Damn, do you seek the Fair Play Award? Whose teammate are you?" Torres shrugged and walked away, opting not to involve himself further. Nevertheless, Rizzoli felt a twinge of doubt, particularly upon hearing Kevin's furious outburst in Italian. He began to question whether the assistant referee had made an erroneous judgment. However, at that moment, he could only resolutely allow Spain to take the penalty. The loss of control over the match was deemed far more severe than a single erroneous decision. In the Canale 5 broadcast room, Crudeli incessantly cursed, "Damn it. This bastard is nothing short of treachery. This is not a penalty at all. We do not need him assisting Kevin. Yet we cannot stand by and watch him create trouble for Kevin." Rizzoli must have been bribed. Italian referees have a long-standing tradition of this. The Football Association ought to seriously consider what they are doing with the young referees they are training. Many Italian fans watching on television shared in the outrage. Yet their emotions could not alter the decisions made on the field. Xabi Alonso was pushed forward to the penalty spot. Neither Torres nor Ramos showed any inclination to take the kick. Stekelenburg instinctively glanced towards the sidelines, hoping Kevin might offer some advice. But Kevin did not look towards the field. Instead, he returned to his seat on the bench. At this point, Stekelenburg had to rely on himself. Recalling the Champions League final, where Kevin had saved Alonso's penalty, he formulated a plan. As Alonso stood at the 12-yard mark, he noticed through the goalkeeper's body language that he was anticipating a dive to the right side of the goal. Almost becoming an afterthought, Alonso remained still. As the whistle blew, he approached the ball and struck it with the inside of his foot. As predicted, Stekelenburg lunged towards the right side, while the ball rolled into the lower left corner of the net, crossing the goal line and settling into the netting. Alonso exhaled in relief. It was a close call. The exuberant Barcelona supporters surged forward, and Alonso ultimately validated himself at the penalty spot. Although the score remained 1-2, this moment ignited a spark of hope for Spain. Yes, this goal was indeed pivotal. During this period, Spain has displayed a somewhat impatient style of play. However, this goal has the potential to stabilize their performance. As long as they maintain composure, the outcome of the match should not pose a problem. The stadium reverberated with thunderous boos, as the majority of the Kiev crowd were rooting for the Netherlands to triumph. Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines and waved at Van Bommel. "Boss," he called. Van Bommel jogged over and replied, "Do not move from your position. Remain in the center while Nigel and Kevin make their runs. If Nigel cannot endure the full 90 minutes, I can make substitutions, but your role on the field is irreplaceable, understood?" Huang Kaiwen remarked. Van Bommel's age is evident, and he has already played a significant number of matches this season. If he continues to run relentlessly, he may indeed struggle to last the entire match. "I understand, boss." Van Bommel nodded. "Then return. It's up to you to fill in for them." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively. Van Bommel holds a unique position within the Dutch squad. He may not be the most technically gifted player, nor does he possess the keenest game-reading ability. However, he excels at making judicious decisions, unlike some players who, despite being able to see their teammates, insist on playing as lone wolves. His mental fortitude is equally commendable, as he can set aside personal biases to support his teammates. In essence, he is a spiritual leader. Without Van Bommel, the Dutch team resembles an Arsenal lacking Patrick Vieira. There is an undeniable void that needs to be filled by the growth of another player. Spain, buoyed by their recent goal, clearly sought to capitalize on their momentum. Nevertheless, the Dutch midfield performed admirably today, with Sneijder and Van Persie frequently dropping back. The defensive line advanced to create a numerical advantage in certain areas, causing Spain's passing to falter. They indeed maintained possession, yet struggled to advance the ball effectively. The Netherlands executed their defensive strategy within the 30 meters leading to the penalty area to perfection, offering Spain very few opportunities. Xavi and Alba found themselves increasingly deep in their positions, moving up to support their teammates. However, Strootman spotted an opportunity. As Xavi received the ball in the center, he feigned ignorance of the flanks. At the moment Xavi passed the ball, Strootman went to ground, extending his leg and successfully intercepting it. The Netherlands launched a counterattack. The trio surged forward rapidly, with the two bald players outpacing everyone. Observing the situation, Van Persie chose not to run, as his position was too deep. When Van Bommel delivered the ball to his feet, Van Persie on the left flank had already prepared to unleash a strike with his left foot. Much like Sneijder's pass in the first half, Van Persie delivered a precise cross into the penalty area. Busquets, who had rushed in to apply pressure, was a beat too late. The ball swiftly descended into the penalty area. Robben extended his right foot to deftly control it, as Arbeloa and Peak both rushed past. The towering Peak appeared clumsy in comparison to Robben, who effortlessly maneuvered the ball to his left foot right in front of the Spanish defenders. He then curled the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball swiftly rolled across the grass, and despite Casillas's quick reaction as he dove to the side, a mere fraction of a second's delay resulted in only regret, as the ball slipped beneath his ribs and nestled into the net. The former Real Madrid player had successfully breached the goal guarded by his old team's goalkeeper. This scenario unfolded once more, with Robben outstretched, as if embracing the world, his tongue playfully protruding, yet the Spanish fans felt themselves to be the greatest jesters. The invincible ship and the maritime charioteer encountered each other on a narrow path. The Dutch shattered the pride of the Spaniards with their swift and efficient counterattacks. Cocu, Inzaghi, and the substitutes rushed to the sidelines to celebrate fervently, while the head coach remained with his hands in his pockets, a picture of calmness. The thrill of the moment had dissipated. Huang Kaiwen, posing for the cameras, wondered how much his sponsorship fees would rise following today's victory. Should those sponsors continue their procrastination in negotiations, they would soon learn the meaning of fluctuating prices post-Olympics. Van Marwijk, now back in the Netherlands, sat in his yard watching television, displaying even more excitement than the players themselves. He felt no envy towards Huang Kaiwen and the Dutch team reaching the finals. The veteran coach had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. His previous Dutch squad had already crumbled, a foreshadowing evident during the European qualifiers. His resignation had become the most dignified conclusion possible. Now, witnessing the Dutch team nearly secure the championship, he felt a mix of excitement and a tinge of shame. Regardless, the manner of his departure was far from glorious. Yet, on reflection, had he not left, Huang Kaiwen would not have been able to take over the Dutch team, or perhaps had he departed sooner, the Dutch Football Association would have appointed another Dutch coach. In a certain sense, he had still made a significant contribution to the team. By waiting until the European Championship commenced to leave, he had left the association with little time to find a replacement, thus facilitating Huang Kaiwen's current success. With this thought, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, raising his beer in a hearty laugh. Bosquet ordered Pedro to warm up, preparing to intensify the offensive. With a 2-goal deficit, there was no choice but to seek ways to equalize the score. Pedro's synergy with the Barcelona players was undoubtedly beneficial. Yet the absence of Iniesta had a profound impact, leaving the Spaniards appearing somewhat unfamiliar to their fans. One might jest that Iniesta, in the presence of Huang Kaiwen, seemed a mere shadow of a player. However, one cannot make such comparisons. Against Huang Kaiwen, even Ronaldinho would appear inconsequential. Nevertheless, Iniesta is indeed one of Spain's most formidable players, and his absence significantly diminished Spain's threat. Personally, I find David Silva quite strong, though he lacks the same rapport with the Barcelona players. Certainly, Barcelona has its own system. Just look at Boyan, who was once heralded as the next Messi. Yet after moving to Roma, He couldn't even secure a starting position there. Initially, I did not perceive Quit as a formidable player. However, after witnessing his performance in the European Championship, I have come to regard him as exceptionally impressive. Huang Kaiwen has deployed Quit in numerous positions. What is even more astonishing is that Quit seamlessly transitions between several roles within a single match, showcasing his remarkable awareness, albeit his technical skills may require refinement. When compared to Van Persie, one might argue that he falls short. Nevertheless, Quit has scored a considerable number of goals, including a hat-trick against Manchester United. With the remarkable fact that all 3 goals were scored from within 5 meters of the goal, demonstrating his prowess in positioning. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen possesses a unique approach. Despite Quit's previous requests for a more advanced role, under Huang Kaiwen's guidance, he has adapted to playing further from the opponent's penalty area without a hint of grievance. Huang Kaiwen's stature in the football world is well established. Even the likes of Cruyff only surpass him in age. Excluding injury time, there are still 24 minutes left in the match. This illustrates the gap between the Netherlands and the Delaney Trophy. Following a goal and subsequent celebration, Huang Kaiwen promptly urged his players from the sidelines to remain vigilant and maintain their focus, reminding them not to become complacent, as if the score were still level. He emphasized the necessity of staying alert, recalling the near loss of the World Cup 2 years prior. "Hey, I'm talking to you," Van Persie scoffed. Robin widened his eyes in disbelief. "Damn it," he thought, wishing he could raise his hand and shout, "Bring it on." While delivering a swift blow to Van Persie's head, Sneijder chuckled from the sidelines. As the European Championship nears its conclusion, the Dutch team is set to revert to its familiar identity. Whether it is Van Persie or Robin facing challenges, he is eager to witness it. Ideally, Robin would incapacitate Van Persie and then join in the scoring himself. In that scenario, he could secure the World Cup title under Huang Kaiwen's management 2 years hence. Along with his first Ballon d'Or. TSK, Guti teased, failing to comprehend why Roll still harbored concerns for the national team. "It's not a good look to be caught by the media like this," Roll remarked softly. In truth, he had not said much at all. Morieni's, seated beside Roll, added, "Indeed, I haven't said anything." Guti pointed to the field and declared, "I always said Kaiwen would prevail. What did you all say?" "I didn't anticipate it would unfold this way," Roll replied with a bemused expression. Previously, he had been labeled a ball hog. Yet Spain did not experience any internal strife. The departure of that ball hog coincided with discord within the national team. "Iker is nothing but a traitor," Guti muttered discontentedly. "Otherwise he should keep his distance from the Barca players." Raul chose not to respond, harboring his own reservations regarding Casillas' choices. However, he was even more astonished by Huang Kaiwen. From the outset, he recognized Huang Kaiwen's exceptional talent. Yet he did not expect him to remain the standout figure upon taking the coaching role. This time, Huang Kaiwen has silenced his detractors, guiding the Dutch team to this remarkable stage without any prior experience as a young coach. Some exuberant Dutch fans have raised their foam and tin-foil championship trophies, while the strains of Go West once again resonate through the stands. Inzaghi, brimming with excitement, waves his arms, urging the fans to amplify their voices. He feels he has absorbed about 80% of Huang Kaiwen's prowess, even if he does not lead the team to victory. Securing a top-4 finish as a new winger should be within his grasp. Alas, Milan is unwilling to let him retire, persistently seeking to renew his contract. The sentimental Filippo Inzaghi finds it hard to refuse his old club, otherwise he would have long since embarked on a coaching career. Perhaps he would have already guided a team to triumph over Huang Kaiwen and Milan. Pedro has replaced David Silva, but Huang Kaiwen has also executed his second substitution, bringing on Huntelaar in place of Sneijder. Sneijder, having expended considerable energy today, is showing signs of fatigue. Huntelaar, who has played on the wing and was known for his defensive capabilities as a forward during his time at Chelsea, is crucial as a support for Robin and Van Persie. Spain's proud offensive play is becoming disjointed under the relentless running of the Dutch players. At this juncture, the Spanish players can only rely on their increased movement to create space. However, Xavi discovers that wherever he goes, Strootman is shadowing him, as if he has become an extension of his very being. This hinders the fluidity of Spain's attacking maneuvers. The fans in the stands are taken aback. They never anticipated their ball control would be pressured to such an extent. Alonso's frequent long passes failed to pose any threat to the Dutch, as there are simply too many defenders in front of their penalty area. The camera shifts to Del Bosque, whose facial muscles twitch involuntarily. the frequency of these twitches increasing with the passage of time. He knows that the time left for Spain is dwindling. "We are about 10 minutes away from witnessing Coach Kevin's first trophy," exclaims Cruyff enthusiastically. "I have never doubted Kevin's abilities, particularly in the realm of football. If one day he decides to become a team doctor and miraculously heals Ronaldo, I would not be the least bit surprised. Since his entrance into the football world, he has been a victor, unmatched by any player, and perhaps even any coach. Everyone claims Spain is the strongest national team in history, possessing an unparalleled dominance. Yet, no matter how formidable a team may be, they must bow their heads in the presence of Kevin. Even if Rizzoli awards a non-existent penalty today, Spain remains no match for Kevin. As an Italian, he speaks with pride, as if Italy were on the verge of lifting the trophy. However, the fans watching on television feel no strangeness. The entire Italian peninsula is awaiting the crowning of Holland, or more specifically, their coach as the European king. The eliminated Italian players cannot help but smile at the sight of the agitated Spanish team. "So, you two have your day?" The Spanish team has gone mad, pressing fervently as they scramble. However, this irrational style of kicking inadvertently provided the Netherlands team with a superior opportunity. Alonso executed a corner kick directly, and Stekelenburg, utilizing his physicality, managed to punch the ball to the flanks, overpowering Ramos in the process. Quit seized the ball and promptly passed it to Strootman. As Strootman prepared to make his move, Mata lunged in with a sliding tackle, but fortunately, Strootman evaded the challenge. Coming from the midfield, Xavi showed no hesitation and collided directly with Strootman's waist, causing the young Dutchman to tumble to the ground. Players from both sides instantly surged towards the location of the foul. However, the Spanish side appeared significantly diminished in spirit. The formidable Ramos, along with key player Torres, remained on the periphery, vocally expressing their discontent without any inclination to take action. It was already a blessing that they refrained from confronting Xavi, let alone support him. "Kevin is injured, look at that." Van Bommel pointed at the ground. Rizzoli rolled his eyes. Upon hearing the name Kevin, his heart raced uncontrollably. Barcelona players were fervently attempting to explain on Xavi's behalf. De Jong stood protectively in front of Pedro, preventing him from exerting pressure on the referee. At that moment, Rizzoli unexpectedly reached into his jacket pocket, causing both teams to widen their eyes, including the prone Strootman. Upon noticing a flash of crimson, the Spanish players erupted in protest. The Dutch players were taken aback, not anticipating that such a foul would warrant a red card. "Referee, is this decision questionable? Even if it was a deliberate foul, it shouldn't have resulted in a red card." The Barcelona contingent fervently surrounded the referee, while Dutch players approached to engage in pushing and shoving. Rizzoli resolutely raised the red card, likely aware that the previous penalty was a misjudgment. With the match nearing its conclusion, he felt compelled to take decisive action. "Apologies. Football may lack nationality, but football referees certainly possess one." Tung Shung had set his sights on Ajax's Brobby, yet Ajax was reluctant to sell. Sensing a sense of déjà vu, as Manchester United's £100 million transfer fee brigade seemed poised to expand, a plea for monthly votes and recommendations followed. The chapter concludes here. As the Royal Netherlands Air Force took center stage, Barcelona players were performing vigorously, while the Milan clubs remained unfazed. Youngsters like Mata merely observed from a distance. Casillas joined in to mediate, but no one could sway Rizzoli's determination. It was as if he held an Auto M42 in his hands, ready to take on the Spanish tank. To underscore his seriousness, Rizzoli even showed a yellow card to Casillas, warning him that further disputes would result in additional cards. The Spanish players instantly lost their composure. Torres and Ramos, grumbling, retreated, appearing utterly aggrieved. If not for Ramos, keeping his head bowed, one might have feared he would burst into laughter. The Olympic Stadium in Kiev erupted with cheers, and the fans had seemingly forgotten the penalty awarded to Spain by Rizzoli. He breathed a sigh of relief. This incident would undoubtedly have repercussions post-match. Yet, he had his own narrative to convey. At this stage of the game, both teams were becoming increasingly aggressive, and he had to maintain control. There is nothing wrong with this statement. However, when considered in light of the score, its true meaning becomes evident. Spain, trailing behind, is undoubtedly anxious in their pursuit. The referee, sensing their urgency, is quick to blow the whistle, and any movement from them prompts a card. This exemplifies the artistry of officiating, subtly managing to penalize Spain while compensating for the earlier penalty misjudgment. Rizzoli glances towards the sidelines, where Huang Kaiwen is applauding, and he breathes a sigh of relief. This is hardly a red card offense. It is infuriating. And Bosquet's frustration has undoubtedly been directed at the fourth official. Yet, the fourth official manages a smile, respecting the veteran world champion coach. However, any hope of swaying the referee's decision is futile. Bosquet finds himself without a recourse for complaint. The officiating crew had been predetermined before the final, with Rizzoli, nurtured by the Italian Football Federation, serving as the main referee, and the entire crew composed of Italians. Only if Italy had reached the final would a backup plan have been enacted. It is a rarity for referees from the same nation to officiate their national teams in international matches. Bosquet is at a loss regarding Huang Kaiwen's decisions, especially since Huang is not even Italian. If Rizzoli were to favor Huang, one must ponder why he would not extend the same courtesy to Bosquet. Bosquet understands this logic and thus feels a profound sense of frustration. The absence of Iniesta is already having a significant impact. If Xavi were to leave the pitch, Spain would be in dire straits. The essence of Spain's midfield lies in the synergy between Xavi and Iniesta. Xavi Alonso's style is more robust, while Xavi serves as the backbone of both Barcelona and the national team. Without the core, what remains? Returning to the coaching bench, Bosquet makes one final adjustment. Cazorla warms up, preparing to bolster the midfield. Instinctively, Bosquet glances towards the Dutch side, nearly incensed. Huang Kaiwen has once again called all substitutes to warm up. This method of warming up leaves one guessing Huang's intentions regarding player substitutions and tactical adjustments. Spain trails by 2 goals and is down a man. Does such seriousness seem warranted? The regular time of the match is dwindling. After the Dutch kick off, they begin to pass the ball around the back. The Dutch fans in the stands can hardly contain their anxiety. Such is the nature of football. Until the final minute, the outcome remains uncertain. The broadcast camera focuses on Sohi in the stands, leaving one to wonder what thoughts Matheus, watching from home, might have. Should the match seem decided, a reversal would render him the biggest laughingstock in the world. Many Dutch players begin to exhibit signs of fatigue at this juncture. Upon Cazorla's entry, he becomes active, unleashing a long-range shot. The ball is deflected by Vlar, who appears to be cramping up. Spanish players urge for a quick restart, leading to another standoff. Van Bommel's leadership qualities shine through as he positions himself in front of De Jong, causing the Spanish players to hesitate. Xavi Alonso feels a pang of discomfort at the sight of De Jong. Rizzoli, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached to urge the Dutch players to rise swiftly. At this juncture, nearly the entirety of the Spanish team had encroached upon the penalty area. Although corner kicks were not their forte, they understood the necessity of seizing every opportunity. After a measured run-up, Xabi Alonso delivered the corner. Ramos leaped and headed the ball. It found the net. In the 88th minute, Spain equalized at 2-2, demonstrating their indomitable spirit to the Dutch team. The match was far from over. Sergio Ramos had once again stepped up. This AC Milan fullback exhibiting remarkable offensive prowess. This marked his second goal of the tournament, accompanied by 2 assists, outperforming even the average midfielder. The suspense returned, and Ramos celebrated merely with a brief acknowledgement before returning to his half. The fourth official raised the sign for injury time. The latter half had seen its share of surprises, with a full 6 minutes of stoppage time granted. This was Spain's final chance. Kevin Huang stood on the sidelines, hands in pockets, exhaling in relief. At least Ramos's goal meant he would not bear the brunt of blame. Yet, a reminder for the Dutch players was still in order. Huang turned to Cocu, who immediately grasped what needed to be done. He bellowed onto the field. Do you lot even want the championship? Damn it. If we lose the title at this stage, I swear I'll twist your heads off, you fools. This is the European Championship final, not a joke. If you don't wish to play, you might as well leave now. Perhaps you could join Van der Vaart on a charter flight home. Huang pretended not to hear. Unbeknownst to him, Cocu was also quite the fiery character. Such sentiments often arise when players transition to coaching. One can't help but think, if I were on the pitch, you all would be out. Cocu, in his playing days, indeed surpassed most current Dutch players in skill. Like Quit, he possessed excellent positional adaptability, excelling throughout his career both in the forward and defensive roles. Spain launched another counterattack, this time with remarkable speed. Pedro, receiving the ball on the right flank, executed his move with precision. Stekelenburg opted to dive for a block, but was caught off guard as Pedro executed a delicate chip shot. The ball soared over Stekelenburg's head towards the goal, yet, in a critical moment, A figure darted in to clear it off the line. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. However, the hero of the clearance remained unable to rise. Bullerau's had made a pivotal contribution. That shot nearly equalized the score. Bullerau's thwarted Pedro's certain goal. 2 years prior, Casillas had saved Robben's one-on-one. This time, a Dutchman similarly denied Pedro. Veteran Bullerau's showcased the power of determination. At 32, he was on the verge of departing Stuttgart. Yet one wonders if Stuttgart might regret not offering him a contract extension after witnessing his performance in the European Championship. The Dutch team made a substitution, bringing on Van der Wiel, who had seen little action since the first match. Rumors suggested Huang held a disfavor for Ajax players, yet such claims lacked foundation. Ibrahimovic and Huntelaar both hail from Ajax, and Huang Kaiwen has enjoyed pleasant interactions with them. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's reputation remains quite favorable. Alas, it seems Huang Kaiwen has transformed into a paragon of virtue. The incident where he masqueraded as a female in an attempt to embarrass his peers has been conveniently forgotten. What a pity, for the so-called mobby dog is merely Huang Kaiwen's sycophant. He himself has denied this, claiming it to be mere slander. I find myself reminiscing about Huang Gu. During his time, there was at least some amusement. Although he was a traitor, he provided a semblance of entertainment. At least we could witness Huang Gu proclaiming that he would streak if Huang Kaiwen scored. Nowadays, the youth may boast brazenly, but when questioned about their alma mater, none speak the truth. There are few as sincere as Huang Gu. Ha ha ha, I am indeed from Nanda, and discussions about him still occur within our institution. Enough already. Let us not defame Brother Kaiwen. Goodness, mobby dog, how dare you intrude upon our space? I am in high spirits today, should the Netherlands triumph. I shall distribute 1,000 QB cards worth 30 yuan or other gaming vouchers of your choice. Goodness, I have admired Van Persie since childhood. Do not contest with me. It is time to reveal my 30-year identity as a Dutch football fan. I have always held a fondness for Van der Vaart's wife. Brother, I knew you would appreciate such details. A few years back, this would have caused quite a stir. However, in the realm of Zhengtu, there are countless wealthy individuals willing to spend millions. A single property could render one a mere pawn, as there will always be wealthier magnates. Such stories have become commonplace. These internet-addicted youths are beginning to grow numb. One can only lament the excessive wealth of the affluent. When you graduate earning 200 yuan a month, they can purchase equipment that would take you a decade or more to earn. It seems a period of rest is in order. Giannini approached Huang Kaiwen and remarked. He referred to Bullerau's, who had just been substituted. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. In any case, the European Championship is nearing its conclusion. Bullerau's has secured a championship with the national team, marking a fulfilling chapter in his career. The Dutch players on the field continue to engage in fierce competition. Quit, having already run 13,000 meters, appears more dynamic than others. He and Strootman, one playing as a right back and the other as a left midfielder, form a formidable duo. The Spanish offense, lacking the organization of Xavi, is struggling. Alonso's positioning has noticeably advanced, yet under the disruption caused by the Dutch duo, their attacks remain fragmented. Alonso, receiving the ball in the forward area, attempts once more to locate Pedro. De Jong, unable to intercept, inadvertently alters the trajectory of the pass. Vlaar swiftly advances the ball, and De Jong passes it forward. Robben seems fatigued, primarily responsible for the counterattacks. Thus, he dribbles with small steps, failing to accelerate. At this juncture, Quit moves up, and Robben promptly passes the ball to him. Before Alba can press, Quit deftly sends a right-footed cross. Another 45-degree delivery. The ball swiftly soars into the penalty area, descending towards the back of Arbeloa. Huntelaar surged forward, exerting force through his legs to leap into the air. In the presence of Abello and Peak, he executed a deft header, and in an instant, the ball found its way into the net mere inches away. The score was locked at 42, sealing their victory. Robben lay on the ground, while Quit, the architect of the assist, expressed greater joy than if he had scored himself. The substitutes rushed to the sidelines in a frenzy of celebration. The Dutch team had only 3 minutes left to clinch the De Lorraine Cup. The Dutch fans in the stands bounced with excitement, chanting for the championship. The camera captured the crown prince and his wife embracing tightly. The scene shifted to Huang Kaiwen, who stood with his hands in his pockets, his dark hair making him the most distinctive coach of the European Championship. Many fans suddenly realized how youthful Kevin appeared. Yet, Huang Kaiwen had transformed from a victor on the pitch to a triumphant figure in the coaching realm. Even if he were to lead his team to victory again in 2 years, no one would find it surprising. When the camera turned back to him, Huang Kaiwen was making heart signs and mimicking a cradle dance, causing the viewers at home to stifle their laughter. Impatient Dutch fans began their countdown. 160, 159. Van Bommel still managed to tackle Alonso's ball away. 140, 139. Robben was on a counterattack but stumbled and lost possession. Van Persie charged forward to apply pressure, and Peak directed the ball to the flanks. Huntelaar collided with Alba, earning a yellow card, yet it had no consequence. As the countdown continued, the Dutch squad became even more vigorous. Upon regaining the ball, they began to pass feverishly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. As De Jong evaded Cazorla's right foot, Rizzoli blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The substitutes instantly rushed onto the field, embracing their teammates. At that moment, they forgot the divisions between the Netherlands and Suriname, their differences in skin color and beliefs, as well as internal conflicts and competition. These players donned in orange had but one identity: the European champions, the Netherlands. Huang Kaiwen slowly walked onto the field, surveying the entirety of the Olympic Stadium in Kiev. Akin to a statue from ancient Rome, Van Persie leapt over the advertising board to shake hands with his supportive fans. Alonso bent down to help his despondent teammate rise. Quid excitedly ran to Huang Kaiwen, wrapping his arms around his neck in celebration. Ramos observed Huang Kaiwen from afar, grinning, but quickly composed himself when he noticed the camera approaching. Champions. The Netherlands is the champion. After a grueling 90 minutes, the Dutch team triumphed over the defending champions. More importantly, they chose not to adopt a defensive stance, but instead faced the formidable Spanish team with an audacious spirit. At the age of 29 years and 42 days, Huang Kaiwen became the youngest coach in European Championship history to claim the title, and notably, the first Asian coach to win the European Championship. Amidst frequent internal strife and the head coach's hospitalization, Huang Kaiwen was called to lead a Netherlands team beset by both internal and external challenges. His Dutch squad may not have showcased the most aesthetically pleasing style of play, yet they were undoubtedly the most united team. The exceptionally talented Dutch players have unveiled a different incarnation of the Netherlands team. With unparalleled tactical execution, remarkable unity, and an extraordinary defensive synergy, they have transcended the legacy of Van der Vaart, blossoming into a team that has undergone a magnificent metamorphosis. The tulip no longer symbolizes fragility or superficiality. Regardless of gentle breezes or tempestuous storms, their resolve remains unshaken. The highly anticipated golden generation of the Netherlands has, after a 24-year hiatus, ascended to the pinnacle of European football once more. Huang Kaiwen, alongside his teammates, leapt over the advertising boards, shaking hands with fans in the lower stands. Such gestures ignited the fervor within the supporters. It was unclear who initiated the excitement, but Huang Kaiwen found himself hoisted aloft once again, only to be unceremoniously pulled onto the stands by exuberant female fans. He felt a chill in his stomach as countless hands roamed about, a common occurrence for a figure in his position. In a frantic scramble, he tumbled over the railing, fortunately caught by a group of raucous fans. Observing the disheveled yet endearing visage of the young coach, many fans couldn't help but chuckle knowingly. Let us go? Time to collect the trophy, Huang Kaiwen proclaimed upon returning to the pitch. Sneijder stifled a chuckle, prompting a swift glare from Huang Kaiwen. As he led the players back to the tunnel, he made a beeline for the restroom to tidy himself up. Some traces of lipstick proved stubborn, especially those smeared on his clothing. Thankfully, he had donned a black shirt today, which concealed most of the evidence. When Huang Kaiwen reappeared in the tunnel, the players erupted in laughter at the sight of his flushed face. He silently noted a few names, contemplating the anonymous letters that would surely circulate later, insinuating scandalous behavior. He wondered how they would react then. Huang Kaiwen guided the Dutch players to the tunnel entrance, where they formed a line to applaud their opponents. Spain. When Alonso emerged, he cast a long, searching glance at Huang Kaiwen. The memory of Huang's early days in football flooded back. Istanbul, where he was merely a backdrop. Munich, where he remained a mere observer. And Kiev, where he continued to serve as a silent witness. Alonso, in his frustration, pondered aloud, "Why always me?" But no answers came forth. Alonso, disheartened, followed his teammates onto the podium, only to depart hastily. in just over a month, having participated in 2 consecutive finals. The most technically demanding clashes in world football, he felt like nothing more than a transient figure amidst the grandeur of national honor. Champions! Champions! The collective sentiment resonated among the Dutch players, who sensed that the orange-clad army was the most beloved team worldwide. The handwritten signs in the stands bore witness to this popularity, affirming that the Dutch team's appeal was intrinsically linked to their esteemed coach. Cassano turned to Totti, exclaiming, "I've been inspired again." "What inspiration?" Totti responded, somewhat irritated. Kevin was pulled up by a Dutch female fan, engaging in a spirited duel against an entire stand. Continuing his battle alongside the hostess, Cassano, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This piece shall be titled the European Championship. I sense it will ignite a fire." Totti covered his forehead, regretting his decision to invite Cassano to watch the match. As he observed the hostess on the field, images conjured by Cassano flooded his mind. One by one, the Dutch players ascended the podium, many with tears glistening in their eyes. It is only after loss that one learns to cherish. Securing the European Championship heightened their yearning for the World Cup. The last to walk, Huang Kaiwen, took his first step, ascending the podium stairs. The night sky over Kiev resonated with a singular chant, "Saint Kevin! Saint Kevin! Saint Kevin!" The Dutch team's victory could indeed be deemed miraculous. Whether Huang Kaiwen is a deity remains unknown to the fans. However, he is undoubtedly the embodiment of Dutch glory at this moment. Platini shook Huang Kaiwen's hand, remarking, "I never expected to meet under such circumstances. This may not happen again." Huang Kaiwen replied, "Do not underestimate yourself." Platini responded, "Do not lack confidence." Huang Kaiwen silently rolled his eyes. He has never been deficient in self-assurance. Yet, dear friend, you are on the verge of entering the fray. It was now Cruyff's turn. Eagerly, Cruyff embraced Huang Kaiwen, trembling as he expressed, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Kevin." Huang Kaiwen patted Cruyff's back. After receiving the medal, Van Bommel waved, urging, "Boss. Come here, boss." Huang Kaiwen did not hesitate, stepping forward to grasp the De Lorraine Cup alongside Van Bommel. 3, 2, 1. The crowd counted down in unison. Together, Huang Kaiwen and Van Bommel raised the trophy high. Fireworks erupted, and confetti cascaded. The Kiev Olympic Stadium resonated with the anthem "We Are the Champions." Let us extend our congratulations to the Dutch team and Huang Kaiwen for becoming the 2012 European Championship champions. As a player, Huang Kaiwen has amassed countless titles. Yet, in his active career, he has now triumphed as a coach, unveiling the infinite possibilities for the future. This championship was truly well-deserved, showcasing the Dutch team's prowess. Huang Kaiwen's tactical brilliance revealed his profound passion for the sport, both on the pitch and from the sidelines. The Dutch players celebrated with unrestrained joy. Amsterdam, Arnhem, Rotterdam, the Apennine Peninsula, and even the British Isles resonated with jubilant cheers. The crown of the uncrowned king still belongs to the Netherlands. Yet this team has unveiled a distinct essence. The players' families entered the field, and Huang Kaiwen opened his arms to catch Lily, eliciting a chorus of warm laughter. In the presence of players, Huang Kaiwen commands absolute authority. Yet, among family, he remains the most radiant figure. The Dutch players embrace their wives, watching their children rush towards Huang Kaiwen and Lily, regardless of the moment. Huang Kaiwen has become the most beloved figure among children. Perhaps in the past, Dutch children aspired to become the next Van Basten, Robben, or Van Persie. However, now their dreams have shifted to becoming the new Kaiwen. The cheers of the fans are but seeds planted in the hearts of these children, destined to grow into towering trees one day. Seizing this opportunity, Huang Kaiwen returned to the locker room to change his attire in preparation for the press conference. Upon his return to the field, he resolved to seek out a clever player to accompany him to the event. Scanning the surroundings, he called out, "Robben, come join me to meet the reporters." Van Persie eagerly jogged over to Huang Kaiwen. As they walked down the corridor, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "What do you perceive as Spain's greatest issue today?" "Certainly. It's Del Bosque. He pales in comparison to you," Van Persie candidly replied. Huang Kaiwen, aware of the truth in this statement, sought a different angle. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Do you believe that the Barcelona players have affected Spain's unity, preventing them from fully showcasing their capabilities?" Upon hearing this, Van Persie immediately grasped the implication, nodding vigorously as he responded, "I have long sensed that Xavi is not a good person. He embodies selfishness and is the root of discord within the national team's locker room." After he left the pitch, Spain performed significantly better, given another 30 minutes. The outcome might have been uncertain. You have a keen understanding of the game, Huang Kaiwen acknowledged. Remember to share your insights with the reporters later. As the two arrived at the press conference, they wondered if the Spanish team had settled their internal strife. Taking their places on the stage, an excited Van Persie flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, hoping the journalists would capture him in an appealing light. After approximately 5 minutes, Del Bosque finally arrived. Unaccompanied by any players. Mr. Del Bosque, has the internal discord within Spain affected your performance? Kaiwen, what are your next steps? Will you continue to lead the Netherlands? Kaiwen, have you considered retiring to become a coach? Kaiwen, what do you attribute today's victory to? Kaiwen, Noda has expressed a desire to date you. Will you respond to her? Van Persie interjected. The Dutch team executed their tactics exceptionally well, and Kaiwen's arrangements for the players were outstanding. Thus, we lost. The reporters awaited further commentary. But Del Bosque had already risen to depart. Had it not been for the regulations requiring his presence, he would have preferred to forego the press conference altogether. The exhilaration of victory contrasts sharply with the despondency of defeat. The post-match press conference for the vanquished is akin to a public execution, with rare exceptions. Huang Kaiwen turned to Van Persie, who promptly seized the microphone, stating, "Today's win was hard-fought, especially after Xavi left the field." "What do you mean? Clarify, Robin," urged the reporters. Once Xavi was substituted, Spain's attack became significantly more fluid. Had we been given another 30 minutes, we might not have triumphed over Spain. Van Persie replied with a smile. "Are you insinuating that Xavi impacted Spain's performance?" pressed the journalists. Van Persie pondered briefly and remarked, "I do not wish to name other players explicitly, yet certain individuals undeniably influenced the team, such as Van der Vaart. The coach's decision to dismiss Van der Vaart united us as a group. In Spain, there are those who affect our cohesion. Sergio Ramos is a fine fellow. If you were to see him in everyday life, you might mistake him for an intellectual. He never advocates for the use of force. So it is unfathomable that some would conspire to assault him. Such a notion is utterly horrifying." Huang Kaiwen interjected, "Reporters, are you referring to the Ramos we know?" The journalists momentarily forgot to counter his statement. Van Persie continued, "I have heard about Puyol's experiences. Spanish fans have long been aware of the troublemakers in their midst. It appears that Barcelona possesses a certain tradition in this regard, which makes it difficult for me to comment on other teams." The reporters rolled their eyes. "You nearly named Xavi, yet you dare to say such things." Huang Kaiwen cleared his throat and seized the microphone, stating, "Robin is correct. When there are discordant voices within the national team, the impact on the locker room is substantial." "Did your victory in the championship stem from Van der Vaart's departure?" a reporter inquired. "Yes and no," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "The players deserve immense credit. They performed remarkably well, and I cannot even say who was the best. For each one was exceptional. Will you continue coaching the Netherlands?" another reporter asked, and Van Persie turned to Huang Kaiwen, equally curious about the matter. "I do not intend to retire just yet, and my contract with the Dutch Football Association is not yet expired. I am uncertain about what the future holds in 2 years," Huang Kaiwen replied, though he did not dismiss the possibility of retirement. "Would you accept a date invitation from Ginola?" a reporter probed. Van Persie quickly responded, "Such matters hardly warrant inquiry. There are countless women who wish to date the coach. Yet he is under no obligation to fulfill their dreams." Huang Kaiwen laughed. "Robin has spoken. I do not wish to reject a beautiful lady. But I truly lack the time." Thus, this press conference concludes here. Kevin, who will be the coach of Milan next season? Kevin, will you coach the Italian team in the future? Kevin, how many medals do you expect to win at the Olympics? The reporters clamored. However, Huang Kaiwen and Van Persie departed the press conference without further ado. The locker room was already in disarray, with everyone celebrating wildly. Upon Huang Kaiwen's return, applause erupted. As members of the Dutch team, they were acutely aware of who was the true architect behind their European Championship victory. Inzaghi and Van Bommel exuberantly sprayed champagne, rendering Huang Kaiwen's expensive suit completely ruined. With a beaming smile, Huang Kaiwen prepared to have His Majesty cover the cost of his attire at the card table. At that moment, Galliani, seated in the corner, rose to say, "Thanks to Kevin's relentless efforts, in addition to the championship bonus, you will also receive a substantial share of the sponsorship fees." A roar of excitement surged through the locker room as the temperature soared. Victory and profit. These are the two things that players cherish most. Winning the European Championship not only brings glory but also a substantial financial reward. There is nothing more delightful than this. Huang Kaiwen cast an appreciative glance at Galliani, recognizing his adeptness in navigating social dynamics. Without needing a reminder from the illustrious Huang, he pointed out the pivotal role Huang played in securing this opportunity for the players. The athletes would not express gratitude to the Dutch Football Association or sponsors. Their thoughts would solely dwell on Huang's efforts in advocating for them. Although the stadium was not far from the hotel, it took over an hour to return. Kiev was bustling with exuberant fans. They may not have adorned themselves in orange jerseys, yet they celebrated the Dutch team's triumph. The championship banquet at the hotel was raucous, with players reveling heartily. Even with family present, the atmosphere was quite boisterous. Huang Kaiwen discreetly excused himself from the scene. While the Dutch team's journey had concluded, Huang's saga continued, with the showdown against the Jamaican sprinter posing the summer's greatest challenge. Upon returning to his room, Huang was bewildered by the absence of light, only to be promptly pushed onto the bed. Gattuso, who had also left early, occupied the room next to Huang's. As he had yet to retire, he remained quite disciplined regarding indulgence. The more pressing issue was rest. Huang's room was often disturbed for a while each day. Despite the excellent soundproofing, the noise of walls being thumped still impacted his repose. Such is the nature of youth. Fortunately, this disturbance would not endure long. Gattuso picked up a copy of King Lear and became engrossed in its profound exploration of human nature, as articulated by Shakespeare. It was not until his eyes grew weary that he realized it was already 4 a.m. Just as he was about to rest, he noticed that the banging had not ceased. "That scoundrel," Gattuso muttered with a chuckle, resigning himself to continue reading. The following noon, Gattuso, sporting dark circles under his eyes, approached Huang Kaiwen and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Kevin, I know you are quite determined, but there are certain things best left untouched." Huang looked at Gattuso, bewildered. Gattuso lowered his voice. "You know, if such matters extend beyond a few minutes, it becomes the norm. You need not push yourself." Huang thought to himself that the old man seemed to have misconstrued the situation. Upon returning to his room the previous night, Huang had discovered he was not alone. Several Dutch starlets had taken a fancy to the 29-year-old coach. The twist was that there was an insider among them. However, Huang felt no inclination to explain this to Gattuso. The players generally appeared lethargic after their indulgent celebrations following the championship victory. Nevertheless, the group proceeded to the airport post-meal. Before boarding, the Dutch team observed something unusual. The tarmac at Kiev's Boryspil International Airport was graced by the presence of fighter jets. While many airports serve dual military and civilian purposes, this was indeed a rare sight. The Royal Air Force's Lightning Squadron, led by Captain Marco Orange and his entire squadron, was on escort duty. With a crisp military salute, the entire Dutch team felt their faces flush, as if a fire ignited within their hearts. The Dutch players have rallied their spirits, standing tall and resolute, fearful of being underestimated. The distant echoes of national honors and accolades resonate in their minds. This championship holds greater significance than they had ever envisioned. The reverence they receive feels heroic, and the players realize that this day will be etched in their memories forever. Van Bommel cast a deep glance at Huang Kaiwen, grateful for having persuaded his father-in-law to invite Huang into the coaching staff. 40 minutes later, the Dutch team's private jet soared through the skies, escorted by several F-16s. Sancho's performance did not warrant criticism of Manchester United. Rather, it requires continued observation. On board the aircraft, the Dutch players remained agitated, their arms adorned with goosebumps. The admiration in the eyes of their wives, daughters, and flight attendants transformed them into instant heroes, a sensation they had never experienced before. Football holds immense importance for the Netherlands. Galliani sat beside Huang Kaiwen, reporting on recent developments. Even within the Dutch team, he found himself occupied with numerous responsibilities, including the upcoming Olympics. While not neglecting his commitments to Milan, Huang's personal sponsors overlapped with the national team. Yet he was determined to craft a unique design for the team uniforms that would stand out as the centerpiece of the Olympics, distinguishing them from mere flashes of lightning or flying men, which he regarded as antagonistic. The initial drafts from the Germans had been returned by Galliani a staggering 13 times, whether due to inadequate design or insufficient technological innovation. Though Galliani lacked expertise in design or technology, he possessed an acute understanding of human nature. Not requesting revisions would imply a lack of concern for Huang's endeavors. Ultimately, one of them had to bear discomfort, and Galliani preferred that it be the Germans. It was only now that the final draft had been approved, and once Huang nodded, the Germans could produce it for delivery to London. At this moment, Galliani was explaining the design to Huang, holding up photos. The red and yellow symbolize China, with a sharp, streamlined appearance that exudes modernity. The latest materials ensure minimal strain on your body while reducing wind resistance. They wanted to choose a black dragon, but I rejected that idea. A black dragon does not embody the essence of a dragon. This subtle relief style aligns more closely with your understated character. Indeed, a black dragon is absolutely unacceptable, Huang Kaiwen affirmed. Galliani and Huang exchanged smiles. Furthermore, there were ongoing discussions regarding the release of a photo collection in Japan, with publishers proposing the title Your Name, symbolizing that your name is champion, is Kevin, or something of that nature, which they deemed quite evocative. Huang remarked that he had forgotten all about it, surprised that these capitalists were still concerned about the wallets of homemakers. If this continued, they would indeed need to restore 3 wallets. Collecting cards was an exceedingly costly endeavor. However, Huang Kaiwen viewed the situation from 2 perspectives. A vibrant entertainment sector could obscure fundamental economic issues while also stimulating consumption, contributing to social stability. Otherwise, if all the money were hoarded, the only alternatives would be lowering interest rates or raising consumption taxes, neither of which would bode well. The significance of the Yellow Ball King is quite evident. He inspires the men of the Netherlands to strive for financial success while simultaneously fulfilling the fantasies of the women. There exists no rationale for rejection. Huang Kaiwen can only nod in acquiescence, tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps, in the future, such scenarios will grace the silver screen. As housewives admire the posters of the Yellow Ball King, they listen to Lao Guo's refrain, "Please refrain from spreading rumors." Galliani wishes to continue speaking, but Huang Kaiwen pulls him up, prompting Galliani to hurriedly don his travel bag. The quiet companion at the side joins them, and soon, the trio captures the attention of the others. Galliani retrieves gift boxes from his bag, presenting them to Huang Kaiwen, who, in turn, hands them to the Dutch players and their families. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen approach, Van Bommel rises quickly. Huang Kaiwen presses the items into his hands, grasping Van Bommel's with both of his, expressing gratitude for his efforts during the European Championship, stating, "Without you as our captain, we would not have reached this point." Van Bommel appears somewhat flustered until his wife gently encourages him to sit. This is not a moment for him to speak. Van Persie proudly shares with the other players. In Milan, Kevin often gifts everyone. He remembers each person's birthday. Following the players are the staff, medical team, and even the kit manager is not overlooked. As Huang Kaiwen repeatedly expresses his gratitude for their efforts during the European Championship, the atmosphere within the airplane subtly shifts. And the players cannot help but compare Huang Kaiwen to other coaches. These players are no strangers to national team matches. Yet they have never encountered a national team coach like this before. Equipment manager Frank de Vries opens a gift box revealing a pair of watches. The men's version features a black leather strap with an orange buckle, while the women's boasts an orange band. The dial is minimally adorned. Yet the Lang logo denotes the watch's pedigree. The back of the dial showcases the design of the Delaney Cup, inscribed with 2012 European Championship winners along with each individual's full name. The women's watches similarly bear the names of their partners, expressing gratitude for their contributions to the family and support of the Dutch team. "How beautiful!" Bucelera exclaims, admiring the watch twice before extending her arm toward Van Persie, saying, "Please help me put it on." Almost all family members opt to switch watches, as their timepieces are likely more luxurious. After all, Dutch players are generous towards their wives. High-ranking watches adorn their wrists, and with a simple inscription, Huang Kaiwen's watch neutralizes price disparities worth tens of thousands of euros. Yet, this is not the end. Galliani has also procured promotional material globally, heralding this Dutch team as the greatest in history. At least, that is the narrative spun by the media. Having triumphed in the European Championship alongside Huang Kaiwen, they are destined to reap the rewards. And what of Huang Kaiwen? The greatest Dutch team, from players to families, belongs to the Yellow Ball King. Even the older generation of legends coaching in the Eredivisie have benefited from Huang's sponsorship. Amidst the laughter of Dutch fans, they celebrate their championship victory. It won't be long before the Yellow Ball King becomes the most influential figure in Dutch football. At this moment, news regarding the European Championship has been prevalent. According to the Milan Sports Gazette, Kevin has demonstrated through his actions that there are no outdated tactics, only those that are ill-timed. What are deemed obsolete strategies have been revitalized under his stewardship. The Dutch team displayed a different tactical approach in all 5 of their matches, with each substitution reflecting a precise intent, which is the reason for their championship success. Similarly, a reliance on tactics alone without technical prowess proves futile. This Dutch squad has exemplified a true balance of offensive and defensive play. The Rome Sports Gazette published a speech by the Pope, who expressed his dilemma in choosing a team to support, yet affirmed his allegiance to Kevin, stating he has always been a fan of his. Spectators have witnessed beauty, generosity, and teamwork in the Dutch matches. In the absence of these virtues, a game loses its charm, even if one's team emerges victorious. There is no room for individualism within the team. Rather, it thrives on complete collaboration, a principle that Kevin understands profoundly, affecting change in Dutch football. The Dutch team serves as a model and a reference, remaining loyal to their roots and generously contributing to the welfare of humanity. It is my hope that they continue to sow seeds of goodwill through their actions, performances, and values. The Marca reported insights from an anonymous Spanish player, who posited that the educational backgrounds of the teams influenced the match's outcome. Only Sergio Ramos from Spain has completed his undergraduate education and is currently a graduate student. While Dutch players such as Nigel de Jong hold a master's in economics, Robin is a university student, and Van Persie is contemplating furthering his education. This player believes that one's attitude towards knowledge shapes the course of the match, and although Kevin is merely an undergraduate, his intellectual acumen surpasses that of many scientists. According to AS, the influence of the Barcelona contingent has caused a rift within the national team, which is deemed the primary reason for Spain's defeat. Casillas has not only failed to fulfill his captaincy role, but has also become a mole for Real Madrid. The World Sports Report highlighted that Iniesta's absence has rendered Spain lacking in breakthrough capabilities, identifying this as their greatest challenge. The Telegraph labeled the Barcelona faction as a malignancy within Spanish football. The Times expressed astonishment at the UEFA's announcement of the European Championship's best lineup, which includes goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Quit, Terry, Barzagli, Ramos, midfielders, Van Bommel, Sneijder, Xabi Alonso, forwards, Cristiano Ronaldo, Van Persie, Robin, coach, Huang Kaiwen. The Manchester Evening News noted that Ten Hag has officially entered Ferguson's radar and might become his successor. The Sun reported that during the European Championship, Lily Collins secured over 11 endorsements, emerging as the biggest winner of the tournament. The Parisian highlighted the discord within Milan, Real Madrid, Chelsea's national players, and the Dutch team. However, these dissonant factors have had no bearing in the presence of Huang Kaiwen, who has the unique ability to unify wherever he goes. The French team should consider hiring a coach capable of quelling internal strife, keeping in mind the importance of results. Huang Kaiwen expressed gratitude to the Dutch players and staff, making no mention of his own contributions. However, this does not imply that others will forget. Inzaghi leaned forward and remarked, "Will there be an honor bestowed this time?" "It should be," Huang Kaiwen replied. Van Gaal received a medal. The Dutch team won the European Championship, so the entire squad should be awarded. As a foreign head of state, should I decline? Inzaghi mused, stroking his chin. Huang Kaiwen nearly burst into laughter. For someone who oversees 3.5 individuals, you certainly have a lot on your mind. Nonetheless, he responded, "It's fine. Many political leaders from various countries have received honors from abroad. Then I can rest easy. I must not bring disgrace upon the empire." Inzaghi chuckled, clearly looking forward to the honor. Galliani continued to report to Huang Kaiwen, while a staff member from Lang voluntarily donned headphones, signaling his disinterest in the conversation. His presence with the Dutch team was primarily to await their victory. Should they fail to triumph, he would supervise Galliani in finding a means to destroy the batch of watches, as the brand could not permit a collection inscribed with champion to circulate without a title. He had never anticipated Huang Kaiwen's level of confidence, wagering several million euros. After listening for a while, Huang Kaiwen began to feel fatigued. Galliani promptly fell silent, as Huang Kaiwen prepared to take a rest. He opened the system and was immediately greeted by notifications. Ding! Intercepted Spanish player Mata in the European Championship. Ding! Intercepted Spanish player Torres in the European Championship. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic acquired. Ding! Intercepted Spanish player Xabi Alonso in the European Championship. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic acquired. Ding. Intercepted Spanish player Ramos in the European Championship. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic acquired. Ding. Intercepted Spanish player Casillas in the European Championship. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic acquired. Ding. Intercepted Spanish head coach Del Bosque in the European Championship. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic acquired. Ding. Successfully led the team to win the European Championship. Received special rewards for the European Championship. Characteristic. Manchester United Slayer. Torres. Torres has been the greatest nemesis of Ferdinand and Vidic. Possessing this characteristic significantly enhances your goal-scoring rate against Manchester United, regardless of their defensive lineup. Huang Kaiwen smacked his lips. Thankfully, Sir Ferguson is retiring, otherwise. Constantly dismantling Manchester United might become a source of embarrassment for the King of Yellow. Characteristic. Training master, Alonso. Alonso's Bayer Leverkusen remains unbeaten, with a perfect record in European competitions, attributed to his meticulous attention to detail. Under Alonso's guidance, numerous players have seen their market value soar. This characteristic makes it easier for you to develop players. After reading it twice, Huang Kaiwen began to grasp its meaning. It suggests a player's potential and tactical compatibility. Wirtz, under Alonso's tutelage, may not play flamboyantly, but excels remarkably. This characteristic likely facilitates molding players into the desired form, which is quite commendable. Xabi Alonso indeed possesses substantial merit. Characteristic. Left Puyol, right Xavi. Ramos. Ramos once slapped Puyol and yelled at Xavi. Possessing this characteristic enhances your intimidating presence on the field. In moments of conflict, one's combat prowess significantly escalates, particularly when facing players from Barcelona. There exists a slight increase in the likelihood of receiving a red card. Huang Kaiwen remarked, indeed. A good brother is a warrior. He had anticipated acquiring some header traits, but was taken aback to discover they were applicable solely to Puyol and Xavi. Trait. Fortuitous ascendancy. Casillas. With the primary goalkeeper of Real Madrid, Ilner, injured, Casillas successfully rose to prominence. Similarly, when the Spanish goalkeeper, Canizares, was sidelined, Casillas seized the opportunity. His ascendance is attributed not only to his own skill, but also to serendipity. Possessing this trait implies that in crucial moments, one may experience the same good fortune as Casillas. Wow, this trait is indeed remarkable. Upon reflection, it seems Huang has accumulated quite a few traits linked to luck. Life, if too smooth, might indeed lack excitement. Alas, by the age of 30, he has shed his worries. Trait. Adapting to circumstances. Bosque. After taking over Aragona's team, Bosque did not initiate drastic changes, but continued with the previous playing style, yielding commendable results. Possessing this trait ensures that when one inherits a team and maintains the prior tactics, progress will be promising. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but chuckle. So, all coaches have become the foundation for the Huang King. Following in Mourinho's footsteps means playing Mourinho's style. Following Guardiola leads to adopting Guardiola's approach. Following Bielsa results in chaotic exchanges. Following Simeone involves a gritty, iron-willed style. Has the Huang King thus become the most versatile tactician in the footballing realm? Perhaps. Huang's own playing style is inherently adaptable, and his coaching methodology may evolve continually. On the pitch, one cannot predict Huang's tactics. In the technical area, the same uncertainty prevails. Eventually, Huang Kaiwen noticed a special reward, merely 5 immunity cards. Yet, he felt more exhilarated than when acquiring traits. These 7 immunity cards are of paramount importance to him. The only limitation for the Huang King is not gravity, but his own physique. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to rest, Inzaghi approached and remarked, "Poor Xavi. Not only does he lose, but he also faces criticism. That Robin truly knows how to speak, as does Van der Vaart." Huang responded, "Xavi's situation, criticized by Robin, is his own issue. Van der Vaart's predicament is unfortunate, but the criticism from legends is also part of his own journey. Reflection and a fresh start will suffice. Is it also your issue when Rijkaard criticizes you? When Van Nistelrooy calls you a ball hog? Is that your problem?" Inzaghi inquired, amusement evident in his tone. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, his gaze deepening as he quietly replied, "That becomes a problem of this world. A sack of rice struggles to ascend several flights." "What?" Inzaghi was intrigued. Huang Kaiwen smiled and shook his head, realizing that humor often goes unappreciated can be quite lonely. He reminisced about the 40th day since Ramos and Kaká. If it were Kaká, he might have pretended to tumble dramatically, rising to wipe his mouth with his sleeve, dramatically proclaiming, "Thiago Silva x I now Juici." With Inzaghi's antics, Huang Kaiwen found himself disinclined to sleep any longer. He and Inzaghi engaged in a casual conversation. The emperor harbored distant aspirations, already contemplating his future as a member of the coaching staff for the European Championship champions, pondering which prestigious club he might coach next. One could only wonder which elite team would be unfortunate enough to be chosen by Inzaghi. Fortunately, the flight from Kiev to Amsterdam was relatively brief. In less than 3 hours, the Dutch team landed at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Before disembarking, they noticed individuals awaiting them on the tarmac. The Dutch team swiftly tidied their appearance. As they descended the aircraft, a military band commenced playing the Wilhelmus. Prime Minister Mark Rutte and the chairman of the Dutch Football Association, Van Oostveen, approached them directly. Rutte grasped Kevin Huang's hand and expressed, "Thank you for everything you have done for the Netherlands. This championship is of utmost significance. It is all thanks to the players," replied Kevin Huang with a smile. The players behind him were utterly astonished. Everything exceeded their wildest expectations. When Van Bommel shook hands with Rutte, his muscles were tense with excitement. Kevin Huang inquired, "Are the families present? What is the procedure?" "The team will board the bus directly, while the families will attend a banquet at the Royal Palace. The bus's final destination is Darmstadt," Van Oostveen replied with a smile. Kevin Huang nodded in understanding. The Royal Palace of Amsterdam was originally constructed as the city hall and had once been occupied by Louis Bonaparte, with the House of Orange residing elsewhere in The Hague at the Huis ten Bosch Palace. Upon hearing the captain's surname, Kevin Huang immediately recognized him as a member of the royal family. Most Dutch surnames originated during the period of French rule. For instance, the de Boer that Kevin Huang had displaced means the farmer, representing social class. The prominent Dutch surname de Jong translates to the young, reflecting aspirations for youth. Those with the prefix then have their origins in specific locales, such as Van Persie's hometown of Persie. After parting ways with their families, the Dutch team boarded the bus. The first thing Kevin Huang noticed was not the fans, but rather the enormous portraits gracing the billboards. There was an image of the entire Dutch team and one of the King of the Netherlands, Huang, with his hands in his pockets. Even the various brands he endorsed were prominently displayed on large billboards near the airport. Everywhere he looked, there was a tribute to Huang. Kevin Huang chuckled and shook his head, bemused by the notion of personal adulation. He was not a man of vanity. As the bus pulled away, Amsterdam erupted like a volcano. The streets were filled with people, their faces adorned with joyous smiles. Cheers rang out incessantly. Van Persie excitedly waved to the fans, while some players filmed the moment with camcorders. Kevin Huang chose to sit in the back row, unbothered. The coaching staff from Milan had grown accustomed to such scenes. Quid approached and asked, "Boss, aren't you going to greet the fans?" "Not today. I'm tired," Kevin Huang replied with a smile, waving him off. Unable to persuade Kevin Huang, Quid turned to Van Bommel and inquired, "Is he always like this? Perhaps he doesn't wish to steal the spotlight." "Kevin has always maintained a low profile off the pitch," Van Bommel remarked. During the championship parade in Milan, Kevin Huang was not particularly active. The distance from the airport to the city center is merely 15 kilometers. However, that short journey took a full 3 hours. The bus gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Royal Palace, where fans gathered at Dam Square erupted into thunderous cheers. Robin, Arjan, Mark. With each Dutch player disembarking, the crowd chanted their names. As the last to exit, Kevin Huang was greeted with a resounding chorus of St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. This familiar appellation echoed throughout Amsterdam. Smiling, Kevin waved to the fans before proceeding directly into the palace. The group was swiftly escorted to the Grand Hall, which was already bustling with journalists, family members of the players, and various distinguished guests and politicians. The players, initially weary, immediately straightened their posture, visibly recognizing the significance of the honor they were about to receive. The Dutch royal family is known for its commendations across various sectors. Perhaps to enhance its visibility, they issue thousands of medals annually. There had even been controversies surrounding the awarding of honors to leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement, leading to protests from others against recognizing incendiary figures and returning their medals. Nevertheless, regardless of the devaluation of these honors, they remain a pinnacle of achievement for the players. The military band struck up the Williams song once more. Queen Beatrix lifted medals from a tray. The entire Dutch team was awarded the Order of Orange Nassau and the Order of the Netherlands Lion. While the Order of Orange Nassau is quite common, the Order of the Netherlands Lion represents a significant honor. When it was Kevin Huang's turn, it was evident that he was bestowed with a notably larger number of medals. Queen Beatrix approached him and remarked, "Thank you for the joy you brought us this summer, and for everything you have done for this country. I now confer upon you the Golden Lion of Nassau, the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of Orange Nassau, and the Order of the Netherlands Lion." The hall erupted once again. Although the Dutch royal family is known for its numerous honors, the variety of medals is limited. Aside from the military Order of William and the crown medals awarded to foreign royals, the most common is the Order of Orange Nassau received by the entire Dutch team. The Golden Lion of Nassau is an honor automatically granted to royal family members at birth and formally conferred at the age of 18. It is rarely awarded otherwise. Nelson Mandela had once received this medal. The Order of the Netherlands Lion is reserved for dignitaries and royals from various nations. Thus, while journalists were somewhat surprised by Kevin Huang receiving such honors, they were not entirely taken aback, as he had previously made an exception by joining the Order of the Golden Fleece. Kevin had already shattered numerous conventions and traditions, demonstrating to all that with sufficient prowess, any rule can be transcended. Everyone, including the players, applauded Kevin Huang. Even the ambitious Dutch players acknowledged that he was the paramount contributor to their victory. Subsequently, Huang Kaiwen and the entire Dutch team were ushered into a room facing the square. Upon opening the window, they found that the crowd of fans outside had not diminished. In fact, it had grown even larger. Surrounded by his teammates, Huang Kaiwen triumphantly raised the Delaunay Cup. When someone inquired whether that gift depicted Croatia's victory, Old Ye was mistaken, but he was not. It was not Croatia. The image actually illustrated the Polish team's escort to the World Cup, with the distinct white and red colors on the wings. Thus, do not consider the escort for the championship overly exaggerated. The team's achievement of reaching the final 32 in the World Cup was worthy of an F-16 takeoff. Today, too much time was squandered searching for information on the Dutch medals, so let us keep it brief. This chapter concludes here. Miazza has struck oil. Are you all ready to return to the Netherlands? Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile as he turned to board the vehicle. Following the royal banquet, the entire Dutch team accompanied Huang Kaiwen to the Vatican. The Pope specifically commended them. It was only fitting that the Dutch team made an appearance. In representation of the Dutch team and coaching staff, Huang Kaiwen donated 10 million euros to the Vatican, ensuring that the Pope did not simply lend his support for free. Next up was Huang's Olympic venture. However, with nearly a month left until the opening ceremony, there was ample time. The primary reason for arriving in London so soon was to allow Ma to acclimate to the venue. The Dutch contingent watched as Huang Kaiwen's car disappeared from view. The coach seemed unfazed upon meeting the Pope. It felt as if their statuses were on par, remarked Van Bommel. Indeed, Luc de Jong nodded vigorously. This European championship had transformed him into a staunch supporter of Huang Kaiwen. Although he had not seen Huang play, his prowess on the field was indisputable. What truly captivated him was Huang's charismatic persona. Luc had never anticipated that the Dutch team would garner such widespread support. The recent events felt surreal. Huang Kaiwen's gratitude, royal accolades, championship bonuses, and sponsorship revenue, capped off by an audience and handshake with the Pope. This was something he could boast about for a lifetime. In comparison, the Delaunay Cup seemed the least significant among these achievements, yet it remained a coveted prize for many players. They had received so much. Let us take a stroll around Rome. Our flight back to the Netherlands is in the afternoon, stated Sneijder. The group prepared to explore the city. Stijn Stekelenburg, feeling somewhat bashful, addressed his teammates. I haven't really explored much aside from playing football, so don't expect me to be your tour guide. That's all right. My Italian is quite good, Van Persie chimed in. As the group was about to depart, two reporters approached, holding recording devices, and asked, "Can we interview you for La Gazzetta dello Sport?" After some deliberation, the players agreed to the interview. They shared amusing anecdotes from the European Championship, and the Dutch players spoke highly of Huang Kaiwen. A reporter inquired, "How many medals do you think Kevin will win this time?" 5 gold medals. Van Persie responded without hesitation. Quit, feeling a twinge of envy, lamented that he had been a moment too slow. Are there many supporters of Kevin in the Netherlands? The journalist eagerly directed the recording device towards Quit, who remarked, "In the past, there were many fans for Dutch coaches, and now there are even more." Before he could finish, Van Persie interjected, "Anyone who does not support Kevin is not a true Dutchman." Quit's eyes twitched. During your time at Real Madrid, Did Kevin showcase any other talents? The journalist glanced at Robin. Indeed, I played tennis with Kevin. Robin responded with a smile. Van Persie added. He was utterly powerless against Kevin's prowess. You're asking for trouble. Chaos ensued. The journalist excitedly urged the cameraman, quick, capture this. The Dutch team is embroiled in a scandal in St. Peter's Square. Internal strife within the Dutch team is hardly newsworthy. Rather, it is the absence of such discord that would be surprising. Yet, mere moments after parting ways with Huang Kaiwen, the Dutch team found itself in turmoil once more. This was indeed a story worth reporting. The journalist squinted, envisioning how to craft the article. A well-written piece could lead to promotions and raises. The parent company of Roma Sports and Turin Sports, Nuova Editorial Sportiva, was acquired by the Fininvest Group. Despite Italy's economic struggles, there remains profitability in certain sectors. In recent years, Italian industries have depreciated, while Huang Kaiwen and Barbara have been on a relentless acquisition spree. The Agnelli family, once seen as the sovereigns of Italy, that is a bygone era. From Milan to the Vatican and all the way to Sicily, the Huang name prevails. One might even ponder that if the conclave were to convene to elect a new pope, they would first need to consult the king of football, Huang. It is no wonder that Agnelli begrudgingly acquiesced to Huang Kaiwen's new Serie A plans, recognizing the potential benefits. However, his voluntary engagement with Huang Kaiwen always left him feeling somewhat uneasy. On the way to the airport, Galliani quietly said to Huang Kaiwen, "This time, we will have the most formidable medical team providing logistical support. Needless to say, I trust you to handle matters," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Galliani forced a grin and suddenly added, "By the way, the international ownership transfer is nearing completion." "How much?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. €600 million for a 75% stake. Galliani responded. Huang Kaiwen nodded. The white headscarf still had substantial funds. Although Serie A is presently thriving, the situation at Inter Milan is rather dire. Galliani chuckled. The City Hall is now almost a green light. They are looking to capitalize on the Middle Eastern investors. Exactly. Huang Kaiwen laughed along. Despite the Milan City Hall's seemingly supportive rhetoric regarding stadium construction, the strong influence of Milan has already led to lost revenue. Now, with Inter Milan backed by affluent investors, the notion of building their own stadium without incurring costs is mere fantasy. Moreover, the affluent investors are not lacking in funds. The main concern revolves around financial fair play, FFP. Huang Kaiwen speculated that ultimately, the affluent investors would collaborate with the City Hall to develop a project, with the City Hall selling land at a premium, thus allowing them to secure significant returns. In this manner, the affluent investors would pay their protection fee, while Inter Milan would remain unscathed by FFP constraints. Manchester City and PSG engage in numerous similar operations, fundamentally relying on external funding to bolster the club's revenue. In comparison to PSG, Manchester City exhibits a slightly superior prowess, as their commercial development is exceptionally vigorous. Although their earnings from the Chinese market are not particularly high, they consistently remember Chinese fans during festive seasons, which naturally attracts a considerable following. Two individuals boarded a flight directly to Milan. Huang Kaiwen first returned home to see his child and the child's mother, while Galliani went to Milan to attend to various matters. To Huang Kaiwen's surprise, upon arriving home, he found Beatrice engaged in conversation with Barbara, while Lily sat nearby watching television. He smiled and inquired, "Why isn't Ricardo here?" Beatrice rolled her eyes and replied, "He is taking care of Paul, your Paul. At least it indicates he can look after children." Huang Kaiwen bent down to embrace the young lady. Both Beatrice and Lily displayed expressions of affectionate annoyance. "When are you leaving?" the young lady asked. "Tomorrow afternoon. I'll stay home for a day," Huang Kaiwen responded, as he was not particularly pressed for time. He planned to spend the day with Barbara and take the family out for a picnic the following morning. Upon hearing his words, the young lady beamed with joy. Huang Kaiwen then asked, "What were you discussing so cheerfully just now?" "Pierre has returned," Beatrice said, looking up. "Who?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. The name Pierre is as common in Italy as Francesco or Paolo. Pier Silvio Berlusconi. Lily turned to say, "What brings him back to Milan?" Huang Kaiwen asked. Barbara's elder brother, having been previously kidnapped and extorted, was now too frightened to return to Italy unless absolutely necessary. His return was indeed unusual. "He is coming back to serve as the vice president of the group," the young lady stated, devoid of emotion. "Is it because your sister can no longer bear the pressure?" Huang Kaiwen questioned. "Who knows what he thinks? However, I have never regarded that waste of space, Pierre, as significant, she replied. The waste of space referred to the elder Berlusconi, indicating her dissatisfaction with this decision. Huang Kaiwen clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn it. He believed that the elder Berlusconi might perceive the young lady as too domineering and, fearing that the group would ultimately belong to Barbara, may wish to allocate assets to his son ahead of time. Italy is a quintessential patriarchal society, marked by a pronounced preference for males. The notion of independent, capable women is far from popular in Italy, where men tend to favor gentle and demure companions. One might discover that many European nations exhibit even more severe gender discrimination than one might find domestically. While they loudly proclaim ideals of equality, the reality often reveals a stark contrast. Only in capitalist nations like the Netherlands can genuine gender equality be observed. Despite Pierre's ineptitude, he remains the apple of the elder Berlusconi's eye. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen felt that the elder Berlusconi had somewhat miscalculated the situation. Pierre's return would have little impact. If he were obedient, the young lady might still allocate him a small share of the family's resources annually. However, should he attempt to create discord, he could easily be ousted from the equation. Barbara's discontent primarily stems from her perception of unfairness regarding Old Bay's actions. She has demonstrated her capabilities, ascending from COO to CEO, while Pierre was parachuted in as the vice chairman. Such occurrences, however, are exceedingly commonplace in Italy. Kevin, you're back, Kaka exclaimed, cradling Paolo with a radiant smile. Huang Kaiwen waved cheerfully in response. Kaka's grin widened, revealing his back molars. Beatrice found it utterly unbearable to watch. She harbored a lingering suspicion that, should she pass away first, her inheritance would ultimately be bequeathed by Kaka to Huang Kaiwen's son. Yet, upon reflection, she found the notion somewhat amusing. Huang Kaiwen and Barbara were exceedingly wealthy, surpassing even her own parents. The meager sum she and Kaka possessed might not even warrant a glance from the likes of them. Kevin's tea venture had begun producing canned beverages, and who knows, it might one day evolve into a world-class beverage company. Beatrice was keen to learn from Huang Kaiwen's business model, yet she realized it was beyond her grasp. Kaka lacked the formidable influence that Huang Kaiwen wielded. It was astonishing how, despite both having once been the shining stars of Milan, the disparity between them had grown so vast over the years. Even a scrap of paper emblazoned with Huang Kaiwen's visage could ignite a sensation from Asia to Europe. Nonetheless, Beatrice pondered that if this generation fell short, it was imperative to invest in the next. One child felt insufficient. That evening, she urged Kaka to conceive again. Just moments ago, Kaka had been playing with their child, but he promptly entrusted Huang Paolo to Beatrice's care and whisked Huang Kaiwen away to play video games. Beatrice glanced down at Paolo in her arms, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Here was his biological mother nearby, yet he was enlisting his wife to assist with childcare for Huang Kaiwen's family. Kaka, controller in hand, remarked, "I've discovered a bug. It's virtually guaranteed to score with the elevator ball in Pro Evolution Soccer 2012. Is that so? How do you execute it?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, already aware, but feigning ignorance to keep the conversation flowing. Kaka proceeded to demonstrate the technique, saying, "Hold R2, sprint, then press up and left or right. Press the shoot button at the moment of contact." Huang Kaiwen followed suit, and the two reveled in their gaming escapade, proving that men often find greater joy in each other's company. When Beatrice finally coaxed Kaka to leave that afternoon, he did so reluctantly. "It was my assistant who helped negotiate when Maratti sold the team," the young lady remarked after the couple had departed. "No wonder it sold for 600 million. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, giving her a friendly pat. He genuinely appreciated Maratti. At least he was a true football enthusiast. Despite the financial contributions Huang's king of football had made toward Maratti's bubble tea membership card, this wave of assistance from the young lady had helped Maratti recover it all. The young lady, resembling a playful cat, nuzzled against Huang Kaiwen's leg. A somewhat envious Lily seized the young lady, but such incidents are commonplace during the nursing period, resulting in a spray of liquid across Lily's face. Huang Kaiwen erupted into laughter at the scene. In retaliation, Lily playfully kicked him before dashing upstairs to wash her face. July 4th. In the morning, Huang Kaiwen accompanied his family on a picnic, and in the afternoon, he boarded a flight to London. Tottenham has signed Dempsey. Yet they struggle to sell Van der Vaart, as the offers from potential buyers fall significantly short of their expectations. Galliani chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Van der Vaart performed adequately at Tottenham, and his market value remains decent, with both Bundesliga and La Liga teams expressing interest. However, following his dismissal from the Dutch national team, buyers have begun to drive the price down. Originally valued at around 20 million, they are now only willing to offer 8 million euros. What about Inter? Huang Kaiwen inquired, having seen the news regarding Inter's change of ownership that morning. The wealthy club cannot possibly refrain from spending, Galliani replied. It is said they wish to acquire Bale and Modric from Chelsea, as well as Xabi Alonso from Bayern. Huang Kaiwen expressed his certainty that Alonso would not come to Serie A, even if Alonso is steadfast. Having been bested by Huang the King numerous times must cast a shadow over him. If he were to come to Serie A, they would meet at least twice a season, and on occasion, even 6 or 7 times. Wouldn't that drive him to despair? Contact Bale's agent and see if he would be willing to play as a left-back, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Remember to inform Chelsea beforehand. Do not reach out to the player directly. I have been seeking a left-back with a balance of offensive and defensive capabilities. However, if Bale is open to returning to the role of a full-back, it would be a splendid choice. His defensive skills may not be world-class, but his attacking prowess is exceptional. Building a left flank with Huang the King and Bale could dominate all of Europe. As for Modric, he could be disregarded. Though he is remarkable, Milan already boasts a plethora of midfielders. In a few years, we can look to recruit Kanté to assist Kroos and the others. After approximately 2 hours, the group landed in London. Upon exiting security, numerous individuals raised their phones and cameras. No sooner had Huang Kaiwen stepped out of the airport than he encountered British journalists. Their efficiency truly outstrips that of their global counterparts. Spotting a familiar face, Huang Kaiwen smiled and remarked, 5 minutes. I have other matters to attend to. A reporter from The Sun, Li Pao, asked, It is said that you have a close relationship with Emilia Clarke, and some have seen you at her home. Is this true? Of course, we are friends, Huang Kaiwen replied. Come on. Pao gestured expressively. You know what I am really asking. Then you should also know how I will respond, Huang Kaiwen said. 3 minutes left. It has been claimed that your attitude toward the game is exceedingly improper. Having registered for 3 major events and 5 minor ones, while not training, yet coaching at the European Championship during the summer. What are your thoughts on this matter? Pao inquired. Who is this person? Huang Kaiwen asked. The Swiss equestrian athlete, Gilda, replied Pao. Whether one trains or not should be judged by results. There is really nothing to explain about such matters, Huang Kaiwen stated. He had never heard of this Gilda, but he assumed that equestrian athletes typically come from affluent backgrounds, likely making her just another self-important second-generation individual. There are 2 types of second-generation individuals who speak recklessly. One type genuinely possesses a formidable background, undeterred by any trouble. However, Huang Kaiwen has yet to encounter such a person. Those with influential connections tend to treat him with utmost courtesy. While they may not fear Huang Kaiwen, the extreme fans are not nearly as accommodating. With a net worth in the billions and a life still ahead of him, it would be disastrous if he were confronted by an unhinged individual. Huang Kaiwen suspects that this guy belongs to the latter category, somewhat lacking in intellect. When posed the question of which team he believes will clinch the Olympic championship, Huang Kaiwen pondered for a moment, admitting he had little impression and casually replied, perhaps Brazil or the United Kingdom. The football powerhouses at the London Olympics are few. Spain is but a fading glory. The UK has even organized the football associations from the British Isles specifically for the Olympics, genuinely intent on seizing victory on home soil. Regarding Beckham's exclusion, Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head as he made his way toward the roadside vehicle. Pao attempted to follow, only to be halted by Neo, who stepped out to intercept him. In the UK, the most formidable adversaries are the journalists. Neo and Albert had arrived in London early to prepare. The old steward tidied up Huang Kaiwen's residence in London to ensure he could enjoy a more comfortable stay during the competitions. There's a journalist behind us, sir, Neo remarked after they had driven some distance. Ignore them, Huang Kaiwen replied. Neo shook his head in mild regret, feeling that he could not find an opportunity to express himself. Not long after Huang Kaiwen returned home, a live broadcast vehicle had already arrived outside. A reporter from Sky TV stood at Huang Kaiwen's doorstep, addressing the camera. We are currently outside Kevin's home. The individual who led the Dutch team to victory in the European Championship has returned to his residence in London. He is among the most noteworthy competitors in this Olympic Games, having registered for 5 events: equestrian show jumping, triathlon, archery, 200 meters, and 100 meters. Although the London organizing committee has adjusted the schedule, we remain concerned about Kevin's stamina and energy. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen plugged in his phone to recharge, only to find it inundated with calls and messages from Inzaghi. He dialed back, asking, "What is it, Filippo I?" Hee hee. Inzaghi chuckled on the other end. Huang Kaiwen interjected, "If you don't speak, I'll hang up." "Wait, can you win?" Inzaghi pressed. "Which event?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "All of them," Inzaghi exclaimed. "We are good brothers, and I am sparing no effort to support you." Huang Kaiwen held the microphone away, and it took nearly 3 minutes for Inzaghi to finish speaking. "So how much?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "All of it," Inzaghi insisted. "I have invested heavily in your success." "Then you're in trouble," Huang Kaiwen laughed. He himself did not possess Inzaghi's level of confidence. Inzaghi lamented on the phone, demanding that Huang Kaiwen secure gold in every event, as his entire life savings were riding on this gamble. After chatting for over half an hour, Huang Kaiwen finally hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Guardiola, who expressed a desire to acquire De Bruyne, only to be rebuffed by Galliani. Naturally, Huang Kaiwen could not acquiesce to such a proposal. Later, the old steward entered with William. Upon seeing Emilia Clarke behind William, Huang Kaiwen was taken aback. "You won't blame me for dropping by unannounced, will you?" William chuckled. "I happened to read about you and Miss Clarke in the newspaper and thought it fitting to invite her along." Huang Kaiwen silently rolled his eyes. Sensing that this fellow was eager to witness a spectacle, he remained seated and simply patted his thigh. Emilia confidently settled herself on Huang Kaiwen's lap, leaving William momentarily speechless. He had expected Huang Kaiwen to deny the situation, but instead, he found himself fed a mouthful of dog food. The old steward departed to arrange dinner. "It might be better for you to manage England. The papers have been saying that your coaching would yield better results than Capello's," William suggested. "Nonsense," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Mr. Capello's tactical acumen far surpasses mine. Should I take charge, England would not fare any better." "Well then, would you be interested in leading England in the World Cup?" William inquired with a smile. "Are you serious?" Huang Kaiwen asked, embracing Emilia. "Absolutely. I hope to contribute something to English football," William said, partially obscuring his face with a coffee cup. Huang Kaiwen immediately grasped his implication. Here he comes again, seeking to bask in the glory of the Golden King. Regardless of Huang Kaiwen's response, he would inform the press that he was there to invite the Golden King to coach England. After all, the Golden King had recently led the team to victory in the European Championship, making him quite the hot commodity. Whether Williams succeeded or not, he would undoubtedly win the favor of the fans. "Let's discuss this later," Huang Kaiwen conceded graciously, not outrightly rejecting the idea. Mission accomplished. Williams swiftly changed the subject, stating, "Your horse is being well taken care of. There's a dedicated caretaker at Ascot. Are you expecting my gratitude?" Huang Kaiwen replied. Ascot, located 6 kilometers from Windsor Castle, is a commonly used venue for competitions and is primarily managed by the Royal Asset Management Bureau. "I merely wanted to mention it," Williams said with a dry chuckle. "That Hanoverian horse is quite impressive." "Indeed, but it transported me to the Allianz Arena," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The young lady had already prepared a horse for him. Following the Champions League final, Huang Kaiwen decided to enter this horse in competition. The Hanoverian breed is indeed a common choice for racing. However, procuring its release required considerable effort, given that it was part of a regiment belonging to the German police force. "Why haven't I seen Miss Middleton?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Kate has her own affairs to attend to. Sometimes both parties need a bit of space," William explained. "It's essential not to be glued to each other all the time. It helps maintain a sense of novelty," he added. Huang Kaiwen glanced down. Whether it was fresh or not, he couldn't tell, but it was undeniably clingy. No wonder Emilia remained seated. She was likely concerned about making a fool of herself. At that moment, the elderly butler presented the dinner, which featured William's favored chocolate cookie cake for dessert. The Queen had a penchant for chocolate, a taste influenced by his grandmother. Despite having been away from London for some time, the butler still remembered the customs of the British royal family, which greatly eased Huang Kaiwen's mind. He gently patted Emilia, reminding her that one cannot simply sit on the lap of King Huang during dinner. Emilia stifled a laugh, observing Huang Kaiwen as he adjusted his trousers. He shot her a disapproving glance. His irritation was genuine, especially since her foot persistently brushed against the table. Kevin Jr. had yet to recover from the swelling. Upon bidding farewell to William, the latter appeared despondent. He believed that his intellect and physique could not rival Huang Kaiwen's. unaware that not only were footballers endowed with powerful legs, but their strength was equally formidable. To teach Emilia a lesson for embarrassing him in front of William, Huang Kaiwen played the role of a king throughout the evening. While he and his mother were still lost in slumber, the freshly printed newspapers brimmed with Huang Kaiwen's name, heralding the return of the King of London to the city. The Times reported, Kaiwen exhibited a commendable spirit, appearing confident about the upcoming Olympics. Nevertheless, the current security situation in London is concerning, as some mysterious fans are seen encouraging tourists to support Kaiwen. The Scottish venue must enhance its security management during the Olympic period. The Financial Times noted, Kaiwen's team has unveiled commemorative star cards for the European Cup, simultaneously building anticipation for the Olympics. The majority of the teams in the top 16 and Olympic star athletes have been signed by Kaiwen's team this summer. While Kaiwen reaps championships, his financial gains are also set to increase significantly. The Daily Mail conveyed rumors that Chelsea owner Abramovich is contemplating inviting Kaiwen to coach the team, believing that their amicable relationship provides ample room for negotiation. Even if Kaiwen does not retire immediately, it is essential to ensure his willingness to take over Chelsea upon retirement. The Manchester Evening News reported, Erik ten Hag toured Old Trafford under Sir Ferguson's guidance, a situation not favorable for Moyes. However, David Moyes expressed that he is not concerned, as the Premier League is not as straightforward as it seems. The Sun revealed, Brazilian player Robinho was seen bringing a woman from a nightclub to his hotel. He had previously left a nightclub with an escort during the 2010 World Cup qualifiers, requesting 40 condoms from the doorman. The article detailed the absurdities surrounding the Brazilian team during major tournaments. Even the news of Emilia Clarke staying at Huang Kaiwen's home failed to make the front page. The Brazilian team is notorious for such escapades, having been exposed multiple times for seeking escorts when playing away. It is not without reason that Carlos Kaiser thrives in such an environment. When Huang Kaiwen finally awoke, it was already noon. Observing Emilia seated at the dining table, he inquired, "Haven't you been busy lately?" She replied, "Not really. I'll begin filming after the Olympics." Emilia pierced a piece of bacon with her fork and, extending her tongue to lick it, inquired, "I specifically stayed in London to cheer for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? I've given you billions. Who told you to be so greedy?" Kevin Huang chuckled. Emilia rolled her eyes. After their meal, the two exited the restaurant, only to be immediately besieged by reporters. "Kevin, could you elaborate on your relationship? Are you two an item? Prince William invited you to coach England yesterday. Did you accept? Miss Clarke, what is your relationship with Kevin?" Both professed to be merely friends, prompting Kevin to raise the car window. Once they left London, Neo drove westward, and upon reaching Berkshire, the scenery along the roadside transformed significantly, with trees dotting the landscape. The traffic visibly thinned, and the height of the buildings diminished. Europe's population is not as dense, so even the outskirts of London exude a pastoral charm. Leaning against Kevin, Emilia asked, "What do you think about buying a house in Berkshire?" "It's fine. As long as you like it," Kevin replied. "But it doesn't seem to hold its value," Emilia remarked. "I have no idea what kind of investments to make." Kevin then inquired, "Neo, what investments have you undertaken?" "The stocks my employer recommended, along with some real estate and gold," Neo replied, while driving. Curiously, Emilia asked, "Some real estate and gold? Does being a bodyguard pay that well?" Europeans aren't accustomed to inquiring about others' wealth, yet she was genuinely intrigued. As if he were quite affluent, Neo glanced at Kevin through the rearview mirror, and Kevin nodded, saying, "It's fine. He's not a stranger. I've earned a substantial amount as my employer's bodyguard, in the hundreds of millions," Neo stated coolly. Emilia was taken aback. She had thought that after her television series became a hit, she was already wealthy. Little did she know that Kevin's bodyguard was far richer than she. As they journeyed towards the racetrack, her words became far less frequent. Though she had pursued art from a young age, such revelations had left a significant impact on her. Upon arriving at the racetrack, the staff promptly led them to a horse known as the Morning Beast. It appeared unchanged from when Kevin had previously seen it. The horse racing preparations were meticulously arranged. Just as Kevin was about to give it a try, a call from Galliani interrupted him. "Kevin, Inter Milan has offered 500 million, hoping to acquire you." The chapter concludes here. The oil magnates truly possess immense wealth. They are aware that Kevin will not join Inter, yet they still made the offer. This is a golden opportunity. If the king of football were to accept, they could indeed produce the 500 million. Just like the classic schemes in history books, they stand to gain regardless of the outcome. Kevin, however, remained unconcerned, for the future is long. And those who attempt to latch onto the king of football should not assume they can escape without consequence. What troubled Kevin more was Inzaghi. The man exuded an unsettling aura. Noticing that Kevin Huang appeared troubled, Emilia Clarke inquired, "Why is it so deserted here? It must be closed to the public." Kevin responded, "After all, this is royal property. Aside from events, only the royal family and nobility are permitted to visit. Although the British royal family may seem financially modest, their assets are indeed substantial. It appears that these holdings have transitioned from public view to obscurity. Shall we ride horses then?" Emilia suggested. Kevin found this proposition agreeable. Yet once mounted, he discovered the activity was quite physically demanding. In martial arts tales, there often exists a scenario where the protagonist is perpetually the enchanting Huang Rong. This male figure may be righteous or nefarious, or perhaps merely Huang Rong's disciple or Yanghua. The two of them jostled atop their steeds, with Huang Rong's water pouch spilling along the way. While the environment was originally thrilling, Emilia's incessant chatter diverted Kevin's attention, prolonging their equestrian excursion. "How do you plan to deal with that Gallardo?" Emilia asked sweetly. "I don't even know him," Kevin replied with an eye roll. "But those who offend you rarely meet a good fate," Emilia remarked, wrapping her arms around Kevin's neck, their proximity allowing for a better exertion of strength. Kevin chuckled and patted Emilia. She was indeed wise beyond her years, having always known her aspirations. Kevin elaborated, "Football is my foundation. The influence of this sport is undeniable. Thus the perceptions of those in the football industry towards me differ greatly from those in other sports. Sometimes I may not consider certain matters, yet those around me, like Sergio, handle them adeptly. In situations where only one party is correct, I naturally side with Sergio. This also serves as a cautionary tale for others. I harbor no grievances against them, so they should not attempt to gain notoriety by criticizing me, lest they attract an increasing swarm of flies, much like Feng Zhouzi, who poses an excellent example. How can you, Han, write about university life without attending college? According to his logic, the world would cease to exist. Liu is accused of plagiarism. Gulong as well, and Rowling too. After all, in the realms of martial arts, science fiction, and fantasy, none of them have truly lived through these experiences. Does he not understand the power of imagination? He does. Yet, such individuals latch onto a single argument, disregarding all other factors to relentlessly attack. He walks barefoot while you are shod. In any case, he benefits more. Thus, with such people, there is no need to discern right from wrong. Consequences are what matter. If the repercussions are severe enough, others will think twice. Are you implying that other sports are of no concern? Emilia queried. Not quite, Kevin clarified. If it's merely casual conversation, it doesn't hold much weight. There are many who dislike me on the internet. Am I to physically confront them through the web? Emilia seemed skeptical. Kevin offered no further explanation. He seldom targeted others, but when he did, he ensured that no opportunity for retaliation was afforded. Throughout my life, I have witnessed numerous films where the seemingly victorious individuals, in their arrogance, utter a multitude of nonsensical words, inadvertently granting their opponents a chance to turn the tide. Much like Van der Vaart, this incident was not instigated by Huang Kaiwen. Nonetheless, he remains protective of those few who wield influence. Challenging the authority of a coach is fatal for a temporary head coach. With the European Championship merely weeks away, unlike the length of a club season, Huang Kaiwen does not possess the luxury of time to win over hearts through virtue. Regardless of whether the locker room remains peaceful or whether he had a falling out with Bullerhaus, Van der Vaart, always cautious to avoid mistakes, will not be afforded any further opportunities. Huang Kaiwen is acutely aware of the necessity of the situation. He dismisses clowns like Gallard with indifference. In the Villa San Martino, the location where the infamous Old B has been exposed for hosting parties with models, which also serves as his primary residence, we find ourselves in his study. Barbara sits on the sofa, peeling Sicilian blood oranges, the juice occasionally splattering. Old B rests his chin on his hands, observing Barbara in silence, neither of them initiating conversation. I remember when you were a child, I was preoccupied with business, and there were few adults at home. Pierre often looked after you and your siblings. Old B finally breaks the silence, lighting a cigar. If his idea of care includes mocking me in the company of his date, then I question that care, Barbara retorts, wiping her hands on the expensive sofa, drawing an irritated glance from Old B. Pierre does not hold affection for the children of my other relationships, nor does Marina. She continues, But you are all family. Blood is thicker than water. There are no deep-seated grudges among family. You should assist Pierre in his times of trouble. Olby insists. Barbara continues to wipe her hands on the sofa, feigning ignorance. You are the most talented among the children. I have always believed you could shoulder the responsibilities of the family, Olby states. Let it go. Pierre is vice-chairman of the board, Barbara replies. Olby, feeling slightly awkward, replies with a smile. I understand you find it unfair. This is my failing, but you must recognize that Pierre would never act inappropriately towards women. Would he? If he and Marina were to leave the group and transfer their voting rights to me, I might be able to find a solution, the young lady smiles. Her patience wearing thin. What was initially a one-on-one game has now turned into a challenge against multiple bosses. With Pierre returning to Milan, she feels her patience waning. If her father does not provide clarification today, Pierre may as well remain in his predicament. All right, Olby nods in agreement. The young lady is taken aback by the sudden ease of the situation, having not anticipated such a smooth resolution. With a resigned shake of his head, Olby calls his secretary to prepare the contract. While he feels a sense of pride in his daughter's capabilities, it is overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Clearly, Pierre has fallen victim to a trap, but this incident unfolded at the home of the Milan mayor, with the presence of the cardinal of the Milan diocese. A witness of considerable weight has unequivocally substantiated the event. To his dismay, even his attempts at cordiality proved futile. It is evident that more powerful figures are orchestrating matters from behind the scenes. He is almost certain that it is Barbara who is pulling the strings. The facade of filial piety she previously displayed was merely for his benefit, yet upon Pierre's return, she swiftly altered her demeanor, signaling her displeasure and implying that Pierre's discontent would only intensify. Old Bay can only imagine the fright that would seize his eldest son upon his release. It is likely he would never dare return to the Apennines again. Had it not been for the cardinal from the Milan diocese, his urgency would not be so pronounced. However, their involvement changes the nature of the situation entirely. Even if he could resolve the matter, should the Vatican choose to disclose information, Pierre would stand no chance whatsoever. This situation hinges on whether he is willing to pay a significant price for Pierre's sake. Old Bay is acutely aware of this, as is Barbara. She admires her daughter's cunning, yet feels a profound regret that such brilliance is not embodied by Pierre. During the contract signing in the afternoon, Barbara was taken aback to discover that it was not a matter of voting rights, but rather a transfer of equity. Take good care of your family, Old Bay said with a jovial smile. I will, Barbara replied, signing her name with little thought. It is likely that her concept of family diverges from the one Old Bay envisions. Once outside, she hurried home. Upon returning to the residence, she shares with Huang Kaiwen. The young lady let out a sigh of relief, eager to call Huang Kaiwen and share the news. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. Something seemed amiss. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she pondered in front of the television as dusk settled. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh in alarm. Oh no! I left Paul at Kaka's and didn't bring him back. She sprang to her feet and dashed out, racing all the way to Kaka's home. Upon entering the foyer, she was still catching her breath. Kaka, cradling a child, raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Beatrice, holding her own son, gestured towards the young lady. The young lady shrugged at her close friend, feeling helpless. She had no doubt that Kaka had spent the most time caring for Juan Paul. As if sensing a familiar presence, Paul began to cry. The other Paul soon followed suit. Kaka quickly checked Juan Paul's diaper and remarked, he must be hungry. The young lady took Paul into her arms and whispered, Mommy came right back to pick you up. Today, Mommy made a considerable sum of money for you. You don't need to worry too much. Ricardo will take good care of Paul, Beatrice reassured, soothing her child. I fear he may care for him too well. And Paul might not recognize me later, the young lady replied, cradling Paul. Paul is my most important person. The latest fashion designs will be available. Will you come over tomorrow to take a look? Beatrice inquired. I have time today, the young lady exclaimed, excitedly preparing to go retrieve them. Kaka, frowning, reminded her. Paul is hungry. If you don't return home, I will have to prepare his formula. Ah, the young lady said somewhat shyly. I primarily wish to see if there are any suitable baby clothes. Kaka rolled his eyes but remained silent. Upon returning home with Paul, the young lady casually turned on the television. Before the Olympics, every move of Kevin Huang was the center of attention. Upon seeing Kevin Huang with Emilia Clarke, she immediately laughed and scolded, the man I chose is so popular wherever he goes. She then settled onto the sofa to watch. However, When she noticed someone criticizing Kevin Huang, her expression darkened. She swiftly dialed Galliani's number and exclaimed, "How are you managing things? Who is this Galda? What right does he have to comment on Kevin?" As she spoke, she picked at the genuine leather sofa with her nails. After about 5 minutes, the sofa had been thoroughly scratched. The young lady finally sighed and inquired, "What did Kevin say?" Kevin said nothing. "He probably doesn't regard him." Galliani cautiously replied from the other end of the line. He felt it necessary to emphasize that it wasn't his lack of action, but rather Kevin's desire for him to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, their entire family might have been relocated to Africa. That doesn't mean he should have it easy. Think of something, the young lady insisted. Galliani promptly agreed. After hanging up, she remained indignant. Fortunately, a segment featuring interviews with Dutch players aired on the television. They spoke highly of Kevin Huang. Random interviews conducted by reporters on the streets of the Netherlands yielded similar sentiments. "I thought we would be eliminated in the group stage. But Kevin's coaching has completely changed things. This is the most united Dutch team I have ever seen," remarked an elderly fan with graying hair. "This championship is extraordinary. It has truly embarrassed those who doubted us," a young fan exclaimed excitedly. The young lady couldn't help but chuckle along. Yet, she felt as though she had forgotten something. As she reached for the remote, she finally noticed Paul lying there. The young lady quickly scooped up Paul and said, "Mommy loves you. You must believe in Mommy." In Westminster, London, at the Mayfair Berkeley Hotel, located just 200 meters from Hyde Park, which is very close to Kevin Huang's residence, Galliani was well aware of his position. Thus, he tried to avoid appearing before Kevin whenever possible, while also ensuring he could attend to matters promptly if needed. Upon receiving a call from Barbara, he immediately contemplated how to handle this Galda situation. Kevin did not seem to take the matter seriously, but if it escalated too much, he might become displeased. Barbara insisted that he must take some action. Striking a balance in this situation was quite delicate. However, Galliani found no difficulty in managing such matters. During the Olympics, London was teeming with reporters, especially the British, who had a penchant for news. Even the slightest movement of an Olympic athlete could make the headlines. Therefore, ensuring that Galda made it into the newspapers was not a challenge. The real issue lay in avoiding Kevin's disdain while simultaneously satisfying Barbara. Galliani scrutinized the information he had on Steve Galda, a child of affluent parents. That much was certain. Equestrian athletes bear a resemblance to Formula One drivers, as the costs associated with venues, horses, and equipment are exceedingly high. Without a substantial financial foundation, one cannot afford to nurture such pursuits. Among all Olympic disciplines, equestrian sports demand the highest financial investment for athlete development. For a competitor of Gallard's caliber, expenditures easily reach millions of dollars. The prize money for winning equestrian competitions ranges merely from tens of thousands to around $100,000, starkly contrasting the investment and returns seen in the training of football stars. Given that his family is not financially constrained, he does not fit the mold of those seeking notoriety for profit or fame. Galliani swiftly formed a judgment. For such individuals, public embarrassment serves as the most fitting punishment. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time in reaching out to contacts. By the following morning, when Huang Kaiwen awoke, Galliani was already seated in the living room awaiting him. "Have you had breakfast, Adriano? Come join me," Huang Kaiwen greeted. Galliani sipped his coffee, postponing his meal to discuss matters concerning the team. "Pirlo has already signed with Manchester United." "That's splendid," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to accommodate this old teammate. We're currently negotiating with Chelsea regarding Bale." Acknowledging Huang Kaiwen's apparent disinterest, Galliani remarked, "Sergio Ramos seems to be taking Gattuso's son on a trip recently." Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened instantly. "Are they training together?" Galliani continued discussing Ramos. Once their conversation reached a natural pause, Huang Kaiwen picked up a newspaper, casually flipping through its pages until he stumbled upon an article in The Sun. Swiss equestrian athlete Steve Gallard was confronted by 2 escorts outside the Olympic Village for failing to pay the overnight fee. Seeing Huang Kaiwen smile, Galliani finally exhaled in relief. The Swiss delegation had just convened a press conference to clarify the matter, but to no avail. Galliani had intentionally selected a time when Gallard was absent from the Olympic Village to substantiate the incident. It is common for Olympic athletes to venture out for leisure during their stay at the host site. Otherwise, what would be the need for the provision of umbrellas? Although London is replete with surveillance, the Scottish venue is not under the Swiss team's control. Accessing the surveillance footage? Not a chance. The entirety of London, nay, the British Isles, anticipated Gallard's humiliation. This incident was indeed of his own making. After Gallard had painstakingly explained the situation to everyone, he was about to retire to his room when his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard a voice and exclaimed, "If you want an umbrella, ask your mother. Don't bother me." After hanging up, another call came through. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he promptly disconnected. Almost immediately, a text message arrived, stating, "Quickly arrange for 2 girls to come over. I want Nordic ones." Huang Kaiwen was still undecided about whether to stay at the Olympic Village, primarily due to the dismal conditions of the facilities constructed by the British. A cramped room with only a half-meter corridor between the 2 beds was far from appealing. Although the illustrious Huang, often referred to as the King of the Yellow Sphere, yearns to exhibit his willingness to unite with everyone without the need for privileges, the current resting environment is truly abysmal, and the proximity to unfamiliar roommates is somewhat awkward. Galliani has yet to depart, and Inzaghi arrives uninvited. "Are you concerned about your finances?" Huang Kaiwen inquires. "No, I merely wish to see if there is a place where I can be of assistance to you," Inzaghi responds. "I cannot help but worry about you, knowing that my best friend is involved in so many endeavors." Huang Kaiwen muses. Inzaghi has become increasingly brazen. Yet, he remains curious as to why Inzaghi possesses such unwavering confidence in him. "Did you truly purchase that many?" Huang Kaiwen asks. Actually not as many as you think." Inzaghi replies, "Many of my investments cannot be handed over in the short term, but my confidence in you remains unshaken." Galliani lowers his head to eat, feigning ignorance. "No wonder Inzaghi always manages to renew his contracts," Huang Kaiwen remarks. "So, you haven't sought the Sicilians?" he queries. "They've grown a bit fearful," Inzaghi admits. Huang Kaiwen rolls his eyes. "It's no surprise. With your intimidating all-in attitude, any rational person would fear your inability to repay. So, how much did you actually buy?" Huang Kaiwen presses. 30 million. Inzaghi exclaims with a grin. Huang Kaiwen nods. Inzaghi, brimming with excitement, asks, "Do you feel this time the odds are in our favor?" Huang Kaiwen replies, "I think losing 30 million wouldn't be too distressing for you." Inzaghi dramatically feigns despair, exclaiming, "You cannot treat me this way. For the sake of our friendship, you must win." Huang Kaiwen counters, "It would be easier for you to eliminate all my opponents than for me to secure 5 consecutive gold medals." His strongest prospects lie in the triathlon and archery. As for archery, there is no need to elaborate. After numerous enhancements to his upper body strength and hand control, coupled with practical experience, this event serves as his reserved arena to showcase his talents against the lesser competitors. The gold medals shall bear the Huang surname henceforth. As for the triathlon, he possesses skills in all its components. While he lacks confidence in shorter distances, the triathlon's demands of 500 meters of swimming, 8 kilometers of cycling, and 10 kilometers of running impose a rigorous test of physical endurance. Huang Kaiwen has significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. The more grueling the challenge, the more advantageous it is for him. There is no need to discuss the 100 and 200 meters. Defeating Bolt once is no small feat. As for a second victory, it is likely he could push Bolt to his limits. Additionally, there is the equestrian event, which tests both horse and rider. Although Huang possesses exceptional talent, his steed may not match his prowess. Inzaghi seems to be sending money to William Hill. Reluctantly, Inzaghi clutches Huang Kaiwen's hand and asks, "Is there truly no opportunity?" Huang Kaiwen smiles and replies, "It cannot be said there is absolutely none." "Really?" Inzaghi queries, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Of course. But the likelihood of that happening is akin to declaring war on the United States tomorrow," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Inzaghi, deflated like a punctured balloon, slipped off his chair. Galliani rose, preparing to take his leave. "It's raining in London," Huang Kaiwen suddenly stated. Galliani paused, recalling the line from 100 Years of Solitude about Macondo's reign, which expressed dissatisfaction with chaos. Was Huang referring to the team or his recent work? Galliani began to reflect. He could not fathom the underlying issue and, steeling himself, asked, "What next? What next?" "I was merely advising you to take an umbrella when you leave," Huang Kaiwen replied. Galliani nodded and hastily departed from Huang's residence. As he saw Galliani leave, Inzaghi immediately clutched Huang's leg, exclaiming, "For the sake of our friendship, you must train diligently. You know how prone I am to injury during training." Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he looked down. Inzaghi fell silent. Previously, he had been somewhat impulsive, thinking that this venture could be quite lucrative. But now, Observing Huang's demeanor, he felt disheartened. 30 million euros, while not crippling, was still a staggering amount. Many players would not earn that much over an entire career, let alone save it. The thought of such a significant sum going to waste prompted Inzaghi to resolve to stay at Huang's house during the holiday, at least saving some money over the summer. Huang had no objections. Having a friend around was quite pleasant. If given a choice, he would have preferred Kaká or Ramos. Not far from Huang's residence lay Kensington Palace. Prince William Mountbatten-Windsor had spent the entire morning in his study. Equestrian sports originated in England. The countries where these two disciplines are popular are primarily the influential nations of European royalty, as well as the former territories of the British Empire. It is unequivocally a noble sport. Many schools in Europe offer equestrian programs. But a deeper understanding reveals that the British royal family holds the most significant influence over this sport. William was contemplating a matter. He had always required Huang Kaiwen's influence. While Huang had no need for a prince like him, the so-called royalty bore no weight in Huang's presence. Although Huang consistently showed him respect, accommodating him whenever possible and explaining the reasons behind what he could not do, William was not satisfied with this dynamic. From a young age, he had learned that if someone does you a favor, you must reciprocate in kind. This was the foundation of interpersonal relationships, continuously taking without giving back. Even if others did not mind, left one feeling diminished. This made him feel somewhat insecure in Huang's company. With this realization, William gritted his teeth, picked up the phone, and dialed, saying, "Father, I need your assistance." If it were not absolutely necessary, he would not want to reach out to Prince Charles. Yet, William understood that seeking help from his father was preferable to perpetually owing Huang a favor. Thus, he candidly spoke of the matter. Later, the staff from the International Equestrian Federation visited the stables. What could they possibly be doing? Haven't they already conducted their inspections? Complained a stable worker. Perhaps. They are merely putting on a show, especially since Kevin's participation has significantly elevated the visibility of equestrian competitions, remarked another staff member. These days, many have been heard discussing equestrian events, a privilege that previously belonged solely to football. Particularly, those tourists with distinctly foreign characteristics seem to possess a copy of the equestrian competition guide in hand. The mere thought of such popularity for a project of the British Empire made the stable workers puff out their chests with pride. The representatives of the Equestrian Federation merely conducted sampling of the horses, causing minimal inconvenience, and departed hastily once the sampling was complete. In stark contrast to the officials who had come before them for inspections. However, that evening, the official website of the International Equestrian Federation released a statement. "We have discovered issues with the horses of certain competitors." Initially, this news garnered little attention. Yet, the following morning, the Federation convened a press conference. Secretary General Sindel expressed, "We are delighted that this equestrian competition has captured global attention, and we warmly welcome competitors like Kevin to participate. To this end, we have made additional preparations. However, during the analysis of two horses belonging to a particular competitor, we found traces of performance-enhancing substances, likely due to food contamination. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, prior to the hearing, Swiss competitor Steve Geerda and his two horses will face a temporary suspension." The chapter concludes here. In the UK, television stations continuously broadcast highlights of Huang Kaiwen's exploits. He heroically intervened to halt a runaway school bus, successfully rescuing a busload of students. Alongside Ramos, he facilitated a safe emergency landing of an aircraft, and interviews with crew members and passengers followed. The footage of Huang Kaiwen sprinting toward the Allianz Arena, culminating in his triumphant victory, was edited to resemble a Hollywood blockbuster, showcasing his personal heroism in vivid detail. His repeated brushes with danger cloaked him in an air of mystique. Coupled with the imagery of hoisting the European Cup and his prior Olympic gold medal, the relentless 24-hour coverage transformed into a personal promotional reel for Huang Kaiwen. This was driven by the enthusiasm of fans, the influence of sponsors, and, to some extent, the efforts of a certain young lady. The British public, upon viewing the footage, might have assumed that Huang Kaiwen wasn't merely competing, but rather preparing to launch a nuclear missile into space while wearing his undergarments outside his trousers. Indeed, even MI6 could only aspire to achieve such feats. Absurd as it may seem, the public relished this spectacle. Even athletes who had arrived in London early found themselves engrossed in the coverage. One may not be a fan of Huang Kaiwen, yet they cannot deny his undeniable prowess. He struts across London, a testament to his hard-won achievements. The German individuals encircled the taxi carrying Huang Kaiwen, but it is the Germans who find themselves embarrassed now. However, the most proactive among them is Adidas. Regardless of Huang Kaiwen's opulent attire and luxurious accessories, he remains fundamentally an athlete, with his most illustrious moments often captured in sportswear. As Huang Kaiwen's personal sponsor, their fortunes rise in tandem with his success. From Milan to Real Madrid, from Real Madrid to Chelsea, and from Chelsea to the national team. Each of his transitions has been accompanied by their sponsorship. This is indeed a formidable reality. Huang Kaiwen's personal sponsors have consistently aligned with the team sponsors. Yet, the Germans are acutely aware of their relationship with Huang Kaiwen. He is singular, while the market for sports products is saturated. Galliani is currently refraining from discussions of sponsorship. Yet the number of sponsors eager to sign with Huang Kaiwen has not diminished. In fact, it has increased. Should Huang Kaiwen express willingness, a plethora of lifetime contracts would be offered. The crux of the matter is that Huang Kaiwen deems the lifetime selling price insufficient. Inzaghi spent a day at Huang Kaiwen's residence and encountered 4 or 5 sponsors who came bearing financial offers. Although His Majesty does not harbor jealousy, he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. A mere photograph could fetch 20 million. With that amount, he would even consider posing nude. To uplift his spirits, Inzaghi resolved to venture out. What is so remarkable about that lad? Despite Huang Kaiwen's prowess, the number of women he has dated pales in comparison to Inzaghi's own. He first applied hair dye to conceal his graying locks. Inzaghi had previously been indifferent to such matters, but as age creeps upon him, he finds himself increasingly vexed each time he washes his face, grappling with the discomfort of witnessing his gradual aging. He donned a discreet, yet luxurious ensemble. Satisfied as he departed Huang Kaiwen's abode, his objective was clear: to attract a woman who could recognize his attire. Yet, Inzaghi harbored some apprehensions. As a celebrated star, it was likely that she would identify him first. On the streets of London, Huang Kaiwen's presence was ubiquitous. Grand billboards featuring him adorned the landscape, unequivocally signaling to the world that facing Huang Kaiwen is akin to a pure away match. This is no ordinary away game. Among the throngs of fans, some with Scottish and Northern Irish accents, their fervor resembled that of zealots, arms raised, and upon hearing the syllable SD, countless voices would respond with Kevin. Those who have not experienced the Glasgow Derby can scarcely fathom such pressure. In warfare, there exists room for compromise, yet in matters of faith, it is a life-or-death struggle. While seated in the taxi, Inzaghi lost count of the number of fans sporting the number 10 jersey, whether it be Milan or Chelsea supporters. Even more absurd were those in the Dutch number 10 jersey. The atmosphere felt as if an event of monumental significance loomed. Not the Olympics, but rather the World Cup final. As the taxi passed Stamford Bridge, the facade was graced by a colossal poster of Huang Kaiwen, emblazoned with the phrase, "the fastest man on earth." When the taxi rolled past Craven Cottage, Huang Kaiwen's image still dominated the scene. Chelsea's role in this narrative is understandable. To my surprise, Fulham has also joined the fray. Inzaghi couldn't help but be amazed. His good friend is indeed impressive in London. But after all, he is Kevin's close companion. Does that not also imply his own prowess? In a buoyant mood, Inzaghi hummed a little tune as he placed a £20 note into the driver's hand, gesturing grandly, no need for change. The driver paused momentarily, glancing at the meter displaying 22.49. Turning around, he found that Inzaghi had vanished. The most exorbitant taxi fares in the world are found in Tokyo, Japan, followed closely by London, where a 10-kilometer ride can cost approximately €2,225, and the fare only escalates with waiting time. Hamburg in Germany presents a similar scenario, with Dusseldorf not far behind. Upon seeing the queue at the entrance of the Fabric nightclub, Inzaghi, an old hand at nightlife, quickly grasped the situation. At such popular venues, without a prior reservation, purchasing tickets on-site can prove quite challenging. Once the capacity is reached, no more patrons are allowed entry. He fished a banknote from his wallet, approached the robust security guard with a smile, and said, "Long time no see, buddy." The guard, grinning widely, stepped aside and remarked, "Were you here to meet a friend? Did you not find them? Go right in." Such is the benefit of their profession. By the feel and size of the bill, he could estimate its worth. Inzaghi confidently walked inside. The guard raised his large palm, his eyes widening in surprise. A 50 denomination bill would typically be quite satisfactory. However, beneath the numeral was the image of St. Peter's Cathedral from Peterhof. Goodness, 50 rubles. Recently, Inzaghi had taken to carrying a few foreign currencies in his wallet. Aside from pounds and euros, rubles had become the most valuable among them. His Majesty planned to economize 30 million before resuming his opulent lifestyle. Finding a seat, he began to scan his surroundings. As a seasoned player in the game of romance, he never approached someone merely based on their silhouette, rushing to buy drinks. Such impulsive young men often ended up footing the bill and hailing a cab for their companions, having already prepaid the fare. Inzaghi's objective today was clear: to achieve grand results with minimal expenditure, but only if the chemistry was right. Before long, he had pinpointed his target. Noticing her gaze, Inzaghi boldly raised a bottle of Budweiser. In such a moment, a flickering glance could appear rather unsavory. Women may not mind a man's attraction, but no one appreciates lewdness. In the dim light, Inzaghi's features were obscured, yet she approached him willingly. "Are you a local?" he inquired. The young woman shook her head and replied, "I am here on vacation." Inzaghi's eyes sparkled. Surely, a tourist must be staying at a hotel. This meant she likely had funds left for accommodation. "What a coincidence, so am I," he responded with a smile. Realizing that silence could easily extinguish the conversation, he continued, "You can see Kevin's advertisements everywhere in London. They are truly abundant." He remained uncertain of her impression of Kevin Huang, so he refrained from revealing his own bias too soon. "Indeed," she replied. The young woman excitedly exclaimed, "Kevin is simply too handsome. During my recent travels, I happened to watch an archery competition, and you know what? He could hit the target with his eyes closed." Yes, I too can hit it with my eyes closed," Inzaghi replied with a mysterious smile. The young woman immediately understood, covering her mouth with laughter, yet she was not offended. Inzaghi inquired, "Do you watch football regularly?" "Not really, but I do keep up with some news about Kevin. He scores so many goals," she remarked, casting a glance at Inzaghi's lower half. Inzaghi perked up and said, "Did you know that the UEFA Champions League is the most prestigious football competition? Yet there is one player who set a scoring record in this tournament, a record that remains unbroken to this day." As he spoke, he casually took out his phone and opened his photo gallery. Although the phone's pixel quality was not high, the image of him alongside Huang Kaiwen was still recognizable. The young woman gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "You are that Filippo Inzaghi." "No, I am Simone. The Filippo you mentioned is my brother. And he is the player with the most goals in a single UEFA Champions League match," Inzaghi chuckled. "We do resemble each other quite a bit. Sometimes even my mother gets us confused. Whenever I get into trouble, I always blame Filippo." "You are such a rascal." The young woman giggled, leaning against Inzaghi. He whispered in her ear, "Would you like to see my mischievous side?" As he pulled her up to leave, they noticed a security guard approaching angrily. Inzaghi quickly feigned drunkenness, leaning against the young woman. Once they passed the guard, he let out a sigh of relief. The following morning, upon returning to Huang Kaiwen's residence, Inzaghi discovered that Huang Kaiwen was not home. After inquiring with Albert, he learned that Huang Kaiwen had gone for training. Inzaghi found this somewhat perplexing, as he believed Huang Kaiwen did not need to train at all. Even he could not articulate why, but he had an unwavering belief that Huang Kaiwen could win any match. The London Olympic Stadium, also known as the London Bowl, was constructed specifically for the London Olympics, with construction commencing in May 2008 and completed in March of the previous year. The Olympic Village opened on July 16th. Although some athletes had already arrived in London ahead of schedule, however, even British competitors could not adapt to the London Bowl's venue before the event. "Thank you for introducing me to the doctor, Brother Huang," Lucian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Previously, he had been plagued by injuries until he met Giannini, who helped him resolve the issue entirely. "Are you suggesting I should dedicate myself?" Huang Kaiwen scrutinized Lucian with a disapproving expression. Lucian playfully nudged Huang Kaiwen, understanding that he was merely jesting to encourage a closer bond between them. Yet, Lucian found it difficult to let go. Huang Kaiwen had a medical team of over 20 people, and they were brought to the London Bowl by the Mayor of London, Boris. Accompanying them were officials from the London City Hall, officers from Scotland Yard, and even members of the royal family. Despite his numerous achievements, witnessing Huang Kaiwen engage in light-hearted banter with William was a sight to behold. Lucian found it difficult to shake off a sense of distance. "Did you bring your gear?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, giving Lucian a light pat. "Ah, I did," Lucian replied. "Let us head to the locker room to change and warm up," Huang Kaiwen suggested, pulling him along. Lucian followed Huang Kaiwen to the locker room, accompanied by a staff member from West Ham Club, as Huang introduced him. Upon entering the locker room, Lu Xiang's curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to a European professional football team's locker room. Huang Kaiwen, smiling, explained, typically, after playing half a match, everyone returns to kick off their shoes and relax. It's also a time to replenish energy. The smell of sweaty feet is everywhere, and we munch while inhaling it. Lu Xiang felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and jokingly retorted, "Are you deliberately trying to throw me off my game? You caught me." Huang Kaiwen teased, "You're the flying man. I don't even have a nickname. How could I not be intimidated competing against you?" His words bore a hint of playful bullying. Although Lu Xiang laughed, he became serious. While he may not be a sprinter, he had participated in the 4x100-meter relay and had run the 100 meters himself. In the 2005 national games, he clocked in at 10.4 seconds, and in the 2006 track championships at 10.26 seconds. That was nearly his limit. And he might have even regressed since then. As for Huang Kaiwen, his previous world championship time was an impressive 9.63 seconds. As an athlete, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. In events like the 100 meters, even a mere 0.01 seconds improvement demands immense effort. The gap between them was not just a matter of professional versus amateur. It could be likened to the difference between mere European League players and those of the caliber of Messi or Ronaldo. "Are you afraid?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "How could I be?" Lu Xiang chuckled. "It's precisely because of the gap that I want to give it a try. I need some motivation. Just make sure you don't take it easy on me." "Don't worry, I never hold back during a competition," Huang Kaiwen assured him. Hearing this, Lu Xiang felt a flicker of anxiety, yet Huang Kaiwen's relaxed demeanor ignited his competitive spirit. As professional athletes, how could they lack a sense of rivalry? Even if he couldn't win, he aimed to perform at a commendable level. He couldn't let Huang Kaiwen underestimate him. With this determination, Lu Xiang approached his shoes with a sense of ritual, as if preparing for a grand final. When the two returned to the field, a track had already been marked, and a timer was set. Aside from the absence of a starting block, it felt indistinguishable from an actual race. "On your marks," someone shouted from the sidelines. Lu Xiang hurriedly completed his final warm-up exercises, his muscles primed for peak performance, and his mind buzzing with exhilaration. He felt this excitement was amplified by the fact that his opponent was Huang Kaiwen. Who was Huang Kaiwen? The world's finest athlete, the most celebrated sportsman, a being whose speed in the 100 meters approached the human limit. Even without having secured a gold medal, no one dares to underestimate the speed of Huang Kaiwen. Lu Xiang is acutely aware that he cannot match Huang Kaiwen's pace. Yet he is eager to discern the extent of the gap between himself and the pinnacle of human potential. This moment evokes memories of his inaugural selection trial, amplifying his nerves beyond that initial experience, though excitement prevails. Words like extreme and the strongest ignite a fervor within him. Set. The artificial cue reverberates once more. Lu Xiang swiftly adjusts his stance, bending over into a crouched position. The crack of the starting gun signals the commencement of the showdown between the Yellow Lightning and the 110-meter hurdle sprinter. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xiang perceives a figure springing forth, casting doubt on whether Huang Kaiwen may have jumped the gun. Yet, he has no time for contemplation. Huang Kaiwen maintains an unwavering lead from the outset. This exemplifies the sheer terror of Huang Kaiwen's reaction speed. While other competitors strive to enhance their response times, Huang Kaiwen focuses on restraining his own launch to avoid false starts. Lu Xiang's reaction speed is equally remarkable. At his peak, his response time is a mere 0.108 seconds, just 0.004 seconds shy of the human record. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen still eclipses him, leading Lu Xiang to suspect a false start. However, just a few meters into the race, Lu Xiang feels an overwhelming pressure. No longer reliant on peripheral vision, he can clearly see Huang Kaiwen ahead. Damn, this is astonishingly fast. Although the race has only just begun, Lu Xiang is already pushing himself, entering a state of full sprint. This is not the rhythm he prefers. His pride does not permit him to fall behind by such a margin, irrespective of his opponent. This is the dignity of a professional athlete. He grits his teeth, tensing every nerve and muscle in his body. Lu Xiang feels more invigorated than ever. This should be the most comfortable run of his life. Yet, at 20 meters, Huang Kaiwen's long legs seem to dance effortlessly before him. Physically and mentally, Lu Xiang is overwhelmed by immense pressure. The yellow flash lives up to its reputation. He strives to catch up, his body finding a remarkably comfortable rhythm without the need for conscious adjustment. every muscle harmonizes superbly. However, just past 30 meters, Huang Kaiwen has already established a staggering lead. As a seasoned track athlete, Lu Xiong estimates the gap to be over a meter. He can only grit his teeth and endure, unable to summon any further acceleration. From the very beginning, he has held nothing back, feeling as if his body were weightless. Any additional speed could propel him into flight. Yet, even so, he can only watch Huang Kaiwen's back. At 40 meters, the situation becomes increasingly evident. Huang Kaiwen is ahead by more than 2 meters. Lu Xiong fixates on the figure in front of him, running with all his might. In this moment, he has forgotten the scathing critiques online, the disparaging voices in newspapers and on television. The widening gap does not diminish his confidence. Rather, it exhilarates him. Oh, no one would dare to open their mouth during a sprint. Yet, within him surged a tumultuous cry, reminiscent of his days practicing sprints back in school. He did not always begin with hurdles. He had trained diligently in both the 100 meters and long jump. He dedicated immense effort to these disciplines. At the National Youth Athletics Championship, he even secured a commendable second place in the all-around events despite being under pressure. These moments filled Lu Xiong with pride. The sweat shed during those countless days and nights became the very fuel for this moment. A formidable opponent compelled Lu Xiong to unveil a superior version of himself. Even amidst the competition, he was acutely aware that he might achieve a personal record today. Lu Xiong transformed into a mere shadow, while Huang Kaiwen offered no respite. As they crossed the 85-meter mark, Lu Xiong sensed Huang Kaiwen was perilously close to the finish line, their distance visibly apparent. Nevertheless, he pressed on with unwavering determination. Expelling the last breath from his lungs, he forced himself into a state of oxygen deprivation, allowing his organs to unleash greater energy. With powerful arm swings, he propelled himself forward with great strides. Although Huang Kaiwen had already crossed the finish line, it did not deter Lu Xiong. He continued to run, unaware that he had even finished. Only after sprinting an additional 10 meters did he begin to slow down. After exchanging a high five with the stationary Huang Kaiwen, Lu Xiong, breathless, inquired what was the time. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Galliani. Kaiwen 9. 68 seconds. Lu Xiong 10. 7 seconds. Galliani announced with a smile. Even the pronunciation of Lu Xiong's name reflected the Chinese way, rather than the common European custom of placing the surname first. Was it a discrepancy of about 0.1 seconds? Lu Xiong asked. That should be correct. This is your record, if I recall correctly, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. Indeed. You truly pushed yourself to the limit. Lu Xiong held on to Huang Kaiwen's hand, exclaiming, You really ran your heart out. Huang Kaiwen merely smiled in response. Had he utilized an immunity card, his speed would have been quite different. Concerned about injury, he found it difficult to let go. However, today's warm-up felt promising. Huang Kaiwen sat on the ground, and Lu Xiong joined him. After a moment of calming down, he remarked, I felt fantastic today. If I were to compete, I would undoubtedly finish first. Well, that would be splendid. Huang Kaiwen laughed. I must go online and confront those who doubt my abilities. Lu Xiong chuckled, revealing a bright smile. Ignore those voices. Remember, you run for those who support you, not for those who envy you, Huang Kaiwen advised. Wearing the national team's uniform means competing for the honor of our country. Should a few detractors deter you from running? If that were the case, I might as well go online tomorrow and insult Bolt. Then I would be the gold medalist. With that, Lu Xiong was amused. Recognizing Huang Kaiwen's commentary on his mindset, he confessed, Sometimes I just can't help but think about it, you know? Do not dwell on such matters. Huang Kaiwen encouraged. Huang Kaiwen remarked, Your mindset is truly lacking. I have no issues mingling with those little critics. When they switch forums, I follow suit. At times, I even create threads to criticize myself. What a coincidence. Do you also play MSI? Lu Xiong blurted out, immediately feeling a bit awkward. Huang Kaiwen's smile grew even more radiant. Come on, let's race 200 meters, he urged Lu Xiong. Not a chance, Lu Xiong protested, pounding his leg with a sorrowful expression. Who allows for no rest? However, unable to resist Huang Kaiwen's enthusiasm, Lu Xiong had no choice but to engage in the 200-meter race. The disparity in their performance was glaring, with a difference exceeding 3 seconds. That was not the end of it. After lunch, under the pretext of training together, Huang Kaiwen dragged Lu Xiong into a decathlon. Had Lu Xiong not feigned exhaustion on the ground, he feared he might have sustained an injury that day. On the way back to the hotel, Lu Xiong felt somewhat apprehensive. He inquired, Brother Kaiwen, are you upset? Not at all, Huang Kaiwen replied, patting Lu Xiang's shoulder. Didn't you participate in a decathlon before? I believe this could unleash more of your potential. Let us not. Lu Xiang quickly waved his hands, feeling a bit intimidated. Huang Kaiwen was indeed relentless. Not only did he refuse to let Lu Xiang rest, but he also seemed unaffected by fatigue himself, running 400 meters as if it were a mere trifle. No worries, let us keep in touch, Huang Kaiwen smiled. Lu Xiang, with a mournful expression, replied, all right. He couldn't shake the feeling that Huang Kaiwen might be upset with him, unsure where he had offended him. Even after getting off the car, the thought lingered in his mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Upon returning home, Inzaghi leapt at him like a tenacious adhesive. What's wrong, your majesty? Have you been pursued for debts? Huang Kaiwen jested. Of course not, Inzaghi replied, beaming as he rubbed his hands together. I heard you trained today. As your best friend, I am naturally concerned about your progress. So how is it? Are you ready to easily defeat Bolt? I've always felt he pales in comparison to you. Your running form is far superior. Approximately 9.7 seconds, Huang Kaiwen estimated. Inzaghi stood frozen, his jaw agape. Recently, he had reviewed a considerable amount of information regarding these competitions. A time of 9.7 seconds would certainly not suffice to conquer Bolt. Yet, excitement soon washed over Inzaghi as a thought struck him. He immediately rushed to the kitchen, asking, you are always better in competitions than in training. So you can still improve, right? Huang Kaiwen could only nod, bemused. Yay! Inzaghi exclaimed, springing up and wildly waving his arms. He immediately took on a servile demeanor, offering Huang Kaiwen a leg massage. If Huang Kaiwen could secure a victory, Inzaghi could retire comfortably after this race. The updates have been slightly fewer in recent days, primarily due to preparations for the upcoming Olympics, which will commence tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. Aside from the competitions, there are various scandals and chaotic news, involving everyone from team leaders to athletes, sports regulations, and even referees. This information consumes most of Lao Ye's time. The unpredictable weather in London is a constant source of intrigue. Both short sleeves and trench coats are suitable for wear. Just moments ago, it was a clear day, and now it has begun to drizzle softly. Inzaghi holds a copy of the Encyclopedia of Chinese Cuisine, yet he struggles to comprehend the measurements of a spoon. The myriad types of spoons bewilder him. Chinese cuisine is truly challenging. He tosses the book aside and retrieves eggs and bacon from the refrigerator. Although these are not his preferred foods, they are certainly the simplest options. Albert watches Inzaghi bustling in the kitchen and shakes his head with a smile. His master has few friends, and despite his complaints about Inzaghi, he finds himself laughing more often when Inzaghi is around. Thus, he is quite pleased to have Inzaghi lingering here. Inzaghi may be dramatic, yet he possesses a remarkable sense of propriety, which delights Albert. Emotional intelligence is largely shaped by experience. A moment of awkward silence can be a lesson for future interactions. Some people are not inherently gossipy. Having faced the consequences of such behavior, they learn to restrain themselves. Inzaghi's ability to date a variety of women without effort reflects his instinctive understanding of how to adapt to different personalities. While being with him may not yield financial gain for Huang Kaiwen, the joy derived from their companionship is more valuable than money. A glance at today's newspaper gives Albert a hint about Inzaghi's unusual behavior. You're up so early? Huang Kaiwen exclaims in surprise upon descending the stairs. Of course. I prepared breakfast, Inzaghi replies with a charming smile. Huang Kaiwen leaps dramatically from his seat, exclaiming, Filippo, you know my will does not include your name. Even if you poison me, you could not inherit my fortune. That is certainly not the case, Inzaghi retorts, rubbing his hands together. Huang Kaiwen, uninterested, reaches for the newspaper to catch up on the news. Inzaghi immediately presses the paper down, stating, reading the news during meals disrupts digestion. Let us discuss the future instead. What future? Huang Kaiwen inquires, intrigued. Do you think there will ever be technology that allows one to disguise oneself as another person, utterly undetectable? Inzaghi ponders. It's possible, but it would be illegal, Huang Kaiwen responds without hesitation. Inzaghi counters that cosmetic surgery can achieve a similar effect. Isn't the concept of face-changing akin to this idea? So, do you think it's possible that I could be my brother? Inzaghi asks. What nonsense? Huang Kaiwen exclaims as he turns on the television. On the screen, a blonde woman is making accusations. In Western media, blonde beauties are often portrayed as voluptuous yet unintelligent. It is said that being blonde is a favorable mutation resulting from a lack of vitamin D, albeit with an increased susceptibility to skin cancer. The golden-haired beauty, somewhat aggrieved, confided to the reporter, he claimed his name was Simone Inzaghi, the first heir of the Holy Roman Empire, but due to a familial dispute, his credit card was frozen, necessitating that I cover our dinner expenses. I thought I had encountered a fallen prince, yet by the following morning, he had vanished without a trace. Ha ha. Huang Kaiwen struggled to contain his laughter. Inzaghi buried his face deep in his plate. Huang Kaiwen casually picked up the front page of the Sun, which indeed displayed Inzaghi's photograph, accompanied by the headline, Filippo Inzaghi impersonates Simone Inzaghi in London, engaging with numerous women under various identities, including but not limited to a Wall Street elite, an illegitimate son of the Rothschild family, a noble of the Holy Roman Empire, a successor of the Sicilian Mafia, a war hero, and a patient of a rare condition known as penile gigantism. Astonishingly, during a week of dates with 24 women, he spent merely 86, primarily on contraceptives. Upon seeing the broadcast, Inzaghi pleaded, "Kevin, could you tell the reporter that I am indeed Simone residing here?" As days passed, Inzaghi gained notoriety akin to Rooney, primarily due to expenses. The British media extensively compared the two. Although His Majesty had recently refrained from extravagant spending, he demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for dating, adept at pleasing others. Though he may not have been in peak physical condition, no one criticized his performance in bed, and the women he interviewed described him as gentle. Conversely, Rooney was mentioned only in the context of acupuncture and middle-aged women. The Olympic Village finally opened, and on his first day, Huang Kaiwen found the experience far worse than he had anticipated. Eager to socialize, he abandoned the notion. Engaging in 5 events demanded considerably more energy than the average athlete, and insufficient rest, regardless of physical stamina, left him lacking in vitality. On July 21st, at the Greenwich Horse Racing Grounds, the venue for equestrian events, Huang Kaiwen walked alongside William, leading their horses while conversing. Recently, Huang's primary focus had been on coordinating with his steed, which ultimately hindered his progress, despite his exceptional talent. His horse could not keep pace. "I've loved horseback riding since childhood," William remarked, "especially racing. The thrill of speed and passion must resonate with you." Huang Kaiwen jested. "Are you suggesting that my running is akin to those horses, merely to please nobles like you?" "Not at all, Sir Kevin," William replied. "In fact, you would excel in dressage competitions." He referred to the discipline of dressage. This Olympic equestrian event comprised 6 categories: individual and team dressage, individual and team show jumping, and individual and team eventing. Huang Kaiwen participated in the individual show jumping competition, where the audience could clearly discern whether a competitor succeeded in overcoming obstacles and in what time, making victory and defeat unmistakable. However, dressage differed significantly. The scope for interpretation was vast. Naturally, it was regarded as the most noble of equestrian disciplines. Equestrianism, in essence, is a sport of nobility. Is it sufficient for a horse to dance gracefully? The quality of the horse's performance is ultimately determined by the judges. When the punishment is unknown, the threat remains unpredictable. A few professional judges, alongside several artistic ones, will assign scores, which are mere reflections of the aristocratic circles closely linked to the British royal family. Should Kevin Huang agree to coach England, he could triumph even on a wooden horse. Although the British monarchy places considerable importance on their influential endeavors, maintaining appearances is ultimately secondary to the allure of profit. The entire world is eager to discover whether Kevin Huang will lead a national team at the World Cup in 2 years. If anyone can manage it, it is the British royal family. This signifies public support, transforming the fans into advocates. After all, there are few in England who are indifferent to football. The royal image would be significantly elevated, recuperating some of the dignity lost after the Diana incident. Does it truly matter if there is corruption in a competition? Kevin Huang is well aware of this reality. However, dressage imposes high demands on both the horse and the rider, necessitating extensive training. Even if the British are shameless, Kevin Huang, still values his reputation. Judges may have control over scores, but they cannot dictate the audience's sentiments. In art, the nuances of beauty and aesthetics are discernible, regardless of expertise. Kevin Huang does not wish to tarnish his reputation, akin to a charlatan, with memes circulating online suggesting that his performances leave spectators in a state of disbelief. The same principle applies to team events. He lacks the time to practice coordination with others, thus opting solely for individual competitions. Observing Kevin Huang's silence, William continued, "Previously, we faced criticism during the Royal Ascot horse racing event, accused of animal cruelty." "Huh," Kevin Huang retorted, "issues of human rights abuses on the battlefield in Iraq arise frequently. Why not persuade the Americans to withdraw their troops? Shouldn't our moral compass prioritize human welfare before animal welfare? To solely express compassion for animals is the height of hypocrisy." William chuckled discreetly, yet such sentiments were not ones he could express. Nonetheless, he genuinely envied Kevin Huang, sensing that nothing could confine him. Catherine participated in family hunting activities, prompting protests from animal rights organizations. When she opted out, critics lambasted her for not being sociable. Such dilemmas have never beset Kevin Huang. He appears untouched by moral coercion. Had he consulted Galliani, he would realize that such scrutiny does exist. However, the media is wielded by those in power, who dictate the narrative. Celebrities from Korea often find themselves in the crossfire, and his approach is no different. Obscuring such news with other stories suffices. News that cannot be suppressed typically indicates someone is targeting you. Yet, when capitalists pursue their interests, what profit lies in targeting Kevin Huang? On one hand, he possesses an irreplaceable essence, and on the other, he has unified a portion of capital. Thus, the multitude of sponsors forms a coalition of interests surrounding Huang Kaiwen. Should his reputation be tarnished, their endorsement fees would be rendered futile. Anyone who dares to challenge Huang Kaiwen must contend with numerous manufacturers and outraged fans. Not to mention the pressure from the Vatican and certain nations. There are no interests substantial enough to warrant such risks, which is why Huang Kaiwen appears so unrestrained. This dynamic is one of the reasons he has remained entrenched in the world of football. After a brief conversation, the two proceeded to retrieve the car. Huang Kaiwen, seated in the passenger seat, was driven home by William, given that their residences are in close proximity. It is anticipated that this incident will be reported in the news the following day. Upon arriving home, he found Galliani waiting for him. After Huang Kaiwen had washed up and changed into his loungewear, Galliani handed him several garments and remarked, "Recently, products related to the Chinese national team have been selling quite well. Many spectators are expected to wear them during the opening ceremony." "That is splendid," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "They look quite appealing." Inzaghi, who had just returned, picked up a piece of clothing and held it against himself. Upon seeing the price tag, he asked in surprise, "Why is it so much cheaper?" Milan's similar styles tend to be more expensive. In his leisure, he would often visit sports shops to observe whether fans were purchasing his jerseys. He is fairly knowledgeable about the pricing of such items. Huang Kaiwen and Galliani exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to divulge anything to Inzaghi. During the live broadcast, if numerous foreigners in the stands are adorned with memorabilia from the Chinese national team, does this not indicate an enhancement of the nation's image and influence? And whose influence might that be? The sponsors, who derive modest gains from the king of the ball, will recoup their investments through other avenues. In Europe, one can persuade newspapers to praise oneself. However, in Asia, a subtler approach is favored. Following the Olympics, even if the king of the ball were to pour disdain upon Li Yanhong, he would still have to extend his tongue to lick it clean while smiling, exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Regarding football, aside from the recently acquired Inter Milan, the European powerhouses have not made significant moves. Meanwhile, news concerning the Olympics has been rampant, with athletes arriving at the Olympic Village, bringing vibrant life to London. Just days after the news of Robinho, the Brazilian Olympic delegation emerged to lend their endorsement. Perhaps due to linguistic barriers, athletes from English-speaking countries appear notably more active, with American representatives frequently spotted at nightclubs. As the Olympics draw nearer, Huang Kaiwen has begun to reduce his training, focusing instead on maintaining his physical condition and energy. Lily, eager to return to London, found herself firmly anchored in Milan by the young lady. The young lady is not particularly concerned about exhausting the king of the ball, but harbors some apprehension about only kindling the fire without having the means to extinguish it. Finally, the day of the opening ceremony arrived. It is said that the theme of the ceremony is inspired by Shakespeare's dramatic work, The Tempest. Immediately following, the theme of the Satan's Mill serves as a metaphor for the Industrial Revolution in Britain, transforming the venue from a quaint rural landscape into a scene dominated by factories. The Queen's parachuting entrance was indeed breathtaking, particularly in conjunction with the segment featuring Bond. The subsequent segment, titled Children, Our Future, was intended to include Huang Kaiwen. as Prince William had invited him, acknowledging his remarkable contributions in saving numerous children. However, Huang Kaiwen declined the invitation. Following this was a demonstration of religious influence, aptly named Walking with the Lord. It is evident that considerable effort was invested in this aspect. Yet a particular remark resonated deeply. London had transformed the opening ceremony into a concert. The plethora of song and dance performances felt excessive and somewhat disjointed. The order of entry began with Greece, followed by the host nation's delegation as the grand finale, with other Olympic teams entering alphabetically. The audience remained in a state of exhilaration, offering applause to each delegation as they paraded in. When the Chinese delegation made its appearance, the crowd erupted in the loudest cheers of the event. Notably, while the world's delegations awaited the lighting of the Olympic flame, the Japanese team was mistakenly led in the wrong direction by their guide, departing the venue and missing the moment entirely, instead gazing at the moon outside. This blunder was destined to become the most significant news of the opening ceremony. The following morning, the Times delivered a stern critique of the organizing committee, stating, "This is an unforgivable error, allowing a delegation to miss the lighting of the Olympic flame. Such a scenario might befit a comedic film, but it is utterly inappropriate for the opening ceremony." The Daily Mail remarked on the men's archery ranking event, noting that a previously obscure sport garnered immense attention due to Kevin's participation, making tickets exceedingly scarce. The Sun reported that Simone Inzaghi humorously expressed his mixed feelings towards Filippo, yet he was willing to forgive his brother. On the morning of July 27th, Huang Kaiwen and his national team arrived at the competition venue. At this time, Britain was observing daylight saving time, resulting in a 7-hour time difference from home. With the ranking event scheduled for 4 p.m. local time, a relatively friendly viewing hour. For years prior, Coach Zhang had commentated on the archery competition, and he was equally adept this time around. In this Olympiad, Huang Kaiwen's longtime rival, Park Kyung-mo, had retired. However, the South Korean team remained formidable, with opponents such as Woo Jin-hyuk and Lin Dong-hyun, who previously held the world record in the men's individual ranking event with a score of 696, posing significant challenges. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen's competitive mindset should remain unshaken. The uncertainty lies in whether he could break the ranking event record. Indeed, there is also the Japanese competitor, Furukawa Takaharu, a remarkably strong athlete, who is a year younger than Huang Kaiwen, but has participated in numerous competitions, marking his 9th year as a professional. It seems the focus has been primarily on these two nations' athletes due to their impressive performances in archery, regardless of the usual rivalries. Today, I wholeheartedly support Huang Kaiwen in his pursuit of setting a new record. Previously, my father entered my room and caught me playing on a forum. I was oblivious until I noticed him witnessing me berate Huang Kaiwen, at which point he became furious and withdrew half of my living expenses. How could you not despise that wretch? How is that even possible? Today, I am fervently cheering for Huang Kaiwen to demonstrate my stance to my father and hopefully restore my allowance. Your attitude is not the crux. It is Huang Kaiwen's performance that truly matters. If he can indeed surpass the record of the lesser competitor, your father might be inclined to increase your living expenses. I am fully aware of that. However, you are not unaware of Huang Kaiwen's tendencies. He seldom stands out in preliminary rounds, and his final ranking is likely to hover around 10-20. Expecting him to break records is exceedingly difficult. We shall see. If Huang Kaiwen manages to break the lesser competitor's record today, he will be like a brother to me. Alas, it seems everyone has regressed. Previously, those who outperformed the lesser competitor would readily acknowledge their superiority, yet you merely claim brotherhood so lightly? Huang Kaiwen, conversing with teammates in the resting area, displays no desire to draw cards. The ranking matches are far too simple for him. His dynamic vision is arguably among the finest in the world. Beyond that, his upper body strength, muscle control, and finger dexterity are exceptional, making entry into the top 64 competitions a trivial challenge. The audience in the stands has begun to stir restlessly, as Huang Kaiwen's group has yet to appear. Many spectators have come specifically to see Huang Kaiwen. Otherwise, they would not have chosen an archery event. Due to its entertainment value and popularity, this competition has the lowest ticket prices among the events Huang Kaiwen has participated in. Even so, the prices remain quite exorbitant, surpassing those of the Champions League final. Inzaghi, seated in the stands, is far more exhilarated than the average spectator. He turns to Ramos and asks, "Why hasn't Kaiwen appeared yet?" "He hasn't arrived yet," Ramos replies, rolling his eyes, clearly uninterested in responding to Inzaghi's trivial inquiries. Inzaghi then shifts his attention to the left and asks, "Ricardo, archery poses no challenge for Kaiwen. He should be able to secure the gold medal, right?" "Of course. After all, it's Kaiwen." Kaka responds with a radiant smile. In the back row, Beatrice shrugs at the young lady and Lily. The first group has finally completed the ranking match of 72 arrows. Some commentators are exceedingly excited. Coach Zhang's tone has noticeably shifted. Lin Dongxian has shattered the world record with a score of 699, a record even more astonishing than his previous 696. The subsequent competitors will find it challenging. Achieving 72 arrows with a score of 699 reflects remarkable consistency. Furthermore, it significantly increases the psychological pressure on the following competitors. It's akin to a penalty shootout. A strong performance by the first competitor places pressure on the subsequent ones. Although this is merely a ranking match, it reveals the caliber of the opponents. Lin Dongxuan's score of 699 is nearly impossible to surpass. Competitors with aspirations are already contemplating the silver medal. It is indeed daunting. Thus, Lin Dongxian celebrates unabashedly in front of the audience. A handful of Korean spectators in the stands were equally exhilarated, as if the championship was already within their grasp. In moments like this, those who supported Huang Kaiwen fervently hoped he would shatter records, a sentiment echoed even by some competitors. With such formidable opponents, claiming victory seemed nearly impossible. Yet, compared to the audacious Korean contenders, it was not as disheartening to see Huang Kaiwen triumph. As the second group of competitors took to the stage, an electric buzz began to fill the venue, primarily due to Huang Kaiwen's conspicuous absence. At 10:05 a.m. London time, Huang Kaiwen finally rose from the resting area. A mere gesture ignited the entire arena. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" After more than an hour of pent-up anticipation, the crowd craved a complete release. The competitors in his group appeared somewhat unnerved. The pressure was overwhelming. The unwavering support from the audience and the legend of Huang Kaiwen's invincibility imposed immense strain upon them. Even the Japanese competitor, Furukawa Takaharu, who had participated in over 30 international events, felt the weight of the moment. In a venue surrounded by spectators on all sides, tens of thousands roared for a single individual. This atmosphere led Huang Kaiwen to ponder whether he should deliver an even more remarkable performance today. Just then, the venue's sound system emitted a faint crackle before abruptly playing music. The sound of a violin resonated unexpectedly, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. The British were stirring things up. He instinctively glanced at Furukawa Takaharu. As the competition commenced, Yi Jintang's voice reverberated throughout the arena. "Awakened after a century, our people are rising." The Chinese audience was already in a frenzy. First, there was Lin Dongxuan's audacity, followed by Furukawa Takaharu from the same group. The background music transformed the venue into a battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Huang Kaiwen slowly raised his bow, refraining from releasing the arrow just yet. His gaze was fixed intently on the distant target. If they wanted to stir up trouble, he would deliver something spectacular. Today, he would showcase to the world what it truly meant to be the king of arrows. Moments later, Huang Kaiwen shut his eyes, his hand gliding with fluidity. The arrow soaring forth like a dragon. Today it would be over 6,000. Olya's schedule was poorly arranged, The ranking competition consisted of 72 arrows, divided into 2 rounds of 36 arrows each, with 6 arrows per group, to be completed within 4 minutes. After a brief respite, the second round would commence, totaling 72 arrows. While Furukawa Takaharu was still aiming for his second arrow, Huang Kaiwen had already completed the first group. His peripheral vision inevitably swept toward Huang Kaiwen's direction. Realizing that Huang Kaiwen had yet to move, he could not help but turn his head. Damn! His composure shattered. While some had yet to release their first arrow, Huang Kaiwen had already fired 6. As he glanced at the target with the most arrows embedded, he instinctively sensed that the score would be anything but low. More distressing than others is Brady Ellison. He is one of the few competitors untouched by the influence of the 699 rings of Lim Donghyun. After all, the results of ranking tournaments hold little sway over subsequent competitions. Currently, Brady Ellison holds the #1 position in the world. Even the formidable South Korean archery team finds itself outmatched by the American team, led by Ellison. Last year, he secured the majority of championships in various international events. The Infostrada sports data company predicts that he and Huang Kaiwen are the frontrunners for the championship. However, today, standing alongside Huang Kaiwen, they both compete on the same stage. Without even turning his head, he can hear the bowstrings nearby repeatedly twanging. The faint sound of the arrows slicing through the air feels as though it is striking his face, repeating the sensation once, twice, thrice, and continuing for a total of 6 times. Damn it. Previously, he mocked those who played English football as cowards. But now, he finally comprehends the mindset of goalkeepers like Hart and Buffon. This guy's psychological game is truly exceptional. Enduring immense pressure, he completes a set. Brady Ellison is already slightly out of breath. His physical stamina remains intact, but the psychological burden is overwhelming. He falters. This set should have yielded around 55 rings. Such a blunder at the outset is nothing short of a nightmare for him. 54 rings, even less than he anticipated. His coach, who has been observing through binoculars from the sidelines, approaches and says, "Kaiwen, 60 rings." Ellison exclaims, "What the hell?" He suspects that this coach might be on the take, deliberately undermining him. Mauro Nespoli also managed to shoot 60 rings. Yet he is acutely aware of how Huang Kaiwen achieved that score. The value of their respective 60 rings is worlds apart. However, as an Italian athlete, he possesses a commendable mindset, believing that Huang Kaiwen's victory is well-deserved. Even the Italian media does not regard him as a contender for the gold medal. More crucially, both the media and the public show no inclination to support him. For years ago, he was a bronze medalist. Today, his goal remains the same, to secure 3rd place. Observing the underperformance of the Americans, Mauro Nespoli can't help but smile. One or two of them are clearly bewildered. Now they find themselves in a foolish predicament. If this continues, the bronze medal will be much more attainable. He wonders if that Korean competitor will be affected. Nespoli believes he likely will be. Perhaps he could follow in Huang Kaiwen's wake and snag a silver medal. With an exceptionally positive mindset, Mauro Nespoli scores 60 rings in the 2nd set, mirroring Huang Kaiwen. Brady Ellison makes slight adjustments, but still fails to achieve 60 rings, accumulating only 113 rings after 2 rounds. Furukawa Takaharu performs slightly better, with 116 rings. In the first round, everyone's physical condition and mindset are relatively good, leading to better scores at this stage. The subsequent 36 arrows will pose the real challenge. Both Brady Ellison and Furukawa Takaharu's early mistakes are quite rare for elite archers. As The Great Wall Will Never Fall concludes, its melody seems to linger in everyone's minds. Upon seeing his score, Brady Ellison protested to the referee, claiming that someone was singing and it affected his performance. The referee merely shrugged, signaling for the match to proceed. Could a 2-minute song truly disrupt an event lasting over an hour? Although Furukawa Takaharu did not voice his dissent, he had already devised a narrative for the domestic media. He felt targeted. Just yesterday, the British had taken him out to gaze at the moon, while other national teams enjoyed the Olympic flame. Today, there was a performance of a Chinese song. Thus, it was not a lapse on his part, but rather an issue with the organizing committee. Despite being merely a ranking event, akin to a football qualifying match where advancing is paramount, the immense strength of the Korean competitors placed considerable pressure on Japan. The Asahi Shimbun had previously noted that even if surpassing Kevin was unfeasible, they must outshine the Korean team. This encapsulates the rivalry between the two nations. Competition permeates every aspect. With Lin Donghyun's world record of 699 points looming, and Huang Kaiwen's flawless 120 points in 2 rounds with eyes closed, Furukawa Takaharu understood he would merely play a supporting role today. However, he feared that the issue of the Chinese song would not garner much support. As Huang Kaiwen's supporters were numerous, it was likely that right after his interview, someone from his camp would call to berate him. This was truly vexing. 12 minutes into the competition, the atmosphere resembled that of a volcano ready to erupt. After 3 rounds, Huang Kaiwen stood at 180 points, having shot all 10-point arrows. British television was in a frenzy. The opening ceremony had garnered a domestic viewership of 26.9 million, setting a new record since 1998. In a country with a population of just over 60 million. Astonishingly, the viewership for this event surpassed that of the opening ceremony. While the fact that it was a Saturday contributed to this, it remained remarkable. It is essential to note that this competition took place in the morning London time, while the opening ceremony aired during prime evening hours. A match in an off-peak slot was being watched by 1 in every 2 Britons. The viewership from other countries and regions was even more impressive. The archery event had eclipsed the domestic ratings of previous matches involving the English team in the European Championship. This was utterly absurd. In the fourth round, Huang Kaiwen finally failed to achieve 60 points. In the lounge, Lin Donghyun pointed at the television and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I knew he couldn't do it. How can one shoot arrows without using their eyes?" His words rang true. Kim Eugene, with his round face, nodded and chuckled in agreement. Yet internally, he mused that Lin Donghyun had already amassed 236 points by this time, 3 points ahead of Huang Kaiwen. However, he dared not voice this thought, as Lin Donghyun, being 8 years his senior, could easily retaliate. The hierarchical nature of Korean society is quite pronounced, and it is not uncommon for older individuals to bully the younger ones. The portrayal in films is merely the tip of the iceberg. The insular environment of sports teams exacerbates this issue further, with competition among athletes often leading to intentional harm during training. Kim Eugene had previously been relegated to running errands for Lin Donghyun, frequently facing his scolding. If Lin Donghyun ever found the opportunity, he would undoubtedly deliver a beating. Such matters would go unnoticed by coaches and team leaders. Jin Yojin bowed his head, tightly clenching his fists. At this moment, he yearned more than anyone for Huang Kaiwen to see Lin Donghyun falter. However, after the fifth round, Huang Kaiwen scored another 60 points, leaving Lin Donghyun's expression utterly darkened. With a total of 299 points after 5 rounds, there remained 7 rounds with a cumulative score of 420 points. Huang Kaiwen only needed to achieve 401 points to shatter Lin Donghyun's record. Given Huang Kaiwen's performance today, reaching 401 points in the 7th round seemed a trivial task. The atmosphere in the resting area had noticeably plummeted. Lin Donghyun cast a casual glance around, while Jin Yojin quickly forced a smile, looking at him with a fawning expression. Fearful of being caught and facing retribution. "You seem quite pleased. Are you hoping to see me lose?" Lin Donghyun asked, a sardonic smile on his lips. "Oh, I knew it would be like this. Youngsters always lack awareness of their own limitations, even disregarding national honor." "Huh?" Jin Yojin retorted. "Lin Donghyun, I curse you." It was now a break time, and after the 6th round, Huang Kaiwen had scored 357 points. His performance today had been remarkably stable. His dominance in archery was perhaps even more formidable than in football. Each round, he shot arrows with his eyes closed, embodying the essence of aiming without a target in sight, yet with a target firmly in mind. Indeed, more importantly, as long as Huang Kaiwen did not make any severe mistakes in the 2nd round, breaking the world record today was a foregone conclusion. Lin Donghyun's world record had only lasted a little over an hour. As the 1st round concluded, the 2nd place was held by Italian competitor MilanAC, who scored 347 points. This further illuminated the magnitude of Lin Donghyun's prowess. Despite a physically and mentally taxing 1st round, MilanAC had lost 13 points, yet still managed to secure 2nd place in the same round, while Lin Donghyun had only lost 21 points over 2 rounds of 72 arrows. The world had expected Lin Donghyun's record to stand for a long time, yet Huang Kaiwen emerged with an overwhelming presence, transforming Lin Donghyun from the protagonist of the day into a mere supporting character. The audience could hardly contain their anticipation for the upcoming matches, eagerly awaiting Huang Kaiwen to elevate the world record to an unattainable height. "Brother Huang is incredible," Dai Xiaoxiang exclaimed excitedly. "Stop with the brother talk. Are you forming cliques?" Huang Kaiwen joked back. The two had trained together and shared a good rapport. "I'm serious. How can you shoot arrows with your eyes closed?" Dai Xiaoxiang pressed. "The difficulty of shooting with closed eyes is on an entirely different level." Other competitors and team leaders also turned their attention, intrigued by the inquiry. Huang Kaiwen replied, "Should I tell you that I possess exceptional talent?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "Back when I played football, there were times during extra time when I was utterly exhausted. Yet, when a free kick came, amidst the din of the crowd and my fatigue, I would close my eyes and recall the feeling from my training, muscle memory, and unexpectedly, I could score. That moment made me wonder if I could apply it to other sports. Coupled with the incident involving the laser pointer last time, I realized its significance and started practicing at home, thus mastering it." Dai Xiaoxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncertain of what to say, he urged, "Do not emulate me. You might end up ruining your practice." Huang Kaiwen quickly advised, "This endeavor requires a certain disposition." "Indeed. Do not follow in Kaiwen's footsteps," the coach interjected. "This is not an untried pursuit. He had just observed that Huang Kaiwen's upper body remained remarkably steady. His arm did not quiver in the slightest after releasing the arrow, an accomplishment unattainable by ordinary athletes. In their youth, bookstalls brimming with martial arts literature lined the streets. The coach even suspected that Huang Kaiwen had undergone some form of training. Dai Xiaoxiang inquired, "Is it true that London is filled with dust, while Japan's streets are entirely spotless?" "Yes, it's because of the dogs," Huang Kaiwen replied candidly. "What dogs?" "The traitorous scoundrels," Huang Kaiwen retorted. Laughter erupted as Dai Xiaoxiang slapped his thigh, unable to contain himself. The coach and team leader were conscious of their image. Yet the violent shaking of their shoulders betrayed their struggle to suppress laughter. The resting area soon resonated with boisterous amusement, drawing the attention of athletes from neighboring countries. "Oh, that rascal. He previously stole Wu Jin's championship and now seeks to usurp Lin Dongyan's record," remarked an onlooker seated in the front row. "What should we do, someone? The security is targeting us, and all our belongings have been confiscated," asked a young man with a face riddled with acne. "You little brat. If we relied on your dim-wittedness, we would accomplish nothing today," someone scolded. Yes, you are right, brother," the youth replied, nodding in agreement. Someone's vanity was stroked as he reached into his pants pocket, producing a transparent plastic bag, slightly soiled and emanating a foul odor, containing a powerful laser pen. The young man, stifling his disgust, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Truly remarkable, brother. You are like the reincarnation of Yi Sun-sen." Unbeknownst to them, they had been under observation by someone nearby. "Are we moving in?" Officer Billy Stanley inquired. "Hold on a moment." Sergeant Mike Wood shook his head. Having bottled up frustration from a recent phone call in Scotland, he was prepared to teach the two Koreans a lesson today. If they dared to raise the laser pen, they would be in grave danger. Laser pen. A shout from the nearby audience seemed to be the starter's pistol. A group of spectators with Irish accents surged forward. Not to be outdone, several onlookers clad in Chinese team attire also rushed in, their language distinct yet unified in their cries of support for Kaiwen. A few individuals in black suits were a beat behind, but were nonetheless fierce in their approach. Chelsea fans, wanting to join in, looked on helplessly, unable to push through, and shouted, "Fight! Hit them hard! Take down those bastards!" Stanley turned to Mike Wood and asked, "Are we joining in?" Join I in a bid to secure two individuals. Conflicts arose among these parties. The number of South Koreans is insufficient, leading to discontent. If one could attend the event in Scotland, it would be the pinnacle of experiences. There was tumult in the stands, likely triggered by spectators indulging in libations. Indeed, the London Olympics does not prohibit the sale of alcohol. However, the price of beer is exorbitantly steep, reportedly reaching 42. By the way, this is for a mere 330 milliliters, equivalent to 41 for a single can. Is this can crafted from gold, or does it contain treasures within? The cost of living in Britain is notoriously high. The locals appear poised to profit handsomely, as British media has indicated that prices for items during the event are more than double the average in the UK. Thus, I opted for Kevin's tea, as the venue charges $2 for a cup, significantly more than Kevin's offering. It is astonishing to witness the Olympics live. Being a student here, I am unable to watch Huang Kaiwen compete. The ticket prices are exorbitant, equivalent to a month's rent. Huang Kaiwen has finally returned. During the intermission, the athletes took a moment to recalibrate their mental states. Yet, they could not resist keeping an eye on Huang Kaiwen's performance. Even the fastest competitors were aware of his accomplishments during their break. A score of 357 out of 360 arrows. What a feat. Those aiming for the championship were certainly influenced by this. The pressure weighed heaviest on the South Korean athletes. Archery is their second most prominent sport. During the era of Park Chung-hee, students were prone to taking to the streets in protest. Zhang Zhuyong, the founder of Hyundai, proposed binding students to their schools through sports, leading to a vigorous development of cultural and athletic enterprises and the formation of teams. The Chaebols constructed numerous sports facilities, with archery clubs being the least costly and occupying minimal land, supported by tradition. Consequently, archery has flourished in South Korea. The prowess of South Korean archers is indeed formidable. They utilize bows that are not only heavier, but typically a few pounds more than those used by other competitors, with their training volume exceeding that of French and Italian athletes by more than double. The Times previously reported that South Korean athletes train with 500 arrows daily, while their Italian counterparts manage only 150. Under such rigorous training, only the elite remain, with the South Korean team heralded as the dream team of archery. For years ago, Zhang Huanhuan and Huang Kaiwen shattered South Korea's dominance in this sport, defeating numerous South Korean competitors in the process. This was a bitter pill for the South Koreans to swallow. Countless individuals on the Korean peninsula prayed for Huang Kaiwen to falter. The record in the ranking event stands as the last pride of South Korea's individual archery. In the 7th round, scoring 60 points, Huang Kaiwen achieved yet another perfect 10. The South Koreans must be beside themselves. Brady Ellison fared even worse. Although he typically shoots quickly, he made a significant error this time. He fears that if this continues, his ranking may plummet. He suspects that the British are deliberately pairing him with Huang Kaiwen in an attempt to undermine him. What further irked him was the Brazilian beside Huang Kaiwen, who appeared to be merely a tourist, exhibiting no signs of tension whatsoever. In stark contrast, did it not render his status as the world's #1 rather futile? He even hesitated to glance at the expression of his coach behind him. During the break, the two engaged in a thorough discussion and adjustment, yet unexpectedly, this group only amassed 52 points. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. Amidst a multitude of competitors, the audience's cheers were solely for one individual. As the 8th group concluded, Huang Kaiwen had scored 476 points, with 4 more groups remaining. He was still 223 points shy of the world record recently established by Lin Dongyan. Indeed, if Huang Kaiwen performed at his usual caliber, breaking the record was a foregone conclusion. In the 9th group, he scored 534 points. In the 10th group, he achieved 590 points. However, in this round, Huang Kaiwen made significant mistakes, only securing 56 points with 6 arrows, yet he still led his group competitors by a considerable margin. The Korean spectators in the stands were in a state of anxiety. Others had found ways to bring laser pointers, but having heard of the earlier incidents, they dared not use them. At that moment, they were even reluctant to speak in Korean. The typically boisterous Korean crowd could only converse in hushed tones, occasionally shouting phrases like yame and baga, pretending to be from another nationality, fearful of drawing attention from nearby spectators, who knew the security in England was so poor. Upon returning home, they would petition on the Blue House's website, demanding sanctions against the English. In the 11th group, he scored 59 points. Champion, champion, champion. The local audience could hardly contain their excitement, chanting such slogans. With a total of 649 points, Huang Kaiwen firmly broke the world record. Lord's Cricket Ground in West London, the home of the Middlesex County Cricket Club, has a capacity of less than 10,000, yet today it erupted with thunderous applause, far surpassing the celebrations of various local teams' victories. As the final group was about to begin, the audience fell silent, awaiting the birth of a new world record. Any untimely applause or cheers could potentially disrupt the athletes' performances. For years ago, Victor Lubon, who had been eliminated by Huang Kaiwen, was the first to complete this round of arrows, yet his countenance bore little joy. The last Olympics had been his peak performance, yet he had failed to triumph over Huang Kaiwen. Since being defeated by him, he had not earned any accolades. Lubon was acutely aware that this time, he had little hope of medaling. Furukawa Takaharu also completed this round, but his score of 664 points left him unsatisfied. This seasoned competitor knew he would likely advance, but feared his ranking would not be high, making it easy to encounter formidable opponents in the subsequent elimination rounds. He could only sigh softly, contemplating how to explain his performance to the Japanese media. Brady Ellison had completed his round, as had Mauro Nespoli. All the competitors could not help but gaze towards Huang Kaiwen, who, despite his swift completion in previous rounds, had yet to release his first arrow. There remained 1 minute and 30 seconds. Huang Kaiwen closed his eyes once more. Brady Ellison even contemplated delivering a punch to him. Damn, today, his performance was subpar, and Huang Kaiwen bore at least half the blame. Yet, Ellison acknowledged that Huang Kaiwen was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. Compared to his previous adversaries, Huang Kaiwen seemed almost divine. He could not fathom how Huang Kaiwen achieved such feats. Swiftly, deftly, he executed his moves with precision, his rhythm unbroken, his intervals consistent. This time, Huang Kaiwen chose to conclude the competition decisively. At that moment, the referee approached to confer with the coach at the target. Upon seeing the score on the target, the referee, exhilarated, spoke into his headset. 60 points, a new record. The audience turned their gaze towards the electronic screen, and the broadcast camera focused on it as well. The two competing teams required some time to finalize their rankings. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the large screen began to illuminate with red numbers. 1. Huang Kaiwen, 709 points. 2. Lin Dongxian, 699 points. 5. MilanAC 677 points. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The big screen flipped again to reveal the scores of other competitors. 21. Fukuwa Takaharu, 664 points. Kevin is the champion. Even though it was merely a ranking event, the consistency he displayed, coupled with his ability to achieve this new world record of 709 points without the use of his sight, was extraordinary, an improvement of a full 10 points over 699. The Koreans shoot 500 to 1,000 arrows daily, even if they trained relentlessly without sustenance. They could not breach the record set by Kevin. 800 meters in 1 minute and 55 seconds, 72 arrows totaling 709 points. What defines the limits of humanity? Who is the ultimate athlete? At the 1896 Athens Olympics, the inaugural modern Olympics, German athlete Carl Schumann secured 3 gold medals in gymnastics, vault, horizontal bar, and team parallel bars, while also claiming victory in classical wrestling. Though he did not win medals in long jump, triple jump, or shot put, his 4 gold medals across different events were remarkable. However, this time, Kevin has registered for 4 major events: archery, equestrian, athletics, and the triathlon, encompassing a total of 5 disciplines. I eagerly anticipate the moment Kevin surpasses Carl Schumann, as the honor he is poised to achieve across these 4 major events far surpasses that of Schumann. Higher, faster, stronger? The highest, the fastest, the strongest. The records of Olympic events do not belong to Kevin. They are merely waiting for his participation. Following his dominance in the Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year awards, his next target is the Laureus Award. I can already envision Kevin sweeping all accolades: Annual Best Male Athlete, Annual Breakthrough Award, Annual Comeback Award, Annual Extreme Sports Award, and the Laureus Charity Award. The Lifetime Achievement Award will not be bestowed upon Kevin, for this is merely the beginning. His conquest of the world is far from over. Kevin raised his recurve bow high. It transcended mere equipment, symbolizing the culmination of his prowess in the men's individual archery event. Given my understanding of Kevin, this would likely be his final foray into the sport, and I shall forever etch this moment in my memory. No one can shatter the records Kevin has established, and he shall not partake in this sport devoid of challenge any longer. The fervor surrounding him has intensified. Many active accounts have faced suspension. The fervent discourse within the community reflects frustration, yet the brilliance of Huang Kaiwen is undeniable. His archery ignites a fire within me. A perfect 10. Huang Kaiwen has decisively asserted his dominance over his Korean rivals. Did you not witness the expression on the face of the world's top competitor? The Americans appeared equally crestfallen. Remarkable. There are simply no words adequate to describe it. As our coach once noted, the likes of Haruko Furukawa deserve mention, yet, alas, they fall short of even carrying Huang Kaiwen's shoes. Furukawa Takahara, however, his performance today was lackluster. Huang Kaiwen possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate the mental game. One group member lamented, "At this age, love holds no future, only to be silenced by the system." Hilariously, even the Penguins have adopted such a protocol. One must tread carefully with their words. Such suspensions are warranted. Those lacking discernment will find this period dominated by Huang's sanctity. Major news outlets concurrently disseminated reports, aiming for gold. Huang Kaiwen breaks Korean record, 709 points, world best ranking score, summer resumes. Huang Kaiwen sets world record in ranking event, the young coach, champion of the European Cup. Makes history, renowned alumni of Beihang University achieve new heights, breaking Korea's monopoly. Huang Kaiwen dominates men's archery. Huang Kaiwen's score of 709 rendered the remaining competitions utterly meaningless. Some spectators even rose to depart. Meanwhile, the rest of the audience erupted in exuberant cheers. Saint Kevin, Saint Kevin, Saint Kevin. Huang Kaiwen, standing at the sidelines, took a sip of water and waved to the stands. The volume at the Lord's cricket ground surged once again. "Kevin, there are more matches to come." The judge approached, somewhat at a loss. Huang Kaiwen handed the water bottle to his coach and immediately gestured to the audience to calm down. The previously raucous atmosphere of the cricket ground quieted significantly. Athletes from other nations stood in astonishment, for such fervor was already extraordinary. The director signaled for silence. Placing a finger to his lips, while a young fan clad in a Chelsea jersey illustrated the moment perfectly. Finally, the other competitors could commence their matches. Yet, the entire world recognized that the ranking event had concluded. At noon, as all competitions wrapped up, Huang Kaiwen remained perched at the pinnacle, with Lin Dongyun's score of 699 firmly securing him in second place, with no nearby competitors in sight. Upon exiting the Lord's cricket ground, Huang Kaiwen found himself besieged by reporters from across the globe. "Kevin, why do you close your eyes when shooting? What do you wish to convey about breaking the world record today? The Korean team has requested a urine test. Will you be outraged? What objectives are set for this Olympic Games? In your opinion, who poses the greatest challenge in the men's singles category?" Huang Kaiwen has not been interviewed at all. A world record is merely a record. For him, failing to secure a gold medal is of no consequence. It is wise to remain modest for now. Attaining the gold medal is of utmost importance. Furukawa Takaharu was intercepted by Japanese reporters. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Indeed, I did make mistakes today. However, do you know who I am competing against? Kevin possesses an incredibly intimidating presence, which affected my performance. The upcoming knockout rounds will be one-on-one matches, eliminating any issues. I bow to express my apologies to the disappointed citizens, but I kindly ask for their understanding of my difficulties. In the next competition, I shall learn from Kevin and strive for excellent results." This was his reflection before the conclusion of the competition. After all, within Japan, it is widely believed that Huang Kaiwen is the strongest athlete. Is it not natural for me to be influenced? Rather than deflecting blame, it is far better to acknowledge it openly. Besides, he has already bowed. What more do you expect? "Mauro, you performed quite well today," remarked a reporter. Mauro Nespolini nodded with a smile, replying, "Yes, I have been in excellent form lately." "Do you have hopes of winning the championship?" inquired an Italian reporter. "Winning, of course. However, it will be in the team event, not the singles. Do you understand?" Mauro Nespolini quipped, eliciting laughter from the reporters. "Who do you think could pose a challenge to Kevin?" The reporter continued. "What a joke. The Koreans cannot, the Japanese cannot, and neither can I," Nespolini retorted. "What does a score of 709 signify? Even 50 or 100 years from now, no one will surpass Kevin's record. Such an athlete cannot be defeated." Dressed in a purple jacket and white trousers, El Ramsey whistled. After the performance of The Great Wall Will Never Fall, he departed the scene early. Losing a temporary job is of little consequence. He intends to celebrate his achievements at the bar with friends. He wonders if old George, that rascal, will treat everyone to a drink out of respect for him. George has supported Chelsea for so many years. Surely, he wouldn't be so stingy, would he? Wait a moment. Hearing someone call his name, El Ramsey paused. Although the individual did not carry a camera, he instinctively asked, "A reporter?" "Yes, Carlo Festa from The Sun. May we have a chat?" "I'm sorry, I don't have time. £10,000. That's my limit." El Ramsey licked his lips, about to respond. The individual continued. "You have only one chance." Carlo Festa had previously compensated many informants handsomely. Today, he decided to directly influence Ramsey's judgment with a substantial amount of money, instilling fear of losing it. "All right, but it can't take too long. I have other matters to attend to," El Ramsey replied. Carlo Festa did not rush to ask questions, but instead produced a contract and handed it to El Ramsey. "What does this mean?" Ramsey inquired. "It's an agreement not to accept interviews with other media outlets." Carafista immediately remarked, "That's no longer the price." Ramsey responded with a hint of sarcasm. He had not anticipated such a lucrative outcome from the interview. However, the reporter's demeanor indicated that after releasing his song today, he had garnered considerable worth. Within, Ramsey silently expressed gratitude to Kevin, believing it to be a divine reward for his integrity and kindness as a fan. A substantial sum had seemingly fallen from the heavens. The two conversed in the hotel room for over an hour before finalizing the exclusive interview fee of $250,000. It was not as though any untoward affair had transpired. Rather, Carafista was apprehensive that other colleagues might take an interest in Ramsey. Finding a quiet spot on the streets amidst the throngs of tourists was no easy feat. The room had been secured through connections at the newspaper. After an additional 20 minutes of waiting, a colleague delivered the check, and Carafista commenced the interview. This young man had accomplished something significant today. Yet, unlike Beckham's assistant or Rooney's companion, he was not in a position to divulge numerous celebrity secrets. Otherwise, he could have reaped benefits in the six-figure range. "So, tell me, Al, why did you choose to do it live?" the reporter inquired. "How did you find me?" Ramsey responded. It was not difficult. I have my methods, Carrick urged. Without timeliness, the news value diminishes. You'd best cooperate. Okay, relax a bit. Mate, Ramsey replied. I had a Chinese roommate in college who shared some historical insights about China. This song resonated with me at the time, so I kept it. Do you understand the meaning of the song? Carrick asked. I have a general understanding. I think it's quite good. Did you not see Kevin's performance today? Ramsey excitedly closed his eyes and gestured. I believe the song influenced Kevin, compelling him to deliver a match that the world would witness. One that cannot be replicated. Goodness, I truly do not know how he accomplished it. After a bit more conversation, Ramsey took the check and departed. Upon entering the bar, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Look who's here. Oh ho ho. Old George behind the bar chortled. Well done, Al. You've made quite the impression today, mate. Al. You are my hero. Al. Ramsey exchanged fist bumps with a few acquaintances and approached the bar, asking, will you buy a round of drinks? Of course, one for each beer, Old George shouted, prompting a chorus of boos from the patrons. Ramsey fished out his wallet, seeing the check comfortably nestled inside, and pulled out a few bills, slamming them on the table. Make it whiskey, and don't serve us with American swill. Al. 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 The patrons cheered, raising their glasses in rhythmic unison. Ramsey reveled in the moment. Once Old George poured his drink, he quickly sought a place to sit. To his surprise, even Joselu, who often teased him, voluntarily offered him a seat. Al. Ramsey then opened up, ready to share his story. He finally became the center of attention. One evening, as he drunkenly returned home, his girlfriend scolded him. Where on earth have you been? The reporters have been frantic looking for you. In his excitement, Ramsey handed a check to his girlfriend, instantly silencing her. She presented him with a package, saying, this is for you. Upon opening it, he discovered an old Chelsea jersey, and flipping it over, he saw the number 10 emblazoned on the back, accompanied by a signature. A piece of paper drifted down from beneath the jersey. A match-worn jersey. His heart raced with exhilaration. Ramsey had already envisioned this jersey as a cherished heirloom for his future child. Kevin gifted me the jersey. It must be from the Champions League final, he exclaimed. His girlfriend also smiled, bending down to pick up the paper. However, when she glanced at it, she began to tremble. While Ramsey was still reveling in his joy over the jersey, it was only when his girlfriend fainted that he rushed to check on her. What's wrong? What happened? Wake up. Just as he was about to call an ambulance, he noticed the slip of paper in her hand. Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief. A lottery ticket, first prize. The past few days had been a bit slow, so he had taken a brief leave that afternoon to write a significant chapter. On the television, an unknown athlete was accusing the king of the yellow ball of obtaining a wild card for the triathlon. After all, this competition tested the endurance of the participants. With no preliminary rounds, only a single match to determine victory. Thus, anyone able to compete in the Olympic triathlon would certainly be a finalist. Securing a wild card meant that someone else was eliminated from the final. The triathlon was set to take place in Hyde Park, a location familiar to Huang Kaiwen, who often strolled there during his time playing for Chelsea. Why does he say that? The young lady remarked, displeased. To attend the Olympics, Paul had been placed at Beatrice's house. Kaka was also in London, so his wife, accompanied by their 2 children, was presumably the highest paid nanny. Meanwhile, they awaited the upcoming men's archery team final on television. In the semifinals, Italy had eliminated South Korea, and their next opponents would be the United States. Galliani called Huang Kaiwen to inform him that the items had arrived, promptly hanging up. As August approached, the team's affairs were numerous. Recently, all the elite clubs had been intensifying their efforts. Although no one had made significant investments, the competition for reasonably priced yet skilled players had become fierce. The positions of fullbacks and defensive midfielders were particularly competitive among Europe's top clubs. Bale was unwilling to play as a fullback, leaving Milan with few viable targets. At this juncture, the available left-backs were generally of inferior quality, and acquiring players of Evra or Ramos caliber was simply unattainable. Fortunately, the endeavor to poach from Atletico Madrid was progressing smoothly. Galliani is well versed in such matters. Just last season, Saul, who made his debut at the Calderon, was swiftly signed outright. The Hernandez brothers had yet to secure professional contracts, but after successfully negotiating with their guardians, they too became players for Milan's youth team. This aspect particularly delights Huang Kaiwen regarding Galliani. When funds are lacking, he adeptly navigates Europe on a bicycle, persuading players nearing the end of their contracts to join without a transfer fee. Conversely, when resources are abundant, he excels in enticing talent from rival teams. At this juncture, the competition finally commenced, with familiar faces gracing the screens. Brady, Edson, and Mauro from the earlier encounter were all participating in the men's team event. Typically, those who compete in the men's singles also partake in the team event, making Huang Kaiwen's sole focus on individual disciplines rather uncommon. Achieving a high rank in the team archery ranking event allows direct entry into the top 8. The elimination rounds consist of 6 teams across 4 groups, totaling 240 arrows. The leading team, A, has 3 competitors each shooting 1 arrow, followed by Team B's 3 members shooting 3 arrows over 2 rounds. And this sequence continues until 6 arrows are completed, thus forms a group. This event poses greater challenges compared to individual competitions, primarily due to the influence of teammates' arrow placements on the target, necessitating extensive practice. Typically, the scores in team events do not match those of individual competitions. For instance, an 8-point score is considered a significant error in individual events, but is quite commonplace in team contests, with each group likely experiencing 1 or 2 such occurrences. Both the semifinal between the United States and South Korea, as well as Italy's elimination of Mexico, were spectacular. Italy had trailed by 3 points in the final group, but managed a thrilling comeback. Huang Kaiwen pondered an amusing question and mischievously asked, "Lily, being American, which team do you support in this match?" "What American? I am British," Lily retorted, embracing the young lady beside her and casting an annoyed glance at Huang Kaiwen. "Of course, I support the Italian team." After the first group concluded, Italy led the United States by 2 points with a score of 5,452. The Italian spectators in the stands erupted in cheers. However, the formidable American team displayed remarkable resilience, scoring 218 points after 24 arrows, while Italy garnered 209 points after 23. Mitchell Frangilli stood before the target, and even Huang Kaiwen could not suppress his anxiety. Regardless of his ties to Italy, he did not wish to witness an American victory. With a whoosh, the next arrow struck the target. The 3 competitors embraced in celebration. Italy triumphed over the United States with a score of 219 to 218. It was a nail-biting turnaround. Had the final arrow not been a perfect 10, securing a mere 9 would have led to a tie-breaking round. The psychological pressure on Italy, having been caught up, was considerable, and it was conceivable that they might have lost the match as a result. The allure of sporting events lies in this very essence. The interplay of skill and psychology, the occasional thrill of luck, the exploration of human potential, the resilience in the face of adversity, and the wisdom of teamwork. Above all, it embodies the spirit of individual heroism, as exemplified by Frangilli. Without a doubt, this 10-ring achievement represents the most significant arrow in his life. The Italian team triumphed over the American squad to seize the championship, leaving the small stick to stand on the 3rd-place podium. The team event has shattered the Korean monopoly on men's archery. Now, the focus shifts to the individual competitions. Huang Kaiwen merely hopes to encounter the small stick early on to eliminate him from the tournament. He feels powerless in the women's events. However, in the men's singles, he is prepared to face each opponent decisively. At this moment, Huang Kaiwen has already taken out his phone to post on social media. Congratulations to the Italian archery team for successfully eliminating the American team and securing the first gold medal for the Italian delegation at this Olympic Games. This message was sent by Kevin, the founder of the Italian delegation sponsor, Kevin's Tea. On television, the Italian athlete has already completed an interview. Mauro Nespoli expressed his delight in winning the championship and expressed a desire to compete against Kevin in the men's team event, suggesting it would represent the pinnacle of competition. An Italian journalist jokingly inquired, "Are you hoping for Kevin's retirement so that Inter Milan can experience less pressure?" Nespoli is famously a staunch supporter of Inter. Although the emergence of wealthy owners has quelled his efforts to rally fans to purchase shares, he frequently comments on Inter's circumstances, often criticizing underperforming players. While public opinion suggests he lacks respect for other athletes, his viewpoints are highly regarded within the Nerazzurri camp. "How could that be?" Nespoli chuckled. Frangilli stepped in to provide clarity for his teammate, stating, "Today's competition reminded me of the Champions League final. We faced some challenges, but Kevin managed to arrive at the venue on time despite numerous unforeseen events, so my heart remained steady." "Was that the final arrow?" a reporter pressed. "Indeed," Frangilli replied. "Although Kevin is somewhat younger than I am, he is my idol, and I believe all Italian athletes hold him in high esteem." I had contemplated whether to participate in the competition, considering my age, but my father, who is also my coach, reminded me that Kevin has returned from every injury. No matter how severe, I have not faced any injuries yet hesitated. That would be an act of cowardice. Clearly, the admiration from other athletes brought joy to the young lady, who promptly called her secretary to arrange personal bonuses for these articulate competitors. Lily aimed to demonstrate her allegiance to the light rather than to America. That night, survival in the valley meant subsisting under the weight of hardship. The first day of competition saw numerous events unfold, yielding gold medals in the women's 10-meter air rifle, men's archery team, women's individual foil, men's 400-meter freestyle, women's 400-meter individual medley, and women's 400-meter freestyle relay. Yet, no news could overshadow the men's archery singles ranking competition. The Times proclaimed, "The birth of a miracle." Kevin closed his eyes throughout the 72 arrows of the ranking event, achieving a score of 709 points. Even with their eyes open, no other competitors could hope to break such a record. Over 2 centuries ago, a British doctor had already noted that the human eye possesses a memory function. Nicola Creighton, a fellow of the Royal Society and a professor of comparative cognition in the psychology department at the University of Cambridge, posits that human memory as perceived by the eyes does not exist. Rather, it is the brain that undertakes the storage of memories. What manifests in Kevin is a phenomenon of extraordinary memory, indicative of a cognitive capacity far superior to that of the average individual. According to The Sun, Inzaghi has resorted to using Kevin's signed photographs to engage with female tourists, successfully arranging gatherings with multiple women throughout the previous evening. However, our observations suggest that these signatures are not authentic. They appear to be forgeries crafted by Inzaghi. Kevin Huang remarked, "Your Majesty, this Olympic endeavor seems intent on taking advantage of every opportunity." He had previously alluded to this matter. Yet it is implausible that Huang Kevin would consent to sign 1,000 photographs. In another report from The Telegraph, the South Korean archery team has expressed dissent regarding Kevin's achievements, though their protests have yet to elicit any response. The front page of La Gazzetta dello Sport features a column by Buffon, who vehemently criticizes Malone Spoli, accusing him of being a scoundrel for suggesting that Kevin retire from football to focus solely on archery, a notion that Buffon finds utterly absurd. He insists that with Kevin's prowess, years of preparation are unnecessary. If Kevin wishes to participate in any event, he merely needs to register, secure a wild card, and compete directly for gold. Training would only squander Kevin's invaluable time and disappoint the vast global fanbase. As reported by Il Romanista, Beatrice Cassini, the 23-year-old only daughter of Juan Carlos Cassini, founder of Corson Construction Company, has expressed her desire to date Sergio Ramos, admiring his valiant performances on the football field. Kevin Huang responded, "This may be the best news of the day." The surname Cassini suggests an ancient lineage, once overshadowed by the Medici family. After glancing at the young woman's photograph, Kevin felt she was quite appealing and considered consulting his close friends for their opinions. Marca reports that the 17th Duchess of Alba, Cayetana Fitzjames Stewart, has undergone yet another unsuccessful cosmetic procedure in her quest to be with a 24-year-old politician. This Duchess, whose title exceeds that of the Queen of England, is the 8th descendant of James II, boasting a fortune of 30 billion euros and 6 castles. At 80 years of age, she is on the brink of her 3rd marriage, with public speculation suggesting that the suitor is primarily motivated by her wealth. Nevertheless, such matters hold little significance for the affluent. After all, what matters is finding joy in life, as money holds no value once one has passed. Kevin Huang recalls having watched a film about this duchess, perceiving her as a true winner of life, born into affluence and closely related to European nobility, unlike someone like the Yellow King who must toil for success. Notably, Lin Dongxian, during an interview with Le Parisien, mentioned the Yellow King, stating, "For years ago in the quarterfinals, I lost to that Chinese fellow. Though he has since broken my record, should we meet again, I will certainly show him that archery is not as straightforward as it seems." Kevin Huang responded with a perplexed expression. Who bestowed upon him such courage? Was it Liang Jingru? During the 2 rounds of competition held during the day, Huang Kaiwen and Dai Xiaosheng both advanced to the top 16. Much to the excitement of the domestic media. On July 30th, Huang Kaiwen once again eliminated Viktor Rubin in the round of 16. This Ukrainian contender succumbed to Huang Kaiwen's prowess on 2 occasions. In the quarterfinals, Huang Kaiwen finally faced Lin Dongyan. Huang Kaiwen even speculated that this matchup was intentionally arranged, as he found himself pitted against familiar adversaries once the elimination rounds commenced. It appears that the allure of revenge is not only favored by UEFA, but also by organizers of every competition seeking to capture attention at such moments. This particular match garnered significant interest, with the Lord's cricket ground filled to capacity. The audience donned a myriad of colorful attire, yet red clearly dominated. Coach Zhang chuckled, noting that some Korean media reported 2 Korean spectators went missing after the match and have yet to return to their hotel. Attendees are advised to remain vigilant, as London has recently seen an influx of tourists, leading to insufficient police presence. It is crucial to ensure personal safety. Indeed, we hope the 2 Korean spectators return to their hotel promptly. Simultaneously, Chinese spectators must also be cautious of their safety. Outside the London Olympic venue, some disturbances occurred. Yet there has been no indication of spectators interfering with the athletes, which comes as a relief. 2 individuals are missing. The British are aware of the situation, as are the Koreans. However, this matter cannot be publicly addressed, and those 2 individuals are not even in the hands of a group. The Korean embassy has specifically cautioned its citizens to avoid inadvertently bringing laser pointers, camera flash devices, or similar items into the Olympic venues. In London, using a laser pointer may open a portal to another dimension, causing one to vanish from this world entirely. Huang Kaiwen drew the first arrow. In previous encounters with other competitors, he had approached the matches with his eyes wide open, completing the entire course of 120 rings. However, today, facing Lin Donghyun, Huang Kaiwen stood before the target, hesitating to take immediate action. Lin Donghyun's eyes widened, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. Huang Kaiwen's previous actions during the ranking matches had left a profound impression on him. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen closed his eyes, knocking the arrow, and the bowstring did not even touch his face. He refrained from using his nose for alignment, a blatant deviation from standard archery protocol, as he fully embraced the mockery. Typically, the bowstring should rest against the nose or chin to assist in positioning and maintain consistency and stability for each shot. Yet, having approached the previous elimination rounds with utmost seriousness, Huang Kaiwen this time not only closed his eyes, but also eschewed facial alignment altogether. Lin Donghyun dared not even breathe, yet inwardly raged, how dare he? This was bound to lead to a mistake. Whoosh, 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 30 rings. Meanwhile, Lin Donghyun managed only 26 rings in his first set. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. In the broadcast frame, the audience appears visibly distressed, their attire adorned with the emblem of the great cold underworld. For the sake of their personal safety, they dare not unleash their frustrations vocally, relegating their curses against the disappointing Lin Donghyun to the confines of their hearts, lamenting the disgrace he has brought upon the nation. If the difficulty of Lin Donghyun's archery is rated at 80, then for Huang Kaiwen, with his eyes closed and the bowstring not touching his face, the difficulty escalates to an impossible 1,000. This is not a contest of equal caliber. Huang Kaiwen deliberately amplifies the challenge during his turn, leaving Lin Donghyun unable to even match his score. How, then, could the Korean audience find satisfaction in this? Alas, Lin Donghyun's abilities are woefully inadequate. Previously, when issues with the refereeing were raised, I insisted that Lin Donghyun simply lacks the skill. Indeed, he has brought shame upon the Republic of Korea, particularly in our esteemed archery discipline. Lin Donghyun is a fellow student of mine. He was a ruffian in school, and now the day of reckoning has arrived. Perhaps a turnaround is still possible. After all, comebacks in archery competitions are not unheard of. Our athletes possess considerable strength, indeed. Yet, Lin Donghyun finds himself devoid of confidence. The pressure of competing alongside Huang Kaiwen is overwhelming. Although there is no palpable aura of dominance, it feels akin to being outclassed, as if one were being ridiculed while unable to emerge from their tower, all while the opposing team's emblem is brazenly displayed. During the 4th arrow, Lin Donghyun falters, scoring a mere 6 points. Oh dear, what a colossal blunder, while Huang Kaiwen secures a perfect 10. Continuing his streak, Huang Kaiwen maintains a flawless score, demonstrating absolute mastery in the men's individual archery event. His performance in the elimination round surpasses that of the rankings. After 6 arrows, the score stands at 60-50, with Huang Kaiwen leading by 10 points. Lin Donghyun's back is already dampened with sweat. Although the competition is barely past the halfway mark, he sees no prospect of victory. Even if Huang Kaiwen were to concede a point, Lin Donghyun would still be unable to catch up. At this juncture, the weight of pressure is immense. Not only from Huang Kaiwen, but predominantly from within South Korea itself. If the scores were closer, he could offer an apology and, at worst, shed a few tears, enduring a few months of criticism before it all fades away. Yet, Huang Kaiwen shows no mercy, closing his eyes and disregarding facial assistance, intent on thoroughly dominating him. Under such circumstances, not only is losing unfathomable, but even a narrow deficit would leave him no respite from the scorn of the public. Following a defeat in the World Cup, the discourse among fans is to expel underperformers from the national team, with some even calling for extreme measures. The expectations for athletes in South Korea are notoriously high, especially in a sport as revered as archery. Lin Donghyun can already envision his fate. After this match, should he lose, his only option would be to emigrate to the United States. The smiles will not vanish. They will merely transfer to the faces of others. A South Korean competitor is consumed with anxiety over the safety of himself and his family, while another South Korean athlete is elated. Only those who have endured bullying can truly comprehend the emotions of the bullied. Even resorting to violence against the aggressor could be deemed justifiable. Thus, Kim Yoo-jin does not concern himself with national honor. He merely wishes to see Lim Donghyun suffer even more in his next match. Even if he is eliminated by Dai Xiaoxiang, it matters not to him, for he understands that anyone who faces Huang Kaiwen becomes a mere punching bag for the nation. Upon returning to the hotel today, he is prepared to lash out at Huang Kaiwen's photograph in the newspaper. This bullying of the younger by the older goes unnoticed even by the elders at home, as they too have experienced it. To Kim, Huang Kaiwen is nothing short of a real-life Ultraman. After the third round, Huang Kaiwen maintains a score of 30 points, while Lim Donghyun struggles to keep his bow steady. Is it a matter of physical stamina? No, it is the overwhelming psychological pressure. He even contemplates withdrawing from the competition. However, with the men's team event concluded and their third-place finish proving unsatisfactory, he must press on. As he gradually draws back the bowstring, Lim Donghyun's hands tremble. His breath becomes erratic, and the bowstring presses against his nose, rising and falling. Whoosh! The seventh arrow is released. It misses the target. A commotion erupts within the venue. Such an occurrence is rare in team events. Although the last two arrows do not miss, they yield only 15 points. The score stands at 9,065, marking the largest point disparity following the third round of these Olympics. Champion! 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 The Rod Laver Arena is engulfed in euphoria. Since the elimination rounds began, Huang Kaiwen has achieved a perfect score of 10. This unprecedented feat marks a historic moment in Olympic archery. Huang Kaiwen is on the verge of setting a record in men's individual archery that may never be surpassed. What on earth do you want? The South Korean coach approaches and scolds Lim harshly. You have tarnished the reputation of the Republic of Korea. You must secure a good score in the final round. How could you be such a disgrace? Although their relationship is generally amicable, he must distance himself from Lim Donghyun at this moment. A miss is an unforgivable error. The entire team could bear the brunt of the public's wrath. Someone must shoulder the nation's anger. There is no room for hesitation. In the final 3 rounds, Lim Donghyun scores only 25 points, while Huang Kaiwen continues to achieve 30. The final tally is 90,120, the greatest scoring margin in history. Huang Kaiwen lifts the bow with one hand, while Lim Donghyun departs in disappointment. This is a match devoid of excuses, wholly unfair. Yet, Huang Kaiwen, who deliberately increased the difficulty for himself, effortlessly overpowered the South Korean contestant, Lim Donghyun. Many fans have even been inspired by this fervor for archery. In some pubs in London, alongside darts, targets and suction cup arrows have been prepared, not to pierce the minds of patrons, but to attract customers. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The cheers at the Lord's cricket ground resounded endlessly. Abramovich clapped with a smile and turned to ask, "Do you still think Kevin's lifetime contract is a loss?" Marina remained silent. She had not anticipated Huang Kaiwen's absurdity, juggling 2 jobs over a summer, leading the team in the European Championship and participating in the Olympics. If someone were to tell her that Huang Kaiwen was preparing to emigrate to Mars, she would not question it. It seemed that anything happening to that number 10 was entirely inevitable. Credelli excitedly shouted in the live broadcast, "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin!" Long ago, I had stated that Kevin would help Italy seek vengeance. Yet, such words were misguided, for Italy needed vengeance, while Kevin would never require it. He could never be defeated in any endeavor. Compared to 4 years prior, Huang Kaiwen's dominance and consistency in archery had reached suffocating heights. Only God could fathom the sweat and effort behind it all. Without relying on aids, with his eyes closed throughout, and ensuring the bowstring did not touch his face. This discipline posed no challenge for Kevin. I even suspect that his score of 709 was merely to offer a glimmer of hope to others, should he desire it. A score of 720 would be well within reach. In the past, when archers were mentioned, the heroes in children's hearts might have been Zorro, Robin Hood, or perhaps the Elven Prince from the Lord of the Rings, or some superhero. Yet in the future, football will belong to Kevin, and archery shall likewise belong to him. After the competition, someone reminded Huang Kaiwen to undergo a urine test. He was quite pleased with this prospect. If frequent tests were to occur, Bolt would soon witness a Huang Kaiwen who, within a fortnight, had made significant improvements. Lin Donghyun, dejected as he exited the Lord's cricket ground, was confronted by the Korean media. Bowing before the camera, he tearfully declared, "I have decided to retire and will no longer participate in any competitions. Today, I let down the nation, but injuries have affected my performance. I hope the public can understand." Shortly after the match concluded, British Prime Minister Cameron shared his thoughts on the archery event, stating, "Kevin is the most watched athlete in the world. He has allowed the world to gain a deeper understanding of archery, which embodies the Olympic spirit. Some individuals, due to physical or other reasons, cannot partake in more intense sports. Archery will become an alternative for them. I have already seen children on the streets of London imitating Kevin's actions with toy bows and arrows." Later, another politician made headlines under bizarre circumstances. Boris decided to attempt a zip line at Victoria Park to cheer on Olympic athletes, but found himself stuck in midair. The first arriving Sky Sports reporter not only failed to assist, but also broadcasted his desperate pleas for help to countless households. This incident successfully overshadowed Huang Kaiwen's headlines. The British public certainly relished witnessing the folly of their political figures. On the 30th day, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly eliminated the South Korean competitor Woo Jin-hyo, advancing to the finals. He has become the nemesis of the South Korean team. Woo Jin-hyo expressed his grievances to the media regarding the tournament schedule, which was compressed from the usual 7 days to 4. He believes that such a schedule disrupts his competitive rhythm. However, his remarks did not gain traction in any media outside of South Korea. In an interview, Tom Dylan, the Secretary General of the International Archery Federation, commented on the disappointing performance of the South Korean team, which has historically been one of the most formidable. He noted a discernible decline in their level of play. For professional athletes, whether the schedule spans 7 days or 4, they possess the capability to adapt. Instead of reflecting on their performance, the South Korean competitors seem to be incessantly making excuses. It is rather absurd. Had the schedule not been altered, Huang Kaiwen would not have participated in 5 events. The viewership of archery makes it abundantly clear who the true stars of the sport are. Huang's participation is far more significant than that of others. If the South Korean team is unwilling to compete, there are plenty of others who are eager to take their place. A day later, Dai Xiaoxiang eliminated Woo Jin-hyo, successfully securing the bronze medal. In the finals, Huang Kaiwen faced the Italian competitor Mauro Nespoli. Before the match commenced, Nespoli took the initiative to pose for a photograph with Huang, with the Italian team's coach, team leader, and athletes taking turns to join in. Nespoli remarked, "Kaiwen, don't hold back. We all look forward to witnessing a champion with a perfect score of 120 in the elimination rounds." Of course, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile and a thumbs up. This guy has some emotional intelligence, he thought. Previously, Koreans had approached me, hoping I would withdraw. But I declined their request, Nespoli said with a hand over his mouth. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he patted his shoulder. This is indeed something the Koreans might attempt. Lin Donghyun was overwhelmed, and Woo Jin-hyo certainly did not dare to withdraw. To do so at this point would only pass the torch to him as the new target. However, the South Koreans did not want Huang, the king of balls, to make history, so they considered bribing the finalists to withdraw. They should have taken a moment to consider who Huang's opponent was. Even if Nespoli is from the Nara group, he understands the implications. Whoever obstructs Huang from creating history will become the greatest villain of the Apennines. During the competition, Nespoli, unburdened, displayed an impressive form, starting with a score of 29. Huang Kaiwen achieved a perfect 30. Throughout the knockout rounds and into the finals, Huang maintained an extraordinary consistency, scoring 10 with every arrow, unaffected by the environmental conditions or weather. This showcases the remarkable control Huang has over his physical musculature. In his 2 encounters with South Korean competitors, Huang executed his shots with precision, and according to media comparisons of his draw angle, he consistently drew the bowstring to the same position each time. Upon the conclusion of today's competition, had there been no arrows added, Huang Kaiwen would similarly have released 72 arrows in the elimination round. Currently, his score stands at 63 arrows with a total of 630 rings, having elevated the record for the elimination stage to an almost unattainable level of 660 rings. With 6 arrows remaining, the rod cricket ground today was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the slightest movement, a mere adjustment of one's position, would draw disapproving glares from fellow spectators due to the intense concentration in the air. At this juncture, the audience had lost interest in the outcome of the match. Their focus had shifted to whether Huang Kaiwen could maintain a perfect 12 arrows, scoring 120 rings in each round. The director's camera panned to Inzaghi, prompting Coach Zhang to remark with a smile, "It seems Inzaghi is rather anxious." As a close friend of Huang Kaiwen, he is deeply invested in whether Huang can etch his name in the annals of archery history. Swish, 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 86-90. Only 3 arrows remained. Nespolini was the first to take his position. 10 rings. 9 rings, 9 rings, 114 rings concluded his performance, yet no one paid heed to his score. Even the coach of the Italian team was peering through binoculars at Huang Kaiwen's target. Drawing back his bowstring, Huang scored a 10 rings without hesitation, swiftly knocking another arrow, releasing it with precision. A second later, the arrow struck the center of the target with unyielding accuracy, 10 rings. In the elimination stage, he had achieved 71 arrows and 710 rings. In the next heartbeat, Huang Kaiwen knocked another arrow, his hand rising and falling in a fluid motion as the world held its breath, watching as the arrow soared through the air. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until it embedded itself firmly in the center of the target, a resounding success. A miracle had been born. From the commencement of the elimination round, every arrow had been a perfect 10 rings. Huang Kaiwen had truly raised the standards of archery to an unparalleled height, one that even Apollo, the deity of archery, could not hope to surpass. Please support us with votes and recommendations. 0601, the 5 Tigers, and the Dual Heroes. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The clouds of doubt eventually dissipated, revealing the sun's radiant smile. London's weather is known for its capriciousness, Coach Zhang exclaimed with fervor. This marks the first time in history that 2 Chinese athletes have stood upon the podium. He only articulated half of the story. Entering the Korean team, which is reputed to be more challenging than securing gold at the Olympics. This time, all 3 Korean contenders were eliminated by the Chinese team. Huang Kaiwen and Dai Xiaoxiang collectively delivered the worst performance for Korean men's singles since the inception of archery gold medals in 1984. Domestic news outlets were ablaze with coverage, and netizens expressed heightened emotions. Inzaghi, seated in the stands, was moved to tears, becoming the most captivating spectator of the finals. Observing from the sidelines, O'Sullivan remarked to reporters, "I'm not joking. It's a good thing Kevin isn't playing snooker." After the award ceremony, in the mixed interview area, a British journalist pressed forward to inquire, "Kevin, did you encounter any difficulties in today's competition?" To which Huang Kaiwen replied, "Fortunately, I have consistently practiced archery." "Was that practice with your eyes closed?" the journalist teased. Of course, after all, the laser pointers have a significant impact. After Huang Kaiwen concluded his remarks, a wave of laughter rippled through the interview area among the journalists. When asked about his records, which many believe are insurmountable, 709 in ranking matches and 720 in elimination rounds, Huang Kaiwen showed no hesitation, declaring, "My greatest achievement in archery is dethroning the Koreans from their wretched throne." Thunderous applause and whistles erupted, with professional journalists fervently cheering. Even those not specializing in football recognized the sentiment, as it echoed the famous words of Ferguson, "My greatest achievement is knocking Liverpool off their damned pedestal." Italian reporters were nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "What a brilliant statement." This quote was destined to grace the front page the following day. An Italian journalist quickly inquired, "Will you leave archery?" Claudelli mentioned that the sport no longer poses a challenge for you. Huang Kaiwen winked at the reporter and replied, "Leave? Absolutely not. As long as I am here, the Koreans can only be challengers." Previously, Huang Kaiwen had contemplated switching sports, but ultimately decided to maintain the pressure on the Koreans. If the Korean team wishes to claim gold, they must first seek the approval of the King of Balls. More importantly, Huang Kaiwen had not drawn any cards along the way. This victory was achieved through his own prowess. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. When a reporter from the national television station asked if there were difficulties in archery competitions, Huang Kaiwen smiled and acknowledged, "Indeed, there are challenges, but I have overcome them." "What specific challenges did you face?" the reporter probed. Huang Kaiwen replied, "You're really asking, aren't you?" He continued, "First, the weather in London is quite unpredictable, with rapid changes between sun and rain, and the wind also poses a challenge. The Korean audience caused quite a stir during the ranking rounds, which contributed to my score of only 709. Dai Xiaoxiang stifled a laugh at Huang Kaiwen's candidness. After a brief pause, the reporter asked, "Recently, I've seen many foreign spectators wearing attire from the Chinese delegation. What does that signify?" Huang Kaiwen responded, This indicates our nation's growing strength. Cultural exports are making an impact on the West. The coexistence of diverse cultures will become the norm, allowing foreign audiences to find aspects of Chinese culture that resonate with them, which I consider a positive development." When asked about Dai Xiaoxiang, Huang Kaiwen praised, "Xiaoxiang is exceptionally talented. I believe he has the potential to win gold in other international competitions. During our recent training sessions, I learned a great deal from him. Everyone has their strengths, and our mutual learning and support are the secrets to achieving remarkable results." After a few more exchanges, Huang Kaiwen exited the interview area, only to be eagerly approached by Inzaghi and others. The emperor, eyes glistening with tears, clung tightly to Huang Kaiwen's arm, asking excitedly, "Kaiwen, am I going to receive the prize money, right?" In response, Ramos quipped, "Fool, it's Bolt who is key." At times, he even fantasized about challenging Bolt to a duel. Upon delving into the realm of sprinting, one cannot help but recognize the formidable prowess of Bolt. This transcends mere technicality. It is a sheer manifestation of innate talent. However, Kevin Huang undoubtedly hopes that Bolt will grace the finals with his presence. "Surely, you must possess a secret technique for sprinting, akin to your ability to shoot arrows with your eyes closed?" inquired Inzaghi, his expression rife with anticipation. "I'm afraid not," replied Kevin Huang. "Are you deliberately concealing it, fearing Bolt might discover your secret?" "You can trust me. My lips are sealed," Inzaghi persisted. "Well, yes, I do have one," Kevin Huang retorted with a hint of annoyance. "At that time, I will wear my underwear over my shorts and unleash infrared rays from my eyes to obliterate my opponents." Inzaghi mused. "It's not Huang's silence that worries me, but rather his whimsical declarations." Regretting his lack of knowledge in sports science, Inzaghi sought ways to assist Kevin Huang in enhancing his speed. After a brief respite, Kevin Huang made his way to the London Bowl. The number 00010 emblazoned on his back spoke volumes about his significance. In the lounge, the team leader briefed Kevin Huang about the competitors in the group stages. This time, there were 7 heats in the London 100m preliminaries. Huang's old rival, Bolt, was in the 4th heat, while Powell occupied the 5th. Kevin, however, was placed in the 1st heat, which was notably competitive. Upon spotting Britain's Adam Gemini, Kevin realized that the groupings must have been random or not orchestrated by the British. Had it been under British jurisdiction, they would never have dared to pit their athletes against Kevin and Gay in the same heat. In such a strong group, any slight dip in performance could hinder advancement. With a firm knock, the coach rose to open the door. A golden retriever stood at the entrance, and by his attire, it was evident he too was a sprinter. The individual, bubbling with excitement, handed the team leader a camera and spoke rapidly. "Please take a picture for me. I want to share a moment with Kevin." English is widely spoken in the Netherlands, albeit with a distinctive accent, often pronouncing th as t or d. While communication remains seamless, their nationality is easily discernible. Kevin introduced, "This is Corlanti Martina, a fellow competitor in my group, hoping to capture a photograph with a Chinese athlete." The team leader took the camera, and Kevin gathered with Martina and the others for a photo opportunity. After a few snapshots, Martina, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I never imagined Quit could play so many positions. Having him as a fullback is fantastic. 2 years from now, if you coach the Netherlands, we should be able to clinch the World Cup." "That's not so simple," Kevin chuckled. "While I cannot predict the fate of others, Wesley Sneijder's form will undoubtedly be waning. Without a central playmaker, the Dutch team cannot expect to go far. Furthermore, With Van Bommel's departure from the national team, there will be no midfield leader. Currently, Van Bommel is showing signs of fatigue. Though he performs adequately in Italy, the demands of international competitions, especially with back-to-back matches, will surely challenge his stamina. Expecting him to endure for the World Cup in 2 years is rather unfair. Quit is among the candidates discussed by Huang Kaiwen and Galliani. If a suitable fullback cannot be acquired, bringing Quit to Milan could be a viable option. Other aspects are not problematic. However, the primary concern is that Quit is already 32 years old. With the match time approaching, Huang Kaiwen contemplated his decision and ultimately resolved to draw cards. Although he was eager to ascertain how fast he could run now, the competition in this group was rather fierce. Should he falter and fail to secure a place in the top 3, it would indeed be quite a disappointment. After enabling the secondary card option and observing the anticipation value of 100, Huang Kaiwen chose to proceed with the lottery. Ding! You have obtained the experience card for the match between AS Monaco and Troyes in the 27th round of Ligue 1 for the 2015-2016 season, featuring Kylian Mbappé. Muhammad Ali, transcendent level. Regarding the speed of football players, those tests are hardly accurate. Primarily, players find it challenging to practice sprinting specifically. Their sprinting technique during tests is far inferior to that of specialized sprinters, not to mention their condition on the day of the test. Huang Kaiwen recalls that Mbappé's fastest sprinting speed is formidable, able to achieve it within 10 seconds. This phenomenon is largely because players cannot maintain high-speed sprints continuously. Especially with defensive players present, they excel in sprinting over certain distances. Characteristic, transcendent level, Muhammad Ali, grants you the ability to surpass competitors of the same level in terms of explosiveness and strength. Truly, it is the hallmark of a boxing champion, as his punching power is indeed superior to that of his peers. This primary and secondary card pairing is quite suitable, and Huang Kaiwen promptly opted to utilize it. He retained 7 immunity cards, at which point he felt no need to be overly frugal. Although the match had yet to commence and the staff were busy preparing the track, the atmosphere at the London Olympic Stadium, known as the London Bowl, was already electrifying. This arena, with a capacity of 80,000, was filled to capacity. From the aerial perspective of a helicopter, it was evident that a vast crowd had gathered outside the stadium, resembling a horde of zombies besieging a city. A Sky television reporter casually intercepted a Chelsea fan, inquiring, "Are you here to support Kevin today?" Of course. The fan enthusiastically nodded, responding, "Kevin is a legend for Chelsea. He led the team to achieve the miraculous feat of 10 championships. Why would I support anyone else?" However, there were British competitors in the same group as Kevin. What does that have to do with me? Can he outrun Bolt? The only person in this world capable of defeating Bolt is Kevin. The reporter awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. In the realm of sprinting, British athletes indeed lacked a significant voice. He then stopped another fan wearing a hat, asking, "Whose match are you following?" "Kevin." "In sprinting?" "Aside from black athletes, only Kevin's performance stands out," the fan replied. "Are you implying you do not favor black athletes?" "Damn it, that's not what I meant." The reporter, puzzled, queried, "Your voice sounds familiar. Are you a Premier League player?" "No, I am not Joe Hart." The hat-wearing Hart quickly distanced himself from the reporter, sensing trouble brewing. The scene shifted back to the interior of the stadium. The London Bowl was unequivocally Huang Kaiwen's home turf. Banners adorned with the name of Huang Kaiwen graced the stands on all sides. Chelsea fans seized every opportunity to protest against their city rivals, proudly displaying a massive banner beneath which were the years 2008, 2010, and 10 championship trophies. The locals certainly had an advantage in this regard. In contrast, the Italian fans merely brought along a few flags as they entered the arena. The preliminary athletics event had become overly infused with elements of football. However, the Italian spectators, led by the Southern Milan stand, began singing their team anthem early on. "Kaiwen, Kaiwen, we shall support you." As the first group of competitors entered, the London Bowl erupted into a chorus. "St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen." London welcomed back its sovereign. No other player in the city wielded influence comparable to that of Huang Kaiwen. The other athletes couldn't help but glance in his direction. Adam Gemini waved to the stands alongside Huang Kaiwen, making it seem as though he was the star of the day. Coach Zhang chuckled, remarking, "What we see now is British athlete Adam Gemini, born in 1993, 10 years younger than Huang Kaiwen. Notably, he joined Chelsea's youth academy at the age of 8 and left the team at 15, the very year Huang Kaiwen joined Chelsea, due to academic commitments. Nevertheless, he has always professed his admiration for Huang Kaiwen. After departing Chelsea, he played for Dagenham in the English Football League too. But upon discovering his sprinting talent while playing as a defender, he shifted his focus to athletics. This athlete secured silver medals in both the 100 meters and the 4x100 relay at the European Youth Championships. In the Olympic qualifiers held in June, he clocked a time of 10.8 seconds, earning a spot at the Olympics. Just prior, at the World Youth Championships in Barcelona, he achieved a time of 10.5 seconds, marking the sixth best performance in the event's history. Huang Kaiwen's path mirrors that of Gemini. On the other side stood Martina. This occasion felt akin to a fan meet and greet. While other athletes warmed up, they observed the field conditions. While Martina and Gemini posed questions to Huang Kaiwen that piqued their interest. Huang Kaiwen undeniably commanded attention. Today was truly his showcase. Isn't it quite normal in London? One might exclaim. After all, he did save a busload of children. In the stands, Abramovich was present, not missing a single moment, having followed Huang Kaiwen's matches closely. The British royal family was also in attendance. Notably, Inzaghi and his companions were there as well. I had previously thought that Kaká was Huang Kaiwen's closest friend, but it became evident that Ramos had been closely following Huang Kaiwen's transfers. Now, it appeared that Inzaghi was most concerned for him. The reserved ninth master appeared to have developed a good relationship with Huang Kaiwen, which perhaps explained his continued contract renewals. Last season, he had played only a few times, yet he managed to extend his contract. The Milan civil servant, you see, one might quip, as long as Huang Kaiwen doesn't retire, Inzaghi cannot leave Milan. Maintaining a good relationship with Huang Kaiwen allows him to profit effortlessly. A salary of €2 million a year, one could humorously say. I would ensure Huang Kaiwen's shoes are spotless every day. Yang Jian began to introduce several athletes. The first lane was not utilized. In the second lane, we have Hader de Silva from Guinea. In the third lane, Amar Mustafa from Egypt, followed by John Blake from Jamaica in the fourth lane. Tyson Gay from the United States in the fifth, Adam Gemili from the United Kingdom in the sixth, Kevin Huang from China in the seventh, and finally, Kuran Timotina from the Netherlands in the eighth lane, with Alex Quiñones from Ecuador in the ninth. All athletes are making their final preparations. The commentators excitedly introduced the competitors' backgrounds. John Blake is a noteworthy athlete, having defeated Bolt on 2 occasions. Back in the 2009 Golden League in Rome. At just 20 years of age, he clocked a remarkable 9.96 seconds, making him the youngest in history to break the 10-second barrier. Last August at the Daegu World Championships, he claimed the 100-meter title with a time of 9.92 seconds. A month later, at the Diamond League in Zurich, he set a personal best of 9.82 seconds, surpassing Powell to win the championship, and recorded an impressive 19.26 seconds in the 200m event. In the Jamaican Olympic trials, he triumphed over Bolt, showcasing the potential of this promising young talent. Tyson Gay is undoubtedly familiar to many. This seasoned veteran has amassed numerous championships in both the 100m and 200m events, with his most recent victory being at the recently concluded Diamond League in Paris, where he triumphed in the 100m showdown with a time of 9.99 seconds, defeating his teammate Gatlin. Kevin Huang's performance on the field is well known, yet some spectators may not recall his achievements in athletics. During the previous Berlin World Championships, Huang set a personal best of 9.63 seconds in the 100-meter final, earning a silver medal, a time that would have won gold in many instances, were it not for the legendary Bolt as his opponent. This highlights that Huang is among the few who can challenge Bolt to unleash his full potential. Back in the 2008 Olympics, Huang had already registered a time of 9.82 seconds, yet at Berlin, he exhibited significant improvement, although that day, Bolt ran an astonishing 9.56 seconds, a record that even Bolt himself struggles to surpass. It seems that only in the presence of Huang could Bolt achieve even greater heights. Though this is merely the heats, many spectators are already feeling the tension. The introduction by the commentators clearly indicates the formidable prowess of this group, featuring both rookies and seasoned champions. Athletes such as Timotina, a frequent contender in the 100m finals, hardly warrant special mention in this lineup, underscoring the fierce competition present. When the cameras capture the other athletes, they exhibit various gestures, while Huang simply waves his hand. One cannot point to the sky with one hand, can they? During interviews, he fondly remembers his grandfather. The key moment comes as he mimics Bolt's gestures, feeling slightly embarrassed. On your marks. The first signal sounds, prompting Huang to approach the starting blocks and continue his warm-up. The London Bowl resembles a colossal volcanic crater, teetering on the brink of eruption. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. 80,000 spectators, among whom at least 70,000 were fervently cheering for Huang Kaiwen. This undeniably posed a challenge for the other competitors. Even the local favorite, Gemini, seemed to be in an away game, let alone the other athletes. Huang Kaiwen waved to the crowd, and the London Bowl erupted with thunderous applause. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Huang Kaiwen's mind. This time, from the preliminaries to the finals of the 100 meters, he would crush the competition without holding back. If he had no immunity card left, he could conserve his energy for the subsequent races. Set. All competitors assumed the crouched starting position. Huang Kaiwen's left leg was taut, pressing the starting block to its limit. He resembled a poised leopard, ready to pounce at any moment. Bang! The starting gun fired. Huang Kaiwen, determined to apply pressure on Bolt, surged forward almost instantaneously, the gap at the start starkly evident, especially in contrast with those on either side. Martina's acceleration was noticeably slower than Huang Kaiwen's. Guy, in lane 4, exhibited remarkable speed at the start. His running style characterized by a significant height of elevation and a wide opening of the hip joints. Though Guy stood at only 1.8 meters tall, his strides were impressively long. Furthermore, a distinct feature of his running was the tension in his toes. Unlike most athletes, such as Bolt and Powell, who tended to flex their toes, the difference lies in the fact that when the toes are taut, the muscles at the back of the calves remain relaxed. Perhaps this is the secret to Guy's lengthy strides. Yet, for Guy, this race was far from easy. This explosive athlete, who could reach peak speed almost immediately after the start, noticed from the corner of his eye that someone was already edging ahead of him. Damn! Within just 30 meters, Huang Kaiwen had managed to take the lead. Guy didn't even need to look to know who it was. Huang Kaiwen. Even among American media, many speculated about the terrifying potential Huang Kaiwen could unleash if he were to dedicate himself entirely to athletics. Just thinking about it made Guy feel the weight of summer jobs, knowing that Huang Kaiwen had pushed Bolt's records to their limits. Guy felt a deep frustration. Losing to Bolt was one thing, as he was a professional sprinter. However, Huang Kaiwen's performance felt somewhat excessive. Originally intending to conserve energy, Guy now had no choice but to push harder. This was entirely atypical for the preliminaries. Usually, there was not such fierce competition. In lane 4, John Blake was nearly beside himself. He had not anticipated such formidable strength in this heat. The media hailed him as the new Bolt or Bolt's successor. But today's preliminaries had brought him face-to-face with pressure. Not to mention Huang Kaiwen and Guy both exhibited astonishing reaction times, reaching their maximum sprint speed almost immediately. Even Gemini, racing alongside his idol, achieved his personal best. Among lanes 6, 7, and 8, it was the Dutch star Martina who found himself at the back. In lane 9, Alex Quinones was not far from the leading group. However, both Amar Mustafa and De Silva seemed destined for elimination. In this preliminary round, no one dared to relax. Despite their relentless efforts, neither of the two could close the gap to the leading pack. At 40 meters, John Blake caught up to Gay, which brought a slight sense of relief to the young Blake. Fixating on the fiery figure ahead, he resolved to muster all his strength to overtake Kevin Huang. Gemini was gritting his teeth, enduring the strain. 10 seconds remained a significant barrier for him. Yet the power of an idol is boundless, and competing alongside Kevin Huang might be his singular opportunity in life. Gemini was determined not to be eliminated so easily. At 45 meters, the situation began to clarify. Kevin Huang remained in the lead, granting no opportunity to others. Close behind him was the new Bolt, John Blake, with only half a body length separating him from Gay. The British prodigy Gemini occupied the 4th position, while trailing him was Ecuadorian athlete Alex Quinones in lane 9, who was doggedly pursued by Martina, despite his earlier misstep at the start. Further back was the Egyptian competitor Mustafa in lane 2, with Guinea-Bissau's De Silva languishing at the rear. Gemini's tenacity elicited cheers from the audience. As a former player, he still resonated with these fans. Yet, there was no sense of relief for Gemini. This preliminary round felt more challenging than the previous final. The World Junior Championships and the senior category were indeed on different levels. He had exerted all his effort, striving to close in on Huang's silhouette. The sweat he shed was a testament to his youth. The man's participation in the Olympics was the primary reason he transitioned from the soccer field to the rubber track. Lacking sufficient football talent, he was grateful that fate had opened another door for him. An overwhelming sense of discontent filled Gemeli's heart. Even if he could not secure a top position in the group, he could not bear the thought of being eliminated so readily. At 60 meters, John Blake launched an attack on Kevin Huang. His legs moved with incredible speed, yet he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up to Huang's form. What a jest! He had once defeated Bolt. Kevin Huang maintained his rhythm, his body exhibiting astonishing consistency. Every stride, every second's cadence, his arms, legs, and entire being functioned as a finely tuned machine, leading the race. From the outset, he had been in the lead. At 70 meters, he still held the lead. Many spectators in the stands had risen, tightly gripping their fists. The athletes on the field held their breath, unwilling to exhale. No one anticipated the preliminary round of the 100 meters would be so ruthlessly competitive. As Blake exerted himself, the distance between him and Kevin Huang only widened. Huang accelerated once more. He had never regarded Blake as a worthy opponent. Only those capable of touching the 9.6-second mark could qualify as Huang's rivals. Blake fearfully realized that no matter how hard he tried, that red figure ahead remained tantalizingly out of reach. 85 meters, and yet, Gemeli perseveres. Just as Blake cannot surpass Huang Kaiwen, he too is unable to catch up with Gay. Such is the ruthless nature of competitive sports. No matter how fervently one may recite inspirational phrases, they cannot erase the disparities in talent and technique. A gap of mere tenths of a second is a vast chasm. Gay can sprint under 10 seconds, while he lingers at the threshold of 10 seconds. At 90 meters, Huang Kaiwen's lead is unmistakable. It is conservatively estimated that he has left John Blake 2 meters behind. 95 meters, 98 meters, and he crosses the finish line. Huang Kaiwen is the first to reach the finish line. Huang Kaiwen. He has shattered his personal best, clocking in at 9.62 seconds, improving by a mere 0.01 seconds from the 2009 Berlin World Championships. The grueling heats began with Kaiwen, who approached the competition with unwavering determination. This heat swiftly transformed into a death group, where John Blake's time of 9.85 seconds, typically sufficient for a top position, could only secure him second place. Not even in this first heat could he claim victory. Just hours after clinching gold in archery, Huang Kaiwen showcased unparalleled speed, embodying the fervent spirit of an athlete yearning for triumph. A mere 0.01 seconds of improvement signifies immense effort. And even more daunting is the realization that Huang Kaiwen is capable of even swifter times, a prospect that makes me eagerly anticipate the 100-meter final. The London Bowl has transformed into a grand celebration, with over 80,000 spectators exuberantly chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. Crudeli exuberantly announces on Canale 5, at 26. Kaiwen has set a personal best of 9.63 seconds. At 29, he has achieved 9.62 seconds in the heats. Some may argue that Kaiwen's participation in 5 events shows disrespect for the Olympic Games, but witnessing his accomplishments, might they still hold such opinions? His rivals are filled with dread. Koreans even attempted to bribe Milan Espoli to forfeit, aiming to tarnish Kaiwen's flawless record in archery. This exemplifies the truth. What dream team? Merely a self-proclaimed title. I must apologize for my previous assertions regarding Kaiwen's departure from archery, as he clearly stated in an interview this morning that he would forever stand on the archery field, keeping the Koreans at bay from the gold medal. In the archery arena, the king of Apennines is the nightmare of the Koreans, while on the track, Kaiwen shines as a beacon of hope. I foresee that in the finals, he will remain the sole non-black athlete competing. 117 injuries have not defeated him. With each passing Olympic cycle, we witness a Kaiwen stronger than before. Permit me to extend my deepest respect to the father of the Prince of Thunder, the ruler of the entirety of Apennines, Sicily, and Sardinia, the uncrowned king and conqueror, the guardian of London, the vanquisher of Munich, and the greatest athlete in human history. The echoes of St. Kaiwen's cheers resonate throughout London. Huang Kaiwen has already embraced the weeping Gemeli, knowing that his advancement now hinges solely on the performances of his competitors. Among the 7 groups, only the top 3 can secure direct advancement, while the remaining groups will select 3 of the best-performing teams to join them, culminating in a total of 24 athletes competing in the semifinals. The electronic scoreboard has laid bare the results. 1. Huang Kaiwen, China, reaction time 0. 120 seconds, time 9. 62 seconds, 2. John Blake, Jamaica, reaction time 0. 181 seconds, time 9. 88 seconds, 3. Tyson Gay, USA, reaction time 0. 137 seconds, time 9. 93 seconds, 4. Adam Gemini, UK, reaction time 0. 147 seconds, time 10. 2 seconds. Gemini has set a personal best, but has not managed to qualify directly. The intensity of the preliminary round rivaled that of the finals. In the third group, American athlete Ryan Bailey clocked in at 9.88 seconds, while Gatlin followed closely with 9.97 seconds. In the fourth group, Bolt seemingly exerted little effort, yet still claimed first in his group with a time of 10.8 seconds. In the fifth group, Powell again began to slow down during the last 30 meters, finishing first in his group with a time of 10.4 seconds. Chambers also secured first place in his group with a time of 10.2 seconds. Huang Kaiwen finally concluded a day of competition, while Inzaghi, with tear-filled eyes, successfully captured the spotlight, being heralded by the English media as Huang Kaiwen's best friend. As the rivalry unfolded on television, Uncle Da took company staff to the bank to collect money, purchasing every combination of the lottery numbers. The young lady nestled in Huang Kaiwen's embrace, while Lily looked at the two with a hint of disdain, her laptop resting on her lap as she read aloud the news online. Many were criticizing the Koreans, accusing them of violating the Olympic spirit. Lily exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't the first time." The young lady rolled her eyes, responding, "During the previous World Cup, Italy was in an uproar, and now it's the same. One cannot hold too high expectations for the sportsmanship of the Koreans." Indeed, Huang Kaiwen chuckled, giving her a gentle squeeze. The young lady protested, "You've soaked my shirt." Tomorrow, Huang Kaiwen has no competitions, allowing for a brief respite. The schedule has been relatively accommodating, with the 200-meter final slated for last. The explanation given to Huang Kaiwen by the British was that if his stamina waned after the triathlon, he could forego the 200 meters. The triathlon could not be scheduled too late, as it needed to accommodate the schedules of other athletes. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen would certainly not abandon the 200 meters, which is Bolt's strongest event, even more so than the 100 meters. The only regret for Huang Kaiwen is that the competition could not be held in Manchester. Fortunately, London is only about 300 kilometers away from Manchester. After Dancing with Dragons concluded, Huang Kaiwen changed the channel, where Nicole Kidman donned a whimsically charming outfit, demonstrating her considerable contributions to the silver screen as Tom Cruise's former wife. Lily remarked that she previously resided in Beverly Hills, where she occasionally caught glimpses of them, though she and Cruise were always embroiled in arguments. By that time, they had already divorced, hadn't they? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Indeed, but even after divorce, there are often entanglements. Right? I've heard it was due to the film Moulin Rouge that Cruise couldn't tolerate such explicit content, Lily gossipingly commented. Who can say? However, I believe Cruise is unworthy of Kidman, the young lady asserted. In her eyes, aside from his looks, Tom Cruise possessed little else of merit. The fact that he struggled with reading as an actor indicated that he relied solely on his appearance. After parting ways with his agent, Kinsley, the charming Tom nearly faltered. As the action on television grew increasingly intense, the room's temperature began to rise. It wasn't until the early hours that Huang Kaiwen checked the time and realized it was already August. He welcomed yet another round of store refreshes. Special template, Suzuki Jiroji, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Van Basten, 10,000 points. Goulet, 10,000 points. Ridgecard, 10,000 points. Skills, Physical Training Plan 5,000 points. Seal Master, 3,000 points. Dota Game Proficiency, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Immunity Card, 20 points. Special Item, Rashford Schedule, 100 points. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Kaiwen recalled who this special template belonged to. It was the uncle from the garden, that attention-seeking old man who often challenged Kid in the newspapers. Without the financial backing of the Suzuki Group, he seemed rather insignificant. Next came the Dutch trio, though their historical significance would soon diverge. As for Rashford's schedule, Huang Kaiwen found it rather amusing. The renowned King of Yellow only partakes in other activities when injured, whereas the Prince dares to delay training for the sake of drinking. Manchester United ought to sell him to PSG sooner rather than later, lest he become a liability. In the end, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire Dota game proficiency and immunity card. The skill of Dota game proficiency allows one to attain the average level of a professional player in any Dota-related game, slightly enhancing reaction capabilities. A modest improvement, indeed. Content. Huang Kaiwen drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he was astonished to see Inzaghi. After the young lady and Lily arrived in London, he had moved into Ramos' house temporarily. The team's training had commenced. "Aren't you returning to Milan?" Huang Kaiwen curiously asked. "No worries. I won't have any playing opportunities at the season start. It's not too late to build up my fitness upon returning," Inzaghi nonchalantly replied. Huang Kaiwen smiled and gave a thumbs up, surprised that His Majesty was quite aware of his position within the team. Albert had already prepared breakfast for the two of them. Huang Kaiwen casually picked up a newspaper. The Times reported, "Kevin is the biggest star of this Olympic Games and an idol to countless individuals. After making a heartfelt promise not to abandon the archery program, the news of the Koreans attempting to entice Mauro Nespoli left me with a profound understanding of Kevin's actions. Engaging in discussions about sportsmanship with the Koreans is, in itself, the greatest jest in the world." The Manchester Evening News interviewed Ferguson, who remarked, "I have always perceived Kevin as quite similar to myself. Our relationship is exceptionally amicable. His ability to quote my words brings me great joy, for we share numerous commonalities, the most significant being that we are both victors. I hope that one day in the future, I can sit in the stands and witness Kevin directing the Manchester United players." The Sun reported that St. Kitts and Nevis athlete Kim Collins was expelled from the national team due to an incident involving his wife at a hotel. The sprinting champion, who had served as the flag bearer for St. Kitts and Nevis, lamented, "Even in prison, men are not prohibited from receiving visits from their wives." The Financial Times disclosed that a spokesperson for Hoyt Company expressed their desire to sign an exclusive sponsorship contract with Kevin, which is rumored to be quite lucrative. The Telegraph mentioned that Bolt was reportedly unaware of Kevin's achievements prior to the group stage, as the Jamaican coaching staff did not permit Blake to return to the locker room. However, we captured images of Bolt returning to the hotel after seeing the news, clearly astonished that Kevin had begun to excel in the group stage. Huang Kevin learned of Quit's situation through the Liverpool Echo and made a point to call Galliani for clarification. "Currently, there are no better targets, but I believe signing Quit would be advantageous. He could play in Serie A for 2 years or longer, allowing the Hernandez brothers to rotate on the left flank." Galliani remarked during the call. "Let it be so." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. In truth, this approach is rather commendable. After the European Championship, Milan's acquisition of several Dutch players could also serve as a showcase for them. There is nothing wrong with serving the King of Huang. As long as one plays well for him, all desires will be fulfilled. Once Ajax's talented players emerge in 2 years, we can consider recruiting from Ajax again. "What are your plans for the day?" Inzaghi inquired. "I intend to observe Chelsea's training," Huang Kevin replied. "The Premier League is the earliest league to commence. Chelsea's summer training in the United States has concluded, featuring matches against Seattle Sounders, PSG, American All-Stars, and Milan. Aside from one defeat to Milan, Ancelotti's Chelsea has remained undefeated. One of Ancelotti's greatest strengths as a coach is his modest expectations of players. Having worked with numerous prestigious clubs, Ancelotti has significantly improved his ability to assess players. He no longer refuses to utilize Baggio simply because he prefers not to employ 2 forwards. Whether you provide him with a Terry or a Mertesacker, he can effectively utilize any defender and elicit commendable performances. Unlike some coaches who demand specific signings, spending money only to see players perform worse than expected. To this day, Huang Kevin cannot fathom why a compass can lack breakthroughs and physicality, as if 100 million euros were allocated solely for playing in League 2. Later, Huang Kevin made a phone call to inquire about Gemini. Upon learning that he was not required for training in the afternoon, he extended an invitation to join him at the Cobham training facility. Gemini, fortunate in his endeavors, ranked among the top 3 fourth places, thus securing his advancement to the semi-finals. Inzaghi took on the role of the driver, engaging in conversation about amusing anecdotes from the Brazilian delegation during their journey to Cobham. In recent days, he had been quite active in nightclubs, frequently encountering athletes from Brazil and the United States. The American basketball dream team had just decimated Nigeria with an astonishing score of 156-73, shattering the previous Olympic record of 133 points set in Atlanta in 1996. Yet, they received no accolades. The entire European media deemed their conduct barbaric and lacking in grace, accusing them of deliberately humiliating their opponents and displaying a lack of sportsmanship. Upon arriving at the facility, the gatekeeper instinctively greeted Huang Kaiwen, only to quickly realize, exclaiming into his walkie-talkie, "My goodness, Kaiwen is here." As they parked, Kinyang was already waiting in the lot. "Hi, Peter," Huang Kaiwen greeted with a smile. Kinyang, far from displaying any aloofness due to Huang Kaiwen's departure from the team, enthusiastically grasped his arm, saying, "It would have been great if you had called ahead to come to Cobham. The youth team is on holiday today, and those kids would surely not want to miss the chance to see you." "Flatterer," Inzaghi muttered in Italian, based on his 4 decades of experience, noting that excessively courteous individuals often seek some advantage for themselves. Gemelli trailed behind the two, feeling quite self-conscious. Having spent 7 years at Chelsea, he had never exchanged a word with Kinyang. Upon reaching the training ground, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Terry sent the ball flying off the pitch with a powerful kick, and Huang Kaiwen barely managed to intercept it with an extended left leg. Dribbling the ball, Huang Kaiwen teased, "Even if you are a traditional defender, I doubt that pass would satisfy the coach. How dare you show up after eliminating us?" Terry retorted, raising his fist toward Huang Kaiwen. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen sent the ball soaring, and Terry's punch met it mid-air. Gemelli, trailing behind, was caught off guard and received an accidental bump to the head. "See how you treat the fans? No wonder they don't like you," Huang Kaiwen remarked, introducing Gemelli. "This is one of our former youth players. I know him. I read in the papers that he made it to the semi-finals," Terry said, placing an arm around Gemelli's shoulders. "Kid, if you eliminate Kaiwen in the semi-finals, even if you don't win a medal, you'll still make the headlines." With a forlorn expression, Gemelli replied, "It would be easier to just win a medal." "Shall we go out tonight?" Terry inquired. "Forget it. I prefer not to end up in the papers," Huang Kaiwen replied. Terry gestured toward the side, where Inzaghi and Ashley Cole had gathered. "Damn, I can hardly bear to watch," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed. Even with a language barrier, they managed to mingle effortlessly. "It's truly remarkable." Recently, George had often spoken of Huang Kaiwen, inquiring when he could come to watch his matches, Terry noted. "George is a talented young man," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. The mere thought of what George could accomplish made Huang Kaiwen chuckle. "Kevin, do you need a goalkeeper?" "I simply cannot tolerate these fellows any longer," Czech interjected. "You rascal," Terry replied with a laugh. "If you head to Milan, you will find their defense equally unbearable." Huang Kaiwen continued, grinning. "He is not here to poach players." After a brief conversation, Huang Kaiwen encountered Abu. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Huang Kaiwen prepared to dine with Abu. However, Inzaghi and Gemelli both declined to join them for dinner. Observing Inzaghi engaged in an animated discussion with Cole, Huang Kaiwen surmised what would grace the front page of tomorrow's Sun newspaper. True to Huang Kaiwen's expectations, Inzaghi did not disappoint. The duo's activities were broadcast live by the Sun. Cole indulged in lavish expenditures at the nightclub, as the sovereign finally embraced a more extravagant lifestyle. After spending £70,000, the two departed with their companions. On August 3rd, Huang Kaiwen participated in the preliminary rounds of the obstacle equestrian event. With a time of 80.12 seconds, his advancement was beyond question. Yet, in the days leading up to the event, the eyes of the world were fixed on the impending semi-finals and finals of the 100 meters. From the onset of the preliminaries, the competition for the 100 meters was fiercely contested. The upcoming semi-finals promised to be even more daunting. All attention was directed towards whether Huang Kaiwen could exact revenge on Bolt and what results John Blake would achieve. Ultimately, what would be the outcome for the American team? Finally, the day of August 5th arrived. The 100-meter semi-finals were divided into 3 heats, and interestingly, Huang Kaiwen found himself in the first heat. Although he did not face Bolt, the prospects for advancement from this group remained rather grim. As the athletes took their marks, Yang Jian commenced the introductions. In lane 2 was the French contender, Kim Vickett. In lane 3, the familiar Asafa Powell, who had garnered numerous accolades over the past year. The Jamaican 100-meter champion, a truly formidable title, was complemented by his recent achievements as the runner-up in both the Diamond League events in Rome and Norway. Lane 4 featured American athlete Justin Gatlin, who had clocked a remarkable 9.80 seconds in the Diamond League event in Paris last month, though this time only secured him 4th place. Huang Kaiwen occupied lane 5, appearing notably composed. Despite this group being dubbed the Group of Death, advancing to the finals posed no significant challenge for Huang Kaiwen. Lane 6 was occupied by British athlete James Desalu, who, with Nigerian heritage, similarly began his athletic career later than most, commencing professional training at the age of 18. By 2009, he had achieved a time of 10.9 seconds, making him one of Britain's standout competitors. Lane 7 belonged to Ivorian athlete Ben Joseph Meta. Lastly, in Lane 8 was Trinidad and Tobago's Blake, a silver medalist in the 100-meter relay 4 years prior. In the 9th heat, Gambian athlete Saint, through the relentless amplification by the media, has made the audience quite familiar with these competitors. It is not merely the remarkable prowess of Kevin Huang's group that stands out. In the semifinals, there are no easy adversaries to be found. However, the sight of Powell and Gatlin's names sends a wave of apprehension through spectators concerned for Huang. These three are undeniably the most formidable athletes in this heat. Should any of the other competitors perform admirably, it is conceivable that someone might be ousted from the top 3 positions. As Huang stands on the track, he recalls the card draw and decides to reserve that opportunity for the final later on, eager to test what performance the Bailey template might yield under such advantageous conditions. Meanwhile, Joe Hart turns on the television. Following his previous exposure by the media, he has been cautioned by the club. With training having commenced, he dares not sneak off to London to watch the race. Yet, amidst a throng of black athletes, Huang's presence remains distinctly noticeable. Hart has grown accustomed to cheering for Huang at such moments. The athletes, in this instance, are evidently not as relaxed as they were during the preliminaries. On your marks. The cold, unfeeling prompt reverberates, foreshadowing the day's harsh competition. Huang continues to stretch his body to attain peak condition. Upon completing his final warm-up, he strides to the starting blocks, forcefully planting his left foot on the apparatus. Set. All competitors are now poised for the final preparations. The atmosphere within the London Bowl begins to solidify. With a sharp crack, the starting pistol fires, officially commencing the first heat of the men's 100-meter semifinal. Powell bursts off the blocks swiftly, yet Huang remains the fastest. The reaction times between the two are nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Both stand at a height of 1.88 meters, yet their technical execution reveals marked differences. Powell's motion displays considerable lateral swaying, while Huang's form is reminiscent of Tyson Gay, exhibiting a more stable running technique. After 20 meters, the two establish a leading pack. Gatlin trails noticeably by half a stride. By the 30-meter mark, Bladman overtakes Gatlin, who has indeed made a misstep in his start today. Though the gap between him and Bladman is not substantial, Huang remains vigilant regarding Powell's progress. Noticing the lack of distance between them, Huang unleashes another surge of speed. Competing against different athletes can influence one's performance, and the pressure exerted by Powell is not as formidable as that from Gay and John Brooks, as one tends to sense that Powell may decelerate in the final stages. Even if one does not consciously dwell on it, the mere sight of Powell invokes this thought. After 40 meters, Huang successfully shakes off Powell, establishing a gap of a full stride between them. At this moment, Huang Kaiwen ceased to contemplate anything else. The impending 100-meter final represented the ultimate test. As they reached 60 meters, Gatlin surged forward, gaining on Powell. At this juncture, Powell's running style exhibited a noticeable alteration, a testament to the pressure exerted by his rival. Huang Kaiwen, however, remained steadfast, propelling himself forward with unwavering determination, wholly indifferent to the happenings behind him. Upon reaching 70 meters, the dynamics of the race became increasingly apparent. Gatlin had surged ahead of Powell by a stride. Nevertheless, both athletes maintained a significant lead, establishing a distinct second tier. Closest behind them was the Trinidadian runner, Bledman, followed closely by Vicot, Sain, and Might, who occupied similar positions. The home-ground competitor, James Desalu, lagged at the rear. Huang Kaiwen continued to lead, poised at the forefront, and as he approached the finish line, victory was within his grasp. Powell, in the final moments, exhibited a slight lapse in focus, yet managed to secure third place. The semifinal presented no insurmountable challenge. Huang Kaiwen advanced once again to the Olympic 100-meter final, clocking a time of 9.70 seconds, slower than his preliminary heat, albeit understandable as he prepared for the final. The competition at the London Olympics was extraordinarily fierce, with the results of the heats revealing that the top 4 all finished within 10 seconds. The electronic scoreboard illuminated the results for all to see. 1. Lane 5. Huang Kaiwen, China, reaction time 0. 130 seconds, time 9. 70 seconds. 2. Lane 4, Gatlin, USA, reaction time 0. 148 seconds, time 9. 81 seconds, 3. Lane 3, Powell. Jamaica, reaction time 0. 132 seconds, time 9. 90 seconds, 4. Lane 8, Bledman, Trinidad, reaction time 0. 145 seconds, time 9. 94 seconds. Indeed, the results were even more remarkable than in the heats. The first semifinal group saw all competitors finish under 10 seconds. The final comprised the top 2 from 3 groups, with the next 2 fastest third-place finishers advancing. Bledman, despite his impressive sub-10-second performance, was unfortunately eliminated. The London Bowl erupted in jubilant applause once more, an appetizer for the audience as they awaited the forthcoming final. In the stands, Inzaghi fervently raised his arms, embracing a stranger beside him. Many now recognized him as Huang Kaiwen's closest friend. Although this title came with a hint of jest, Inzaghi's fervent engagement in the audience was no laughing matter. The Sun even selected 10 notably enthusiastic spectators for comparison. Yet, Inzaghi's blend of anxiety, restraint, and tension earned him the distinction of the best spectator of the Olympics thus far. The broadcast team deliberately featured him in various shots, reflecting the intensity of the competition. Huang Kaiwen merely waved to the crowd. Giannini promptly handed Huang Kaiwen a towel and inquired, "How do you feel?" Not too fatigued, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The brief interval between the semi-final and final contributed to this ease. "Do you need to replenish some energy?" Giannini asked. "Perhaps some protein. I've lost quite a bit these past few days," Huang Kaiwen responded. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen spotted Bolt making his way outside. Bolt also noticed Huang Kaiwen. Their eyes briefly meeting, yet neither halted their stride. However, they both comprehended each other's unspoken intentions. "We shall meet in the finals. Today may have been lacking, but tomorrow shall witness a greater effort." With the arrival of winter, Old Ye frequently succumbs to colds, primarily due to a lack of exercise compounded by poor sleep, resulting in a weakened constitution. I hope for your understanding. I seek monthly votes. 0603, running towards the pinnacle of my life. Huang Kaiwen returned to rest. Yet the audience remained taut with anticipation, eager to observe the condition of the other competitors. The fastest assembly of humanity had gathered in London, and such a notion alone was enough to captivate the world's attention. Kaká and Ramos had already returned to Milan for training. Nevertheless, Inzaghi was not alone, surrounded by others. "Your Majesty, aside from Bolt, should we also focus on the others?" inquired the newly appointed chief magician of the Holy Roman Empire, Dylan Vieira. In pursuit of the empire's image, Inzaghi had chosen to bestow the title of magician upon him, harboring great expectations for Vieira in his heart. Vieira was renowned in football history as a wizard, despite his claims of merely being a psychologist. Yet, tales of Vieira's miraculous feats were widespread. He had once aided Porto in overturning a deficit against the Southern King, a feat that could be attributed to mere happenstance. However, the second occurrence was during Porto's confrontation with the South American champions, Penarol, in the Toyota Cup. At that time, the Uruguayan powerhouse boasted a formidable lineup, and few believed in Porto's chances. The president of Porto was in a state of panic. Yet, Vieira assured him that their opponents would face unprecedented difficulties. On the day of the match, Tokyo, which had not seen snow in 40 years, was blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes. Penarol sought to postpone the match, but Vieira resolutely refused, persuading Porto's president, Da Costa, who had considered a delay. The match became a nightmare for Penarol, hailing from South America, unaccustomed to the weather. The white of Porto's jerseys blended seamlessly with the snow, yet they managed to equalize in the 80th minute, demonstrating Penarol's formidable strength. It was not until the 110th minute of extra time that Porto secured a dramatic 2-1 victory. Given the advantage of weather and attire, the match remained fiercely contested. Under different circumstances, Porto would have stood no chance. Thus, Inzaghi opted to hire Vieira at a premium to assist in managing the court magician. Inzaghi believed he could not enhance Huang Kaiwen's speed, but he could certainly diminish that of his rivals. "What did you say?" Inzaghi asked. "Your Majesty, I inquired whether we should also target others aside from Bolt." Vieira responded, "Let us arrange everything. The greatest fear in football is an upset," Inzaghi murmured, covering his mouth. "What if Bolt falters and someone else rises?" Vieira nodded and promptly sent a message via his mobile phone. He did not believe those charlatans would prove effective, but whatever the benefactor desired should be executed, as long as it pleased Inzaghi. The sorcerers, dispersed across the stands, began to take action, the most common being the voodoo doll. London fans have grown accustomed to such trivialities. Considering the performance of Gareth Bale in the England national team, it is not easy for someone of such caliber to carve a niche in English football. Usain Bolt, upon his appearance, was met with considerable applause, a testament to the respect for human limitations. A man devoid of heart conditions or asthma, who has endured over 200 to 300 drug tests annually without faltering. In the absence of Kevin Huang, Bolt stood as the sole banner against doping. Although the majority of the audience was primarily drawn to Huang, it did not deter them from cheering for Bolt. Huang's only rival is Bolt. Recent performances have demonstrated that without Huang, there is no best version of Bolt. Since the Berlin World Championships, Bolt has yet to clock under 9.70 seconds. Everyone is aware of his potential, yet he has not showcased it in competition due to the lack of sufficient pressure. However, this time, the coaching team could no longer conceal the truth. 9.70 seconds. He was already aware of Huang's semifinal results. Bolt was somewhat astonished that Huang had unleashed his full prowess since the heats. He did not perceive Huang's semifinal performance as a regression compared to the heats. It was evidently a strategy for the final. The red attire worn by Huang's teammates caught his attention. As the starting gun fired, Bolt was momentarily startled. Do the Chinese always start this quickly? He quickened his pace and overtook after 15 meters. Yet, he did not harbor the same ease of mind, propelling himself towards the finish line. With a time of 9.84, Bolt secured the top position in his heat. Once the third heat concluded, the 8 finalists would be determined. Dear viewers, please remain in front of your screens. Do not stray, as we are about to witness the limits of human capability. In a little over 2 hours, if you are not watching the 100-meter final, you will undoubtedly feel a profound sense of regret. Can Huang win today? It is uncertain. Bolt rarely exerts himself fully, leaving one to ponder just how fast he can run. I share this sentiment. Previously, when Tyson Gay triumphed over Bolt in Stockholm, Bolt clocked 9.97 seconds. One cannot claim he did not desire the championship. Yet it felt as though he was not as serious against Gay as he would be against Huang. Was that when his 23-month unbeaten streak was shattered? Since the 2008 Olympics, I have followed Bolt. Indeed, 23 months without defeat is impressive. His prowess is evident, yet it remains to be seen how he will perform today. Johan Blake is merely a younger brother to Bolt, while 9.75 seconds is commendable. I suspect Bolt did not exert his full strength during the trials. Haha. The 9 master is once again in the limelight. Aside from Huang, he has been the most featured recently. Ashley Cole had me in stitches. He went out with the 9 master and mistook Filippo for Simone. The drawbacks of neglecting the news are evident. Despite having spent considerable time in London, 9th master still fell for the trick, which is utterly laughable. Simon remarked, I might as well pretend I have no brother. In the third round of the semifinals, Blake clocked 9.85 seconds for first place, while Tyson Gay followed closely at 9.90 seconds for second. All 3 semifinal heats have concluded, yet the final is still a full 2 hours away. Surprisingly, very few spectators have changed the channel. Instead, they remain engrossed in the commentary, experiencing the thrilling replays of previous heats and semifinals. Words like intense and brutal stir the adrenaline of every viewer. Neuroscientist Vandermeer published a paper this year indicating that during football matches and other high-stakes sports events, spectators experience a notable surge in testosterone levels. On the night of the 2010 World Cup final, he invited 58 Spanish fans to watch the game together. The team collected saliva samples from the fans before the match commenced, at halftime, and 24 minutes after Ramos scored the decisive goal. Data revealed that male fans maintained a heightened state of excitement throughout the match, while female fans exhibited relative enthusiasm primarily before and after the game. This data also elucidates the surge in pregnancy rates during major tournaments. Saradova, clad in tattered clothing, found herself unexpectedly shoved beneath the sofa by Buffon. What are you doing? She inquired. Don't bother me. I'm quite busy, Buffon replied. But it seems you're quite happy, Saradova remarked. I would be very unhappy if Kevin retires, Buffon asserted, shaking his head vigorously while gnawing on the end of a pen. He knew Kevin Huang all too well. If he lost today, it would be a different story. Should he suffer a third defeat to Bolt, Huang might genuinely consider retirement. With the captain of Milan having retired, would he still be able to exude such elegance before the goal? Damn it, if given the choice. Buffon would willingly trade 3 months of his own injury for just 3 hours of injury for Bolt. Alas, he was not well acquainted with Milan. Had he known during his time in Turin, he would have consulted friends familiar with sorcerers to inquire about any spells capable of transferring one's injuries to another. At the London Bowl, other events continued, yet the spectators were disinterested in pole vaulting or discus events. Even Inzaghi seemed oblivious to the stunning pole vaulters. How is it possible he can still run under 10 seconds? Inzaghi questioned. Bolt was not as fast as Huang, which brought him some relief. However, Bolt's performance, particularly his relaxed demeanor at the end, left Inzaghi feeling anxious. Should he fail to win, it wouldn't be catastrophic, but if he succeeded, it would lead to financial freedom. To ensure Huang's victory, Inzaghi promptly summoned a sacred royal magic troupe of 20 from the Holy Roman Empire. Had Ancelotti and Capello not been preoccupied, and had their agents not demanded exorbitant fees, Inzaghi would have considered recruiting them for assistance. This was already Bolt's performance under duress, Vieira commented. Well, if Kevin does not win, there will be no prize money. Only if Kevin secures 5 gold medals will you all receive the full rewards, murmured Inzaghi, his gaze drifting toward another section of the stands filled with European royalty. Not being invited to join in the viewing brought a slight discontent to Inzaghi. In the locker room, Huang Kaiwen had already spotted the qualified competitors. It is no wonder that many proclaim the fierce competition of the 100-meter final in London. At first glance, this list boasts runners capable of sub-10-second performances. Huang Kaiwen, filled with anticipation, opted to draw a card, acquired from the 2018 warm-up match. Central Coast Mariners vs MacArthur Southwest United. Usain Bolt experience card. Obtain Michael Schumacher, Extreme Control. Wow. Trait. Extreme Control, Schumacher. Schumacher's mastery over racing is remarkable, whether accelerating, braking, or steering. His coordination was impeccable, executing every adjustment with almost no flaws. Possessing this trait significantly enhances one's physical coordination, achieving a perfect synergy among limbs. It seems today is truly a battle of human limits. There's no need to mention Bolt. King Huang's strength has increased no less than 10 times. With improvements in balance and coordination as well. His stamina has enhanced on 2 occasions, and his explosive power has also seen considerable growth. The control over his body, coupled with Schumacher's trait and an enhanced air utilization characteristic, leads Huang Kaiwen to believe he holds his own. A gifted Huang King takes on Bolt. At 7:30 p.m. London time, the London Bowl erupted once more. In just 20 minutes, the ultimate showdown of sprinters would commence. Many spectators seized the opportunity to purchase snacks, making quite the profit this time around. Staff approached, carrying bags to secure the athletes' personal belongings. In the broadcast room, Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement, "The most intense, brutal, and potentially the highest-level speed showdown in human history is about to begin." The first lane was still inactive. The second lane featured the often flamboyant Thompson, who continued showcasing his boxing footwork, appearing remarkably relaxed. The third lane belonged to Jamaica's Asafa Powell, familiar to many audiences for his tendency to ease up in the final 30 meters. The fourth lane showcased Tyson Gay. The veteran American wore a serious expression, waving to the stands before letting out a sigh. Gay had claimed that this year in London, a world record would be broken, though it remained unclear whether he meant for himself or another athlete. In the fifth lane stood Huang Kaiwen, whose performances in the heats and semifinals ensured a favorable lane for him. Facing the cameras, he made no grand gestures, merely waving his hand, igniting the entire London Bowl. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. Among the multitude of black athletes, the fair-skinned Huang Kaiwen stood out prominently, despite harboring some politically incorrect thoughts. However, many regard him as the emblem of the 100 meters against black athletes, whose performances in this event have been exceptionally remarkable. In Lane 6 is the new Jamaican sprinter, John Blake. Lane 7 features the formidable return of Justin Gatlin. In Lane 8 stands the world record holder for the 100 meters, Usain Bolt. Lane 9 is occupied by the American Ryan Bailey. Aside from Kevin Huang and Thompson, all other competitors hail from Jamaica and the United States, highlighting the dominance of these nations in the sport. Indeed, as Coach Zhang aptly noted, Maurice Green, Justin Gatlin, and Usain Bolt are the champions of the 100 meters from the past 3 Olympic Games, 2 American athletes, and 1 Jamaican. While Green has retired, the other 2 Olympic champions are present on the track today. I recall reading that Maurice Green holds Usain Bolt in high esteem. This former Olympic champion remarked on the 100 meters final at the 2008 Olympics. "Bolt completely overwhelmed me. His performance and deliberate deceleration were beyond my comprehension." Therefore, some spectators need not be perplexed. Bolt's intentional slowing down is a well-known secret even to Olympic champions. Perhaps only when standing alongside Kevin Huang on the same track can Bolt truly unleash his full potential. The so-called most brutal arena is merely the battleground between Huang and Bolt. Standing in lane 8, Bolt appears effortlessly relaxed, much like Green's description of him as a big kid. Watching his race brings joy to the audience. In contrast, Kevin Huang's expression remains inscrutable, as he finds himself in an unfamiliar position in the 100 meters. Typically, he is the defender, vanquishing one challenger after another to the throne of football supremacy. Yet, in this sprint, he undeniably assumes the role of a challenger. While the psychological pressure is manageable, he is determined not to lose. London should present the best opportunity. Both he and Bolt are in their prime. Today, his aim is to surpass himself, to eclipse Bolt, and to transcend history. The director focuses on Kevin Huang, and the audience grows increasingly tense. Fans familiar with Huang rarely witness such a serious expression on his face. Even though their cheers cannot reach him through the television, they cannot help but shout, "Go Kevin!" On the streets of London, the foot traffic has dwindled significantly. A few scattered individuals stand before shop windows, captivated by the unfolding race. The host city of London represents a microcosm of Europe and the world. This battle of sprinters stirs the hearts of billions. Across the vast expanse of China, countless individuals sit bleary-eyed in front of their televisions, eagerly awaiting the sound of the starting gun. Among the spectators, figures like Wenger and Abramovich, or members of European royal families, appear no different from ordinary viewers at this moment. It feels as though there are nails on their seats. The London Bowl is devoid of anyone seated. The standing audience members either clasp their hands tightly together or press their palms in prayer, eyes wide open, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. On your marks, the countdown to war has begun. The 8 competitors stand poised at the starting blocks. Huang Kaiwen intertwines his hands above his head, engaged in his final preparations. He longs to relax his mind and approach the race with ease. Yet, memories of the 2008 Olympics and the 2009 World Championships flood his thoughts. 2 defeats at the hands of Bolt, marking the greatest failures of his life. There are no exaggerated gestures or grim expressions, yet the air in London mirrors Huang Kaiwen's tumultuous feelings. Each breath from the audience signifies his unyielding spirit. Set, bending low, Huang Kaiwen's face reflects a hint of reverence. Today he does not press his left foot down as forcefully, yet the starting block protests nonetheless. The spectators tense up, holding their breaths, fearing that the sound of expanding lungs might disrupt the competitor's focus. Bang! The starting gun fires. With no reservations, Huang Kaiwen surges forward, nearly on the cusp of a false start. He could afford to push his reaction time a fraction more, but any further would risk the fine line of a false start. This is the limit of Huang Kaiwen's capabilities. In that fleeting moment, he truly embodies the sensation of taking an early lead. Powell's reaction time is slightly slower than Huang Kaiwen's, yet he remains the second fastest. His starting technique consistently among the world's elite. Thompson in lane 2 also has a commendable start, securing a favorable position right from the outset. At 20 meters, the gap among the runners becomes conspicuously evident. Bolt is not in a leading position. Time slips away. A second later, at 30 meters, Huang Kaiwen leads the pack, with Thompson and Powell trailing closely behind. In the third group, John Blake has a half-body lead, while Guy, having stumbled at the start, lags slightly behind, flanked by his fellow American, Gatlin, as they chase the young Blake. At this moment, Bolt remains behind them. Ryan Bailey of the American team finds himself in the last position, not due to lack of speed, but because the others are simply too fast. This race, perhaps the most intense sprint in human history, is undoubtedly a fierce 100-meter final. In less than a second, Bolt catches up to John Blake. His long legs burst forth with explosive speed, swiftly surpassing Gatlin and Guy. His physical prowess and innate talent are simply extraordinary. Leading the pack, Huang Kaiwen is not without challenge. Powell and Thompson closely trail him, their presence felt even without direct observation, their arms appearing in Huang Kaiwen's peripheral vision. The fear of the unknown is the most daunting. Not seeing Bolt stirs a subtle unease within Huang Kaiwen. The looming possibility of being overtaken is a sensation he detests. Yet, at times, pressure can ignite motivation. The invisible presence of Bolt propels Huang Kaiwen into his optimal state. Huang Kaiwen's leg frequency has quickened slightly compared to before. With his head held high, he surges forward, executing a powerful hip drive. Every muscle in his body works in exquisite harmony, with no movement deemed superfluous. Bolt finds himself somewhat astonished. Although he has only raced against Huang Kaiwen in 2 finals, he possesses a profound understanding of Huang's technical prowess. It is no secret that Huang's explosive start is formidable. It comes as no surprise that he exerts himself from the very beginning. What surprises Bolt is Huang's ability to accelerate further. As a top-tier athlete, he is acutely aware of the speed of his competitors. At 60 meters, everyone begins to accelerate. Yet Bolt feels no sense of ease. This is because Huang Kaiwen steadfastly maintains his lead. This moment marks a critical juncture. Thompson, who was previously in the second pack with Powell, has fallen behind. As for Powell, he appears to be injured, his speed significantly diminished. Some spectators express concern for his condition, yet the majority are focused on the leading group. Bolt's acceleration is unmistakable. After overtaking Blake and Gatlin, he continues to push forward. His long legs swing rhythmically. Damn! Huang Kaiwen has already recognized who it is. From the moment he hears the sound to catching a glimpse of Bolt's arm. Less than a second elapses. The two are nearly neck and neck, with Huang maintaining a slight advantage. The trailing competitors are exerting every ounce of effort to close the gap, yet the distance between them and the front two only widens. John Blake's eyes widen in disbelief. He is the man who has defeated Bolt twice, a leading figure of Jamaica's new generation of sprinters. Yet, in comparison to those two, he finds himself at such a significant disadvantage. At 75 meters, Inzaghi is nearly breathless. He has been holding his breath for quite some time. Inzaghi's heart races wildly, his face flushed with an unhealthy hue. Huang Kaiwen still holds onto his lead. Bolt is striving to accelerate, yet he is unable to close the half-body distance that separates him from Huang. Following them is Gatlin. Justin Gatlin's performance in the sprint phase today is remarkable, subtly edging out John Blake. Tyson Gay exemplifies the notion of aging gracefully. Even the once dominant Blake cannot shake him off. The remaining competitors lag further behind. Thompson was left behind at 60 meters, struggling to maintain his position. Excluding the injured Powell, Ryan Bailey is in last place. At 80 meters, 85 meters. The two frontrunners appear to not merely be running, but soaring. With two teammates by his side, Bolt is not alone. The Jamaican yellow nearly dominates the track today. Yet, no matter how he runs, he cannot breach that barrier of red. Indeed, Bolt senses an invisible wall ahead. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot overtake Huang Kaiwen. Although Bolt has consumed much news about Huang, the latter has refrained from making any bold proclamations. At that moment, even without verbal communication, Bolt could sense the determination emanating from Huang Kaiwen. The number 10, omnipotent on the field, was unwilling to embrace defeat, regardless of the arena. He accelerated, running with unrestrained vigor. Bolt felt in excellent form. As he passed the 90-meter mark, his lead was visibly apparent. It was then that John Blake realized that the Olympic trials were merely a game for him. Today Bolt was indeed Usain Bolt. Yet his speed could not compel Bolt to take him seriously. The final sprint began. Bolt was fast, but Huang Kaiwen was even faster. The gap between them remained constant. The world held its breath. In the last 5 meters, the last 3, the final meter, Huang Kaiwen lowered his head and surged across the finish line. The yellow lightning streaked through the night sky. The London Bowl erupted in madness. The Apennines resounded with joyous cheers. The cheers from the land of China shattered the tranquility of the night. He won. He won. He won. Huang Kaiwen. Bolt shattered his own record of 9:56 seconds, improving it by 0.01 seconds today, yet he still could not claim victory over Huang Kaiwen. 9:52 seconds, 9:52 seconds, 9:52 seconds. Huang Kaiwen elevated the limits of humanity to an almost insurmountable level in London. In 2008, he had set the Olympic record for the 100 meters, although Bolt soon eclipsed it. Yet today, Huang Kaiwen proved through sheer strength that he too could break Bolt's record. History has been rewritten. The first Asian to set the 100-meter speed record and the first Chinese athlete to win the gold medal in this event. True gold fears no fire. In this most grueling race in human history, Huang Kaiwen triumphed in the end. Since the inaugural modern Olympics in Athens in 1896, over the past 106 years, Huang Kaiwen has become the first yellow-skinned individual to win an Olympic gold medal. This is the most prestigious title in the history of the 100 meters, without exception. As the fastest men in human history gathered together, victory has long been a habit for Huang Kaiwen. He has endured valleys of despair, uncertainty, doubt, and struggle. Yet he never boasts of what he will achieve or desires. Huang Kaiwen demonstrates through action that what he has lost, he will reclaim with his own hands. Yang Jian never imagined such a day would come. He could witness Huang Kaiwen shatter the 100-meter record to such a terrifying extent. He had always thought Huang Kaiwen would take home the silver medal, not because he did not wish for him to win, but because he dared not hope, fearing that such thoughts might shatter the hard-won happiness. Securing a silver medal in a sprint dominated by black athletes was already a remarkable feat. But Huang Kaiwen is Huang Kaiwen. In his third confrontation with Bolt, he pinned the most dreamlike night. If he were not still at work, Yang Jian would have sprinted to the streets, raising his voice to the heavens, running to release his exuberance, indulge in a state of inebriation, experiencing the ephemeral bliss akin to a dream. Kevin. The retired Manchester United captain, now a commentator for Sky Sports, Gary Neville, has always been known for his eloquence and has garnered immense affection from the audience. Yet, in this moment, he metamorphoses into a parrot, incessantly calling out Kevin's name. The divine authority remains untouchable. One must not overstep boundaries. In the 100-meter race, Kevin exemplified the strength of Asia, reminding us once again of the paramount importance of determination. The Japanese athletes possess strength, yet they lack the courage to challenge authority. In moments of darkness, the yellow glow shines the brightest. There is no inherent athletic deficiency in any race. It is merely that the sun god has yet to turn his gaze toward sports. At Tokyo Television, the Japanese competitors are once more subjected to scrutiny. As long as Kevin does not retire, they will be compelled to endure comparisons with him. Enthusiastic fans online have already called for the swift release of a new photo book. Kevin. Claudelli runs wildly in the studio, shouting Kevin's name. He suddenly rushes to the microphone, exclaiming, "Tell me, who is the greatest athlete in the universe? When you question Kevin's multitude of entries, have you considered that your limits may not be his?" When Kevin is resolute, he shatters records in a single attempt, even enhancing them by 0. For seconds. For the next 50 years. No one shall surpass his feats. In the preliminaries, he ranked first among all competitors. In the semifinals, he achieved the top score. In the finals, he made history. With the grace of autumn leaves swept by the wind, Kevin proclaims to the world that sprinting has entered the Kevin era. Enduring 117 injuries, including recurring meniscus and groin injuries, multiple concussions, and permanent hearing loss, Kevin still managed to etch records of 709 and 720 in archery, subsequently dominating the 100 meters with unparalleled prowess. Some assert that the theoretical fastest human speed in the 100 meters is 9:29 seconds. Whether it is 9:52 or 9:29 seconds, that merely reflects humanity's limits, not Kevin's. For him, flesh and blood are but burdens, devoid of physical constraints. It would not be surprising if Kevin were to achieve speeds beyond the third cosmic velocity. True gold may not always shine, a wayward sun may not be lost, and the resilient do not wither. Deeply rooted, they remain unafraid of harsh frosts. Amidst the gloom, red awakens, and light dances in the shadows. Broken blades shall be reforged, and the crownless shall return as kings. Claudelli adapted a poem from The Lord of the Rings to conclude today's events. Yet, the clamor of this world is far from over. The electronic screen has finally revealed the results for all. In lane 5, Kevin Huang from China recorded a reaction time of 0:117 seconds, finishing with a time of 9:52 seconds. In lane 8, Usain Bolt from Jamaica had a reaction time of 0:165 seconds, achieving a time of 9:55 seconds. In lane 3, Johan Blake, also from Jamaica, had a reaction time of 0:142 seconds, finishing in 9:74 seconds. In lane 7, Justin Gatlin from the United States recorded a reaction time of 0:179 seconds, finishing in 9:79 seconds. In lane 4, Tyson Gay from the United States had a reaction time of 0:144 seconds, with a time of 9:80 seconds. In lane 9, Ryan Bailey from the United States recorded a reaction time of 0:152 seconds, finishing in 9:88 seconds. In lane 2, Richard Thompson from Trinidad and Tobago had a reaction time of 0.141 seconds, finishing in 9.99 seconds. In lane 3, Asafa Powell from Jamaica recorded a reaction time of 0.134 seconds, but finished with a time of 11.88 seconds. At that moment, the world was astonished to discover that, aside from the injured Powell, every other athlete had completed the race in under 10 seconds, marking this as the most formidable 100-meter final in human history. Had it not been for Powell's muscle strain, all 8 competitors would have finished under 10 seconds. The top 2 runners broke the 9.6-second barrier, while even a time of 9.79 was insufficient for a podium finish, relegating those under 10 seconds to the bottom of their heats. With advancements in technology, records may continue to be shattered, yet it is unlikely that we will witness so many athletes achieving sub-10-second performances on the same track again. Kevin Huang, who triumphed over Bolt, secured the most prestigious gold medal. St. Kevin. After crossing the finish line, Huang ran a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Journalists on the sidelines rushed towards him, some standing on tiptoes, others crouching down, frantically capturing the moment. The 80,000 capacity London Bowl erupted in applause for Huang. Soon, this venue would become the home ground of West Ham United. The most dominant figure in football history had claimed victory in another sport within this arena. The victor on the football field remained victorious on the rubber track. In a competition more ruthless than football, Kevin Huang conquered the world. Lily embraced the young lady, while Kaka leaped up excitedly in front of the television, his arms around Paul, who immediately burst into tears. As he shook Paul, Kaka kicked his feet joyfully, exclaiming, "Look, that's Daddy." Arsene Wenger shook his head with a smile, reflecting on the bittersweet truth that some opportunities are fleeting. Abramovich teased Marina from the field, as Huang's remarkable performance further validated his discerning eye for talent. Inzaghi had fainted, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of happiness. Although he firmly believed that Huang would emerge victorious, he still struggled to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Joe Hart, in front of the television, was frantically tearing off his clothes, running around the room in his birthday suit. The media mocked him for being psychologically affected by Kevin, yet they failed to recognize who had truly expelled him from his mental struggles. The average person was hardly qualified to face the challenge posed by that number 10. Undoubtedly, the most exhilarating moment belonged to Buffon, whose mind surged with creativity, capable of composing several words every second. In nearly 30 seconds, he completed the content for tomorrow's column, fulfilling the long-held aspirations of Saradova. The two began to create a cacophony, oblivious to whether their neighbors would report them. At this juncture, the director's camera once again focused on His Majesty, as Vieira pressed against Inzaghi's chin. Upon seeing that familiar face on screen, Buffon's push-up movements quickened. As the final day of the month approached, a call for votes echoed. "Please support us." The night at the supermarket remained vibrant, with excitement radiating from commentators around the globe. The audience, a sea of joyous faces, filled the London Bowl, resembling a carnival atmosphere. Huang Kaiwen's 2 defeats to Bolt had heightened expectations for this match. Fortunately, Huang lived up to the anticipation, shattering records and claiming the gold medal. In the mixed zone, a British reporter exclaimed, "Congratulations on winning the race, Kevin," to which he replied with a smile, "Thank you." The reporter continued, "Some online commentators refer to your 9.52 seconds as one of the greatest moments in athletics history. What are your thoughts on that?" Huang shook his head, stating, "With the advancement of technology, training methods are continually evolving. If someone can break 9.97 seconds, then surely someone will break 9.52 seconds. I do not believe that a single record holds immense significance. It is better to discuss its greatness if it endures for a considerable time." The reporter pressed on, "What do you have to say about your good friend Filippo Inzaghi, who impersonated Simone Inzaghi and even deceived Ashley Cole?" Huang responded, "Though Filippo is not young, he possesses a youthful spirit. One cannot judge him with conventional standards. He remains a child at heart." The reporter chuckled along with him. During the Olympics, Inzaghi's news gained considerable attention. Milan is currently under the interim management of Cesare Maldini. The reporter inquired, "Will you commence the new season as both player and coach?" Huang replied, "At present, I cannot be certain, primarily due to the lack of a suitable coach. Milan desires Mr. Wenger, but he has a profound liking for the weather in London." Huang raised an eyebrow, prompting laughter from nearby reporters. This was a jest regarding Wenger's reluctance to leave Arsenal. especially considering his fondness for London's climate is rather implausible. As for Milan's coaching prospects, there truly aren't many suitable candidates. It would be unthinkable to directly invite Zidane to Milan, even if Zidane is not a youth coach. His illustrious legacy at Juventus does not align well with the current situation. Milan's current struggles have yet to prove how inadequate they truly are. Fans find it challenging to accept such choices, as this is inherently part of fan culture. If it were the three-time consecutive champion Zidane, perhaps the fans might be more receptive. The reporter continued, Inter Milan has made a staggering $1.2 billion offer for Bale. Do you think it will succeed? Huang responded, I do not know. However, this is a necessary phase. Previously, Manchester City contemplated acquiring Kaká. One must exhibit sufficient ambition to attract exceptional players. And I believe that Manchester City is not far from success. Inter Milan will also find triumph. After responding, Huang Kaiwen directly approached the national television reporter. Kaiwen, how did you find today's match? The reporter inquired, extending the microphone. I felt quite good, and the weather was rather favorable today, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Could you share with the audience what enables you to consistently win? The reporter pressed. Huang Kaiwen responded, It is not that I always win, but rather that I am always eager to win. I do not wish to overemphasize the power of mental fortitude, for competitive sports heavily rely on talent. When your innate abilities reach a certain threshold, determination and the thirst for victory become your fuel. This is my experience. How would you evaluate Bolt? The reporter asked. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. He is an exceptionally formidable opponent, and what is most daunting is that he still has room for improvement. He is also my greatest rival. Without you saying, I would not have achieved such remarkable results. The reporter intended to ask further, but someone had already alerted Huang Kaiwen regarding a urine test. Given that the American team did not secure any medals today, it was unsurprising that trouble would arise. Accompanied by officials from the Athletics Federation and the Olympic Committee, Huang Kaiwen proceeded to the restroom. Upon seeing two individuals clad in Jamaican uniforms, Huang Kaiwen burst into laughter. What a coincidence, Kevin. Bolt grinned widely. I suspect you are not genuinely happy, but rather relishing in my misfortune, Huang Kaiwen retorted with a hint of irritation. It is only fair that we both undergo the urine test, is it not? Bolt shrugged. John Blake, standing nearby, dared not speak, holding a small bottle uncertainly. Huang Kaiwen jested. Are you planning to give that cup to Usain? Is that his secret to speed? John Blake stifled a laugh. Bolt rolled his eyes and remarked, When it comes to the 200 meters, I will not be losing again. You had better not. Huang Kaiwen replied. Upon leaving the restroom, Huang Kaiwen learned that Inzaghi had been hospitalized. He decided to let the young lady and Lily return first while he visited Inzaghi at the hospital, St. Thomas Hospital. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback to find several others in the ward. Inzaghi had already regained consciousness and excitedly introduced, This is the chief royal magician, Duran Ashley. You know him. He is now the governor of Imperial London. Huang Kaiwen remarked, I did not expect that even in hospitalization, he remains focused on expanding his empire. At this rate, the number of members in Inzaghi's domain could surpass 100 during his lifetime. Hello, Kevin. Ashley Cole greeted with a smile. I saw in the newspaper that he has been playing alongside you under the guise of Simone. You were deceived. Why are you still associating with him? Huang Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. The match had concluded, and it was now evening. Ashley Cole should have been either out socializing or heading home. It's nothing. Although I was deceived, I find Filippo quite intriguing and enjoy spending time with him. Ashley Cole winked and added, Filippo is quite adept at conversing with the ladies. Huang Kaiwen cast a glance at Inzaghi, who nodded in acknowledgement. The man certainly possessed a face that commanded attention. However, Ashley Cole also had his own charm. Huang Kaiwen had often pondered how he managed to win over Cheryl, who, during their time together, was regarded as the nation's sweetheart and celebrated in magazines as one of the most beautiful women in the world. Dylan Vieira made a remark before departing the hospital room. Huang Kaiwen continued, How do you two communicate despite the language barrier? Inzaghi raised his phone and replied, Initially, we used translation apps on our phones, but it proved cumbersome. Therefore, we called Antonio. Although he was too timid to visit London, he participated in our escapades through the phone, enjoying himself even more than I did. Is this what they call virtual socializing? Or are you two merely indulging in frivolities? Cassano serves as our translator. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Huang Kaiwen said, standing up. I merely wanted to check if you were all right. I'm doing splendidly. Inzaghi proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You look quite dapper today. Huang Kaiwen retorted with a roll of his eyes. You're in a hospital. It's best to refrain from any antics. I won tea, I promise. Inzaghi waved dismissively. You say, I won tea, Filippo, won tea play around. Huang Kaiwen encouraged, recalling a humorous advertisement that made him burst into laughter, leaving Inzaghi and Ashley Cole bewildered. I must take my leave now, Huang Kaiwen stated. Although there's no match tomorrow, I still need to adjust my condition. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you to buy some supplies, Inzaghi offered. Huang Kaiwen eyed him and Cole suspiciously. We're not planning to sneak out for some fun. Are you? Certainly not. Inzaghi shook his head. I simply wish to visit the supermarket. You know how dreadful British cuisine can be. If I don't procure something edible, I fear I shan't survive until tomorrow. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, acknowledging the truth in his words. British food indeed languished at the lower end of the culinary hierarchy in Europe, with Italian and French cuisines being far more esteemed. Let us go then. The supermarket is likely closing soon, Huang Kaiwen remarked. He had noticed an Asda downstairs, which typically closed around 10. Coincidentally, he also intended to purchase some items to enhance his stamina. We're closing soon, a staff member said impatiently. That's me. Ashley Cole declared proudly. The staff member, glancing over while organizing, remarked, I'm a West Ham fan. Good heavens, Kevin. Ashley Cole appeared crestfallen. We'll just grab a few items and be on our way, Huang Kaiwen assured. The staff member eagerly nodded and took a photo of Huang Kaiwen standing nearby, immediately dialing a number, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, Mom, you won't believe it. I just met Kevin. Several individuals continued to shop within the supermarket. Inzaghi muttered, I want to select some Italian imported snacks. The British are utterly clueless about food, their only criterion being if it's swallowable. If you utter such sentiments on the street, you might just find yourself in a spot of trouble, Huang Kaiwen replied. I would never be foolish enough to proclaim such things on the street. Inzaghi casually tossed a box of damori into the shopping cart. Ashley Cole, somewhat taken aback, remarked, As a player, shouldn't you refrain from indulging in chocolate? Inzaghi replied, When you reach my age, such concerns become trivial. He glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who could only helplessly translate. As they strolled through the supermarket, the lights suddenly extinguished. Huang Kaiwen immediately shouted, Hey, there's still someone here. Ashley Cole had already dashed outside, pounding on the door with fervor. The heavy bulletproof glass had been securely locked. A frustrated Cole exclaimed, Damn it, I knew that West Ham fan was up to no good. He deliberately trapped us here. Huang Kaiwen remained silent. When Cole returned, he said, They probably forgot, and the others locked the door. What shall we do? Inzaghi inquired. Call the police. We should be out of here soon, Huang Kaiwen suggested. The authorities in Scotland Yard should respond swiftly, Inzaghi shrugged. My phone is at the hospital. Don't look at me. I gave my phone to Lily during the match. Huang Kaiwen added. The two turned their attention to Ashley Cole. Cole fished out his phone and pressed the power button vigorously. Once it powered on, he hesitated before speaking. I was chatting with a girl on Facebook, so my phone's dead. Damn it, this is the first time I've spent the night in a supermarket. Inzaghi kicked a shelf in frustration. Let us search for a power switch. It should be in a room against the wall, Huang Kaiwen suggested. At least tonight we can freely choose whatever we like from the supermarket. I had always dreamed of this as a child, and now it has come true. Indeed. Ashley Cole responded with a hint of excitement. Though he was quite affluent, the thought of everything in the supermarket being free thrilled him. You always have a way. Inzaghi remarked. We can't just sit here and complain, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. They wouldn't cause much trouble, and they could simply pay with a card in the morning. Thus, the primary aim was to uplift the spirits of these two gentlemen. Huang Kaiwen disliked listening to incessant complaints, as it dampened his mood. Since they couldn't leave for the time being, it was better to think positively. Cole found the power switch, and with the lights restored, the three of them felt invigorated. Inzaghi rushed to the service desk, microphone in hand, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate Lord Ashley Cole's appointment as the Governor of London for the Holy Roman Empire, all goods today are free. Long live the Emperor, always so cheerful, Huang Kaiwen observed, pulling a beach chair into the appliance section and turning on the television to watch the news. On the screen, Podolski was proudly holding up an Arsenal jersey. The professor had indeed brought Prince Poldi to London, and at a rather lucrative salary. Podolski, aside from his time at his home club Cologne, had not made a particularly notable impression at the club. The data regarding goals and assists is commendable. However, In contrast to the expectations of the fans, he consistently fails to exhibit the same level of performance in crucial matches as he does with the national team. The professor, having generously offered such a high salary, undoubtedly anticipates that he will score more goals than Higuain. Yet, Huang Kaiwen believes the professor is destined for disappointment. Shortly thereafter, an interview with Bolt aired on television, in which he remarked, "I have long asserted that Kevin would pose challenges for me. He is an exceptionally talented athlete, having proven himself in multiple arenas. Kevin's reaction speed is remarkably swift, and his explosive power is formidable. Competing against him presents a challenge, but I relish every moment. I consistently perform at my best when encountering Kevin." Ashley Cole approached, balancing a tray, which he placed on the small table beside Huang Kaiwen. He also pulled up a beach chair, donned his sunglasses, and said, "There's nothing particularly high-end to drink here. I just grabbed some chivas. I also prepared a bit of potato chips in the machine. Would you like some?" "Oh, never mind. I need to maintain my physical condition lately." Huang Kaiwen declined with a smile. Inzaghi whizzed by on a skateboard, calling out, "Hey, you should give it a try. I feel fantastic. Red Bull might sponsor me." Huang Kaiwen retorted, "You must switch your venue from the supermarket to the canopy of St. Kevin's Stadium. With your current level, you really think Red Bull will sponsor you? You must dare to push your limits for them to invest." Inzaghi skated back, saying, "I used to jump down from the upper floors." Huang Kaiwen mused that if Inzaghi hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about the high priest skill. With more individuals now meeting the criteria for a relationship with him, Huang Kaiwen hesitated to use the high priest lightly. Contemplating this, Huang Kaiwen activated the system and was astonished to find interception notifications. Ding! Successfully intercepted Mauro Naples' individual archery championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Ding! Successfully intercepted Usain Bolt's 100-meter championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Characteristic, legendary figure, Naples, as a prominent member of the Nera group. Many of Mauro Naples' perspectives resonate with the fans. Possessing this characteristic will facilitate stirring fan emotions, requiring careful expression. TSK, Huang Kaiwen mused, "Even if I retire, I want to be akin to a Manchester United legend. This skill holds little utility for me. If bestowed upon Scholes or Neville, they would instantly become the ultimate champions." Characteristic, corrective restoration, Bolt, despite being born with scoliosis and flat feet, overcame all adversities. This skill ensures that any congenital ailments affecting you or your descendants will naturally correct defective organs as they grow, guiding physical development toward a theoretically perfect state. Wow, that's incredibly powerful, Huang Kaiwen marveled. Truly worthy of Bolt. Many traits are linked to genetics. Some individuals, regardless of how well they care for their teeth, need to visit the dentist frequently. Bolt's characteristic effectively conquers DNA defects. This is something that cannot be exchanged for any sum of money. This marks his most notable characteristic since the Golden Prison Award. I should inquire whether Bolt, after being deceived, secured insurance for his parents. If he did not, the King of Yellow Balls shall gift them a lifetime insurance policy. Restless, Inzaghi pulled Ashley Cole along to strike poses with their beverages. In high spirits, Huang Kaiwen discovered a new gaming console and casually picked up a copy of Resident Evil 4. This installment is quite classic, transitioning from traditional horror to an action-oriented game. With a remarkable enhancement in graphics. Beyond core adventures and puzzles, it boasts a plethora of hidden treasures and bounty tasks, enriched by a monetary system that amplifies gameplay. It is an exceedingly engaging game, a hallmark of early Cabby's attractions. As Huang Kaiwen immersed himself in the game, he was oblivious to the commotion caused by Inzaghi and Ashley Cole until he decided to check. Upon glancing over, he saw the two creating architectural shapes with their drinks. Oddly, both were raising their hands, and a figure stood before them. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen grasped the situation and approached stealthily. Both individuals noticed Huang Kaiwen behind the assailant. Inzaghi immediately averted his gaze to the ceiling, but Cole's attention inadvertently caught the intruder's notice. At the moment the intruder turned, Huang Kaiwen swiftly advanced, executing a sidekick that struck the assailant's hand with force. The weapon flew far from the intruder's grasp, who then collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. "What happened?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I don't know. He suddenly entered with a gun. Presumably having pried open the door to the rear warehouse," Ashley Cole explained. "Did you charge your phone?" Huang Kaiwen asked. Ashley Cole quickly shook his head. Huang Kaiwen bent down to search the assailant, but found no phone. leading him to say, Ashley, you go to the hospital and call the police. Filippo, go fetch that roll of tape and bind him. And what about you? Inzaghi asked. I shall remain here to supervise you, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Inzaghi rolled his eyes but swiftly set off to find the tape. The assailant's actions had unnerved him. He had only faced a gun threat twice in his life. The last time during a treasure hunt in North Africa. He was not accustomed to such encounters, given his relatively comfortable upbringing. Although some countries do not prohibit firearms, affluent families often shy away from them. In Italy, for instance, gun ownership is not entirely banned. One must acquire them through legal channels, permissible solely for self-defense, hunting, or collection. Inzaghi quickly returned with tape and bound the assailant's hands behind his back. Fearing further complications, he also secured the intruder's feet. Shortly thereafter, Cole arrived with security from the hospital. The speed of the Scottish police today was commendable. Within half an hour, they had cordoned off the entire supermarket. Inzaghi swallowed hard and asked, Have we apprehended a terrorist? Who knows? Huang Kaiwen shrugged. The first to enter was an assistant commissioner of police. He approached Huang Kaiwen directly and said, I am Assistant Commissioner Charlie Bowles. I sincerely apologize for any distress caused, Kaiwen. We will provide you with answers regarding today's events. What distress? Huang Kaiwen retorted. It was a group of officers who unraveled the criminal's motives and successfully apprehended the perpetrator while rescuing the three of us trapped in the supermarket. A smile immediately appeared on Assistant Commissioner Bowles' face as he extended his hand to shake Huang Kaiwen's. Without the assistance of concerned citizens, we would not have been able to apprehend this nefarious criminal so swiftly. I no longer reside in London, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. That is of no consequence. We all consider you a part of London, Bowles responded, grinning. He waved to summon two officers, instructing, Please escort Kaiwen and his friends back to rest. Huang Kaiwen did not decline the offer. Although it was a bit late, at least he would not have to spend the night in the supermarket. What about our expenses at the supermarket? Ashley Cole inquired. The Scotland Yard will handle the aftermath, Bowles assured. Today, Huang Kaiwen had rendered a significant favor. Otherwise, during the London Olympics, three renowned athletes facing such an incident would place considerable pressure on Scotland Yard. Those politicians would certainly seize the opportunity to criticize. Such matters could tarnish the image of Britain. However, after Huang Kaiwen's explanation, it became clear that they bore no fault and had, in fact, accomplished a great service. As Huang Kaiwen exited the vehicle, the driving officer handed him a business card, stating, This is Mr. Bowles' private contact information. Huang Kaiwen promptly tucked it into his pocket and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much for driving me back at such a late hour. Please hold on a moment. Hearing the sound of the car stopping, the old steward re-entered the house. When he emerged, he was holding a set of archery equipment. Huang Kaiwen handed it to the officer, saying, Just a small token of appreciation. Please do not refuse. The officer expressed his thanks before departing with the items. Madam and Miss Collins are still awake, Albert remarked. It must be 2 o'clock. How absurd, Huang Kaiwen chided with a chuckle. You should return to rest. It must be tiring to stay up this late. Albert did not inquire further and simply returned to his quarters. As soon as Huang Kaiwen entered the house, Lily leaped into his arms. After settling Lily onto the sofa, he recounted the evening's events to both of them. My goodness, how terrifying, Lily exclaimed, covering her mouth. The young lady nodded, saying, I did not expect London's safety to be so poor. Perhaps it's due to the influx of tourists during this period, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Some individuals might be inclined to take advantage of the situation, and we just happened to cross paths with them. Next time we go out, we should definitely bring Meow. The young lady remarked, her voice tinged with apprehension. I do not wish for you to encounter danger. Isn't that so? Don't you want Paul to have a father? Lily asked with a smile. The young lady delivered a sharp slap to her companion before remarking, I had completely forgotten about this matter. Just the other day, I mentioned to Ricardo that I would call Paul every day. Huang Kaiwen interjected. Lily chuckled. Poor Paul, merely 2 months old. And he has already been forgotten countless times. The young lady leapt forward, engaging in playful banter with her. All right, Huang Kaiwen urged. Even if there are no matches during the day, we must ensure we rest early. Lily shot a challenging glance at the young lady, likely anticipating a night filled with pleas for mercy. The following noon, when Huang Kaiwen arose, Albert had already prepared lunch. The elderly butler always waited for his return before resting, yet somehow managed to rise even earlier, appearing quite sprightly. Huang Kaiwen was curious about his secret. Upon opening the Times, he discovered reports from the previous day. The headline regarding the King of Yellow had vanished. A spokesperson from Scotland Yard announced, "We identified a suspicious individual and opted not to act immediately to draw out his accomplices. However, complications arose during the apprehension, allowing the suspect to escape. Fortunately, Kevin and Ashley Cole, who were visiting Inzaghi, assisted us in capturing him. After interrogation, the man named Andrew Bolton, unemployed and in cahoots with his friend Lee Moore, had intended to steal athletes' belongings during the Olympics. Lacking funds for tools, they devised a plan to rob a supermarket, but their actions were delayed due to Lee's intoxication. With Kevin's cooperation, Scotland Yard successfully thwarted this nascent criminal endeavor. Scotland Yard remains a bastion of safety for London's citizens, and this year, we plan to allocate additional funds to enhance the mobility of the police force, aiming to eradicate crime in its infancy." In the second section, Huang Kaiwen came across news of his record-breaking achievement. In the third section, he was taken aback by an unexpected revelation. Bolt's running shoes had previously suffered damage to their spikes, yet sponsors promptly provided him with a new pair. Such incidents are not uncommon on the track. Huang Kaiwen speculated that Americans were most likely responsible. As he continued reading, he was surprised to find that the Sun had accurately uncovered the truth behind the supermarket incident, leaving him to wonder about their investigative prowess. The Telegraph proclaimed, "Kevin has created the greatest miracle in human history. A record of 9:52 seconds is utterly unbreakable." The Financial Times reported, due to Kevin's outstanding performance during the Olympics, his tea sales have surged. According to expert estimates, he stands to earn over $1.4 billion during this period. Huang Kaiwen grimaced, finding the British fixation on his wealth rather tiresome. As he prepared to eat, Albert remarked, "Sir, both the police commissioner and Mayor Bowles have called, wishing to invite you to dinner, seemingly to bestow upon you the title of honorary citizen. Liverpool has proven formidable even without Sulla, truly impressive." The chapter concludes. Huang Kaiwen stood by the window and noticed an increasing number of reporters at his doorstep. The British have an insatiable curiosity about others' privacy. It seems that every few days, a live broadcast vehicle appears outside his home. The breaking of Bolt's record was indeed a significant event, and with the morning statements from the police department, Huang, the king of the ball, had once again become the person of highest news value. Under such circumstances, venturing outside was hardly feasible. Huang Kaiwen picked up the Sun newspaper and continued to enjoy the third page. The Olympics has its rankings, and the Sun had also compiled a list of the top 10 female figures from the third page. Many were from an earlier time, as the advent of the digital age had severely impacted print media. Among them, Geely Hazel was undoubtedly the most appealing, while as for Jordan, he simply did not align with Huang Kaiwen's aesthetic. When Huang Kaiwen turned on the television, he caught the men's singles final in table tennis. The gambling king from Myanmar demonstrated considerable skill, triumphing over Wang Hao with a score of 4-1 to secure the gold medal. In Huang Kaiwen's memory, this gold medal had always been a stronghold for the Chinese team. As a child, when he turned on the television, it was either table tennis or volleyball, sports his family enjoyed watching. However, Huang Kaiwen was different. He preferred rhythmic gymnastics, triple jump, pole vaulting, and curling among other sports. After the young lady rose, the television was broadcasting American gymnastics all-around champion Douglas defeating Komova to claim victory, albeit with the national flag falling. She directly sat beside Huang Kaiwen and asked, "Why haven't you gone out for training?" "Yesterday's training was sufficient," he replied, wrapping his arm around her and inquiring, "Is Lily still asleep?" "Probably until evening," she mischievously remarked. As the two sat on the sofa watching television, Huang Kaiwen's phone rang. "Sir Mackerley?" Upon hearing the self-introduction, Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Yes, I am Mark. Can we have dinner together tonight, Kaiwen?" asked the Scottish venue director on the other end of the line. "No problem. There are no competitions today," Huang Kaiwen responded. The other party promptly suggested a time. "Is something happening?" the young lady asked. "Yes, the Scottish venue director and the mayor of London have invited me to dinner. Would you like to join?" Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. "Forget it. If Lily stays home alone, she will be upset," the young lady replied, pulling Huang Kaiwen upstairs to change clothes. For formal occasions, one must dress appropriately. After changing, Huang Kaiwen watched a fencing match before departing in Neo's car. The meeting point was in West London, encompassing the Mayfair commercial district, which includes Regent Street and Piccadilly Street, where there was a well-known Chinese restaurant named Hakkasan. This establishment opened after Huang Kaiwen transferred from Chelsea. Previously, he had visited another restaurant with his teammates. How shall I put it? The restaurant is located underground, with very narrow stairs, and both sides are adorned with red brick walls to create an air of mystery, reminiscent of the Chinese essence found in foreign films from the 1980s. One could grasp the ambience by looking at the casino designs in Rush Hour 2. Those movies often featured various dragons, and there might even be a singer on stage crooning Night Shanghai. However, the newly opened establishment exudes a significantly more refined atmosphere. After a brief conversation with the waiter, Huang Kaiwen was guided into a private room. As public figures, it was deemed inappropriate for the three of them to discuss matters in the main hall. Boris and Sir Mark Rowley were already seated there. Sir Mark Rowley greeted them with a smile. "Please, have a seat. We have already ordered several dishes. Do take a look at the menu and see what you would like." Huang Kaiwen casually selected 2 dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, Mark Rowley raised his glass and expressed, "We are immensely grateful for your support of the Scottish venue. Your assistance in this matter has been invaluable." "It is a testament to the excellent management of the Scottish venue," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Even though he no longer played football in London, he and Ramos still owned property there. The young lady frequently traveled to London for business, and forging connections with influential individuals was undoubtedly advantageous. "In any case, I must express my gratitude to you, Kevin," Sir Mark Rowley continued. "I have heard that Sir Rowley enjoys horseback riding?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Indeed. Though my work keeps me quite busy, I often watch horse racing events," Sir Mark Rowley replied in a low voice. "I wagered 100 on your victory. I assure you, I will not let you down." Huang Kaiwen nodded in response. At that moment, Boris interjected, "Previously, you saved many individuals, and we had proposed to bestow upon you the honor of becoming an honorary citizen of London. However, due to the election period, we could not proceed. This time, we are prepared to present you with this title before the equestrian competition." "Thank you very much," Huang Kaiwen said gratefully. Boris, with his tousled hair, projected an impression that, while perhaps unfair, could lead one to question his mental state. Once the dishes arrived, the conversation shifted towards culinary topics. The dishes were predominantly sweet, which Huang Kaiwen found somewhat unaccustomed to. On August 3rd, Huang Kaiwen, accompanied by the young lady and Lily, arrived at the London City Hall. Situated near Tower Bridge along the Thames, the architectural style was remarkably distinctive. To emphasize transparency and governance, the exterior featured extensive glass, allowing citizens to observe the inner workings. Additionally, there was an open square suitable for hosting various large-scale events. As the trio disembarked, they were immediately besieged by reporters. "Kevin, some claim your 9.52 seconds was aided by wind speed. What are your thoughts? Others say your participation in equestrian events is irresponsible due to your height compared to other competitors. Is that true? Could you elaborate on the specifics of that day? Were you indeed trapped in the supermarket? It is said that Arsene Wenger is close to signing with AC Milan. Is that accurate?" Ramos brusquely pushed past the reporters as Huang Kaiwen entered the city hall. Upon stepping into the auditorium, he recognized several familiar faces. The owners and coaches of London's football clubs were already present, likely considering Huang Kaiwen's background as a player. Upon ascending to the heavens, Boris exuberantly proclaimed, "2 years ago, we possessed the finest player in the world. He is a renowned author, painter, and philanthropist. He has successfully rescued over 30 families, and recently, he assisted the Scottish authorities in unraveling a heinous crime targeting Olympic athletes." After deliberation in the town hall, "We have decided to confer upon our friend Kevin the honorary citizenship of the City of London." Amidst the applause, Kevin took the stage and received the certificate of freedom from Boris's hands. Standing before the majestic facade of the Macon Wind, Kevin expressed, "The solemn and esteemed title of honorary citizen of the City of London can be traced back to 1237, a privilege for those engaged in commerce, which has now evolved into an honorary distinction. Such an accolade serves as a motivation for me, compelling me to strive to be a better person, one who is beneficial to the populace." As Kevin descended the stage to warm applause, he made his way over to greet Abramovich, who was equally active during the London Olympics, relishing opportunities to appear at various events, a means of self-preservation. Abramovich chuckled during the London Olympics. "Your presence in the news was overwhelming. It would be a rarity to find a day without your visage in the papers." "I did not intend for it to be so," Kevin shrugged. "There were simply too many reporters at my doorstep. Even taking out the trash made headlines. Recently, Inter Milan has set their sights on Chelsea, They are keen to acquire John. Abramovich feigned a complaint. Perhaps they seek to enhance their allure with a few marquee players. Kevin remarked. Inter's acquisitions in recent years have been commendable, yet they seem to lack a certain spark. Before leaving Real Madrid, Sneijder's situation was dire, and Eto'o was merely a secondary option. They have never signed any pivotal star players from prestigious clubs. They likely wish to demonstrate the club's appeal, thus targeting Terry. At 32, playing in Serie A should pose no issue for him, even if he cannot perform in his final year. The dual captaincy of England and Chelsea still carries significant weight, showcasing Inter's determination to other players. Kevin found their choice of target to be astute, noting that Abramovich is indeed strategic with his expenditures. Abramovich shook his head in resignation. We have already declined a bid of €60 million. John himself never anticipated that at 32, he would be valued so highly. The current football market bubble is not as inflated. 60 million could nearly secure 2 first-team caliber players from elite clubs. Shall we bring John to Milan? Kevin inquired mischievously. Let us not entertain that thought. He is a symbol of Chelsea, Abramovich replied with a smile. The price is appealing, but that is Terry we're discussing. Following his divorce, Abramovich had incurred significant financial losses, yet he was unwilling to recoup them in this manner. Long time no see, Kevin. The professor greeted him warmly. Indeed. It has been a while. Just moments ago, a reporter inquired if you were the new coach of Milan. Arsene, Kevin responded. If you had invited me sooner, I might have accepted, the professor jested. Then how about I invite you to coach Milan next season? Kevin proposed. Since the professor's contract with Arsenal was last renewed until 2013, he was momentarily taken aback. What initially seemed a jest was met with earnestness from Huang Kaiwen. The prospect of coaching AC Milan was indeed quite alluring for him. He had previously declined an invitation from Real Madrid after considerable contemplation. At this moment, AC Milan appeared far more enticing than Real Madrid did 7 years ago. Milan boasted a president who refrained from meddling in tactical decisions and fans who did not throw white handkerchiefs in frustration. The pressure of coaching was somewhat alleviated, and the authority of the head coach was greater than that at Real Madrid. Most importantly, AC Milan possessed a formidable lineup, and Huang Kaiwen was part of it. Among the starting players were many he had once aspired to sign. Observing the professor's reaction, Huang Kaiwen smiled and said, "Think it over. There's plenty of time. Let us reconnect at the end of the season." Without giving the professor a chance to decline, he turned and approached Miss and Lily. The two were engaged in conversation with Kate Middleton. Huang Kaiwen bent down to grasp Kate's hand, prompting William to rush over with a playful reprimand. "Are you doing this on purpose? Isn't this a matter of etiquette?" Huang Kaiwen shrugged and replied, "But you never used to perform the hand-kissing gesture." William countered, "That's because I heard some Brits learn from Indians and use their hands in the restroom." Both William and Kate wore expressions of exasperation, with Kate remarking, "If you were just a tad louder, you'd instantly become the least popular person today." "That's precisely why I wouldn't say it publicly," Huang Kaiwen winked. "You wouldn't betray me, would you?" "Of course not." William inquired, "Can you win a medal in the equestrian competition? Are you betting against me?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Not at all," William candidly replied. "Your physique may pose a challenge for the horse, so I'm uncertain if you can clinch the championship." "I'm not sure either, but I will give it my all," Huang Kaiwen declared. "Then good luck. My grandmother will also be at Greenwich to watch the competition," William said. After exchanging a few more words, Huang Kaiwen, the lady, and Lily departed. A day later, Huang Kaiwen finally faced the obstacle course finals in equestrianism. The competition was divided into 2 groups, with the top 3 competitors earning medals. Equestrian sports were immensely popular in Britain, and tickets for this event were among the most sought after by local spectators. Good evening, everyone. We are about to bring you the broadcast of the 2012 London Olympic Games equestrian finals, announced Kai Meng, who was joined by Su Xiaomei, his wife. They had commentated on various sports, including table tennis, badminton, boxing, and equestrianism. Kai Meng smiled and remarked, "The highlight of today will undoubtedly be our athlete Huang Kaiwen. His athletic prowess is beyond question. However, some mainstream European media remain skeptical, primarily due to his stature. Equestrian athletes typically stand around 1.7 meters tall, while Huang Kaiwen is 1.88 meters, making it quite challenging for him to secure a top 3 finish." Su Xiaomei nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Huang Kaiwen's weight and height do not confer an advantage in equestrian competitions. The frontrunners for the championship this time are several German competitors, who secured a silver medal in the team event 4 years ago in Yanjing. The prowess of these riders is formidable, particularly that of Marcus Enning, a 2-time world champion. It is true that equestrian events largely depend on the horse, and while there is no dispute regarding Huang Kaiwen, we are concerned about his decision to change horses before the competition. Currently, his competition mount is an 8-year-old Hanoverian named Sang Biao, a name reminiscent of certain film characters. This horse was previously used by the German mounted police, known for their robust stature, which may have influenced Huang Kaiwen's choice. As we observe the arena, it comprises 15 obstacles, and competitors must guide their horses over these barriers in a prescribed order. The heights of the obstacles range from 1.2 to 1.65 meters. Notably, these obstacles are designed with distinct British characteristics, resembling double-decker buses, the Tower of London, or 2 knights brandishing lances. The rules for determining the outcome of the competition are straightforward. Each time a rail is knocked down, the rider incurs a penalty of 4 points. A refusal to jump or non-compliance results in a 3-point penalty, while the first fall incurs an 8-point penalty. Exceeding the time limit results in a deduction of 1 point for every 4 seconds over, with any duration less than 4 seconds counted as 4 seconds. A second fall, or 3 refusals to jump, will disqualify the competitor. Thus, it is imperative for riders to meticulously plan their optimal route while maintaining control over their horses. Any hesitation from the rider may lead to the horse refusing to jump. The 3 commentators elaborated on the situation at the Greenwich Racecourse, which is divided into 2 sections. One area serves as a warm-up space featuring simple obstacles for the horses and riders preparing to compete, while the larger section, enclosed by grandstands, is designated for the competition. Huang Kaiwen's turn to compete is positioned centrally, allowing him to remain unhurried, even foregoing warm-ups. However, he is busier than those preparing for their events. Riders from the Netherlands, Italy, Brazil, and even Argentina gather around him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celebrity autograph session. Dutch rider Jacco Schroeder commented, "I watched your preliminaries, Kaiwen. That horse of yours is truly impressive. Indeed, it has brought me to the Allianz." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Mikan from Mexico interjected, "I once thought you could only clinch the archery championship. I never imagined even Bolt couldn't surpass you." "Fool, what is Bolt?" Jacco Schroeder replied, referring to the fastest man on earth. "A bet. It's time to prepare," a member of the Mexican coaching staff called out, prompting Mikan to reluctantly depart. Approximately 20 minutes later, Jacco Schroeder also commenced his competition. At this moment, we see the Dutch competitor navigate successfully over the first obstacle, the double-decker bus, as the timer begins. The route for the competition has been meticulously crafted by the coaching staff, ensuring that each rider follows a similar path, all opting for the shortest route. Competitors eligible for the Olympics are unlikely to encounter errors in horse control. A horse's rhythm remains unaffected while in motion, and the rider's powerful leg cues instill confidence in the equine partner as they prepare to jump. These are fundamental techniques for elite equestrians. The elimination rules are difficult to apply at this stage. Schroeder performed admirably, completing his final jump in a time of 79.52 seconds, without any rails down or penalties, making him the most outstanding among the current top 16 competitors. Upon returning to the warm-up area, his beaming smile was undeniable. Kaiwen Huang noticed a troubling issue. There were no black competitors in this sport. Equestrian practices often require substantial financial backing, coupled with low return rates, rendering it a pursuit primarily for the affluent. For instance, in this Olympic Games, the prize for winning is 170,000, while top-tier competition horses can range from hundreds to millions of euros. The expense of purchasing and training a horse often outweighs the financial rewards of victory, which barely covers the cost of a horse's leg. Unlike Formula One, where success can attract exorbitant sponsorships, the return on investment in equestrian sports is disappointingly low. American competitor Richie Phelps mockingly exclaimed, "The competition is only halfway through. Do you really think you've won?" Jacob Schroeder, visibly irritated, raised his middle finger in response. After handing his horse over to the coaching staff, he sat beside Kaiwen Huang and remarked, "He never outran me in the preliminaries, yet he keeps talking like this." There is an undeniable air of superiority about Americans. Huang chuckled indeed. Schroeder nodded, adding, "They love to ridicule others' English accents while adoring the London dialect. What a bunch of simpletons." Schroeder did not lower his voice, and many nearby athletes joined in hearty laughter, as Americans can sometimes be quite insufferable. Mikan, who had already finished competing, chimed in. And they are always munching on snacks, clutching sodas and popcorn, consuming them incessantly. Even while walking, they clutch their Snapple or Starbucks. They cannot tolerate outside opinions. Yes, they enjoy declaring that you're not a local and have no right to speak, he continued. Americans are quite loud. They are as obnoxious as the Koreans. Huang, remaining silent, merely stifled a laugh, which earned him a scowl from the American coaching staff. This cannot solely be blamed on Kaiwen Huang. After all, aren't Americans often the ones who provoke so many? Richie Phelps seemed poised to respond, but Huang interjected, pointing at him. Buddy, stop talking. Your horse is gone. Phelps' horse had bolted, and the warm-up area erupted with gloating laughter. Warm up, Kaiwen. It's your turn, the team leader reminded him. Huang pushed himself up from the concrete ground, dusting off his trousers, and strode toward his Hanoverian mount. This horse was indeed exceptional. Previously, he had participated in a chase with a German cab driver, making it all the way to the Allianz Arena. There were no concerns regarding endurance or speed. The young lady, however, was worried about the horse's lack of control. Previously, he could not stop at Allianz, and this time he would compete before tens of thousands. During this period, Huang Kaiwen's equestrian training has primarily focused here, hoping to acclimate Sang Biao to the noisy environment and direct his energy towards jumping obstacles. His performance during training has been commendable, yet the true test will unfold during the competition. Riding Sang Biao, Huang Kaiwen circled along the outer side of Greenwich Racecourse to the entrance on the west. Clad in a striking red riding outfit, he instantly captured the attention of the fans. The DJ at the venue exuberantly announced, "And now, we welcome the King of London, Sir Kevin, who once valiantly saved over 30 families, bringing countless honors to London on the green field." The atmosphere at Greenwich Racecourse erupted in excitement. Sang Biao appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Huang Kaiwen to exert pressure with his legs and tighten the reins. Within 2 seconds, the horse's demeanor improved considerably. As a mount for the mounted police, its stability was relatively assured. Huang Kaiwen waved to the stands, using his legs to control Sang Biao as they began to gallop, preparing to leap over the first obstacle. The initial barrier was modest in height and width, merely a standard wooden jump, a little over 3 meters from a double-decker bus. Huang Kaiwen nudged with his right foot, and Sang Biao accelerated, its hooves propelling them forward. With a slight lean, Huang Kaiwen coordinated perfectly, allowing Sang Biao to clear the obstacle successfully. They proceeded to the next jump seamlessly. Following was a series of high-low bars. While the height was fairly standard at 14 meters, the width posed a challenge for the horse's judgment. Beautifully executed, they cleared it. Shortly after, they navigated through another set of double-bar obstacles. At this point, Sang Biao approached the clock tower, the tallest of all barriers. The challenge intensified, as completing this jump led into 2 consecutive obstacles without ample sprinting space, demanding considerable strength from the horse. This was a primary reason for skepticism regarding Huang Kaiwen's performance. His height and weight posed a greater burden on the horse compared to those around 1.7 meters tall. Even if the horse cleared the jumps without knocking poles, it might still affect their speed. Su Xiaomei noted, "We observe that the competitors hardly slowed down. This is due to the competition regulations requiring the horse to maintain a speed of 375 meters per minute, with a requirement of completing all 15 obstacles within 80 seconds. After accelerating, Sang Biao successfully cleared the 165-meter clock tower. Continuing to gain speed, it propelled itself over the first set of obstacles. They then directly jumped over the second barrier, eliciting a round of applause from the audience. Huang Kaiwen quickly tightened his grip on the horse's belly, urging Sang Biao to maintain its pace. "Impressive," remarked Coach Zhang. The difficulty of the last 3 obstacles lay in the lack of sufficient sprinting space. And after clearing the clock tower, they faced 2 sets of barriers. The first set spanned 16 meters in width, while the second returned to standard obstacles of the same color, making it easy for both horse and rider to misjudge. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen and Sang Biao navigated through successfully. Indeed, this set of obstacles exhibits a clear intent to mislead. In the subsequent 2 sets, as the horse, Sang Biao, galloped uncontrollably at a swift pace, Huang Kaiwen completed the course almost without pause. At this juncture, the event was already past the halfway mark. Following this were 3 consecutive sets of identical obstacles, with the first set featuring a standard width, while the latter 2 expanded to 80 centimeters. Previously, a competitor had inadvertently knocked down a rail while attempting the second set. Thus Huang Kaiwen needed to remain vigilant. Here it comes. Jump. And again, an impressive triple jump. Huang Kaiwen and Sang Biao managed to achieve a remarkable time, prompting some spectators to rise in excitement. After landing, Sang Biao did not decelerate but continued to gallop furiously with Huang Kaiwen aboard. This creature displayed a surprising degree of empathy. Even after being startled, it did not forget its duty. Huang Kaiwen resolved that should he secure the gold medal this time, he would allow Sang Biao to retire comfortably at home, perhaps even find it a couple of companions. In the stands, William tightened his grip on Kate's hand. He had always harbored a fondness for equestrian pursuits, albeit with limited skill. Kate whispered words of reassurance. It's all right. Kaiwen will surely triumph. No, I fear his victory. William lamented. I place my bets on others. If he wins, won't he that make me look foolish? The next set of obstacles took on a sailing boat design, with white rails painted black in the center, intended to disorient the horses. Horses primarily perceived blue and yellow, along with the gray tones between these colors. The stark contrast of black and white can still disrupt a horse's vision to some extent. Moreover, the height of the obstacles had also been elevated. Huang Kaiwen sensed Sang Biao's heightened emotions, clenching his legs tightly, and then leaned forward. Sang Biao decisively accelerated and leapt, successfully clearing the obstacle without touching the rail. Saint Kaiwen! Saint Kaiwen! Saint Kaiwen! A few cheers erupted from the crowd, while the majority of the audience remained cautious not to agitate the horses. Huang Kaiwen exhaled in relief. The advice from his coach and fellow competitors had been consistent. Under no circumstances should your confidence waver. Equestrian events are highly sensitive to the rider's emotions. Any hint of hesitation could lead to a refusal to perform. Finally, there were 2 sets of riders' poles, with the second set having an increased width. This was the final stretch. Huang Kaiwen gripped the horse's belly firmly. After accelerating, Sang Biao soared over the first pole, maintaining speed and accelerating once more. Cleared. The pair galloped a few paces before the timer finally halted. 77, 56 seconds, 77, 56 seconds. Huang Kaiwen had recorded the shortest time among all 23 competitors who had completed the event. Kai Meng exclaimed with excitement, I cannot predict what will happen next. But with this performance, Huang Kaiwen should undoubtedly secure a medal. Our equestrian program began relatively late, yet for today's audience, this is a stroke of luck. We may witness the nation's equestrian medal breakthrough from 0 to 1. Huang Kaiwen and Sang Biao have truly excelled today. The Greenwich horse racing arena was abuzz with jubilation. William momentarily lost his composure, joining the other spectators in exuberant cheers. Huang Kaiwen raised his hand to greet the audience, and the startled horse suddenly accelerated, bounding him off the stage. The cheers at Greenwich Equestrian Center remained relentless, even after Huang Kaiwen's departure. Calm down, he urged, applying pressure to the horse's belly. The animal's primary flaw was its instability. Next to enter was the British competitor, Nick Skelton. The season knight delivered a commendable performance. Yet an unfortunate misstep occurred when his horse knocked down a rail during the sailing jump. This blunder proved quite detrimental. Unless he drastically reduced his time, he would be out of contention for a medal. The local spectators sighed in disappointment, as Skelton was one of England's most promising equestrian athletes. With a time of 70 seconds, he lagged behind Huang Kaiwen by 0.14 seconds, and the penalty for the knocked rail significantly impacted his ranking. Presently, Huang Kaiwen held the first position, followed by Dutch competitor Jekko Schroeder and Irish contender Cian O'Connor. This ranking was likely to reflect the final standings. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen had remarkably completed the 15 jumps with an outstanding time of 57.56 seconds. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to secure the gold medal. Kai Meng remarked, we are well acquainted with the conditions of the arena. Huang Kaiwen's time has truly reached its limit. Even if someone attempts to surpass him, it will likely be with a time exceeding 77 seconds. There are still 4 competitors left. Let us await the outcome. The ensuing competition was decidedly one-sided. Without a local competitor having triumphed, most spectators hoped the remaining athletes would refrain from surpassing Huang Kaiwen's time. If such a wish were to manifest, Ancelotti's machine might very well overload and explode on the field. Brazilian competitor Portilho dos Santos initially performed admirably, yet the audience, disregarding decorum, booed him. Once again, during the sailing jump, Dos Santos's horse's hind hooves struck down the rail, eliciting a tremendous uproar from the crowd. The spectators awaited the emergence of the medals. With the final competitor, Germany's Ingrid Klimke, yet to come. Is it time for the gold medal? Someone mused. Not quite. Schroeder and O'Connor will need to engage in a tiebreaker. If the last performance does not surpass theirs, it will be a contest for silver and bronze between the two. Had Huang Kaiwen made history once more? Perhaps, as equestrian sports had not previously garnered much attention, many past competitors hailed from affluent backgrounds, often having to sell their homes to afford horses, given the exorbitant training costs. Primarily, opportunities to engage with the sport were scarce. Even 2 ping-pong tables were locked away, denying one the chance to play, let alone ride horses. Our school's football field is now a parking lot for teachers. Had I been allowed to practice sooner, I might have partnered with Drogba as a forward duo. Responsible for defense is Drogba, responsible for passing is Drogba, and responsible for scoring is also Drogba. You merely handle the celebrations, right? I can still create opportunities, diving into the penalty area, aiming for 10 or 8 fouls in a single match. I refuse to believe that not a single penalty will be awarded. Klimk Ingrid has entered the arena, met with a chorus of boos from the British audience. Each leap is accompanied by jeers. Ingrid's performance at this moment seems less than swift. As we observe the final 5 jumps, the concluding consecutive leaps finish in 81 seconds and 11 milliseconds. Thus, Huang Kaiwen emerges as the champion. There will be an additional competition, yet it does not alter Huang Kaiwen's title. This marks the 25th gold medal for the Chinese delegation at this Olympic Games and Huang Kaiwen's 3rd gold among 5 events. As Huang Kaiwen himself stated, regardless of the competition, his goal remains steadfastly first place. His performance attests to the truth of his words. We have witnessed a groundbreaking advancement in China's equestrian discipline, a fitting reward for Huang Kaiwen's rigorous training. The sweat shed behind achieving such a gold medal in a multitude of sports is unimaginable. I recall Barbara Berlusconi's words during an interview. Have you ever seen Milan at 4 a.m.? To stand upon the Olympic stage is already the culmination of talent and perseverance. But repeatedly emerging victorious among numerous competitors illustrates why Huang Kaiwen is regarded as the most exceptional athlete by so many. In the additional competition, Schroeder narrowly clinched victory, prompting thunderous cheers in Greenwich. Schroeder was the first to enter the arena on horseback, yet the audience chanted another name. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. Huang Kaiwen rode in on his steed, prompting the loudest ovation of the day from the Greenwich equestrian grounds. The excitement of Inzaghi in the stands was palpable, surpassing even the thrill of winning his first Champions League title. Having triumphed in 3 out of 5 events, he is merely 2 competitions away from financial freedom, with billions in potential earnings within grasp. Such immense joy overwhelms him. He even fantasizes about outpacing Bolt, envisioning that the 200 meters would pose no challenge. The 3 riders circled the arena before reaching the podium. The hostess first presented flowers to the trio, followed by the unveiling of the medals. At last, the moment of the award ceremony arrived. As they stood on the podium to receive their gold medals, the solemn notes of the national anthem resonated, a supreme tribute to the athletes' relentless efforts and indomitable spirit. Although Huang Kaiwen has already secured 3 gold medals, he continues to strive for even greater honors. Dragon horse adorned in snow, golden saddle of the illustrious 5. Autumn frost cleaves the jade sword, sunset drapes the pearl robe. The ancient gentleman's 6 arts. Huang Kaiwen has already reached the pinnacle in archery. Let us eagerly anticipate Huang Kaiwen's performance in the triathlon, as he aims to ascend to the zenith of endurance after successfully breaking human speed limits. Once the national anthem concluded, eager cameramen rushed forward. Huang Kaiwen extended his arms, embracing the 2 athletes for a commemorative photograph. In the mixed interview zone, Schroeder found a Dutch journalist, who inquired, "What are your thoughts on winning the additional competition today? Previously, my performance was quite stable, and winning the silver medal brought me immense joy," remarked Schroeder. Do you believe Kevin's performance would astonish you? Many are skeptical about his chances of clinching victory in the equestrian competition. The journalist pressed further. Schroeder nodded and responded, during the awards ceremony. You might have noticed Kevin's towering stature. This primarily poses a challenge for him in equestrian events. Thus his triumph surprises me somewhat. However, upon reflection, considering he is Kevin, it is not entirely unexpected. He is a natural-born winner. I never anticipated he would lead the Netherlands to victory, as Kevin seems perpetually capable of exceeding expectations. Huang Kaiwen did not participate in interviews as he was acknowledging the audience. The support from the crowd today was crucial for him. Uncle Kevin, Uncle Kevin. George Terry exuberantly waved his hands from the stands. George had not missed a single one of Huang Kaiwen's competitions in London. Sometimes, Terry would attend the events with his mother. Huang Kaiwen removed his hat and waved, tossing it into the air. Although many in the audience reached out to grab it, Huang Kaiwen's aim was precise, and George's mother, Tony Poole, managed to catch the hat, playfully placing it atop George's head. George enthusiastically waved at Huang Kaiwen. After returning to the preparation area and handing his horse over to the coaching staff, he made his way to the dressing room to change. Upon his arrival, he spotted the young lady, Lily, and the Poole mother-son duo standing together. "I invited Tony to come home with us, as she was free," the young lady stated. "Let us wait for John and the others to finish training and then celebrate together," suggested Huang Kaiwen. "I believe John would be more than willing to join us." Tony Poole drove, and Huang Kaiwen decided to ride back in her car. George quickly hopped into the passenger seat. Lily, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Little guy, you've taken my spot." George turned back and made a face at Lily, saying, "Whoever gets it first keeps it." Lily glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who merely shrugged. Upset, Lily chose to ride back with the young lady and the others. Just as they fastened their seat belts, George complained, "Girls are always so temperamental. It's quite bothersome." "Mate, if you could still say that a few years older, I would be truly impressed," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Before hitting puberty, boys indeed find girls rather annoying, particularly in elementary school, where girls mature early and often resort to physical confrontations. "Humph." George crossed his arms, stating, "Girls only distract me from practicing football." "Have you joined a youth training camp?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Yes, I am now a key player for Fulham," George replied with pride. "A youth squad, I presume?" Huang Kaiwen pressed the accelerator, adding, "John must have been quite exasperated with you. Chelsea and Fulham are neighbors, while the rivalry isn't as fierce as that between traditional enemies. Terry is indeed a significant symbol of Chelsea's rise, a legendary star of the team. The son has joined Fulham's youth training, undoubtedly causing considerable distress among the fans. Moreover, while Chelsea harbors no particular grievances against Fulham, the latter's supporters exhibit a palpable hostility during interviews. After all, both clubs share a common plight. Fulham's sudden rise can easily evoke envy. Being locals, the fans' everyday displays of pride can easily incite jealousy among Fulham supporters. "I couldn't care less," George exclaimed with a dismissive snort. His disdain for girls is undoubtedly linked to his father's infidelity. Kaiwen Huang refrained from persuading him further and drove the young lad home. Unable to contain himself, George inquired, "Uncle Kaiwen, you are like a modern-day Robin Hood. Shooting arrows with your eyes closed is so cool. Can you teach me?" Kaiwen Huang replied, "Really? That's wonderful." George responded, brimming with excitement. Children are invariably drawn to the allure of melee weapons. Kaiwen returned home slightly earlier than Neo and the others, promptly fetching a child-sized bow and taking George to play in the backyard. When Lily and the others returned, they gazed from the window at Kaiwen and George but chose not to join them, as the three women engaged in conversation about their children. Although the young lady herself does not have children, she has read extensively on the subject, finding common ground with Tony, the mothers of the two children. Lily rolled her eyes at the conversation, thinking one might assume Barbara was the sole caregiver. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chelsea players began to arrive at Kaiwen Huang's house. The old butler was well accustomed to organizing team gatherings. Upon hearing that Kaiwen was teaching George archery in the backyard, the players' interest was piqued. Czech called out from a distance, "Green Arrow, have you finally found your master?" "Tin Man, don't jest about the child," Kaiwen retorted with a laugh. Green Arrow might as well be called Green Hat, considering his girlfriend has shacked up with his best friend, all while he feigns concern for her and affection for his buddy. This certainly ranks among the more tragic tales of superheroes. Czech paid no heed and asked, "What is your superpower?" "I'm rich," Kaiwen replied. Czech burst into hearty laughter. He then added, "You wouldn't believe it, that scoundrel Cole was out drinking with Inzaghi, and they ended up spending the night at Cobham." Both were subsequently demoted to the youth team by Carlo. Was Filippo involved too? Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Carlo later admitted he had forgotten he was not Milan's coach, but Inzaghi managed to slip away. Czech chuckled. "I wondered why Filippo looked so disheveled in the stands today," Kaiwen remarked. Modric and Bale also arrived to join the festivities. With the increase in attendees, George's preparations began to falter. The psychological resilience of children being what it is, the desire to impress adults often leads to such mishaps. "Kaiwen," Terry waved as he approached. George immediately drew the bow toward his father. Terry, smiling, raised his hands and said, Relax, Robin Hood. A true warrior should protect the weak, not oppress them. Well done. John, you actually quoted lines from Robin Hood. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, whistling. Don't underestimate my intellect, Terry chuckled. At that moment, George, who was drawing the bow, could no longer hold on and released his grip. The arrow whistled through the air, accompanied by Terry's anguished scream. A group rushed over. Terry lay on the ground, wailing. I'm done for. I'm done for. I don't want to live anymore. The pain radiating from his thigh was excruciating, for it was the most vital part of him. Huang Kaiwen reached out, swiftly pulling the arrow free. Amidst Terry's cries, Huang Kaiwen retorted, It merely grazed your thigh. George's shot didn't even come close to that spot. Terry hurriedly pulled down his pants to inspect the damage, feeling only a scraped surface on his thigh, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to George and shouted, You're never to touch such dangerous things again. George looked pitifully at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen shrugged and remarked, Your father is right. Had it not been for sheer luck, you might never see his sensational headlines again. Terry, annoyed, punched Huang Kaiwen, saying, I need to apply some ointment. Tony is upstairs. Let her help you, Huang Kaiwen replied. Hey, I'm the one injured. Terry protested indignantly. So what? Do you want me to call Jordan to assist you? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Shoo. Terry quickly raised a finger. Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes, realizing that there was indeed a connection. He genuinely admired Jordan, who seemed to have mingled with various slightly famous athletes. Huang Kaiwen speculated about certain scenarios, such as Jordan suddenly declaring at night, You're far worse than XX from XX team. However, the personal lives of England's national players were notoriously chaotic. Terry had previously mentioned that when camera phones first emerged, they had recorded videos with Ferdinand and shared them amongst themselves. Once Terry departed, Huang Kaiwen turned to George and said, Young man, you nearly hurt your father. I'm sorry, George muttered. Huang Kaiwen gently ruffled the top of his head and replied, You should be saying that to your father. Humph. George turned his head away. Huang Kaiwen urged him to sit down, saying, Your father is somewhat special, but that does not justify shooting arrows at him. You are already an 8-year-old boy. Think of those children who go hungry. Your life is filled with blessings, all thanks to your father. I understand, Uncle Kaiwen, George pouted. I will apologize. That is what a responsible man should do, Huang Kaiwen smiled, patting George on the back. Go on, have a good talk with your father. Perhaps you should consider becoming an elementary school teacher. If you had been my teacher, I might have pursued a career as a scientist, Czech remarked. You wanted to be a scientist when you were young? Huang Kaiwen asked. No, a hockey player, Czech replied. But I didn't have a famous athlete for a father. So I couldn't afford the expensive gear, which is why I chose football. However, playing ice hockey does not provide you with such wealth, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Indeed. I have no regrets, replied Czech, for football has transformed my destiny. Come on, let us prepare for the barbecue. It would be a waste for someone as tall as you not to take on the responsibility of grilling, Huang Kaiwen suggested, rising from his seat. Czech responded with a cheeky gesture. He noticed a peculiar pattern. Whenever dining with Huang Kaiwen, the latter never lifted a finger to help. Once the food was ready, Huntelaar promptly presented a plate to Huang Kaiwen. Thank you, mate, Huang Kaiwen said. Czech, standing before the grill, rolled his eyes dramatically and called out humorously, Turkish kebab. Turkish kebab. Laughter erupted among the crowd. It seemed that the mere mention of that country inevitably conjured images of grilled meat. Terry, holding a bottle of wine, settled beside Huang Kaiwen and remarked, George is quite rebellious these days. Perhaps you are not the best role model? We cannot place all the blame on the children. Huang Kaiwen replied. Not wishing to dwell on the subject, Terry shifted the conversation. This season has been rather challenging. Carlo desires a midfielder. Yet Ken Yang's recruitment strategy appears misaligned with his intentions. Ken Yang and Marino wield excessive power. Huang Kaiwen acknowledged. Mr. Abramovich once approached me, inquiring whether I would consider joining the club's management after retirement, but I believe I lack the requisite talent for such a role, Terry sighed. Players often find themselves adrift as their careers draw to a close, having dedicated the majority of their lives to the sport, with little else to fall back on. You could try your hand at coaching, Huang Kaiwen suggested, pointing at Inzaghi, saying, that guy believes he can be a coach, so why not you? Can I coach AC Milan in the future? Terry asked. Absolutely not. Huang Kaiwen replied firmly. Terry playfully punched Huang Kaiwen's arm, saying, since your transfer, the team hasn't had such gatherings for a long time. Everything feels different. You are the captain, John. Huang Kaiwen reminded him. Terry chuckled. shaking the wine bottle before downing its contents in one go. Later, after bidding farewell to former teammates, the young lady remarked, "Krasnian brought a gift when he arrived," claiming it is a traditional Chinese present for Paul. Upon unwrapping it, Huang Kaiwen was astonished to find a large golden longevity lock. If worn around Paul's neck, it could serve as a torture device. To his amusement, it was inscribed with the words, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Is this meant to turn the son of the Yellow King into Dong Tianbao? The following morning, Huang Kaiwen was awakened by a commotion. As he descended the stairs, Albert informed him, "Some fans are outside with banners, hoping you can continue to persevere." Huang Kaiwen, both amused and bewildered, returned upstairs to change. A few minutes later, he emerged to greet the fans. "Kevin, someone is preparing to have your horse star in an advertisement. Will you allow it?" Huang Kaiwen waved at the reporters and hurried back inside. Upon reaching his doorstep, he encountered a bustling scene. A live broadcast van, reporters, and fans had caused a traffic disruption. Fortunately, traffic in this area was typically light. In the newspapers, Huang Kaiwen discovered related news. The Financial Times reported that Sang Biao has emerged as the most celebrated animal star of the Olympics, following his successful journey with Kevin to Allianz, where they clinched the individual gold medal in show jumping. This remarkable horse has attracted the attention of numerous sponsors. Several leather goods and pet product manufacturers are keen to support him. Huang Kaiwen smiled, pleasantly surprised by this fortunate turn of events. The sponsorship fees are likely to be considerably higher than the previous redemption cost for Sang Biao, akin to receiving a gift without any obligation. However, advertising with animals poses significantly more challenges than with humans, as animal welfare organizations impose strict supervision, prohibiting any dangerous maneuvers and enforcing stricter working hours. Huang Kaiwen has always refrained from participating in advertisements involving animals for this very reason. No matter how cautious one may be, there is always a risk of being accused of animal cruelty. The Guardian noted that Flynn Peng's online insults directed at fans have exacerbated tensions, with Tottenham supporters preparing to give Arsenal a taste of their wrath at White Hart Lane. During an interview with The Times, the professor did not address the Flynn Peng issue but instead responded to discussions about his potential coaching role at AC Milan, stating that Milan is a great club, and it is difficult to decline their invitation. He acknowledged that he and Kevin had indeed discussed such matters, but he remains under contract with Arsenal. The Telegraph published an interview with Pele, in which he expressed joy at seeing Kevin excel at the Olympics, yet emphasized that Kevin should remember he is the player with the most fans worldwide. Regardless of the event he participates in, football remains his foundation. It is hard to envisage Kevin departing from football, as it would signify the end of Brazilian football. Kaká is an exceptional forward, yet Pelé believes his skills pale in comparison to Kevin's and cannot embody the essence of Samba football. The Daily Mail featured a column by Buffon, who remarked that Kevin possesses remarkable speed and unparalleled strength, having already proved himself on the rubber track. However, few sports demand such a comprehensive array of qualities, strength, speed, balance, and reflexes as football does. The pitch is Kevin's true home. Without him, football would be akin to the West losing Jerusalem. The Sun conducted a poll on their website to determine the 10 most popular athletes among women at this year's Olympics. The list includes 1. Kevin, China; 2. Michael Phelps, USA; 3. Mark Cavendish, France; 4. Aldo Montano, Italy; 5. Andrea Canora, Italy. British diving star Daly also made the list, ranking 8th. Even among British readers, it is evident that Italian athletes dominate this ranking, with 2 members from the Italian fencing team included. This suggests that Italians are perceived as more attractive in the eyes of Europeans. As for Huang, the king of the ball, his top position is hardly surprising. In the second edition, Huang also came across news regarding Inzaghi. The Sun has published a collection of charming phrases employed by him in his romantic pursuits. "I am the illustrious football star Simone Inzaghi. I can teach you Italian. My father belongs to the Italian nobility. I can assist you in obtaining a green card. Your eyes appear to be filled with stars. I must apologize, for I am returning to Italy. This night is but a gift I leave for you." Huang Kaiwen remarked, "Inzaghi is truly unreliable." Yet, these lines seem strikingly familiar. Albert interjected, "Sir, you have a commercial shoot scheduled for this morning. Is that so? What advertisement?" Huang Kaiwen casually inquired. "It is for a Milan sponsor, a shampoo brand." "Mr. Messi has already participated," Albert replied. Huang Kaiwen then recalled the brand, Ongfa, which offered a substantial sponsorship fee. However, their products were quite pricey, with a single bottle of shampoo exceeding €20. As Huang Kaiwen arrived at the recording studio, he noticed that the staff's scent were British. Yet their demeanor and mannerisms closely resembled those of the Japanese, suggesting a prolonged stay in Japan. The first act upon meeting was a bow. "Kaiwen, all you need to do is deliver your lines in front of the camera and casually style your hair," the director instructed. Huang Kaiwen complied. Behind him, two dancers performed with exaggerated flair, their hands constantly near their hair to accentuate the shampoo's advertising effect. After the first take, the director bowed and said, "I apologize, Kaiwen. We did not capture it well. May we try again?" "Of course," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. "Let us go again." The director then proceeded to reprimand the two dancers. An Englishman displayed the essence of a certain character, submissive before the powerful, yet overbearing towards the weak. His performance reminiscent of Hank's prowess. Huang Kaiwen did not foresee any complications in filming such a straightforward advertisement. However, the director seemed to believe that without a few trials, his professionalism could not be demonstrated. The allotted filming time was merely 2 hours, yet it extended by 7 minutes before completion. Upon leaving the studio, Huang Kaiwen was surprised to find Galliani waiting at the entrance. Neo proactively stated, "Mr. Galliani called to inquire about your whereabouts. Let us find a place to sit for a while." Huang Kaiwen gestured. The two sought out a newly opened tavern, where Huang Kaiwen placed several bills on the counter and said, "We require a private space for discussion. Kindly refrain from allowing others in for the time being." "Ah, certainly, Kaiwen," the proprietor exclaimed, promptly flipping the sign to indicate they were open for business. Once the coffee arrived, Galliani leaned in and whispered, "Did you not ask me to keep an eye on Arsene Wenger's contract negotiations? His agreement with Arsenal expires at the end of this season." "Indeed, I did mention that," Huang Kaiwen acknowledged. "Wenger would be a boon for Milan, particularly since he nurtures young talent. As long as a steady stream of local players ascends to the first team, the foundation of Milan's dynasty will be established. Wenger yearns for Pogba, yet the American owners do not support his pursuit of the player. I have been informed that he harbors some regret for not joining Real Madrid in 2007, when David Dunn and Kroenke reached an agreement. Wenger perceives this as an unfortunate situation, feeling a sense of struggle." Galliani remarked, "What is the crux of the matter?" Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile, "Adriano. Are you implying that Mr. Wenger's relationship with the Americans is strained?" "Certainly not," Galliani replied. "I have discovered that Arsenal is in discussions with Benitez. They might be seeking breakthroughs in cup competitions, or perhaps applying pressure on Wenger to ensure his compliance." "So, you mean we should take direct action?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Old Maldini is indeed aging, and it is not ideal for him to be overburdened at his age. Naturally, I plan to disclose this matter to the press, then approach Wenger to persuade him. We could directly buy out his contract with Arsenal. A year's contract would only amount to a few million, which I consider a worthwhile investment for a coach of his caliber," Galliani encouraged. The inability to secure a coach for Milan has been a persistent concern for him. Currently, Milan finds itself in a challenging period for coach recruitment. The performance speaks for itself. It is unfeasible to entrust the team to a young coach. Renowned coaches must contemplate their tactical styles, locker room management, and personal weaknesses. Furthermore, those without contracts or willing to leave are mostly unsuitable. There are only a few coaches worthy of Milan. Sir Ferguson is nearing retirement, as is Del Bosque. In this light, Wenger emerges as the most fitting coach for Milan. Galliani could hardly contain his impatience. For leaving the first team without a coach reflects poorly on his capabilities. I concur with this notion, but you must have a serious discussion with Mr. Wenger. You must understand that we require a long-term, stable coach, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Galliani nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will make Wenger aware of his betrayal, and I will certainly convince him to join Milan." The chapter concludes. 0607 swimmer upon returning home that evening. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback to find Canal 5 broadcasting social news. To his bewilderment, there were reports of someone in Thailand impersonating him for fraudulent activities. It seems the reputation of the Yellow King is quite advantageous. Lily stifled a giggle, remarking, "It appears making $1 million is rather easy." Uft. Some cat's medical treatment can swindle the gullible out of $3 million, Huang Kaiwen scoffed. "Is that true? Which cat is so expensive?" Lily inquired, astonished. The young lady tapped her forehead, stating, "You ought to ask why someone would be so gullible." Huang Kaiwen shrugged, acknowledging his lack of understanding regarding such individuals. It is indeed difficult to explain. One almost faced a dog attack, and yet the details of a 2 million fundraising campaign must be disclosed. While a mere 300,000 for a few cats remains shrouded in secrecy. The world is truly magical. Coincidentally, the television was airing a news segment about an American tycoon who left his inheritance to 3 dogs upon his death. The young lady smiled and said, "Fortunately, we did not adopt any pets. Otherwise, I fear Paul would suffer in the future. Rest assured, even if Paul lacks skill, he can still become a professional player." Huang Kaiwen raised an eyebrow and remarked, "That's genetics for you. Paul Maldini ought to inquire why your genetics are not yielding the desired results." The young lady chuckled. "Adriana is utterly exasperated. Her eldest son has been whisked away by you to play video games and hardly returns home. The second son is determined to become a football star, yet his talent leaves much to be desired, while the third possesses genuine potential, which only deepens Daniel's disappointment. It's all right. That child, Daniel, is quite diligent," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. "Diligence alone will not secure a place in Milan's first team?" Lily asked curiously. "No. At the very least, he will grasp the reality that success in this world is not merely a product of hard work. Given his father's reputation, we might allow him to remain as a groundskeeper." Huang Kaiwen laughed, slapping his thigh. The young lady playfully punched Huang Kaiwen. "He has always favored the eldest and youngest Maldini, showing little affection for Daniel. I've invited some friends over for dinner," the young lady announced. "Friends from London, then?" "That sounds delightful," Huang Kaiwen inquired. "You'll find out soon enough," she replied with a mysterious air. During dinner, Huang Kaiwen was astonished to see Emilia Clarke. "Why not greet her?" the young lady teased. Huang Kaiwen retorted, "Was that intentional?" "Not at all. It simply seemed amusing," she whispered conspiratorially in his ear. "I even specially ordered costumes from that television series. We can have a bit of fun," she added, and Huang Kaiwen knew it would be another exhausting day. The following day, he awoke to find it was already noon. The old butler had prepared some leafy greens, white bread, and electrolyte drinks. Huang Kaiwen sat down and said, "Thank you, Albert. I feel like a rabbit." "It's what the team doctor advised. You must pay attention to your diet for the triathlon," Albert replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. This event has the largest support staff. The coach is from the Triathlon Association, and the remaining coaches specialize in swimming, cycling, and marathon training, all of whom are professors from various sports institutions. Additionally, there are mechanics and masseurs, along with a logistical team of technological assistants, complemented by the Milan medical team. The Chinese team's support staff exceeds 40 individuals. Huang Kaiwen was relatively familiar with most of the staff, though he had not engaged with them on a deeper level. Primarily, those team leaders who later joined did not make sense to him. He could not understand the connection between the running team and football. With so many staff members, he was uncertain who might eventually join, so maintaining a cordial yet not overly intimate relationship seemed the best course. As he picked up the newspaper, he saw the news he had been seeking. The Times reported, "In pursuit of a breakthrough in European competition, Arsenal's negotiations with Benitez have entered a substantive phase. Should Benitez become the new manager, Wenger will receive an 8 million severance package." According to sources close to Wenger, he has harbored reservations about Kroenke since the latter's acquisition of Arsenal. Wenger believed that David Dunn had erred, yet found himself compelled to choose between Dunn and the club, ultimately concluding that Kroenke's presence was not beneficial for Arsenal. Kroenke has grown weary of Wenger's achievements, particularly in light of Manchester City's rise, which has rendered him increasingly impatient. However, he is reluctant to offer Wenger a severance package. Instead, he hopes that Wenger will negotiate a buyout with AC Milan, allowing Arsenal to forego any financial obligations to Wenger while also receiving a release fee from AC Milan. This American owner exhibits considerable shrewdness. Sir Ferguson, in response to rumors of Wenger's departure, expressed disbelief at the prospect of Arsenal without Wenger, asserting that Wenger embodies Arsenal and vice versa. He does not believe that Benitez would perform any better than Wenger and remarked that Arsenal is making an irreparable mistake. Furthermore, he posits that if Wenger were to join AC Milan, it would facilitate a more promising trajectory for his career. "We have received credible information that an American long-distance runner has been privately seeking recruitment opportunities." Upon reading this, Huang Kaiwen immediately recognized the subject, Susie Hamilton. He was quite astonished by this revelation. Athletes typically possess higher levels of testosterone than the average individual, which appears to contribute to their vigorous approach in this regard. London, in comparison, is somewhat restrained, while Rio has transformed into a veritable party atmosphere, with exuberant samba dancers proving quite irresistible. It is said that diners can be seen enjoying meals while others engage in athletic activities nearby. After dining, Huang Kaiwen took a ride to Cobham in Neo's car. Gianni Nannini and the Chelsea team doctor conducted a comprehensive examination of him. Upon Huang Kaiwen stepping off the treadmill, the doctor promptly removed the electrodes affixed to his body. Gianni Nannini reviewed the report and remarked, "It remains astonishing. Your condition is remarkably exceptional." "Is that so? Perhaps my maintenance routine is effective," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. No, Gianni Nannini stated earnestly. "I have compared you with Chelsea players who have been training for some time, and none have surpassed your physical condition." "I am at a loss then," Huang Kaiwen responded. "As long as my body is sound, I am content." That evening, Huang Kaiwen diligently maintained his regimen. As the following day marked match day, after sleeping for over 7 hours, he rose at 5 o'clock. Although he lacked an appetite, he managed to consume some sustenance, with coffee being paramount, as caffeine aids in enhancing physical endurance. By 6 o'clock, he drank some sports drinks, as prescribed by the team doctor, with sugar helping to stabilize blood sugar levels. At 8, he consumed additional noodles and fish, knowing that carbohydrates are beneficial for prolonged exertion. Subsequently, the entire family set off for Hyde Park, the most renowned park in London, originally part of the Westminster Abbey estate, which Henry VIII appropriated from the church to establish a hunting ground.